Coming from humble origins, I spent 10 years toiling like a beast of burden for the core disciples of the martial arts school, all in hopes of changing my impoverished fate through martial arts training. Yet, just as the decade-long promise made by my senior brother was about to be fulfilled, he not only presented me with a commoner martial arts band to expel me from the school, but even said that practicing martial arts alongside someone of my lowly status disgusted him. However, faced with my senior brother's deliberate provocation, I felt not sorrow but joy. At this moment, I entered the courtyard holding a newspaper printed with the commoner martial arts band. Senior brother, I greeted respectfully. No need to call me senior brother anymore, the robed man in the courtyard replied without looking up, continuing his dance practice. The Tianjin Martial Arts Association has passed the martial arts ban. From now on, martial arts will only be open to noble families. You need not come again. Hearing this, I felt dizzy. Senior brother, you must be joking. The ban excluding commoners was only issued today, but I became an apprentice of this school 10 years ago. The Martial Arts Association's ban surely doesn't apply to those like me who joined long ago. The man in the long robe fell silent for a moment before replying indifferently, but whenever I see lowly people practicing martial arts alongside me, I feel the art itself has been tainted. Is that all? I raised my head in disbelief. Is that really all? The man in the long robe remained silent, his expression cold. But senior brother, it was you who personally promised back then that as long as I worked for 10 years, you would recommend me to an instructor. You are the renowned gentleman sword, a man of your word. If you're dissatisfied with me, I can change, I can improve, I said hoarsely. Since you put it that way, let me rephrase it. The tone of the gentleman's sword remained indifferent. Your conduct is improper, the probation period has not been passed, and you are expelled from the martial arts school. Improper conduct. I felt nothing but absurdity and mockery. They couldn't even bother to come up with a decent excuse. By now, I understood perfectly well that this so-called gentleman's sword had never intended to honor his promise of helping me become a full member from the start, nor had he ever regarded lowly apprentices like me as human beings. Considering we were once fellow disciples, I'll tell you one last thing. The gentleman's sword said impassively. In a month, the Martial Association will hold a grand competition that will determine the fate of commoners. All martial practitioners under 25 can participate. You may try your luck too. In the end, if no commoner martial artist manages to win 3 matches, martial training for commoners will be deemed a waste of resources. The Martial Association will expand the ban on martial arts. Commoners will not only be barred from entering martial schools but also forbidden from practicing at home, or else they will be arrested by the enforcement squad. The words forbidden from practicing at home sank my heart like a stone. And when the time comes, I will represent the noble families in the competition, and I won't let any commoner pass. If you dare to appear before me, I guarantee I'll kill you. The indifferent voice of the gentleman's sword crushed the last glimmer of hope in my heart. I can't practice martial arts anymore. I murmured under my breath. I don't remember how I left, only that everything around me turned gray. I walked in a daze until I saw the familiar number 201 on the door, and my pupils slowly regained focus. Home at last. I rubbed my face vigorously until I managed to force a smile, then slowly took out my keys and opened the door. Ahong is back, come and eat. Hearing the commotion, my father brought out the food that had been kept warm in the pot. As usual, I sat down and took a bite of the mixed grain rice, picking up some greens with my chopsticks. Under the weight of overwhelming sorrow, I actually had little appetite, but I still pretended to enjoy the meal. Because I knew that these seemingly ordinary dishes before me were earned by my father pulling a rickshaw from dawn till dusk. For so many years, while I had been relentlessly pursuing martial arts, it was my father who silently shouldered the burden of supporting our family alone. How was training today? My father asked expectantly. Great. My senior brother said I have a lot of talent and promised to help me secure a spot as a core disciple next month. Worried I might be overworked, he even arranged a few days off for me to rest. I looked up, my face beaming with a smile, showing no trace of the numbness and despair I had felt before entering the house. Good. I always knew our Ahong was a genius, bound to make something of himself. Father's face was covered in stubble, marked by years of wind and sun, so thin it seemed like a sheet of paper. No one knew how he managed to pull that heavy rickshaw. But whenever he spoke of his son, that face, nearly crushed by the weight of life, would light up with genuine pride. Dad, don't overwork yourself. Once I become a master, I'll buy a clean, big house and take you to live in comfort. My face was full of a blissful smile as I painted that ideal world with empty words. Every year around this season, cockroaches would scurry wildly in this shabby house, and we had to draw the curtains tight just to sleep. At 9, I'd already promised to buy father a big house, and I kept saying it until I was 19. Father never doubted it, always proud of his son who had entered the martial martial arts school. Don't push yourself too hard either. Dad is in no hurry at all. Watching Father S proud smile, I lowered my head and shoveled a large mouthful of rice, forcing back the sting in my nose. I couldn't let Father know I'd already been expelled from the martial arts school, much less that everything would be over in a month. Thinking of the martial arts world as ban on fighting, of the cold indifference of the gentlemaness sort who treated lowly apprentices as less than human, of Father S' unwavering support and sacrifices for me, I felt an unbearable weight, so heavy it was almost suffocating, as if a fire were about to explode from the depths of my heart. With a thunderous roar that seemed to set the heavens ablaze, I faintly glimpsed a searing, brilliant flame igniting from the endless darkness within my heart, illuminating a series of words. Fate, ascension of martial divinity. Effect 1, from this day forth, each day of martial training shall equal a year's worth of effort. Effect 2, martial arts shall never regress, never lead to deviation, always progress in the most correct direction, without end. 1 day of practice equals a year's worth of cultivation. I murmured to myself, a day's progress equivalent to a year's skill that would mean 3 to 4 centuries of cultivation in just 1 year. Even with the most ordinary talent, stacking 300 to 400 years of skill should propel anyone past the stages of refining force, manifesting force, and hidden force, straight to the realm of a master of transformative force. With such astonishing effects, even without a renowned mentor or the solid foundation built from childhood, I could still surpass those elite disciples from prestigious families at an unimaginable pace. At last, I saw hope to change my own fate and the fate of this family. Once upon a time, martial arts prodigy was just a false persona he had fabricated to deceive his father, but from this day forward, he possesses the ability to turn lies into truth. He will truly become the pride of his father's heart. After dinner, Hua Yuanhong took a short walk to aid digestion before entering the cramped, makeshift training room on the second floor. In the center hung an old sandbag, surrounded by necessary safety measures, with yellowed gloves, arm guards, and other protective gear laid out around the room. This training space was finally set up by his father after 2 years of saving every penny. Hua Yuanhong picked up the clay jar in the corner and removed the lid. Huff! A pungent smell of traditional Chinese herbs immediately filled the air. This was the internal medicine ointment his father had just purchased a few days ago. When used in conjunction with external ointments, it could replenish the vital energy expended during martial arts training and also had a certain effect in strengthening the tendons and bones. Hua Yuanhong scooped out some of the ointment, mixed it with water, and drank it down. He then applied the external ointment. Immediately, he put on his gloves and arm guards, stood before the sandbag with a composed expression, and began his boxing stance. He stomped his feet, twisted his waist, swung his arms, and threw a punch. Boom! The night was deep, and the dull thuds echoed through the small training room. The sandbag remained motionless, showing little change. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 21-100. The words appeared before his eyes, marking the progress he had achieved through solitary practice. The path to mastering that visible power stage was still distant, meaning he had taken many wrong turns over the years, and much of his training had been misguided. The 4 steps to mastering Ming Jin power originates from the roots, is controlled by the waist, erupts from the spine, and manifests through the hands. He hadn't even truly mastered the first step. This was understandable, as martial arts required a master to guide one step by step to achieve true mastery. But he had no such opportunity. In the past, he could only grope in the dark, practicing blindly based on instinct. But at this moment, after throwing this punch, Hua Yuanhong's mind was suddenly flooded with countless insights, as if he had refined the technique hundreds of times in another dimension. He instantly realized the flaws and deviations in his movements. The forces floating above the knees. The stomping power is insufficient. Stomping the ground is a common technique in Bagwazang, utilizing the rebound force from the soles of the feet colliding with the ground to enhance one's own strength. Corresponding to this is the first step of the Ming Jin external force method of power generation. Power originates from the roots, is controlled by the waist, released through the spine, and manifested through the hands. Drawing on his experience, Hua Yuanhong adjusted his posture, gripping the ground with his toes like the roots of an old tree, shifting his center of gravity to the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet. Finding the right feel, he stomped the ground, twisted his hips, and swung out the second punch. Bang! This time, the sandbag visibly shook, clearly indicating much greater force. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 22-100. Your hips are a bit stiff, and the force is stuck in your lumbar spine, making it difficult to transmit upward. As before, a flood of insights surged through his mind. After carefully reflecting on them, Hua Yuanhong understood the root of the problem. Again! He adjusted his stance and struck again. Bang! As the fist collided, the sandbag shook violently, leaving faint imprints of the fist. Compared to the previous punch, the force was much stronger. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 23-100. Clear progress. This sensation was entirely different from the previous days of groping in the dark, leaving Hua Yuanhong somewhat captivated. Next came the 4th punch, 5th punch, 6th punch. With each punch, a tidal wave of insights surged through Hua Yuanhong's mind, as if he had refined his technique hundreds of times in an instant, constantly adjusting his movements and power angles. Once he assimilated these insights, his martial arts skills would advance by leaps and bounds. So that's it. This is the effect of martial arts ascension to divinity. It's like a training amplifier. Every punch you throw yields results nearly equivalent to training 300 or 400 times. 1 part effort, 300 or 400 parts reward. Training for a day is equivalent to training for a year. More importantly, ordinary people inevitably make mistakes when practicing, their skills fluctuate, and even after a year of practice, they may not achieve the progress of 2 months, or worse, their skills may deteriorate over time. But I am different. My martial arts skills will never regress, never go off the rails, and will always progress in the most correct direction, with no end in sight. What appears to be the result of a year's training is actually equivalent to 3, 5, 10 years, or even longer of ordinary people's inconsistent progress. And I can keep moving forward in big steps, with no end in sight. Bang! 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 With each punch, the heavy sandbags that were once difficult to control began to vibrate and spin rhythmically under the force of his blows, gradually becoming playthings in his hands, moving freely according to his will. It seemed as though he was striking not a 20-pound sandbag, but a ball of cotton. A ball of cotton that could be easily molded and shaped at will. The fist marks on the surface of the sandbag grew deeper and deeper. From less than half an inch at the beginning, they eventually reached an inch deep, with half a fist sinking into the bag. By the end, Hui Yuanhong could clearly feel that with each punch, the heavy force from his legs, rooted in the horse stance, rose upward, transmitted through the twisting of his waist to his upper body. Unlike the vague, half-hearted practice before, this time the stance and waist seemed to move in unison, forming a cohesive whole, a sensation that felt utterly genuine. Hua Ma power. The initial integration of Hua Ma power has begun. The integration of waist and horse stance refers to the unification of the power from the waist and lower limbs horse stance, which is a prerequisite for generating external force. It ensures that power can be transmitted from the soles of the feet through the waist and hips to the arms and fists. If the waist and horse stance are not integrated, power generation will result in broken force. At this point, he had mastered the first 2 steps of generating external force. Power originates from the roots and controlled by the waist. Once he completes the final 2 steps, power emanates from the spine and manifestation through the hands. He will integrate his power into a single line and unleash explicit power. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 51-100. Practice. Practice again. The sensation of growing stronger with each punch left Hui Yuanhong utterly captivated. It wasn't until the cocks crowed that he snapped back to reality, feeling famished and his eyes spinning from hunger. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a bowl of leftover rice, and began to eat greedily. According to his usual appetite, such a large bowl of rice should have filled him up to about 7 or 8 tenths. But now, after devouring the entire bowl, he felt only about 40-50% full and still hungry. He quickly made another bowl of oil-tea noodles, gulping it down, and finally felt his stomach was a bit more substantial, but his body still had a lingering sense of hunger. My physical condition has improved, and so has my stomach's capacity. Skilled martial artists with years of training have an unusually large appetite. Like Junzi Jian back when he first entered the Ming Jin realm, he would eat 2 bowls of medicinal rice porridge in one meal. At this moment, though his appetite hadn't yet reached the level of the gentleman's sword in his prime, the gap between them had greatly narrowed, and he was already far stronger than he had been the night before. Such a remarkable change in just one night is truly astonishing. The external ointment has already been absorbed so quickly? Hui Yuanhong peeled off the ointment and found that the paste, which had been applied only a short while ago, had lost its dark brown color, a sign that the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed. It was important to note that these ointments were not single-use items. The potent medicinal properties they contained typically required at least a month of continuous external application to be fully absorbed. Yet after just one night of practice, it had already been fully absorbed. Judging by its appearance, it had likely been absorbed much earlier, but he had been so engrossed in his practice that he hadn't noticed. Could it be that my martial arts ascension to divinity talent not only enhances my martial arts skills by hundreds of times but also boosts my body's ability to absorb medicinal properties by hundreds of times? Hui Yuanhong was deeply shocked. If that were the case, it would mean he could achieve the effects of others using external and internal applications for an entire year in just one day. If this were to get out, it would be utterly unimaginable. I've eaten so much, yet I still feel hungry. This hunger might not be from an empty stomach, but because the internal ointment has already been fully digested, and my vital energy is depleted? With this thought, Hui Yuanhong retrieved the clay jar containing the internal ointment, scooped out a spoonful, and swallowed it. Soon, the faint pangs of hunger began to subside. More. He dug out a few more spoonfuls, eating what he estimated to be half a year's worth, then applied new external ointment. The hunger in his body vanished completely. At that moment, Hui Yuanhong felt as though he had an endless supply of energy, as if he had been combining internal and external treatments and cultivation for half a year. When he clenched his fist, a cracking sound echoed. Indeed. My ability to digest and absorb the medicinal properties has truly increased by hundreds of times. Hui Yuanhong's eyes lit up with joy. In the path of martial arts, one must both train and nurture. Training through martial arts is the practice, while internal and external treatments are the nurturing. If nurturing lags behind training, the body will become depleted. But now, not only had his training speed increased by hundreds of times, but his cultivation speed had also increased by hundreds of times. A few hundred times faster in martial arts training combined with a few hundred times faster in medicinal absorption. What a terrifying talent. He glanced at the semi-transparent panel displaying his martial arts progress. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 60-100. Soon. At this rate, today, he will finally enter the realm of Ming Jin and become a true martial artist. And there are only 29 days left until the decisive martial arts competition that will determine his fate. When that day comes, I will represent the clan in battle. I won't let any lowly commoner pass. If you dare show your face before me, I swear I'll beat you to death. The indifferent words of the gentleman's sword from yesterday seemed to echo in his ears once more. 24 years old, just 2 months ago his internal energy shifted from the Ming stage to the dark stage, entering the dark stage, with extremely strong combat abilities. Recalling what he had heard about the gentleman's sword and his strength, a surge of anger welled up in Hui Yuanhong's heart. In 29 days, he would face the Junzi sword in front of all the martial artists of Jinmen and beat him to death. Considering Junzi Jian's exceptional combat skills, to kill him, he must first achieve at least a minor or even major breakthrough in his dark energy before the duel begins. Just then, Hui Yuanhong heard laughter coming from the small living room, which was less than 10 square meters in size. In the blink of an eye, your son Ahong has grown so tall. Yes, time waits for no one. Before we know it, we'll all be old. Remember when Ahong was just a little kid? I took him to Nanshan Temple to burn incense. The voices belonged to Wu Xiaoxia, Aunt Wu, and her daughter Jiang Ting, who had been neighbors with the family years ago. However, unlike his family, Ms. Wu and her family had originally lived nearby to hide their identity and avoid trouble. Later, when Jiang Ting was around 11 or 12, she went abroad to study, and Wu Xiaoxia went with her. Since then, they have had no contact. The two families hadn't seen each other for 6 or 7 years. After listening for a while, Hui Yuanhong already understood the situation. It turned out that Wu Xiaoxia's family had recently settled down, and Jiang Ting had been admitted to the women's normal school in Tianjin, so they had returned to Tianjin and stopped by to catch up. A women's normal school. Hui Yuanhong glanced sideways. As a new style institution, there were only 3 women's normal schools in the vast empire, all directly affiliated with the Imperial Academy, admitting only 100 or so freshmen each year. Those who were admitted were considered the cream of the crop, often from prestigious backgrounds, and were not people the average person could easily come into contact with. And from his father's tone, it seemed he was intentionally trying to match him with Jiang Ting. Though the two were worlds apart in both talent and background, they were clearly mismatched. But in his father's eyes, his own son was always the best. Ah Hong, get up. Come here. This is your Aunt Wu, and there's Ting Ting. When Hui Yuanhong opened the door and stepped out, everyone in the living room turned to look at him. Aunt Wu, Ting Ting. Hui Yuanhong greeted them. It's Ah Hong. Come, sit down. Seeing Hui Yuanhong, who looked full of energy after finishing his martial arts practice, Wu Xiaoxia's eyes lit up. The trace of formality on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a warm smile. Martial arts can transform a person's spirit. The former Hui Yuanhong had spent years doing hard, tedious labor and working as a laborer, causing his demeanor to grow increasingly ordinary. He walked with his shoulders hunched, like a typical laborer. However, after practicing boxing all night long recently, he achieved a transformation akin to someone who had immersed themselves in training for half a year, oblivious to the world around them. Now, he walked with an upright posture, his eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding the unique masculine aura of Baguazhang. More importantly, his martial arts skills have improved, his physique has grown stronger, and his inner confidence naturally follows, radiating outward with self-assurance. This kind of presence is the most captivating standing among a crowd. He stands out like a crane among chickens. Regarding Mr. Hua's deliberate matchmaking, Wu Xiaoxia had initially been reluctant, but due to their past strained relationship, she reluctantly agreed to let the two children interact. But upon seeing Hui Yuanhong at this moment, she was immediately captivated by the confidence that radiated from within him. Chapter 3, Open Energy. Open Energy. After sitting down and chatting for a few minutes, Aunt Wu found an excuse to leave with Mr. Hua, leaving Jiang Ting and Hui Yuanhong sitting across from each other. Long time no see. Hui Yuanhong picked up the teapot, and hot water flowed from the spout in a silver stream, filling the cup. It's been 7 years since I went to the West to study, and we haven't seen each other since. Jiang Ting, now 18, was in the prime of her youth. She smiled faintly and said, when you were only 9, you already entered the martial arts school to train. Looking at your demeanor now, you do resemble a martial artist. I suppose you've already reached the level of Ming Jin, haven't you? Training the energy, mastering the energy, cultivating the hidden energy, and transforming the energy, these are the 4 great realms of martial arts widely recognized. In Jinmen, once one has cultivated clear energy, they are already considered a master, 1 in 1,000. Whether serving as a martial arts instructor for noble families or as a leader of organizations like the Canal Gang or the Cart Drivers Guild, one could live a comfortable life. As for hidden power, that's the realm of the top-tier masters, 1 in 10,000. They can climb walls and kill without a trace, and even high-ranking officials would treat them as honored guests.
Ming Jin. I'm still a bit short, but I'm almost there. Hua Yuanhong spoke calmly.
In truth, although he had entered the martial arts school at the age of 9, he hadn't been allowed to train with the instructors until he was 19. Instead, he would return home every night, push his exhausted body to its limits, and practice martial arts for a short while. The total time he spent practicing martial arts over 10 years might not even match the time some aristocratic youths spend in just 1 or 2 months. Moreover, practicing on his own naturally yielded far less efficiency than those from prominent families who had instructors guiding them. As for proper martial arts training, he had only just begun last night. He had barely trained for a single day. Of course, given his rate of progress, he was certain to achieve the first level of internal energy today. Even the dark chi and transcendent chi, which most martial artists spend their entire lives striving for. For him, it would just take a bit more time, perhaps 2 or 3 months. If everything goes smoothly. By his 20th birthday next year, he'll at least achieve Hua Jin and become a master capable of opening his own dojo in Jinmen. Or even, he would likely have surpassed the level of transformed energy and entered the realm of a master capable of founding his own school. Of course, he hasn't reached the Ming Jin stage yet, and he's still less than a day away. He hasn't reached the Ming Jin stage yet. Jiang Ting's eyes lost most of their luster, and she looked disappointed. I heard that the 4 steps of cultivating strength before reaching the Ming Jin stage are: power originates from the roots, is controlled by the waist, erupts from the spine, and manifests through the hands. You should have already reached the 4th step, power manifesting through the hands, right?
No, I've only mastered the 2nd step.
At his age, mastering the 2nd step wasn't anything special, so Hua Yuanhong didn't hide it.
Oh. Jiang Ting couldn't help but fall silent for a moment, unsure of what to say.
Due to her childhood experiences, she admired martial arts masters and hoped that her future partner would be a martial artist who could provide her with a sense of security. When she first saw Hua Yuanhong's calm and confident demeanor, she had assumed he was already a master. But to think that even at 19, he had only mastered the 2nd step. To master the 4th step and control the Ming Jin, he'd probably have to be 30, right? By the time she reached the peak of Ming Jin, she would likely be in her 50s, with her physical condition already declining and no hope of breaking through. She would probably spend the rest of her life stuck at the Ming Jin level. And even then, she might not even be able to enter the Ming Jin realm smoothly, as the 3rd step is notoriously difficult. She might get stuck there permanently. Meanwhile, a senior she admired in the West had joined the disciples of a master of Hua Jin a year ago and, after just 1 year of training under his master, had already crossed the 4 stages of chi cultivation and fully mastered Ming Jin. It is said that he has a chance to reach the dark chi stage within 10 years and even a possibility to challenge the Hualing stage within 30 years.
Comparing the two, Jiang Ting felt deeply disappointed. I feel you might have a talent for business.
If you can focus on building a successful business, you could help your family in the future. If you're interested, you can start by getting a job at my family's shop to gain some experience.
Though disappointed, she reminded him out of consideration for their childhood friendship.
She hoped the person before her would realize this sooner and try a different path. As for Mr. Hua's desire to match the two of them, in Jiang Ting's view, it was already impossible and not worth wasting any more time on. Not only was she uninterested, but even if she had been, her elders would never have agreed.
Thank you, but no need.
I still prefer practicing martial arts,
Hua Yuanhong said calmly. After exchanging a few more polite words, the two fell into silence once again.
I have an appointment with the school this morning to handle enrollment procedures, so I'll head over first.
Let us meet again next time.
Jiang Ting stood up and said politely. Alright, take care. After seeing off this first blind date, Hua Yuanhong returned to the cramped training room. He applied a few spoonfuls of ointment and changed into a new one. He crouched slightly, his stance steady and balanced, and continued practicing against the old sandbag. Power originates from the roots, is controlled by the waist, erupts from the spine, and manifests through the hands. What he was now practicing was the 3rd step, power emanating from the spine.
Ba Ji Quan Power Training 63-100. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 64-100. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 65-100. As the panel display continuously updates, Hua Yuanhong's understanding of Bagwazang grows increasingly profound.
The spine is a bit stiff, and the force is stuck at the lumbar vertebrae, making it difficult to rise.
Try the cat-style spine activation. Hua Yuanhong got down on all fours and mimicked a cat stretching its back.
This was a method for exercising the spine that he had heard mentioned by disciples at the martial arts hall, but ordinary people must practice it under the supervision of a master to avoid injuring themselves and causing serious long-term damage. In the past, he could only figure it out on his own, so he had no chance of mastering such advanced techniques. But now things were different.
His martial arts would never regress, they would always move forward in the correct direction, meaning he didn't need to worry about making mistakes. As long as he practiced, he would inevitably see positive results. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Hua Yuanhong recalled the key points of the movements: inhale while lowering his head and arching his back, tucking in his tailbone; exhale while lifting his head and relaxing his waist, allowing his tailbone to protrude outward. Through this method, he moves the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and sacral vertebrae one segment at a time. This method of activating the small joints of the spine would take an ordinary person at least 2 or 3 months of practice to see results. However, with the principle of 1 part effort, 365 parts reward, coupled with an unwavering determination never to regress, in just 1 or 2 hours, Hua Yuanhong's spine, which was initially stiff, became extremely flexible. Let's see how it feels. This time, when Hua Yuanhong exerted force, not only were his waist and legs in perfect harmony, but his spine also tensed and relaxed like a coiling dragon, with each segment seamlessly connected. In the most efficient manner, the explosive power from the stomp and the twisting of the waist was transmitted upward to the upper body. Bang! The fist marks on the sandbag had deepened from 1 inch to 1.5 inches. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 85-100. The force flows along the spine like a dragon or snake, linking each segment together. No wonder martial artists often refer to the spine as a great dragon. The core lies in using the sequential linkage of the spine to transmit the force from the lower limbs to the upper limbs, achieving the integration of force. Hua Yuanhong gained sudden enlightenment. Now, he had mastered the first 3 steps of Baguizhang, the ground-pounding step, waist and horse stance integration, and spinal transmission. Once he connects the final step, manifesting the power through the hands, he will be able to fully unleash the external force. By then, it was already past noon. Hua Yuanhong went to the kitchen to heat up 2 steamed buns to satisfy his hunger. As he passed through the living room, he heard the voices of his father and Aunt Wu coming from inside. "Mr. Hua, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you." "What's the matter?" "I sent someone to inquire at the Jianwu Martial Arts Hall earlier. Ah Hong has been expelled from the martial arts school. Moreover, he never became a formal disciple and has been working as an apprentice all along, with no instructor willing to take him under their wing." My father remained silent for a while before speaking again. Actually, when Ah Hong told me he was doing well at the martial arts school and had become a formal disciple, I knew he was lying. I also knew that he's been lying to me all these years. He's actually been having a very hard time at the martial arts school. The gentleman swordsman he was following, I know him. Every year, I sent money over, begging the gentleman swordsman to take care of Ah Hong. Even if you couldn't take care of him, at least don't bully him too much. Brother Hua, I know you can't bear to see him suffer, but this isn't a long-term solution. In a month, the poor family won't be able to afford martial arts training anymore, and Ah Hong isn't getting any younger. You can't keep pretending forever. Aunt Wu sighed. Let Ah Hong come to terms with it. This child has always loved practicing martial arts, ever since he was a child. But I'm just a laborer, I have no ability to find him a good master. The father's voice was hoarse. All I can do is act along with him. These past few days, I found him a light job at a car repair shop. Once he's ready, he can go work there. The guys there are all old friends, and the boss is a decent guy. At least he won't be bullied. As his father's voice grew fainter, Hua Yuanhong felt a mix of emotions and silently turned to leave. After eating 2 steamed buns in the kitchen and taking a few spoonfuls of ointment, he returned to the cramped training room. Only one more step to reach the Ming Jin level. He seemed to enter a state of complete absorption, his mind clear and focused, as he swung his fists one after another, leaving imprints on the sandbag. Before the previous inch-deep imprint had a chance to settle, the next punch struck the same spot, making the imprint even deeper. 1 inch and 2. 1 inch and 3. 1 inch and 4. 1 inch and 5. The imprints grew deeper and deeper, never returning to their original state. Hua Yuanhong seemed possessed, his martial arts skills surging wildly in this state of self-forgetfulness. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 86-100. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 87-100. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 98-100. Ba Ji Quan Power Training 99-100. Ha! In an instant, Hua Yuanhong suddenly gained enlightenment, violently stomping his foot. The force generated by the collision of his foot with the ground surged upward through his waist, exploding into his spine, and then transmitted upward along his spine, which unfolded like a great dragon. At the same time, the fist tucked at his waist, driven by the power of his waist, back, and spine, thrust forward like a spear. Legs, waist, spine, arms, and fist form a straight line, the unique fierce power of the 8 extremes condensing into a single line, concentrating at a single point, and pouring out from the tip of the fist. Boom! The sandbag is struck so hard it forms a crater, exploding into pieces. Sand and stones fly everywhere, striking the walls and ground, filling the air with dust and smoke. External force. Mastered. Chapter 4, The Martial Arts Hall Master's Shock. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 1600. From this moment on, I am a true martial artist. After 10 years of arduous training, having finally reached the Ming Jin level, Hui Yuanhong felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, as if he had just experienced a liberating release. After clearing the dust from the cramped training room, he entered the nearby bathroom, took a shower, and washed away the sticky sweat and dust clinging to his body. After drying off, he changed into clean clothes and headed straight to the nearest pharmacy, where he purchased 24 external ointments and 2 jars of internal medication. This was enough for 2 years for an ordinary person, totaling $100 silver, nearly his father's entire annual income. It was truly exorbitantly expensive. Hui Yuanhong couldn't afford such a large sum, so he had no choice but to use the most precious thing he owned, a jade bracelet left to him by his mother, as collateral. He agreed to settle the medicine costs and interest within a month, after which he could retrieve the jade bracelet. He then carried the medicine to a secluded forest nearby, found a sturdy old tree, and continued his martial arts training. The sandbag was torn, so he needed to find a suitable replacement. After entering the realm of Ming Jin, the scattered martial arts knowledge I had acquired over the past decade had been completely exhausted. I didn't know if I could continue training. Hui Yuanhong cautiously threw a punch. His eyes lit up instantly. It works! When he threw that punch, he had no idea how to proceed with his training, but his mind was filled with a flood of insights. Or rather, simulation. While practicing with prior knowledge from predecessors is undeniably superior, the pace is slower, but one is still continuing to grow stronger. It's like someone who has never studied divination trying to solve a divination problem. Relying on their extraordinary talent, they manage to deduce the answer. Though their speed can't match someone who simply plugs the formula into the equation, being able to deduce it from nothing is already astonishing. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 2600. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 3600. Amidst the howling sound of his fists, Hui Yuanhong's mastery of Ming Jin was deepening at a visible pace. At first, he was not very skilled, and it took him 10 or 20 attempts before he could accidentally unleash Ming Jin once. After more than an hour, he could now produce Ming Jin once every 3 or 5 attempts. What would take an ordinary person 2 or 3 months of arduous training to master, he had nearly accomplished in just over 2 hours. The once dazzling and unattainable gentleman's sword was now within his sight. The gap between them had narrowed from 2 major realms to just 1. And the gap between them was narrowing by the second. In the time that followed, he spent all his time in the forest practicing his fist techniques, taking internal and external remedies, except for the necessary sleep. When he was thirsty, he drank water from a nearby well. When he was hungry, he ate the steamed buns he had brought with him. When the steamed buns were gone, he would go to the nearest steamed bun shop and buy 2 large bags at once, cherishing every single moment. Time passed unnoticed in this monotonous yet captivating cycle of training, eating, and sleeping. By the early morning of the second day, Hui Yuanhong's Ming Jin progress had reached 126,600, having already completely overcome the unstable initial stage of his training. Boom! 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 The dull thuds echoed intermittently through the forest. Hui Yuanhong threw himself into the training with all his might, sweating profusely, until he reached 135,600 before stopping. He picked up the water bag beside him and took a few gulps of cold water. "Young man, who is your master? You've already entered the Ming Jin stage, yet you're still practicing basic routines?" A voice drifted over, and Hui Yuanhong turned to see a middle-aged man in a long robe, exuding an air of profound depth and grandeur, clearly no ordinary person. Behind him was a young woman in a white training uniform, moving with the grace of a cat, her martial arts skills too profound to gauge, but clearly far beyond the Ming Jin realm. Hui Yuanhong recognized the two of them. Back when he hadn't yet reached the Ming Jin stage, he occasionally came here to practice boxing, and out of 10 times, he would see them 2 or 3 times. However, the middle-aged man and the young woman had never once glanced at him. He had always kept his distance to avoid unnecessary conflict. Now that he had mastered the Ming Jin, he finally had the qualifications to catch the middle-aged man's attention. "I have no master, I just practice on my own," Hui Yuanhong said. "No master?" A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, followed by a look of understanding. "No wonder. No wonder you've already solidified your internal strength but are still practicing basic boxing techniques and haven't started training the 6 great openings of Bagua." "The 6 great openings? What is that?" Hui Yuanhong had never even heard of it before. The middle-aged man, however, seemed in a good mood and smiled. "The 6 great openings are the core of the 8 extremes grand frame, divided into top, embrace, single, lift, hip, and wrap. Among them, the most ferocious is undoubtedly the top, renowned for its top hard elbow. A single elbow strike can shatter bones and sever tendons, few dare to face it head-on. Come, place your hands on me and feel the flow of my internal energy." The middle-aged man beckoned, gesturing for Hui Yuanhong to place his hands on the 2 pressure points on his body. "Thank you." Hui Yuanhong knew the man was offering to instruct him in boxing, so he didn't hesitate and placed his hands on the man's joints. "Watch closely." As the middle-aged man stomped his foot and released his power, the ground trembled slightly, leaving a deep indentation where he stood. At the same time, a violent burst of energy erupted like a dragon turning over, surging through his waist, hips, and spine before suddenly wrapping around his right arm and erupting outward with a fierce elbow strike. Crack! The old tree in front of him shook violently, and the spot where his fist landed caved in, with shattered bark flying everywhere. Impressive! Hua Yuanhong couldn't help but exclaim. The old tree he had chosen was extremely hard, having withstood 2 days of continuous strikes without showing any obvious signs of damage. Yet under the middle-aged man's elbow strike to the crown of his head, it had caved in instantly. If that had hit an ordinary person, they would have either died or suffered broken bones and torn tendons. After demonstrating the technique a few times, the middle-aged man stopped and stepped aside. Come on, try it yourself. All right. Hua Yuanhong recalled the previous sensations, stomping his feet, twisting his waist, raising his arms, and thrusting his elbows forward. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 136-600. Hua Yuanhong's eyes lit up slightly. Normally, unless it's like the initial practice of stomping one's feet, which requires a buildup of strength, it would take dozens or even hundreds of repetitions to gain a single point of experience. Don't underestimate this 1 point of experience. According to Hua Yuanhong's estimation, it was equivalent to 3 or 4 days of arduous training for an ordinary person with proper lineage and no mistakes. However, after mastering the new power generation technique of Bagwazang, a single punch immediately increased his experience by 1 point. Indeed, Hua Yuanhong was overjoyed. The progress of a martial art is a measure of one's mastery of that art. Purely relying on self-discovery and deduction, one would inevitably master everything, but it would require far more time and effort. However, by standing on the shoulders of those who came before him, he could skip the trial and error process and start practicing directly, resulting in faster progress. Master, how long do you think it will take this person to master the top hard elbow? Half a month? A month? Or 2 months? A young woman nearby asked with interest. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with him, it's just a passing interest. The middle-aged man pulled out a water bag from his waist, took a sip, and said casually. His standards were so high that if this youngster hadn't already mastered the external force at such a young age, he wouldn't even have earned a second glance. However, as one of the most renowned lethal techniques of Bagwazhang, the top hard elbow was no easy feat to master. It demanded extreme precision and fluidity in the circulation of internal energy. The slightest deviation could lead to a world of difference. Many practitioners strayed onto the wrong path without even realizing it, and without the guidance of a master, they might spend their entire lives unable to correct their mistakes. Even by his standards, if one could master it within a month, they would be considered a promising talent. Let's go. I'll come back in a few days to check on you. The middle-aged man hung the water bag on his waist, crossed his arms behind his back, and strolled leisurely toward the edge of the forest. If everything goes as planned, by the time he returns in 3 or 4 days, the young man should still be struggling to grasp the basics. If the young man maintains a proper attitude and approaches him voluntarily to seek guidance, he wouldn't hesitate to offer a few more pointers. What is there to see in a few days? The senior disciple was hailed as the greatest genius of the previous generation, and it took him 10 days to master it. Could this person be more talented than the senior disciple? The young woman chuckled. Her senior brother was the top martial artist of the previous generation at the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall, and even among the entire previous generation in Jinmen, he was undeniably the strongest. Don't set your standards so high. Your senior disciple is no ordinary person, but compared to me back in my day, he is only slightly inferior. Mentioning his senior disciple, the middle-aged man couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Over the years, he had seen countless young prodigies and even a few rare geniuses, but no matter where he placed his senior disciple, he stood out like a phoenix among chickens. Mastering the top hard elbow in 10 days was only second to his own feat of mastering it in 3 days. But who was he? Across the entire city of Jinmen, if he claimed to be the second best martial artist, no one dared to claim the first. Even though the sword-asking martial arts hall had received support from prominent families in recent years, growing increasingly powerful with masters numbering more than a handful, they still dared not challenge the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall, where he held sway. When it comes to talent in martial arts, he considers himself one of the few in the world. Oh? How long did it take your master back then? The young woman looked at him with admiration. About 3. Crack. At that moment, a series of sharp, crisp strikes interrupted their conversation. The middle-aged man and the young woman couldn't help but turn their heads to look. In their gradually stunned gazes, a clear indentation from an elbow appeared on the old tree in front of Hua Yuanhong. Top of the head elbow. It worked. Chapter 5. 3 days apart, and one must look upon them with new eyes. How long has it been? Just a few words, and he's mastered the top hard elbow? Even Li Shuxing, the legendary master of the 8 extremes fist renowned as the Divine Gun, couldn't help but question his own abilities at that moment. Master, you mentioned earlier, how long did it take you to master the top hard elbow? The young woman couldn't help but ask. Li Shuxing fell silent for a moment, his hands behind his back, his expression calm as he looked up at the sky. 3 sentences worth of time. This young man is quite talented, he's almost as good as his master back then. 3 sentences worth of time? The young woman looked at her master with suspicion. From the shape of his mouth, she was certain he had said sky. But then she thought again. Her master was the renowned Li Shuxing, the divine gun. Even the seemingly ordinary young man could be trained to perform the top of the head elbow in just a few words. If her master had been just a bit faster. It should be. That would make sense, right? Ha! At that moment, the young woman saw the middle-aged man flash a smile of a seasoned master and begin to walk toward Hui Yuanhong. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, "Master, you're not going to take him as your disciple, are you?" "What? Isn't this youngster good enough to be your disciple?" Li Shuxing chuckled. "Of course not. In terms of talent, he's more than sufficient." The young woman shook her head but hesitated. But the rules of the Jin Men Martial Arts Association have been set. No martial arts schools are allowed to recruit from humble backgrounds. If we break the rules, we might provoke a backlash from everyone. He's worth it. Looking at Hui Yuanhong's profile, Li Shuxing's eyes were filled with admiration he couldn't hide. Such a promising martial arts disciple shouldn't be held back by family background. I'll take the pressure from the Martial Arts Association on myself. The young woman fell silent, knowing she couldn't persuade her master. After all, the talent of this young man before her was simply too extraordinary. So exceptional that her master was willing to defy the Martial Arts Association and the powerful plans behind it to take him under his wing. But, is it really worth it? The young woman sighed silently. She understood that this young man was exceptionally talented, and if given 2 or 3 decades to grow, his future achievements might even surpass those of his master. But in this world, the ban on martial arts in poor families is an unstoppable trend. Anyone standing against it is like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Even the powerful Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall couldn't hold out for long against the combined forces of the major clans and martial arts schools. To pay such a huge price just to allow this young man to train for another year or 2. Is it worth it? At that moment, Li Shuxing had already approached Hui Yuanhong and smiled as he spoke. "Young man, you seem to have some natural talent. Are you interested in becoming my disciple at the Xinjiang Martial Arts School?" Xinjiang Li Shuxing. Hearing this name, Hui Yuanhong's heart trembled. This was a living legend, a master of both fists and guns. His fists had never been defeated. His gun had never been defeated. The instructor at the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, whom he had once sought to apprentice under, paled in comparison like a firefly next to the moon. Even if the 5 masters of the Wenchuan Martial Arts Academy were to attack him together, they would dare not claim that Li Shuxing could not defeat them all before exhausting his strength. If he were to become his disciple, he wouldn't have to spend years slowly mastering the advanced techniques of the 8 extremes fist, such as the external and internal forces, or the even higher levels of transformation. He could also obtain better internal and external medicinal formulas much more easily. This would save him half the time and allow him to master greater power at a much faster pace. If he had only a 20-30% chance of defeating the gentleman's sword in the grand competition before, now he has an 80% chance. But more importantly, recalling the conversation between his father and Aunt Wu that afternoon, a long-suppressed emotion surged within Hui Yuanhong. His father had always known that he had been struggling at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, working hard for 10 years without being able to become a disciple of any master. He also knew that he had been lying to him, telling him that life at the martial arts school was good and that he had a chance to become a core disciple. But if he could become a core disciple of the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall under the tutelage of Li Shuxing, surpassing even the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, the genius sun image he had fabricated would finally become reality. Father. He must finally be able to hold his head high. Hui Yuanhong pays respects to his master. Hui Yuanhong had no doubt about the identity of the man before him. After all, the last person who dared to impersonate Li Shuxing didn't even have grass growing on his grave. Good. 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 Li Shuxing repeated the word 3 times, his face glowing with genuine joy. From now on, you are my 6th disciple, Li Shuxing. Come, this is your 5th senior sister, Fang Yu, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Jinmen. If you ever need money, go to her. Senior sister. Hui Yuanhong stepped forward to pay his respects. The young woman looked a bit helpless, but since her master had already made the decision, she didn't dare to say much. She reached for her waist but realized she hadn't brought her wallet. Instead, she removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it over. Here, take this as a token of my senior sister's goodwill. Thank you, senior sister. Hui Yuanhong accepted it graciously, thanked his senior sister, then turned to Li Shuxing and said, Master, my original apprentice status should still be at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall. I wonder if, over the past few days, he hadn't received any dismissal letter from the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, and when he went to the hall to inquire, no one bothered to respond. That scoundrel from the Junzi Sword School hadn't even bothered to treat him as a disciple, let alone instruct someone to handle the formalities of removing his status. It's no big deal. Li Shuxing clapped his hands, and from behind the nearby bushes emerged an elderly man dressed in the attire of a manager from the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall. He moved silently, like a ghost. This is Old Su, who's been with me for decades. He'll take you to the Sword Martial Arts Hall to retrieve your identity records. Thank you, Master. Hui Yuanhong thanked him and quickly followed the old manager onto a rickshaw, heading toward the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall where he had spent the past 10 years. The rickshaw driver drove quickly, and after just over a minute, the two arrived at the large golden signboard. They had arrived. Hui Yuanhong got off the rickshaw and followed the old manager into the familiar Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall. The arrival of a manager from the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall was a rare occurrence for the people inside the hall, naturally drawing a lot of attention. However, whether they were the disciples guarding the entrance or the skilled martial artists patrolling the area, they all instinctively stepped aside when the old manager glanced at them, as if they had been bewitched. Thus, the two made their way unimpeded to the archives room where the identity records were kept and retrieved the necessary documents. Hey, look, isn't that the apprentice from your old courtyard? What was his name again? As they were leaving, someone recognized Hui Yuanhong from a distance and hurriedly informed the newly arrived Junzi Jian. The one beside him, judging by his attire, he seems to be from the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall. Junzi Jian's gaze swept past Hui Yuanhong without lingering, landing directly on the manager named Lao Su, who was wearing the attire of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall. This man sure knows how to climb the social ladder. Just expelled from the martial arts school by his senior brother, and now he's already attached himself to another school's manager. Someone nearby chuckled. Let us go. There is nothing worth seeing here. Junzi Jian withdrew his gaze and spoke indifferently. He had never regarded this apprentice as worthy of his attention, even if the latter had managed to climb his way up to become the manager of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, or even to associate with a master of the Hua Jin level. Back then, before he joined the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, he had also tried out at the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall and was noticed by several Huatian masters, who all vied to take him as a disciple. However, he was born with a proud and arrogant nature, believing that Hualing was not his limit. He refused to be bound by ordinary masters who had only reached the Hualing realm and instead sought to join the ranks of those who had surpassed it. While the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall was renowned as the strongest martial arts school, the only individual who had transcended the Hualing realm was Li Shuxing. Seeing that he couldn't catch Li Shuxing's eye, he turned to the master of the Asking Sword Martial Arts School, a master who, though inferior to Li Shuxing, had also transcended the level of Hua Jin. At this point, Hui Yuanhong had completed all the necessary procedures and had his name completely removed from the roster of the Wenchuan Martial Arts Academy. True disciple, it's getting late. I'll escort you to the martial arts school first. The elderly manager, Old Su, said. Thank you for your trouble. Hui Yuanhong said. True disciple? Upon hearing this title, the gentleman's sword, who had just turned around and taken a few steps, suddenly halted in his tracks. He swiftly turned back to face the elderly manager dressed in the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall's attire, as well as Hui Yuanhong, whom he had been ignoring all along. His eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. Chapter 6, Entering the Hall. The Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall has only one master, Li Shuxing. And only the master's disciples, that is, Li Shuxing's disciples, can be called true disciples. But how is that possible? The gentleman's sword looked on in disbelief. After all, with his extraordinary talent, he hadn't even caught Li Shuxing's eye back then. This lowly peasant, whom he had never taken seriously, how could he suddenly become Li Shuxing's disciple? Perhaps I heard wrong, or maybe, this peasant is Li Shuxing's illegitimate son? He would rather believe that Hui Yuanhong was admitted into the school because of his connection to Li Shuxing than accept that this man, whom he had once discarded like trash, could have earned his way into the Divine Spear School through his own abilities. Otherwise, if it wasn't due to family connections, given Li Shuxing's discerning eye, he would have at least recruited a genius with potential to master the Hua Jin technique, even if not an unparalleled prodigy. During his tenure, if he had truly let such a prodigy slip away and allowed another martial arts school to snatch him up, the news would undoubtedly reach the higher-ups in the school, who would deem him incapable of discerning talent and a liability for future leadership of the school. Moreover, was Li Shuxing's true disciple really only someone with potential to reach the Hua Jin realm? Thinking of this, the gentleman's sword's expression grew even more grim. Losing a genius with potential to reach the Huatian realm is already troublesome enough. If he were to lose an unparalleled prodigy who could surpass the Huatian realm in the future, he would become a laughingstock in the entire martial arts world, a stain he could never erase from his reputation. The entire Wenchuan martial arts school would also be disgraced and reduced to a laughingstock. Junzi Jian could already envision the furious expression of his master, the head of the martial arts school. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this peasant have better talent than me? Junzi Jian glared intently at Hui Yuanhong, wanting to step forward and demand an explanation, but he restrained himself out of concern for his aloof image in front of his fellow disciples. Investigate. He would mobilize his family's resources to investigate thoroughly. The Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall was located in the most bustling area of Jinmen, covering a vast expanse of land. Two large stone lions stood at the entrance, exuding an air of grandeur. It was about a half-hour rickshaw ride from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall. Upon arrival, the old manager first took Hui Yuanhong to register and familiarize him with the martial arts school's complex layout, which was full of twists and turns, to prevent him from getting lost in the future. Soon, Hui Yuanhong found himself holding 2 sets of gray training uniforms and a newly engraved token. As a direct disciple of Li Shuxing, he not only didn't have to pay tuition fees but also received a monthly living allowance of 100 silver dollars. This was no less than the income of a middle-class family with a shop in the bustling city, and 10 times more than what his father earned after a month of hard work. Hui Yuanhong felt for the first time how easy it was to make money once you had status and connections. 3 days apart, and everything is changed. 3 days ago, he was just an unnoticed apprentice at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, casually expelled from the door, with nowhere to go. Now, 3 days later, he was the true disciple of the Divine Gun Martial Arts School, receiving the attention of the top martial artist in Jinmen. With a faint sense of accomplishment, Hui Yuanhong changed into the training uniform issued by the martial arts school and followed the old manager to the area where martial arts were practiced. Master. Entering a spacious training room, Hui Yuanhong once again saw Li Shuxing, who had been waiting there for some time. Your spirit is good. After appraising Hui Yuanhong's upright posture in his training attire, Li Shuxing nodded approvingly and tossed him an iron plaque. This is the medicine token from Huichun Hall. Feel free to take any medicine needed for the Ming Jin stage. It's all on your senior sister's tab, so don't be stingy, Li Shuxing said with a smile. Looking at the medicine token in his hand, Hui Yuanhong's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed most at the moment. Since entering the Ming Jin stage, the medicine he had been buying from the pharmacy was clearly insufficient, unable to keep up with the rapid transformation of his body. As early as 2 days ago, he had been feeling constantly hungry, and the hunger grew worse with each practice session. He had consulted the herbalist at the pharmacy, who explained that this was a symptom of training too quickly, with nourishment and replenishment failing to keep pace with consumption. It was like someone engaging in intense exercise until their body was covered in muscles, but without adequate nutrition, leading to severe depletion over time and irreversible internal injuries. At the time, he had already mortgaged his family's jade bracelet to afford the medicine for the qi cultivation stage. How could he possibly afford the even more expensive ointment for the Ming Jin stage? He could only make do with the qi cultivation stage ointment and continue training. And now, with the medicine prescription his master gave him, he no longer needs to worry about his body being depleted during the Ming Jin stage and can train with peace of mind. Alright, while there's still time, I'll teach you some real techniques today. Ba Ji Quan originated from spear techniques. The fist techniques and elbow techniques are also derived from spear techniques. When mastered to a high level, one can achieve the realm of spear and elbow unity, where the elbow strikes like a spear, with immense penetrating power. During practice, you must also train with a long gun. As he spoke, Li Shuxing took a white wax gun from the weapons rack beside him, about 1.5 times the height of a person. This type of white wax gun is made from the wood of white wax trees aged between 15 and 20 years, soaked in tung oil for 7 days, with shark skin wrapped around the gun shaft for anti-slip and shock-absorbing effects. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, the tip of the spear resting 3 inches below your navel. Grip the rear third of the gun barrel with your right hand, and lightly support the front section with your left hand. Keep your elbows lowered, aligned with the center of your chest. Li Shuxing explained in detail, demonstrating the gun-holding posture. Suddenly, he uttered a low grunt, stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and the white wax gun in his hand twisted with his hips, suddenly thrusting forward. Whoosh! A faint sound echoed as the gun tip pierced through the stacked sheets of xian paper on the wall, then withdrew smoothly like flowing water. After Li Shuxing withdrew the gun, Hui Yuanhong examined the pierced xian paper closely and was astonished to discover the 10 layers of xian paper, which would tear easily with just a slight pull, had only a smooth gun muzzle cross-section from the inside out, with no signs of tearing caused by force. It seemed as though it had not been pierced by a gun, but rather carved out with a chisel, leaving a smooth, flat hole. What an astonishing level of control! The force was completely concentrated at a single point, with not a single ounce of energy escaping. When practicing with the gun, you must coordinate your breathing with the Bagua breathing technique. Simply put, it involves making 2 sounds, hum and ha. When you stomp your foot and generate force, exhale through your nose while making a hum sound. When you retract the gun, inhale through your mouth and relax with a ha sound. This foundational practice for the foot stomping spear thrust requires 200 repetitions daily. When you can create ripples like water, you've reached the first level. If the top 3 layers of rice paper show no extra tears, you've achieved a basic mastery. Hui Yuanhong listened with rapt attention, finally having the opportunity to learn such martial arts secrets, filling his heart with joy. Your potential is decent, but remember not to become arrogant or impatient. Back in my day, I mastered the external force at a young age and achieved internal force by 20. You must work even harder and more diligently to hope to catch up with your master's footsteps. Master, rest assured. Your disciple will work twice as hard. After demonstrating a few times, Li Shuxing handed the white wax gun to Hui Yuanhong and walked away with his hands behind his back. So fast? Why not teach him a little longer? Outside the door, senior sister Fan Yu asked curiously. Let him practice on his own first. It'll help him understand the difference between advanced techniques and the superficial methods taught outside, so he won't get arrogant. Oh? What did you teach him? Paper piercing. What? Paper piercing? The technique that the senior disciple practiced until he ruined several rooms full of paper and was nearly driven to despair? You're having a newcomer try it without any foundation? Fan Yu was dumbfounded. What's so special about that? When I first started learning, your great-grandmaster taught me the same thing. He was just trying to intimidate me. Li Shuxing walked out with his hands behind his back, speaking leisurely. In the end, I didn't ask anyone for help. I mastered it in just 5 days and could create water ripples. That was only half a month faster than your master. Thinking back to his master's brilliant expression from back then, even after decades had passed, Li Shuxing couldn't help but smile faintly. This was also an old tradition of their lineage. When apprentices first joined the school, the master would always give them a taste of their skills to test their abilities. But after so many times, accidents were bound to happen, such as when his master took him as a disciple. Fortunately, Li Shuxing was highly skilled, and no matter how talented his disciples were, they could never match his own abilities from his younger days, so he had never made a mistake. The elbow technique earlier was an accident. After all, this youngster has been practicing Baguizhang for 10 years, so his foundation is solid, and it makes sense that he mastered it so quickly. But this paper piercing technique, the youngster had never encountered it before. He'll have something to practice on. Li Shuxing smiled slightly, then got into the car, and Fan Yu hurried to follow. Master, please go easy on him. Don't be too harsh on the young disciple. After all, not everyone is as gifted and brilliant as you are. Don't worry, your master knows better than to hold him to the same standards I had back then. Li Shuxing chuckled. In the path of martial arts, arrogance is indeed unwise, but lacking confidence is even more troublesome. Moderation is key. Let the youngster know there are always those more skilled than him. After practicing all afternoon and still not getting the hang of it, the youngster should understand the gap. I'll go see him again tomorrow morning and start teaching him from the beginning. Huff! Gripping the heavy spear, Hui Yuanhong assumed a stance, mimicking the movements of kicking the ground, twisting his waist, and thrusting forward. SSSHHHH. The sheets of xian paper hanging on the wall were torn apart by the gun tip, fluttering down, with most of them falling to the ground. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 143-600. Again. Hui Yuanhong remained undeterred. After digesting the insights gained from that strike, he charged forward once more. Rip! This time, although the xian paper was still torn apart, the tearing was much less severe than before, with only half of it being torn off. Continue. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 144-600. Hui Yuanhong paused for a moment, adjusted his stance, and struck again. Rip! This time, only 3 sheets of xian paper were torn off and fell to the ground. The remaining 7 sheets were torn, but the tears were not as severe as before and could still hang on the wall without falling. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 145-600. For the next while, Hui Yuanhong remained there, delivering each strike, pausing to absorb the technique, then delivering another strike, and repeating the process. Almost every strike showed significant improvement over the previous one. Before long, he was able to avoid tearing any of the xian paper off the wall. This meant he had begun to gather his strength and glimpse the essence of this training method. Continue. After gulping down the tea beside him and taking a few bites of the ointment prepared by his master for the Ming Jin stage, Hui Yuanhong once again picked up the large spear and began a new round of thrusting practice. At this point, the training room was already covered with brand new sheets of rice paper. These had been hurriedly replaced by the hall attendants during the brief break for eating and drinking. A total of 10 attendants were waiting outside to attend to him alone. This was the treatment reserved for the master's direct disciple. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sound of the gun tip tearing through the air echoed continuously within the training hall, accompanied by the tearing sound of the xian paper being pierced. As evening approached, with a single thrust of his spear, the rice paper centered around the tip of the spearhead rippled outward, forming visible waves, much like the ripples created when a stone is thrown into water. He had mastered the art. Chapter 7, Father. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 196-600. No wonder it's the top martial arts school. The techniques are so difficult to master. Just this basic training method took me nearly an entire afternoon to finally get the hang of it, and I'm still too slow. To reach mastery, it might take a full 2 days. Master will probably be disappointed when he sees this. I wonder how long it took the master to reach mastery, but since I can already feel the Ming Jin, 2 days should be enough to master it, right? No, I need to practice more. I'll practice 3 more hours tonight. Diligence makes up for lack of talent. The early bird catches the worm. Before tomorrow, I'll aim to pierce 3 layers of paper without breaking it, reaching the level of minor mastery. I can't let my master down too much. Hua Yuanhong felt a strong sense of crisis rising within him. In this world, how could there be a master like him, whose cultivation speed was faster than his own, despite his reputation for 1 part effort yielding 365 parts reward? We must work even harder and more diligently. Practice. Keep practicing. As long as you don't die, keep pushing yourself to the limit. Hua Yuanhong endured the aching muscles in his body, straightened his back, and continued practicing over and over again. From the moment he entered the martial arts school, his standards had always been set on matching his master, the top martial artist in Tianjin. In the martial arts school, not only were there established training methods to follow, but all his basic needs, food, clothing, and lodging, were taken care of. He could focus solely on training. Compared to practicing aimlessly outside, his progress was not just a few steps ahead, it was leaps and bounds. Time slipped away unnoticed in this state of complete immersion. By the time the sun was setting, the progress on the panel had changed to 8 extremes fist Ming Jin 209600. Compared to midday, it had increased by 60 or 70 points, matching the gains from a full day of relentless training. At this rate, it would only take another 3 or 4 days for him to master the Ming Jin stage. Seeing that it was getting late, Hua Yuanhong sheathed his gun and went to the accounts office to collect this month's $100 silver in living allowance. Such a large sum was nearly equivalent to his father's wages for an entire year of hard work, so he decided to take it first for peace of mind. After receiving the money, he purchased a white wax gun, 6 boxes of xian paper stacked high, and a set of protective gear for joint protection during training at the martial arts hall. He hired several laborers to help move everything back home. It cost $61 silver. This was already a 40% discount due to his status as a true disciple. Martial arts are a bottomless pit. Hua Yuanhong truly understood the meaning of this saying. The cost of these weapons alone was equivalent to his father's wages for half a year. Moreover, even the specially treated white wax guns would wear out constantly during practice, requiring a new one every month, with the cheapest costing $36 silver each. Xian paper was an even more consumable item, with roughly 2 boxes used up in a single night of practice. This meant that even if 3 or 4 rickshaw pullers like his father worked tirelessly, they would struggle to afford the cost of the equipment alone. Not to mention that the meager earnings of ordinary people are carefully calculated, leaving them barely enough to survive, with little left over. After covering daily expenses, there is little left, and saving $5 or $10 silver in a year is already considered decent. To afford $61 silver for equipment, one would have to save for an unknown number of years. Fortunately, as a true disciple, all expenses within the martial arts school were covered by the school, and the necessary tonics and secret medicines could be obtained directly from the revitalization hall. The only expenses were for bringing equipment out of the school. There's $39 silver left. I'll use them to improve my diet. That's about $1 silver a day, which should allow me to eat quite well, with meat and fish every meal. As he left the martial arts school, Hua Yuanhong caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Ha! He paused slightly, feeling that the figure resembled his father, but the distance was too great, and it was only a fleeting glance, making it hard to confirm. By the time he pushed his way forward to take a closer look, the person had already disappeared into the crowd and was nowhere to be found. I must have seen it wrong. Hua Yuanhong shook his head slightly. His father had been away for several days, even staying out late at night, and he had no idea what he was busy with. Fortunately, with the monthly subsidy of $100 silver from the martial arts school, his family could now live comfortably, and his father no longer had to work so hard. Master! Hua's father carefully bowed his head, leading a manager from the Shinchi martial arts school to the rickshaw. After the man had seated himself, he pulled the cart and began to run. The manager was so fat he looked like a ball, extremely heavy. One person weighed as much as 2. Hua's father had to pull quickly yet smoothly, which was quite strenuous. Soon, his short shirt was soaked through with sweat. Ah, today I've finally come across something extraordinary. The martial arts school has gained a true disciple, and old Su has been keeping it a secret, refusing to reveal his real name. Judging by his appearance, he's pretty young, probably not even 20 yet. Hua's father pretended not to hear the fat manager's mutterings and continued to pull the cart with all his strength. He had been chosen by the fat manager to pull the cart because of his tight lips. He never said a word he shouldn't. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Not even 20 years old. That's about the same age as Ahong. And he's already the master's true disciple. What a prodigious talent he must be. If only his son Ahong could. If he had even a tenth of this disciple's talent, he would be satisfied. Master, I've finally managed to scrape together the last bit of money. I wonder when my son's position will be decided. He waited until the plump manager had stopped thinking about it before cautiously asking. In recent days, he had been running around trying to secure a position for his son. Among the jobs available at the carriage house, the most coveted was undoubtedly that of the rickshaw driver for the Divine Gun Martial Arts Academy. Not only did it only require 2 round trips a day, making it quite easy, but the wages were also quite generous, with a full $10 silver a month. However, such a good job naturally attracted many applicants, and even Hua's father couldn't secure a permanent position. But for the sake of his son, he went to great lengths to curry favor with a manager at the martial arts school, hoping he could put in a good word. As the powerful manager of the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, even the local police chief had to treat him with respect. In the eyes of Hua's father and even the former Hua Yuanhong, he was a figure of great influence, and arranging such a minor matter was no trouble at all. Old Hua, you know that after the martial arts ban was issued, many people couldn't join the martial arts school anymore, so they started seeking various jobs at the school. After all, even if it's just driving a cart or cooking for the martial arts school, it's still better than nothing, and as long as you don't make mistakes, it's almost like a steady job. Hearing the manager's words, Hua's father felt an uneasy premonition. According to past custom, the price for securing a good position was 1.5 years' wages, which amounted to 180 silver dollars. But if too many people competed for it, the price would likely rise. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the manager on the cart spoke slowly. So, you see, the more people compete for it, the more valuable the position becomes. Now it's 360 silver dollars per position. 360 silver dollars. Hua's father froze in shock. Such a large sum of money, he wouldn't even be able to scrape it together by selling himself. After all, even to come up with 180 silver dollars, he had to swallow his pride and borrow 160 from Wu Xiaoxia. Now it had jumped to 360 silver dollars. How could he possibly come up with that? 360 silver dollars is the current price. In another month, it'll probably go up by another 20%. Old Hua, you'd better think this through. If you can't come up with the money, just sell your house. The manager sat in the rickshaw, enjoying the evening breeze, speaking slowly. If it comes to that, I can let you owe me my 2% commission for now. Consider it a loan, to be repaid within 2 years. Just give me the interest. Sell the house. Mr. Hua fell silent. That old house, though dilapidated and infested with cockroaches during certain seasons, was the family's foundation in Tianjin. Generations of the family had relied on that house to carry on the family line, and no one had ever dared to sell it, no matter how poor or difficult life became. Before his father passed away, the last words he said to him were to take good care of the family home and honor the ancestors. That evening, after sending the house manager home, Hua's father sat in the corner of the alley, pulled out the tobacco pipe hidden under the car, rolled a few leaves inside, lit it, and smoked slowly. He couldn't afford tobacco leaves and hadn't smoked in nearly 10 years. When he couldn't stand it anymore, he would roll a few leaves to satisfy his craving. The money he saved on tobacco was meant for a hong. As the sky grew darker, fewer people remained on the streets and alleys, and the area gradually grew quiet. Only Hua's father remained, sitting beside the rickshaw, slowly puffing on his pipe. A few withered leaves curled in the embers, then fell as ash with a gentle tap of the pipe. He remained silent until the sun set, as still as the old, hard, smelly stone in the alley corner. I'm old now. Looking at the blurry, hunched shadow reflected in the puddle, Hua's father murmured. Back then, he had been like a hong young, full of vitality, and brimming with energy. But after years of pulling a rickshaw, his back could no longer straighten, and his hair had turned white. Ah Hong must not end up like him, toiling all his life, leaving behind a body riddled with illness, and spending his days bowing and scraping for others. Even if he couldn't amount to much, at least he had the job as a rickshaw driver at the Xinjiang Martial Arts School, which would allow him to eat and wear warm clothes, and live a relatively easy life. As for the future, without the old house, how could he carry on the family line? As long as Ah Hong is happy, that's enough. That's enough. Muttering to himself, the father, hunched over, slowly walked toward the direction of home. His silhouette stretched long and thin in the dim evening sunlight. Chapter 8, Rapid Progress. On the way home, Hua Yuanhong first stopped by the Huichun Hall, pulled out the medicine prescription his master had given him, and took 9 jars of internal ointment and 36 packets of external ointment. This was the usual amount for someone practicing the Ming Jin level for 3 years. But for him, it would only take 3 days to absorb it all. I'll put this on my senior sister's tab for now. I'll repay her once I have the money. These supplies will be enough to sustain my training until I reach the peak of the Mingjing realm. Unfortunately, it's said that once you reach the peak of the Mingjing realm, the physical demands become even more intense, and you'll need the Crimson Lotus ointment to replenish your body. But such top-tier ointments are rare even among aristocratic families, with production quantities being pitifully low. The Huichun Hall doesn't even have any. Speaking of which, I heard from the manager that in a few days, the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall will have a small competition with other martial arts halls, and the prize for first place is Crimson Lotus ointment. After grabbing a large supply of medicines for the Ming Jin stage, Hua Yuanhong headed to the nearby vegetable market and bought a large barrel of sesame oil, 5 pounds of glass noodles, 2 pounds of eggs, 2 pounds of premium pork belly, and 5 slightly tender cabbages. Silver dollars were still quite valuable back then. 1 silver dollar could buy 30 pounds of rice or 8 pounds of ordinary pork. Buying all these items cost a total of 2 silver dollars, which was roughly equivalent to his father's income for 6 or 7 days. That was expensive. But he was sick of eating crabs. In the past, he couldn't afford vegetables and had to survive on crabs he found in the river. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to improve his diet. When he returned to the old, cramped house, his father hadn't arrived yet. Huo Yuanhong carried the bags into the kitchen. He sliced a piece of pork belly into thin slices and fried them until the oil sizzled. He washed a cabbage, tore it into pieces, and added it to the pot, then grabbed a handful of glass noodles and threw them in as well. Soon, a large pot of pork, cabbage, and glass noodles was ready. The aroma of the meat filled the entire kitchen, wafting out into the living room and bedrooms. At that moment, his father still hadn't returned, so Huo Yuanhong first covered the glass noodles in the pot and went to the small, cramped training room. The room was empty. The old sandbag had been broken, and he hadn't had the money to replace it. But now, he no longer needed the punching bag. He had developed a more advanced training method and no longer needed to endure the physical strain of hitting the sandbag or tree stumps as he had done before. Instead, he could use the relatively gentler yet more efficient method of thrusting a long spear through paper to refine his control over his strength. Soon, Huo Yuanhong had set up the cushioning layer on the wall and hung 10 layers of xian paper neatly. After putting on joint-protecting wrist, knee, and leg guards, he picked up the white wax spear propped nearby and assumed a fighting stance. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. As his chest rose and fell rhythmically, feeling the breath enter through his throat and exit through his nostrils, Huo Yuanhong's mind gradually calmed down. The events of the day played back in his mind, flowing like a stream. Li Shuxing, senior sister, the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, the practice method with the paper target, collecting money, buying meat. When life is good, one should enjoy it to the fullest, but it's not time to be complacent yet. The treatment I'm receiving now, though seemingly far better than before, is still just like a floating leaf on water. If one day, my master can't withstand the pressure from the martial arts industry and other martial arts schools, everything we have now will be reduced to nothing. Relying on mountains, mountains may collapse. Relying on water, water may dry up. For martial artists, the only thing they can truly rely on is their own fists and feet, and the gun in their hands. Before you've grown strong, you can use your natural talent and potential to leverage your masters and the martial arts school's influence to buy time. But you must never succumb to this false sense of security. Instead, you must work twice as hard and strive twice as much. Do not be arrogant, do not be impatient. Washing away the restlessness brought by his once soaring ambitions, Huo Yuanhong's heart grew utterly clear. The scenery before his eyes seemed to vanish, leaving only the spear in his hands and the paper at its tip. Focus. Passion. The spear thrusts forward. No regrets. Whoosh. The spearhead whistled through the air, piercing the xian paper on the wall, creating a visible ripple on the surface. But unlike before, this time, the sound was no longer the familiar swoosh but a brief swoosh followed by the tearing sound of the paper being ripped apart. He drew back the gun. Stepping forward to inspect, he saw that the outer sheet of paper had only a smooth hole pierced by the gun tip, with no excess damage from the force escaping. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 210-600. You've made further progress, Huo Yuanhong said. Compared to the rippling waves he had created in the evening at the martial arts hall, being able to pierce the outermost layer of xian paper without any extra damage was undoubtedly another breakthrough. This marked a milestone step toward the third layer of xian paper remaining intact, a goal of minor achievement. I wonder how much stronger I am now compared to before. Huo Yuanhong was curious. When he was training his strength, he used a gun, but what he was really practicing was the top heart elbow, or more accurately, using the vibrations and tremors of the gun to clearly demonstrate the circulation of internal strength within his body. Of course, on the other hand, in Bagui Zheng, the gun and elbow or one elbow techniques are gun techniques, and gun techniques are elbow techniques. Why not try it on that old tree again? What's the difference compared to before practicing piercing the rice paper? Huo Yuanhong approached the old tree near his residence, burst forward with a stomp, and thrust his elbow forward. Crack! On the old tree, a new indentation half an inch deep appeared, more than twice as deep as the shallow indentation left earlier. It's gotten much stronger. Huo Yuanhong couldn't help but show his genuine joy, but he didn't let it go to his head. He quickly composed himself again. Keep going. Keep training. I haven't become the top martial artist in Jinmen yet. I'm not strong enough to defeat the gentleman's sword. The path of martial arts is still long, and we must keep striving. There are only 26 days left until the grand competition to defeat the gentleman's sword. Back at home, Huo Yuanhong picked up his spear, stood in a stable stance, bowed his body, lowered his waist, stomped his feet, and burst forward. Whoosh! 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 One sheet after another of xian paper was pierced and shredded by the gun tip, replaced with fresh sheets. As the supply of xian paper in the box dwindled, Huo Yuanhong's mastery of the Ming Jin technique improved at an astonishing rate. Rapid progress. He continued to train with such intensity that he eventually became so hungry his stomach growled, and his vision began to blur. Only then did he finally emerge from his trance-like state. Hungry. So hungry. This method of practicing by piercing the paper seemed to require little physical effort, but in reality, it demanded an extremely high level of control over one's body, coordination, and mental focus to gather and channel the force effectively. During practice, every part of the body is tense, requiring concentration to direct and control the of every ounce of strength.
This was extremely taxing on both physical and mental energy, which is why hunger set in so quickly.
Looking out the window, it was already dark. Father hasn't arrived yet.
Hua Yuanhong walked into the kitchen, served himself a large bowl of pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles, sat down at the octagonal table, and began to eat heartily.
He was starving. The ointment from Hui Chen Tang could quickly replenish the energy expended during training, ensuring the body didn't become depleted.
However, the hunger caused by an empty stomach was very real. As the pork, cabbage, and glass noodles went down his throat, the gradual fullness in his stomach brought a sense of satisfaction that even the finest delicacies could not match. When you're starving, even a steamed bun tastes delicious, let alone what he was eating now, which was far better than a steamed bun.
Finally, no more crabs.
Hua Yuanhong sighed with satisfaction, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his stomach.
In Jinmen, crabs picked up from the river were an inescapable part of life for the lower classes, a symbol of poverty. After eating crabs for over a decade, he couldn't even look at them without feeling sick. Tonight, he had finally fulfilled his wish. He could now eat pork belly to his heart's content without having to touch those crabs he had grown to despise. After finishing the noodles, he picked up the bowl and drank the remaining meat broth in one gulp, then wiped his lips with a satisfied smile. Delicious. If only his father were here, it would be even better. Knowing his achievement, his father would surely be proud. After finishing his meal, Hua Yuanhong took a quick glance at the transparent panel. 8 Extremes Fist External Power 227-600. The practice with the spear before dinner had increased his progress by 17 points. In a state of complete focus, progress is indeed faster. He was getting closer to the small achievement level. Putting down his chopsticks, Hua Yuanhong slowly began practicing the health-preserving. It's not advisable to practice the spear after eating, but time shouldn't be wasted either. This set of gentle qigong postures is just what's needed.
On the other hand, after practicing the gun for so long, his body was already quite tired, and the health-preserving stance was just what he needed to relax a bit. After practicing for about 2 rounds, there was finally some noise outside the door. Thud, thud, thud. The familiar footsteps grew louder, followed by the jingling sound of a key being fumbled for, then the metallic scrape of the key turning in the lock. With a click, the heavy security door swung open. Father had finally arrived. Chapter 9, Mastering the External Form. Dad, you're back. Hua Yuanhong smiled as he brought out a half-empty pot of cabbage, pork, and glass noodle soup from the kitchen. I have some good news to share with you. I've become a disciple of the legendary Li Shuxing, the divine gun of Tianjin. Yes, the very same one known as the first of Tianjin. Before, I was just lying to you. I know you've been playing along with me, but this time it's the real deal. Look, here's my identity token, and the living allowance I received. As he spoke, Hua Yuanhong pushed a large bag of silver coins toward his father, his face beaming with joy. Joined the disciples of the divine gun Li Shuxing? Hua's father heard this, paused for a moment, then understood. Ah Hong is lying to him again. It must be because the story about the sword-seeking martial arts hall couldn't be continued. He must have heard somewhere that the master of the divine gun martial arts hall had recently taken on a new disciple, so he made up a new story. Excellent. I knew Ah Hong was a genius. He managed to convince Li Shuxing to poach a disciple from another school. Hua's father played along enthusiastically. After years of rehearsing this scene, he quickly got into character. He glanced at the identity token, first showing the awkwardness of being exposed in the previous act, then quickly shifting to surprise, relief, and emotion. He thought to himself, this identity card is quite well made. The material is actually quite good. Where did these silver coins come from? Could Ah Hong have pawned the jade bracelet? Dad, you don't have to pull the card anymore. With my monthly allowance of $100 silver, we can eat meat every meal and no longer have to eat crabs. Hua Yuanhong smiled and forcefully stuffed $30 silver into his father's hands, keeping 7 for himself as a backup. No, Dad doesn't need that much money. Hua's father refused repeatedly, but eventually couldn't resist Hua Yuanhong's insistence and reluctantly accepted the $30 silver. Well, let's just consider it savings for Ah Hong's dowry, so he won't spend it all recklessly. Hua's father thought to himself. That night, the old Hua family finally didn't have to eat the crabs they had scavenged. A large bowl of pork, cabbage, and glass noodles was steaming hot and fragrant. Though they had already eaten, Hua Yuanhong still accompanied his father for a while. After dinner, feeling that his food had digested sufficiently, he once again entered the training room. Let's go again. Hua Yuanhong picked up the large gun, feeling his arms ache terribly, his waist, back, and legs equally sore. He desperately wanted to put down the gun and lie down for a comfortable night's sleep. But my current strength isn't enough to defeat the gentleman's sword. What right do I have to rest? Recalling the past decade and the relentless oppression inflicted by the gentleman's sword, a surge of anger welled up within him. Intense emotions can unlock one's potential. In that moment, Hua Yuanhong forgot the pain in his body, fixated his gaze on the center of where the gun barrel extended, stomped his feet, twisted his waist, and erupted.
Hoo! As he exhaled forcefully, the large gun in his hands, propelled by the combined force from his feet, legs, waist, and arms, thrust forward with relentless force. The paper before him seemed to become the silhouette of a gentleman's sword. The suppression he had endured over the past decade was channeled into the gun, erupting like a volcano and pouring out with unstoppable force. He could endure being born into a privileged family, but he couldn't tolerate those who, while enjoying their privileged status, also closed the doors of opportunity for those who came after them. SSSS. The gun tip pierced the Xian paper once more. This time, not only was the outer layer undamaged, but the second layer also had only a smooth bullet hole. 8 Extremes Fist Ming Jin 228-600. Almost there. Almost there. Almost mastered it. Clearly sensing the strengthening of his power, Hua Yuanhong's fighting spirit surged. After experiencing the sensation of this strike, he thrust forward again, stabbing with all his might. SSSS. SSSS. Whoosh. The gun tip whistled through the air, sweat trickling down the leather-wrapped gun barrel, and the thick stacks of rice paper in the box grew lower and lower. He had no idea how long he had been practicing until he was mentally exhausted to the point of collapse. Finally, Hua Yuanhong collapsed onto the gun, his mind drifting into a deep sleep. The next morning, before the first rays of sunlight could enter the room, Hua Yuanhong had already awakened. The moment his eyes opened, his body instinctively sprang to attention, assuming the stance to raise the gun. Right, where did I stop yesterday? Hua Yuanhong glanced at the transparent panel. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 237-600. The session after dinner had increased the progress by 10 points. It should be getting close. I estimate that when the progress reaches 40%, or 240-600, it will be roughly at the level of minor mastery. With a clear goal in mind, Hua Yuanhong took a bite of the ointment and continued his practice. After a good night's sleep, the mental fatigue had almost vanished, and his practice felt even more natural and effortless. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 238-600. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 239-600. The sun rose in the east, bathing the room in light. Facing the rising sun, Hua Yuanhong thrust his spear forward. SSSS. 3 faint sounds almost blended into one, followed by the soft tearing of paper. Approaching closely, he carefully removed each sheet of hanging Xian paper to examine them. The 3 outer sheets all had a single, perfectly round hole, almost identical, as if they had been measured with a ruler and meticulously carved out, with no signs of force or tearing. 3 layers unbroken. A minor achievement. 8 Extremes Fist External Power 240-600. Hua Yuanhong put away his spear and stepped out of the training room, only to find that his father had already left. Earlier than usual, he wondered what his father could be doing. It's getting late, I should head to the martial arts hall. I wonder if this foundational training method, even at the minor achievement level, will satisfy my master. Master, do you think the young disciple won't lose his composure? It shouldn't come to that. My disciples from the Li Shuxing lineage aren't that fragile. At most, they'll be a bit discouraged, but they won't give up completely. True, after all, it's only been an afternoon. Even if he hasn't grasped the basics yet, he shouldn't be questioning his life just yet. Have some confidence. How do you know your little disciple really hasn't found the key? Li Shuxing smiled as he got out of the car, playing with the walnut in his hand as he walked along the path he had traversed countless times, heading leisurely toward the training room from yesterday. Following behind was the 5th disciple, Fang Yu, his face a mix of worry and resignation. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the training room. As they pushed open the door, Li Shuxing immediately noticed the solemn expression on Hua Yuanhong's face. It seemed as though he was feeling weighed down by his inability to grasp the essence of the art. He can still maintain his composure, his temperament is commendable. Li Shuxing nodded approvingly. He then adopted a friendly expression and asked in a gentle tone, "How did yesterday's practice go?" "Master." Hua Yuanhong hurriedly bowed. "To be honest, I was too tired last night and ended up falling asleep while practicing. It was truly unforgivable." "It's fine. You're young, it's normal to be sleepy. Tell me how your practice went, be specific." Upon hearing Hua Yuanhong's words, Li Shuxing had a general idea of the situation. Though he hadn't grasped the fundamentals yet, he was at least diligent, continuing to study and practice diligently even after returning home that night. Not bad. Li Shuxing was quite satisfied with this disciple. He had talent and was willing to put in the hard work. It's just barely passable. Yesterday, near dusk, he finally managed to create ripples on the water, and then by nightfall. It's normal not to make much progress yet. Your master was the same back then. What did you say? Before he could finish his comforting words, Li Shuxing suddenly sensed something was off. Just now. His young apprentice. What did he just say? It was nearly evening. He had only just managed to create ripples on the water? The walnut in Li Shuxing's hand, which he had been holding behind his back, cracked with a crack as the uncontrolled force squeezed it. In less than an afternoon, he had mastered the technique to the point of perfection. This talent was even better than his own back in the day. Master, what's wrong? Hua Yuanhong looked up in confusion. Nothing, keep going. What happens next?
Li Shuxing smiled kindly and gestured for him to continue. Then, around nightfall when the sky is just getting dark, when your state is optimal, you can reach the point where the outermost layer of paper doesn't break.
The outer layer didn't break.
Li Shuxing looked up expressionlessly, staring at the ceiling. The walnut he was holding in his hand was already covered in cracks. Back then, he had achieved this level under his master's careful guidance, taking 2 more days to do so. But this disciple before him had only practiced for a while before dinner and had already broken through?
This. Can it only be considered a good state of mind? Try practicing yourself. Li Shuxing said.
He still found it hard to believe that someone could achieve such a breakthrough so quickly, and wanted to confirm it with his own eyes.
All right.
Huo Yuanhong responded, raised his gun, adjusted his breathing, then pushed off the ground, twisted his waist, and thrust forward following his instincts.
SSSSS.
The gun tip glided smoothly through the first 3 layers of Xian paper without any signs of force escaping or damage.
I was practicing late into the night and accidentally fell asleep.
I slept until dawn and practiced for a while before finally managing to achieve a modest level of proficiency.
Huo Yuanhong sheathed his gun and said sheepishly. Snap.
The walnut, unable to withstand the pressure, finally burst under Li Shuxing's expressionless, powerful squeeze.
Chapter 10, Li Shuxing, what on earth is a surprise? Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang.
Barely Xiao Chang. Li Shuxing stared at the ceiling for a while before turning back to his young disciple with a kind expression. After practicing for so long, you've only just reached the level of Xiao Chang. It's indeed just average, but your master believes that as long as you continue to work hard and take steady steps forward, one day you will achieve great accomplishments. Hearing this, Fang Yu, who was standing nearby, looked over in confusion. What did she just hear?
In less than a day, she's only reached the level of some progress, and it's still considered average? Then what about her, who had practiced for 1.5 months and only reached the initial stage?
And what about the senior disciple, who had been practicing for half a month and had only achieved a small level of mastery?
Does the master have no conscience saying such things?
Master, please rest assured.
I can do even better. If I hadn't accidentally fallen asleep last night, I might already be close to mastery. Huo Yuanhong said. Li Shuxing. Fang Yu. It's okay, work and rest should be balanced.
There is no need to push yourself so hard. Li Shuxing clenched and unclenched his hands behind his back repeatedly, finally calming down and speaking softly. At that moment, he finally truly understood the feeling his master had taught him back then, the overwhelming surprise, so intense that he didn't want to speak, and the urge to strike.
The younger generation is pushing forward.
Back then, your master was only 20 years old, just 2 months older than you, yet he had already mastered the art of internal power and could go alone to challenge other schools. You must continue to strive harder. Li Shuxing commented calmly. But what he didn't say was that he had started laying the foundation from a young age. When he began formal martial arts training at 16, it took him half a month to achieve minor mastery of external power. By the time he entered the realm of internal power at 19, he had already trained diligently for over 3 years. Unlike Huo Yuanhong, who had been fumbling around aimlessly all along, it wasn't until yesterday afternoon that he finally got on the right track and began training properly. To be able to challenge the dojo alone at 20, your master is truly remarkable. Huo Yuanhong sighed in admiration. He was only 2 months away from turning 20, and he had only an 80 to 90% chance of entering the Hua Jin stage within that time. Li Shuxing smiled and said, not really, just barely. There's a small competition in 3 days, a friendly match between our dojo and other dojos for those under 20.
You can give it a try then, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Other martial arts schools? Will the people from the Wenchuan martial arts school be there too?
Of course.
Your former senior disciple will also be there, though he's over 20 now.
The one who'll fight is his most favored younger brother, who's also the top disciple of the Wenchuan martial arts school. Li Shuxing knew exactly what his young disciple was thinking.
Master, rest assured. I will definitely come in first. Huo Yuanhong said.
Whether it was to defeat the younger brother of the gentleman's sword or to claim the first prize, the Crimson Lotus ointment that the manager had mentioned, he had to win first place. In others' eyes, he was still far from reaching the peak of the Ming Jin realm and using the Crimson Lotus ointment. But he knew that in just 3 or 4 days, he would need the ointment to replenish his depleted energy.
It's okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just feel the atmosphere.
Li Shuxing chuckled helplessly. While he was indeed impressed by Huo Yuanhong's talent, such a match that concerned the reputation of the martial arts school could never be entrusted to a newcomer. When he said experience, he truly meant for Huo Yuanhong to first get a feel for the atmosphere of real combat, even if it meant being eliminated in the first round. There were many practitioners under 20 who had already reached the peak of the Ming Jin realm, and several even at the pinnacle of Ming Jin.
There was no need to send a newcomer at the initial stage of Ming Jin to uphold the dojo's reputation. Alright, no need to say more.
I have some time this morning, so I'll teach you for an hour. In the time that followed, Huo Yuanhong focused intently on his training.
Li Shuxing watched from the side. At first, he occasionally offered some guidance, but gradually, he realized that as long as he provided specific training methods, Wei Yuanhong could correct his mistakes on his own without constant supervision. So, he decided to impart all the details and tricks from the initial stage to the peak of mastery in one go, making Wei Yuanhong memorize them all before leaving with Fang Yu. Master, in 3 days, there's a small competition with the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall. Are you really planning to let your younger disciple participate? That's correct. But, although he has achieved the initial stage of Ming Jin, he is still under 20 years old. The participants in such matches are almost all at the advanced stage of Ming Jin. Even if he participates, he won't win any prizes. Moreover, if my younger disciple exposes himself in such a setting, the martial arts community won't be able to turn a blind eye. Fang Yu's expression grew complicated. The Martial Arts Association had already issued a ban on martial arts schools recruiting students from humble backgrounds. However, due to Li Shuxing's abilities, as long as Wei Yuanhong doesn't make a scene or give anyone a reason to act, the Martial Arts Association would likely turn a blind eye. Even if they were to act, it would have to wait until after the Jinmen Grand Competition. Therefore, Li Shuxing and the Fang family had initially agreed to secretly take on disciples, not directly recording Wei Yuanhong's identity in the official lineage register, but instead keeping a separate record to avoid leaving any written evidence. But now, if Wei Yuanhong actually takes the stage and participates in those martial arts school competitions, it would mean that the Divine Gun Martial Arts School publicly acknowledges Wei Yuanhong's identity and openly defies the martial arts community. The cost? Too great. If Ahang's talent is merely on par with your senior disciple, then I would naturally not allow him to appear in public. Private cultivation would suffice. Li Shuxing spoke calmly, but judging from his mastery of the paper cutting technique, his talent is no less than mine back then. Such a promising young talent should not be wasted. Training in martial arts isn't enough, you have to fight. A single real battle can bring progress equivalent to countless days and nights of arduous training. Every master who has made a name for themselves in Jinmen began their journey by stepping onto the stage to fight from a young age, constantly pushing their limits in real battles until they reach the pinnacle. Without real combat experience, even a prodigy with the potential to surpass the Huatang realm might ultimately stagnate at that level. Even the time it takes to enter the Hua Jin realm would be significantly longer. Master, are you really planning to cultivate the young disciple as the true heir of the martial arts school? Fang Yu's expression grew solemn. Li Shuxing's decision had shifted the nature of the matter in a different direction, potentially touching upon the martial arts school's core interests. The Fang family was unlikely to agree. As the largest shareholder and financial backer of the martial arts school, the Fang family's opposition would mean that any resulting troubles or losses would fall solely on Li Shuxing's shoulders. The younger disciple is indeed exceptionally talented, but to truly grow and reach a level where he can influence the situation, it will take at least another 10 years. Master, you may not be able to protect him for that long. Fang Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking. These words were spoken from the bottom of her heart. Li Shuxing is strong, there is no one who can match him in Jinmen. But to go up against the sweeping tide of the times, even if he reaches the level of transforming energy, how long could he hold out? Half a year? Or a year? In such a short time, even if the young disciple is exceptionally talented, he would at most reach the Dark Qi realm. If the Fang family behind her were willing to throw their full weight behind him, leveraging their vast influence in both political and business circles, they might be able to buy some extra time. But now, martial arts are banned in poor families, and the young disciple has little time left to grow. Investing in him is likely to be a waste of time, and the elders of the clan would never agree. Moreover, the Fang family's top-tier resources have already been concentrated on their best investment target, who has already reached the peak of the Hualing realm and is now preparing to break through to the realm above Hualing. If everything goes smoothly, breaking through to the realm above the Hualing stage might happen within the next 2 years. At such a critical juncture, the Fang family would never divert resources to cultivate a junior disciple who has only just begun his training. Even the next tier of resources has already been reserved by several geniuses who are nearly unmatched at the Ming Jin and Anjing levels, one of whom is the ace for the upcoming small competition in 3 days. They plan to rely on this individual to suppress the competition and safeguard the interests of the martial arts school and the Fang family. Perhaps, we should wait a little longer. With the junior disciple's current strength at the early stage of the Ming Jin realm, he would likely be eliminated in the first round if he were to compete, which would severely impact the academy's performance. It might be better to wait a bit longer. Fang Yu advised. The time to act is now. Li Shuxing remained unmoved, saying calmly, the sooner one experiences real combat, the greater the impact on the future. Even if one is eliminated in the first round, there will still be significant gains. As for the points lost due to Ahong, I will make up for them myself. If necessary, I will arrange an additional sparring match with the dojo master. A dojo master's sparring match. Fang Yu's expression changed. This was no joke. Master Li Shuxing was indeed formidable, one of the 2 supreme masters, but he was still old, and only looked relatively young because of his good upkeep. At his age, every fight was draining his vital energy, accelerating the decline of his physical condition, and in severe cases, it could even affect his lifespan. Master, please don't. You. Fang Yu immediately tried to persuade him, but seeing Li Shuxing's expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. She knew her master's temperament once he made up his mind, not even 10 horses could pull him back. She could only sigh helplessly and begin searching for ways to procure the ancient herbs needed to replenish his vital energy. She sighed inwardly, Master, taking on this disciple has truly been a loss. At your age, you still have to take action yourself. In the training room, Hua Yuanhong was still focused on practicing his sword techniques, preparing to defeat the younger brother of the gentleman's sword in the upcoming small competition in 3 days. Meanwhile, Hua's father had followed the plump manager to the registration office for enrollment. The martial arts school only had one registration office, whether it was for enrolling true disciples or laborers, everyone had to come here. The person in charge of registration was always the same old man with half-closed eyes. Chapter 11, Mr. Hua is baffled. The manager who was arrogant before and now acts subservient. Master, here are 360 silver dollars. Mr. Hua smiled humbly, carefully placing a stack of newly issued silver dollar notes from the Qing dynasty on the desk. The old house they lived in was in such a dilapidated state, and since Mr. Hua urgently needed money, he had no choice but to sell it for a mere 300 silver dollars. Fortunately, with the money borrowed from Wu Xiaoxia, it was enough to secure a livelihood as a martial arts school cart driver for his son. As for the 72 silver dollars in commission for the fat manager, Hua's father had already slipped them over early in the morning, along with a box of expensive foreign fruits. The fat manager had said that the 2% commission could be paid later, but the interest was too high, so high that Mr. Hua dared not delay even a day. Moreover, he felt uneasy, fearing that if he didn't pay the commission, the fat manager might make life difficult for his son. Why are they all $10 each? The old manager in the editorial department frowned. I guarantee take bigger ones, they might be counterfeit. Mr. Hua apologized with a forced smile. All right. The old man picked up the silver dollar notes, licked his finger, and began counting them slowly. Hua's father watched nervously, not daring to make a sound. Exactly 360 silver dollars. Upon hearing the old man's confirmation, Mr. Hua finally exhaled in relief. Come here. What's your son's name? The old steward dipped his finger in saliva, flipped through the ledger of laborers in the corner, picked up the brush standing nearby, and prepared to add a name. Hua Yuanhong. Well, what's that? Hua Yuanhong. Which Hua Yuanhong? The old overseer was about to put the brush to paper, but upon hearing the name Hua's father had given, he was so startled that his hand trembled, staining the paper with ink. He didn't bother to clean it up, but looked up in confusion at Hua's father, who was looking rather frightened. The name Hua Yuanhong was all too familiar to him, he had just written it moments ago. But the problem was that Hua Yuanhong was the master's true disciple. Come, write down those 3 characters yourself. The old man abruptly stood up and thrust the brush toward him. Hua's father carefully took the brush. Though he had never been to school and couldn't read or write, he couldn't even write his own name. But he could still scribble out his own son's name, having learned it by following the accountant at the cart shop for quite some time. Hua Yuan Hong. Hua's father held the brush tightly in his hand, moving it stiffly across the blank sheet of paper. After much effort, he finally wrote 3 crooked characters, but the last stroke of the character Hong was missing a dot. Looking at the name before him, the old manager's hands trembled even more violently. In his heart, he wanted to curse. As the head of the martial arts school's archives, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was already a high-ranking official, able to drink with the senior inspector of the patrol office and sit at the head of the table during the new year. But deep down, he knew there were some people you just didn't mess with. 360 silver dollars, though it seemed like a lot, only $30 would actually end up in his hands. The rest had to be handed over to the dojo as daily expenses, so the dojo master would turn a blind eye. But then, this time, when he tried to extort money, he ended up getting extorted by the master himself? Oh my, I wonder why the magpies are chirping so much today. It must be Mr. Hua coming. The old man forced to smile, just like Mr. Hua had done not long ago, carefully accompanying him with a smile. He hurriedly reached under the table and pulled out the 360 silver dollars, intentionally adding a few extra bills, and stuffed them into Mr. Hua's hands. Look at this old man with his failing eyesight. It's like the Dragon King's temple has been flooded. Sir, this. Staring blankly at the silver notes returned to him, Mr. Hua felt at a loss, thinking he must have done something wrong or violated some taboo. The plump manager standing nearby was also puzzled. Hua's father was no ordinary man. The steward had already investigated him thoroughly, so he dared not accept money lightly. Old man, what's wrong? If there is something you're not satisfied with, just say so. We've been old friends for so many years. The plump steward stepped forward, pulled the old man aside, and whispered. Oh my goodness, do you know who his son is? You dare to ask for money from him? The old man's wrinkled face twisted in anger. Who? The fat manager had a bad feeling. It's the one who came yesterday, the master's true disciple. The master's true disciple. The fat manager was completely dumbfounded. No. He was just taking a bribe. How did it end up involving the master's true disciple? Although this person was privately accepted by the museum director and wanted to be involved in official matters, his influence is limited, but regardless, he's still someone close to the museum director. We can't afford to provoke him. The old man added. The fat manager understood this logic well. Even if he's just an unrecognized disciple of the head of the academy, he's still someone who can speak directly to the head. A few words in his ear could cause them a lot of trouble. In that moment, he felt the bribes in his pocket burning hot, so he quickly pulled them all out and hurriedly stuffed them into Hua's father's hands. Oh, old Hua, congratulations! The fat steward's face, covered in fat, contorted into an exaggerated smile, his back soaked in cold sweat. What? Mr. Hua was even more flustered. These two men, who had always seemed so important in his eyes, were now being so polite to him. This was an unprecedented oddity. But soon, he understood from the old man's words what had happened. His son, Ahong, had become the master's true disciple. The master's true disciple, the master's true disciple. Muttering those 4 words, Mr. Hua was completely dumbfounded. Last night, his son had mentioned this to him. But he had thought Ahong was just teasing him, so he had gone along with his son's act. But it was actually true. His son, Ahong, had truly become a core disciple of the martial arts school. Even though the old manager said that the master had only taken him on as a private disciple and didn't intend for him to be in the spotlight. Therefore, the training he received was limited and didn't truly match the standards of the previous generations of true disciples. In terms of influence, he might not even match the publicly registered disciples. But he's still the master's disciple. A symbol of genius. My son is a genius, a genius. Mr. Hua's eyes welled up with tears, and he rubbed them hard, not wanting to lose his composure in front of others. Pride, joy, relief, and happiness all welled up inside him, choking his voice. Old Hua, here, you must accept this red envelope. We've been friends for so long, there's no need to be so formal. The plump manager smiled broadly, holding back his pain as he reached into his sleeve and pulled out 2 silver dollar bills, forcing them into Hua's father's hands. I heard you sold the old house. Which family bought it? I'll personally go and negotiate to get it back for you, then have it renovated. No need to pay me back, it's just a small token of my goodwill. From now on, we're brothers. If you ever need anything, just come find me. Evening. Hua Yuanhong carried a pork rib back to the old house and found his father was already there. Not only that, but the old house, which was infested with cockroaches, was quite lively. There was a plump man, dressed like a martial arts school manager, and an old man who looked familiar, chatting with his father in a very friendly manner. Sitting at the head of the table was his father, with several fruit baskets and numerous pastries from Guishan Lu on the table. Additionally, there were several people in short sleeves, skillfully patching the cracks in the walls, renovating the house, and catching cockroaches. Hey, Hua Jinchuan is back. Upon seeing Hua Yuanhong enter the room, the plump manager stood up with a smile to greet him. Manager. Hua Yuanhong nodded slightly and greeted him. In the past, the manager of a martial arts school was someone he would have gone out of his way to curry favor with, and seeing him would have made him feel nervous and awkward. But now, he felt no pressure at all, looking at them calmly and greeting them naturally. Practicing martial arts can strengthen one's spirit and enhance confidence and self-assurance. Hua Yuanhong once again understood the meaning of those words. With martial arts in his heart and a gun in his hand. Therefore, fearless and unafraid. Especially after 2 days of practicing gun handling and paper stabbing, every one of his movements was as steady and powerful as holding a real gun, with no unnecessary motions, giving off a sense of returning to basics. It was clear that he was no ordinary person. This demeanor and aura left the seasoned manager and the old manager, who had seen it all, secretly amazed. It felt as though the person standing before them was not a poor young man from a lowly background, but rather a noble young master from a distinguished family who had been trained in proper conduct and demeanor from a young age. I've heard of the legendary young hero Huijin, but seeing him today, he holds his own against martial arts prodigies like Wang Tianlong. Instantly, the plump steward's smile grew even more enthusiastic, and his tone even carried a hint of flattery. Wang Tianlong was the martial arts school's ace for the upcoming 3-day competition, a genius with unmatched internal strength, so highly regarded by the wealthy Fong family that they had allocated substantial resources to support him. The plump manager was comparing Hua Yuanhong, whom he believed to be only at the initial stage of Ming Jin, to Wang Tianlong, naturally exaggerating his praise. Not only is he no less impressive. In my humble opinion, it won't take more than 3 or 5 months for Hua Jinchuan to surpass Wang Tianlong and become the new Ming Jin ace of this martial arts school. The old manager also stood up with a smile, saying more flattering words, and then discreetly slipped over a stack of items. Hua Jinchuan accepted it without batting an eyelid, exchanged a few more polite words, and then saw the plump manager smile broadly and say, Hua Jinchuan's promotion is a great occasion. Would you honor us with your presence at the Guishan Pavilion? According to the unwritten rules of the martial arts school, after a true disciple is promoted, the managers and senior disciples of the school would often host banquets for them. One after another, such events could easily last for 3 or 5 days. If his future achievements were to remain at the level of dark chi or the peak of transforming chi, and he was destined to engage in secular affairs, he would naturally not refuse such invitations. After all, cultivating good relationships with these people would make it smoother for him to take charge of the martial arts school's affairs in the future. But his ambition is to surpass his master in a transforming force, and he feels he doesn't have enough time to practice martial arts even if he sacrifices his sleep. Why would he waste his time on such factionalism? As long as his martial arts reach a high level, he will be the greatest faction himself. Why abandon the fundamentals for trivial matters? On the other hand, he could tell that the presence of the two managers made his father feel uneasy, his hands trembling as he held the teacup. Their petty schemes were nothing compared to the importance of his father's comfort and ease. Thus, Hua Yuanhong put on a look of reluctance. I appreciate your kindness, but I haven't finished the lessons my master assigned me. No need, no need. Master Hua should focus on his training. We had enough tea. We'll take our leave now and invite you to Guixian Lu another time. The smiles on their faces froze slightly, but seeing the imposing aura emanating from Hua Yuanhong as he walked, they quickly regained their smiles and bowed respectfully before departing. Once they were outside, the plump manager's smile vanished instantly. Our great disciple really is diligent in his martial arts training. Normal. Without diligence, how could he have caught the master's eye? The old manager remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the fat manager's underlying meaning. Diligence is a good thing, but martial arts training isn't something to rush. Eat a few meals, get to know us managers, and it'll only take a few days. The plump manager replied indifferently. Does he think that by practicing for another 3 or 5 days, he'll achieve the first level of internal strength? Even if he does, he'll still be far inferior to Wang Tianlong, who's already unmatched in internal strength. The old manager remained smiling. Well, what can we do? The master's assignments can't be delayed. Ha ha. The plump manager laughed, then casually added, by the way, old Wu, there's a dinner gathering the day after tomorrow to celebrate Wang Tianlong's victory in the martial arts competition at the dojo. Why don't you join us? Sure. I'll definitely. The old manager first showed a look of surprise, but then seemed to remember something, paused, and frowned. Oh, I almost forgot. The doctor said I'm not allowed to drink. What am I going to do? It's such an important occasion I can't not drink. The plump manager narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said with his hands behind his back, well, maybe we should just skip it. Your health comes first. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. All right. Take your time. As the fat manager's figure disappeared completely, the old manager's worried expression vanished, and he became expressionless, spitting fiercely on the ground. Damn it, trying to trick me into being the scapegoat. Do you really think I'm senile? Even if it's not publicly acknowledged, it's still the master's true teachings. He had received so much in bribes yet remained firmly in his position as editor-in-chief because he knew his limits. He wouldn't touch things he shouldn't. Of course, in his opinion, Hua Yuanhong's future role was merely that of the head of internal affairs, handling the master's affairs. His path was different from that of Wang Tianlong, a top-tier genius destined to enter the realm of Hua Jin and become the leader of a faction. Training for a few more days wouldn't make much difference. It would be better to use this opportunity to network with powerful figures like the Fat Man and pay respects to future Hualing masters like Wang Tianlong in advance. Refusing the fat manager's banquet invitation was a bit too youthful and impulsive. It might not take him far. But while he might think that way, he would never dare to be the first to test the waters with Hua Yuanhong or Li Shuxing. There was no real conflict of interest there. He still wants to land safely. Chapter 12, Mastery of External Strength. Wu Xiaoxia wants to marry off her daughter. Once the two managers and the workers had left, Mr. Hua, who had been waiting impatiently, hurried over and asked, Ah Hong, have you truly become a disciple of Master Li? Yes, it's absolutely true. Hua Yuanhong was at a loss for words. It seemed that his father had thought he was putting on a show yesterday. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was like a poor student who always scored 0 on exams suddenly being accepted as a student by a professor from the Imperial University. No one would believe it. Good. Upon hearing his son confirm it himself, Hua's father repeated good 3 times, his wrinkles smoothing out as he beamed with joy, looking like a child. The sunset was peaceful, and there was no one else in the house. Hua's father no longer seemed as reserved as before, his face filled with proud smiles. The hardships of the past few decades seemed to vanish in an instant, as if he had returned to his youth, full of vigor and ambition. It was all worth it. Seeing his father's proud expression, Hua Yuanhong felt that all the hard work and sleepless nights over the past few days had been worth it. He had finally done it. He had made his father proud enough to hold his head high in public. But it wasn't enough. Poof. Hua Yuanhong used his chopsticks as a gun, striking and precisely knocking down a cockroach that was trying to climb onto the table. He wanted to move into a big house free of cockroaches and live in a clean, tidy neighborhood for the wealthy. After finishing his meal, Huo Yuanhong continued practicing with his gun. Perhaps the long-standing obsession that had plagued him for years had finally been resolved, for tonight's practice felt incredibly smooth and effortless. Driven by the desire to buy a big house, he forgot the fatigue of his body, firing one shot after another, constantly pushing his progress in the Ming Jin technique. He practiced all the way to Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 362-600 before putting away his white wax gun. He scooped half a basin of cold water from the water jar, mixed it with half a kettle of hot water, gave himself a quick wash, and then washed his sweat-soaked training clothes as well. I gained 27 points tonight. Including the training at the martial arts hall during the day, I've advanced a total of 122 points. At my current level, I am in the late stage of the small achievement phase. If I start training at dawn tomorrow, I should be able to enter the great achievement phase by noon. There are still 25 days until the Jinmen Grand Tournament, and just over 2 days until the small tournament with the martial arts school. This feeling of getting significantly stronger every day had Huo Yuanhong utterly obsessed. Even when he went to sleep at night, he held the white wax gun in his arms, hoping to practice in his dreams. The next morning, he woke up early as usual and began practicing stabbing the. In the morning, he trained at the martial arts hall. By lunchtime, with a continuous sizzle, sizzle, sizzle sound, a smooth gun hole pierced through 7 sheets of xian paper. 7 layers unbroken. The Ming Jin technique was mastered. Looking at the panel displaying Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 42600, Huo Yuanhong felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, his mind filled with the satisfaction of having enhanced his strength. I wonder how powerful the top heart elbow would be now. The thought arose, and he couldn't suppress it any longer, eager to see the results of 2 days of training. No time to waste. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Huo Yuanhong hailed a rickshaw and returned to the old tree where he had first met Li Shuxing. He lowered his body, stomped his feet, aimed at the tree stump, and thrust his elbow forward. Crack! A deep indentation appeared on the stump, no longer just half an inch deep like before, but as deep as half a fist. It was important to note that this was ironwood, renowned for its hardness. Even external martial arts masters who had trained in hardening techniques could only match its hardness to a certain extent. If anyone were to take that elbow strike, no matter how strong their defenses, whether it be the golden bell technique or the iron shirt, they would break bones and shatter tendons. Unbeknownst to him, he had become so powerful. Looking at the indentation before him, Huo Yuanhong couldn't help but marvel. One supreme master, 2 heroes, the 13 protectors have no equals. This Huo Yuanhong has mastered the external martial arts and has become a disciple of the legendary Li Shuxing, the supreme spearmaster. In the small western-style mansion of the wealthy district, Wu Xiaoxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Shuxing, the divine spear, was such a formidable figure. Even being his unpublicized disciple was enough to bring honor to one's family. Moreover, unlike Jiang Ting, she had spent some time in Jinmen and had gained a thorough understanding of its customs and traditions. She was well aware of the rules of the martial arts schools in Jinmen. Apprentices from humble backgrounds spent nearly a decade as laborers before being admitted as formal disciples, at which point they could finally receive their master's guidance and have time to train. In other words, Huo Yuanhong had only recently begun serious training. Even if the lie he told his father was true, and he had indeed become a formal disciple 2 months ago, and had even been secretly taken on as a disciple, the time he had spent training properly was still only 2 months. 2 months to master the external form. Even with Li Shuxing's exceptional skill in teaching disciples, this talent is still quite remarkable, borderline genius. With such talent, he might achieve mastery of the external force within half a year, and the internal force could be attained within 3 to 5 years. In the future, he even has a decent chance of entering the realm of the transformative force. What a pity, what a pity. Wu Xiaoxia sighed. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough time to grow. In 24 days, the Jinmen Grand Tournament will take place. If the lower-ranked schools can't win 3 consecutive matches, none of them will be allowed to practice martial arts openly. Even if Li Shuxing were to rig the matches, winning 3 consecutive matches would still require at least the peak level of Ming Jin to stand a chance. There's no time left. Wu Xiaoxia shook her head, deeply regretful. If only we could give Huo Yuanhong another year, or even just half a year, he might still have a chance at a bright future. Alas! Time waits for no one. Without the opportunity to step into the limelight, he couldn't cultivate an invincible reputation through repeated challenges, and his future achievements might be limited to the realm of hidden power, with no hope of advancing to manifest power. From the information we've received so far, Li Shuxing is only taking disciples privately and hasn't announced it to the public or held a grand ceremony. It's clear he doesn't intend to let Huo Yuanhong step into the limelight. Instead, he's cultivating him as a secret agent within the martial arts school to handle matters that can't be handled openly in the future. Based on the scattered information obtained from Huo's father and the Merchants Association, Wu Xiaoxia carefully analyzed and gradually pieced together Huo Yuanhong's future. In her view, even if there were some inaccuracies, the overall picture should be fairly accurate. Mom, since Wei Yuanhong's future achievements are limited and he will likely stop at the level of hidden strength and won't rise to become the head of the martial arts school, why are you still going through the records over and over again? Jiang Ting was puzzled. Is his hidden strength that weak? Wu Xiaoxia glanced at her daughter. Any practitioner of the Dark Qi realm is a once-in-a-lifetime master. Within 7 steps, their fists are faster than guns. In situations where the transformative Qi realm is reserved as a strategic deterrent and must not be used lightly, the Dark Qi realm is the highest level of martial power for handling mundane matters. A small merchant guild only needs 1 hidden martial artist to ensure safety. For medium to large guilds operating across regions, having 1 hidden martial artist stationed in each area is sufficient to establish a foothold. Our merchant guild is financially powerful and among the top in large guilds, but our most fatal weakness is that we lack enough skilled practitioners of our own. We can't spare any trustworthy hidden martial artists to stay in Jinmen for an extended period, and relying solely on money to hire outsiders will eventually lead to them turning against us. However, if we could have 1 more of our own hidden martial artists stationed there to balance and oversee the hired hidden martial artists, we could completely control the situation in Jinmen, rather than having to be cautious at every step as we are now. Mom, you wouldn't be thinking of marrying Hui Yuanhong as our son-in-law, would you? Jiang Ting gradually came to her senses and asked in disbelief. Yes. Wu Xiaoxia admitted directly, with his talent and Li Shuxing's guidance, he can certainly reach the peak of hidden martial arts. He will undoubtedly become my right-hand man in the future. Moreover, once he becomes your husband, I will do everything in my power to secure him a chance to break through to the Huajin realm, even if it's through external means. That would still be Huajin. Then isn't Yu Mingtang more suitable? He comes from a prominent family, isn't affected by the martial arts ban, has good talent, and recently made a breakthrough. He has already reached the initial stage of Ming Jin before Hui Yuanhong, and his future in Dangjing is as certain as nails on a coffin, with a good chance of reaching Huajing. Plus, he is the legitimate disciple of Master Gui. Recruiting Yu Mingtang would be like recruiting 2 masters of the Huajin stage. Unlike Hui Yuanhong, who can't even publicly claim to be Li Shuxing's disciple and lacks Li Shuxing's backing. Jiang Ting furrowed her brows. Yu Mingtang isn't suitable. Wu Xiaoxia shook her head. He's too talented and comes from a prominent family. If you marry him, it might be like inviting a wolf into your home. But Hui Yuanhong is different. He is still at the bottom of the ladder, and even his own master won't stand up for him. If I mobilize the resources of the Merchants Association to support him, and with you, a talented woman from a prominent family, marrying him, he will be devoted to you for life. Repaying the Emperor's kindness on the golden platform, nurturing a dragon to die for the Emperor. Wu Xiaoxia, who had managed to carve out a successful career in the West with her daughter, was no ordinary woman. She knew exactly how to win people over when she was at the bottom. In the future, having someone at the peak of the Dark Qi realm, or even the Transformation Qi realm, may lack ambition but would be sufficient to maintain the status quo. If luck is on his side, with ample resources at his disposal, he might even advance further, reaching the mid to late stages of the Hualing realm. Wu Xiaoxia quickly put an end to such unnecessary fantasies. She was long past the age of daydreaming. Does that mean we have to force our daughter to marry him? Jiang Ting couldn't help but ask, still unwilling to accept it. The Jinmen Normal School was one of only 3 women's universities, and the difficulty of getting in was comparable to that of men entering the Imperial University. As a student there, she had always been regarded as a brilliant young woman by everyone. Countless young masters from prominent families waited daily at the school gates, hoping for a glimpse of her. Even Yu Shang, a prodigy with great potential, treated her with utmost respect. Moreover, her biological father's family in the capital, the Jiang clan, was also a wealthy merchant family. In terms of assets, they were no less than the wealthiest family in Jinmen, though their influence simply didn't extend to this region. Under such circumstances, marrying a poor martial artist was naturally something she could not accept. People from families like ours have no say in such matters. Let's try to see how things go. If it doesn't work out, your mother won't force you, but I only hope you won't regret it in the future. Seeing her daughter's unhappy expression, Wu Xiaoxia could only sigh silently and ring the bell to summon the household servants. Prepare the carriage. I must go to old Hui's place to discuss Ahong's matter. Chapter 13, Another Blind Date. Matchmaking? Again? In the evening, Hui Yuanhong returned home and learned the news from his father. Ahong, you're not getting any younger. Look at the young man from the Luo family across the street, his child can almost walk already. Hui's father said with a smile. But Hui Yuanhong furrowed his brows slightly. His mind was entirely focused on martial arts training, practicing 9 hours a day and still feeling it wasn't enough. He had no energy left for such trivial matters. Romance? That couldn't compare to watching his martial arts progress soar. But as he watched the setting sun cast its glow on his father's snow-white hair, Hui Yuanhong suddenly realized. His father was old. His father was no longer the strong, vigorous man he had been when he first entered the Wenchuan martial arts hall. For someone of his age, nothing is more important than passing on the family line.
Over the years, watching his neighbors of the same generation one by one embrace their grandchildren, his father must have felt heartbroken. But he didn't want to distract him or put him in a difficult position, so he had always kept it to himself.
Tomorrow, I'll go take a look.
Hui Yuanhong remained silent for a moment before agreeing, then served his father a few pieces of pork. No, this is too greasy for me.
You eat it, Ah Hong.
His father instinctively tried to push the pork back.
There's too much for me to finish. The master said martial artists can't eat leftovers. I won't eat it tomorrow either.
Please help me finish it, Dad.
Hui Yuanhong made up a small lie.
He knew his father had a stubborn temperament. If he hadn't said that, his father would have refused to eat the meat. Even though the living allowance he received was enough to allow the family to eat meat every meal, his father would rather save his own portion and set it aside as a nest egg for his son. You're such a child. Why buy so much when you can't finish it all?
It's a gift, it's free.
In the glow of the evening sun, Hui Yuanhong sat at the table with his father, both of them chewing on pork, their mouths greasy.
He had specially asked the butcher to cut extra fatty meat.
These days, fatty meat was much more valuable than lean meat, especially for someone like his father who rarely ate meat. Fatty meat was his favorite. Tonight, his father seemed in a particularly good mood, chatting endlessly about his younger days. Hui Yuanhong listened intently, occasionally breaking into a knowing smile.
Those days of silently gnawing on crabs were long gone.
The next morning, Hui Yuanhong took a day off and headed straight for the bustling area in the northern part of the city. The meeting place was a tea house in the bustling area, which wasn't doing very well. There were only a handful of people in the main hall, and most of the private rooms on the second floor were empty.
The owner, however, was no ordinary person.
It was said that he had once been a prominent figure in the underworld before retiring in his old age and opening the tea house. As Hui Yuanhong and Jiang Ting had just met and were exchanging a few words, they heard voices coming from outside the private room.
Ting, is that you?
Hui Yuanhong turned to look and saw a young, attractive woman standing outside the private room, which had just been served tea and hadn't been closed yet. She wore a light blue blouse, a black pleated skirt, and the collar was embroidered with the emblem of the Tianjin Women's Normal School, clearly a classmate of Jiang Ting. Beside her walked a man in his early 20s, who bore a passing resemblance to her. He wore a stand-up collar dark uniform, with neatly tailored trousers and leather shoes. This was a modified Western-style suit favored by the academic crowd, simplifying the intricate design of traditional suits and emphasizing practicality and convenience.
Ting, didn't you say you had something to do this afternoon? Why did you come here? Is this your friend?
The blue-clad woman, clearly on good terms with Jiang Ting, entered the private room without hesitation and sat down beside her. The man beside her scrutinized Hui Yuanhong without saying a word.
This is a former neighbor from Jinmen. He's back in Jinmen for school and dropped by to visit.
Jiang Ting seemed quite concerned about their attitudes and hurriedly stood up, adopting a manner that suggested she wasn't very familiar with Hui Yuanhong.
Ming Fong, what are you doing here?
The two were none other than Yu Mingtang, who had studied under the master of the Bagua Palm, and his younger sister, Yu Mingfang. We just happened to pass by and heard Tingting's voice, so we came over to say hello.
Yu Mingtang said.
Oh, I see. Jiang Ting naturally didn't believe him. She had deliberately chosen this quiet tea house to avoid anyone finding out about her arranged marriage with Hui Yuanhong. However, Yu Mingfang was her close friend, and Yu Mingtang was the prized disciple of the Bagua Zheng Master Gua, whose formidable Bagua Zheng skills she greatly admired. Therefore, even though she suspected they were following her, Jiang Ting maintained a polite smile and stood up to make tea.
It's okay, Ting, sit down. We've already ordered the tea.
The Yu siblings sat down beside her and chatted with Jiang Ting, reminiscing about their days studying abroad in the West and discussing the challenges of practicing Bagua Zhang. During the conversation, Yu Mingtang demonstrated his martial arts skills, unleashing the powerful Ming Jin technique of Bagua Zhang. With a single palm strike, he left a clear imprint on a decorative wooden post, half an inch deep.
This caught Jiang Ting's attention, and she couldn't help but glance over, her eyes filled with admiration.
This was a wooden post. To leave a palm print with bare hands was astonishing.
Even if it wasn't made of hard ironwood, it was still superhuman.
Next, Yu Mingtang explained in detail the difficulties of practicing Bagua Zhang to them, noting that it typically takes ordinary people 10 to 8 years of practice to achieve such mastery of force. The two women exclaimed in wonder repeatedly, seeming to deeply immerse themselves in the experience, sensing the arduousness of cultivating the Ming Jin external force. Hui Yuanhong, however, couldn't relate to their feelings. After all, he had mastered the external force from the basics to perfection in less than 2 days, so he couldn't understand what was so difficult. Let alone now, where even harder ironwood could be struck to leave an indentation half a fist deep. He couldn't understand what the two women were so amazed by. Brother, how long did it take you to reach this level?
2 months.
Yu Mingtang said casually. The two women once again let out heartfelt exclamations of awe, marveling at Yu Mingtang's extraordinary talent.
What would take an ordinary person 10 or 8 years of training, he had achieved in just 2 months. What do you think, sir? Yu Mingtang noticed that Hui Yuanhong had been silent the whole time, so he smiled and looked over at him. Well, Hui Yuanhong pondered for a moment, but before he could speak, Jiang Ting hurriedly took the opportunity to respond. Of course it's extraordinary. He's just not one for words. Please don't take it personally, Mingtang. Jiang Ting took the initiative to explain to the Yu siblings, fearing that Hui Yuanhong might feel embarrassed and clash with them, which could affect her image in front of acquaintances. The Yu siblings didn't press the matter further and soon resumed their conversation with Jiang Ting. Hui Yuanhong had little in common with them, so he decided to review the martial arts he had practiced over the past 2 days. Holding a chopstick, he demonstrated the thrusting movements of a spear, lost in his own world. He had been busy practicing martial arts these past few days and hadn't had time to review in detail. Now was the perfect opportunity to digest the insights he had gained previously. As he went through the movements step by step, his understanding of the principles behind the Ming Jin and Ding Xin Zhou techniques became increasingly clear and profound. He was moving from knowing what to do to understanding why it worked. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 49600 500 and 5600. A prompt appeared before his eyes, indicating that his martial arts had made progress again. Before coming here this morning, he had already practiced Ming Jin to 400 and 9600. However, after thoroughly digesting and understanding the force dynamics through reviewing the past 2 days, his progress jumped by 15 points in one go. He was nearly at the peak of Ming Jin. My martial arts talent for reaching divine levels is essentially a built-in amplifier. If I merely practice mechanically, I can passively correct flaws and make steady progress, but if I can gain insights on my own and amplify those insights by 365 times, my progress will naturally be much faster. The joy of making progress in his martial arts completely overwhelmed Hui Yuanhong's thoughts of going on a blind date. He pulled out the internal medicine ointment he carried with him, took it with some tea, and then immersed himself entirely in reviewing and reinforcing what he had learned, using chopsticks as a gun, and immersing himself in the study of the principles of force circulation. In Jiang Ting's eyes, this former neighbor had been so dazzled by Yu Mingtang's talent and brilliance that he dared not speak much for fear of exposing his own shortcomings, not even daring to compete. Instantly, she felt even more disappointed. She lost all interest in Hui Yuanhong, focusing instead on chatting and drinking tea with the Yu siblings. When sitting down, she deliberately kept her distance from Hui Yuanhong, acting as though they were strangers. As they chatted, an unusual noise suddenly echoed from downstairs. Bang! First came the sound of something being smashed, followed by the clatter of a table being overturned. The noise was loud enough to be heard through the partition door. What's going on? Yu Mingtang rang the bell, summoning the teahouse owner, an old man dressed in traditional Tang attire, with thick calluses on his hands from years of martial arts practice. Just a minor issue, nothing to worry about. We'll handle it right away. The owner seemed to recognize the identity of the Yu siblings and was very polite, bowing repeatedly in apology. Moments later, 6 or 7 burly men armed with clubs rushed down to settle the matter. As a former tough guy in the underworld, even though he had retired, the teahouse owner still kept a group of henchmen to maintain order. Though outnumbered, they were more than enough to handle street thugs and drunken revelers. Seeing that the boss had sent men to handle the situation, the Yu brothers and Jiang Ting began chatting and laughing again. Bang! Crackle! To their surprise, the commotion downstairs not only failed to subside but grew even louder, accompanied by faint cries of pain and agony. What's going on? Yu Mingtang called the boss again, this time with growing impatience. I'm so sorry, sir, please forgive us. It's the Red Robe Gang causing trouble. Please give the old man a little more time. We can handle it, we can handle it. The boss kept smiling apologetically before finally lowering his face and going downstairs to mediate. The noise finally subsided for a moment, but soon erupted again with a loud clatter, spreading upward toward the second floor. Mingfang, maybe we should leave first. The tea house has a back door we can use to get out. Jiang Ting was a bit worried. It's okay, Ting Ting, don't worry. With my brother, the expert, here, those Red Robe Society thugs aren't a threat. Yu Mingfang said with a smile. You're right. Thinking back to the Bagua Palm techniques Yu Mingtang had just demonstrated, Jiang Ting felt reassured. That so-called Red Robe Society was nothing more than a bunch of street thugs. If they really came up against a master of external martial arts, they wouldn't stand a chance. I'll go downstairs to check. Keep the tea warm, I'll have some when I return. As if to reassure Jiang Ting, Yu Mingtang stood up, left the private room, closed the door, and strolled downstairs. With my brother handling it, things will be quiet soon. Yu Mingfang clapped her hands and laughed. Mingtang's Bagua Palm is the genuine teaching of Master Gua. Dealing with these thugs is child's play. Before Jiang Ting could finish speaking, a loud crash echoed through the room. A familiar figure smashed through the private room door, crashing heavily to the ground, covered in blood, unconscious. It was none other than Yu Mingtang, the Bagua Palm disciple who had just left. Chapter 14, knocked away with a single elbow. Brother! Yu Mingfang screamed in shock, while Jiang Ting was completely dazed, overwhelmed by uncontrollable panic and fear. How could this happen so quickly? Their greatest reliance, Yu Mingtang, who could imprint his palm prints on a wooden with his bagua palm technique, had been knocked unconscious. How could this inconspicuous tea house have attracted such a terrifying master? The cup of tea on the table was still warm, but no one dared to drink it. Yu Mingfang and Jiang Ting were too preoccupied to notice, their faces tense as they stared at the entrance to the private room. There, a towering figure emerged, moving slowly and deliberately like a raging bear. The teahouse owner, who had once been part of the underworld, was being held by the neck, his face covered in blood, his fate uncertain. With his bulging muscles, thick bones, and calloused palms, he was clearly an external martial arts master. Even before he arrived, the fierce and brutal aura emanating from him alone was enough to make the two women feel as though an invisible hand was choking their throats. They could only stare wide-eyed as the bear-like figure approached, casting a towering, terrifying shadow that completely engulfed them. It's over. The first to be targeted was Jiang Ting, a renowned scholar who had accompanied her mother to many important gatherings. She had always prided herself on her wit and ability to navigate any situation with ease. But now, the sight of the martial arts master Yu Mingtang fainting had left her mentally shaken. Facing the overwhelming aura of danger and the imposing presence of the figure towering over her, all of this left her mind blank, unable to think or speak. She could only watch in terror as the bear-like brute closed in, getting closer and closer. It felt as though the entire world had been reduced to that terrifying figure, with nothing else but a blank, white expanse. All she could hear was the dull thud of footsteps, no other sounds. You interrupted my train of thought. Just as Jiang Ting was on the brink of despair, a faint voice suddenly rang out, like a pebble dropped into a dead lake, shattering the suffocating silence. In Jiang Ting's vision, amidst the white expanse, another figure suddenly appeared. A figure that was not particularly tall, yet as unwavering as a gun. As the figure stood up and blocked her path, the terrifying pressure emanating from the bear-like brute was shattered as if pierced by a spear, allowing her to finally snap out of her daze and catch her breath. It was Hui Yuanhong. It was him. Jiang Ting was utterly baffled, wondering where Hui Yuanhong had found the courage to stand up at such a moment and utter a phrase she couldn't understand. But strangely, when Hui Yuanhong stood up, she felt a sense of reassurance, as if the once familiar neighbor before her could truly stand toe-to-toe with the ferocious brute. How could that be? Jiang Ting immediately dismissed this unnecessary thought. Judging by his build, this bear-like martial arts expert could probably crush Hui Yuanhong with a single slap. Moreover, even Yu Mingtang, who was far more skilled in martial arts, had been soundly defeated. How could this former neighbor, who had only been training for a short time, possibly be more powerful than Yu Mingtang? Just getting a moment's respite was already unimaginable. She dared not hope for more. Boy, what did you say? The external martial arts expert turned to look at Hui Yuanhong, his cold, indifferent gaze sending a chill down Jiang Ting's spine. He's killed people. That look was unmistakable. He had definitely killed someone. At that moment, Jiang Ting felt a surge of intense fear welling up inside her. She had just come out for a cup of tea. How had she ended up encountering a murderer? I said, you're disturbing me. Hui Yuanhong showed no reaction, staring at the foreign martial arts expert standing before him, his brows slightly furrowed. He had been sitting there reviewing the martial arts techniques he had practiced over the past 2 days, completely engrossed in his thoughts, when the loud bang of the door being forced open disrupted his concentration, leaving him naturally annoyed. You brat, are you looking for death? The external martial arts expert's gaze was cold. After confirming he hadn't seen this young face before, a naked intent to kill flashed in his eyes. Being young meant his martial arts weren't that great. If he were truly that young and already a master of the Ming Jin stage, he would have already gained fame, and the master wouldn't have recognized him. His martial arts were mediocre, and his attire suggested he had no background. Yet he dared to provoke Zhou Han? He truly didn't know when to back down. Sit down quickly, don't say another word. Jiang Ting looked tense, pulling Hui Yuanhong forcefully, then steeled herself to address the menacing figure before her. Sir, my mother is Wu Xiaoxia of the Overseas Merchants Association. These two are the descendants of the Yu family from the Far East, and this one is the descendant of an old friend whom my mother holds in high esteem. She knew that her status with the Yu siblings was extraordinary, and as long as she could reveal their background, there was a high chance they wouldn't be in trouble. But Hui Yuanhong was a different matter. If he angered this martial arts expert from an external family, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. After all, it was because of her that they had gotten into trouble. Even if she didn't like him, she couldn't just stand by and watch her old friend be beaten to death. So she hurriedly spoke up to save his life. However, her voice trembled uncontrollably, no matter how much she tried to hide it. The Overseas Merchants Association? The Yu family of the Far East? Zhou Hong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Ting. This is Jinmen. It's not your territory. Seeing that the other party didn't immediately attack, Jiang Ting's heart relaxed slightly, knowing there was still room for negotiation. She hurriedly continued, my mother has always admired the masters of the Red Robe Society and has long wanted to establish a connection with them. She is willing to raise funds to support your society's expansion.
Meanwhile, Hui Yuanhong, seeing Jiang Ting discussing business with this dangerous man, sat back down.
Wu Ai had been kind to him in the past. If he accidentally killed her business partner, that would be embarrassing.
So he continued to practice his martial arts on his own, soon becoming fully engrossed in his training. Jiang Ting, however, forced herself to maintain her composure, continuing to discuss the cooperation with Zhou Han, painting a rosy picture of the future, hoping to escape the situation as soon as possible. As for whether these promises would ever materialize, as long as she escaped this crisis, she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Since that's the case, please join me for a cup of tea at my place first. Zhou Han clearly wasn't one to be easily fooled, speaking casually. This we have urgent matters to attend to. We'll definitely invite you next time. Jiang Ting's face turned pale. She was an unmarried young lady from a prominent family. If she were taken to the Red Robe Society, how could she ever show her face in public again? Bang! Zhou Hang's expression darkened. His large hand, like a fan, slammed down on the table with such force that it cracked, sending the tea set clattering to the floor. The sudden burst of fierce and brutal aura left Jiang Ting pale with fear. She finally realized that in the face of overwhelming power, all tricks were futile. This time, it's really over. Leave on your own, or shall I help you? Zhou Hong threatened coldly, his eyes growing increasingly fierce, as if he were about to tear the few lambs before him to shreds at any moment. But, before he could act, his threatening words were cut off by the loud thud of someone slamming their fist on the table. What the hell are you shouting about? Hui Yuanhong, whose train of thought was once again disrupted, was so annoyed that he slammed his fist on the table and stood up, looking even more furious than Zhou Hang. In terms of height, he couldn't compare to Zhou Hong, who stood at 8 or 9 feet tall, but at that moment, when he stood up, he was looking down at Zhou Hong, like a large gun that had been lying horizontally and was now standing upright, completely overwhelming him with his aura. Before Zhou Hong could erupt in anger, Hui Yuanhong sank his body and stomped his feet. A violent, domineering force erupted from his feet, coursing through his spine, and as his hips twisted, he suddenly thrust his elbow forward. 8 extremes. Top heart elbow. His elbow was like a spear and elbow as one, enveloped in an overwhelming force, ruthlessly thrusting toward Zhou Heng's chest. This is bad. Seeing this terrifying momentum, Zhou Heng's scalp tingled, and he instinctively raised his arm to block the blow. Such a reaction and response were indeed correct, having saved him from countless life-threatening situations in the past. But Hui Yuanhong's elbow was too fierce, too brutal. The moment they made contact, it shattered his arm like broken branches, piercing through the exposed opening in his guard and landing squarely on his chest. Then, boom! A dull thud echoed as Zhou Heng's body, filled with fury, flew backward at an even faster speed than before, shattering the second-floor railing and crashing down the stairs, accompanied by a shower of splintering wood debris. Chapter 15, Jiang Ting's Transformation. Things have changed. Finally, some peace and quiet. Hui Yuanhong muttered, patting the wrinkled hem of his robe. At that moment, the tea house was completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief as the once fierce red robe sect master flew backward at a speed even faster than when he had arrived. This scene was too unreal. It left their minds blank, as if they were dreaming. Jiang Ting's eyes were wide with disbelief. One move. Just one move. The terrifying external martial arts master who had been so formidable earlier was sent flying with just one move. And the one who had done it was none other than Hui Yuanhong, whom she had never held in high regard. All of this was simply too absurd. Thinking back to how she had marveled at Yu Mingtong's martial arts skills earlier, Jiang Ting felt her face burn with embarrassment. Let us go. Hui Yuanhong walked toward the exit of the private room, ignoring the fierce-looking red-clad henchmen surrounding him. He didn't like fighting or killing, he just wanted to practice his martial arts in peace. All right. Jiang Ting nodded instinctively and followed Hui Yuanhong out without even asking Yu Mingfeng for permission. Unbeknownst to her, in her heart, this man who had once been her neighbor now held more weight than her best friend, and even more than Yu Mingtang, whom she had once admired and looked up to. Yu Mingfeng also looked at Hui Yuanhong with a complex expression, saying nothing. She carried her elder brother Yu Mingtang on her back and followed behind in silence. From the private room along the hallway, to the lobby, and finally to the exit, the Red Robe Society thugs, armed with clubs, surrounded them on all sides, causing Jiang Ting and Yu Mingfeng's faces to pale. However, Hui Yuanhong walked as if no one else was there, moving at a steady pace. Occasionally, when he bumped into someone blocking his path, he merely gave them a casual glance before continuing on his way, clearing a wide path behind him. Over 20 specialized thugs, each holding clubs, dared not approach, watching helplessly as Hui Yuanhong walked past them. As Hui Yuanhong moved forward, the circle of men slowly shifted, eventually pushing them all out of the tea house. It was like a pack of hyenas facing a lion. Even though they outnumbered him, they cowered in fear, none daring to make a move. Once outside the tea house, Yu Mingfeng, whose nerves were still on edge, finally exhaled in relief. She forced herself to thank Hui Yuanhong before turning to Jiang Ting and saying, "Ting, I'm truly sorry for causing you such a scare. I need to take my brother to the hospital first.
We'll meet again tomorrow.
According to their usual routine, Yu Mingfang would have invited Jiang Ting, and she would have accepted without hesitation, even if she had prior plans.
But this time, I might not have time tomorrow.
Jiang Ting hesitated before politely declining.
How about the day after tomorrow?
Yu Mingfang was taken aback and changed her offer.
The day after tomorrow might not work either.
Jiang Ting still declined politely, glancing unintentionally at Hui Yuanhong as she spoke, as if hoping for something. However, Hui Yuanhong's gaze was wandering, as if he had once again fallen into his previous state of deep thought, completely oblivious to the subtle feelings she had revealed. This scene made Jiang Ting feel even more that this former neighbor was completely different from before, having undergone a complete transformation.
Confident, powerful, and composed.
Even a brief comparison made the once admired young men who had pursued her, the sons of prominent families, and even Yu Ming Tang, whom she had once admired for years, pale in comparison, leaving her utterly uninterested. The plain, ordinary clothes she wore were the same as when they first met, but now, on this familiar figure, they gave off an air of returning to one's roots. It was as though they were from different worlds, separated by an invisible barrier. 3 days apart, and everything had changed. At noon, Hui Yuanhong had lunch with his father at home.
"Ah Hong, how did things go this morning? The woman didn't like me. We didn't even talk much. It's definitely not going to work out," Hui Yuanhong said. "Oh, it's okay. That's normal. After all, your Aunt Wu's family is a prominent one."
Hui's father was a bit disappointed, but he had clearly prepared himself mentally and quickly accepted the reality.
Knock knock knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
"Who is it?"
Mr. Huo was puzzled.
His family had fallen on such hard times. Who could possibly be visiting?
When he opened the door, it was Wu Xiaoxia, her face beaming with a smile, carrying 2 baskets of fruit. Behind her was Jiang Ting, who had somehow changed out of the silk dress she had worn earlier that morning, clearly the attire of a wealthy young lady, and now wore plain clothes similar to those of the old Hua family.
"It's old Hua. Is Ah Hong here?" Wu Xiaoxia greeted them enthusiastically.
He is here, he is here."
"What brings you here?"
Seeing the obvious contrast between Wu Xiaoxia and Jiang Ting's attire in the old house, Mr. Hu instinctively felt a bit awkward and fidgeted with his hands.
At the same time, he was even more puzzled. Didn't she look down on our son?
Why did she come back after just one meeting, and bring 2 fruit baskets?
"I'm here to find Ah Hong.
I must thank him properly." Wu Xiaoxia smiled as she changed her shoes at the door, and Jiang Ting did the same, seemingly completely forgetting her obsession with cleanliness. She changed her shoes, carried the fruit baskets, and walked straight into the house.
She didn't even show the slightest sign of disgust toward the cockroaches in the room. "Thank Ah Hong?"
Mr. Ho looked completely bewildered, utterly confused. Soon, he learned the details from Wu Xiaoxia. It turned out that Ah Hong had saved the other family's daughter. Hui's father suddenly understood. After all, Ah Hong was the true disciple of the martial arts schoolmaster, and even though he hadn't trained for very long, it made sense that he could knock out a thug harassing a girl. He was just a rickshaw driver and had no interest in such matters. He had no idea what the Red Robe Society mentioned by Wu Xiaoxia was, assuming it was just another gang of street thugs.
"Ms. Wu, you're too kind. You've always been so kind to our family."
Facing Wu Xiaoxia's repeated thanks, Hui Yuanhong smiled, his words carrying a more pronounced air of solemnity, as if he were holding a gun at all times, subtly revealing a sense of authority.
This unintentional display of presence startled Wu Xiaoxia.
She had always regarded Hui Yuanhong as merely adequate, primarily because of his clean background and ease of control, hoping to arrange a marriage between the 2 young people and secure a potential ally with a glimmer of hope for future success. However, after hearing about the morning's events and sending people to investigate the strength of Zhou Hong from the Red Robe Society, she realized that Hui Yuanhong had likely already achieved mastery of the Ming Jin stage. In such a short time, even if we consider that he had already entered the Ming Jin realm 2 months ago, advancing from entry to mastery in just 2 months is simply unimaginable. This is far beyond the capabilities of someone like Yu Mingtang. It has already entered the realm of top-tier geniuses. With such astonishing martial arts training speed, if he trains for another 20 days or so, by the time the small competition in Jinmen begins, he might not be out of the running for the peak of the Ming Jin realm. At that point, with the peak of the Ming Jin realm under his belt and Li Shuxing's behind-the-scenes manipulation, he might just be able to win 3 consecutive matches through underhanded means and break free from the shackles of his humble origins that prevent him from continuing his martial arts training. In that case, the achievements Hui Yuanhong could achieve in the future would no longer depend on luck, but would instead have at least a 30% chance of breaking through to the Hualing realm, and even a chance to reach the pinnacle of Hualing. This probability is already quite high, even higher than what most current Hualing masters estimated for their own breakthroughs when they were young. Especially now that she had seen him in person, she was even more certain of her judgment. Hui Yuanhong's future achievements would be truly extraordinary. Perhaps within 2 years, he could become a master of the hidden energy realm. Her attitude toward Hui Yuanhong naturally changed. Even if he couldn't become her son-in-law, she would invest in him first and cultivate a good relationship.
Chapter 16, Moving into the Wealthy Neighborhood. News of the Inner Three Harmonies Secret Medicine. Ahong, do you feel cramped practicing at home? Auntie happens to have a mansion for rent on Central Street. It's fully equipped with training facilities, and it's just sitting empty. Why don't you move in with Brother Ho for now? No need to pay rent. Once it's rented out, you can move out and we'll make room for you, Wu Xiaoxia said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting couldn't help but glance at her own mother, looking surprised. The house on Center Street wasn't supposed to be given to that hidden martial arts master? Why is it now unsold? She acknowledged that Hui Yuanhong was indeed a genius, having achieved mastery of the Ming Jin level at just 19, surpassing Yu Mingtang by a significant margin. But he was still too young. By the time he entered the Dark Qi realm and could truly help her mother, it would be at least 2 years from now. There was no need to rush into a major investment to lure him over. They could take their time. In fact, 2 years was already a deliberately optimistic estimate. After all, the leap from the peak of the Ming Jin realm to the Dark Jin realm was like crossing a chasm. Even the most talented geniuses raised from childhood in prominent families typically needed 3 to 5 years to gradually break through. However, the person her mother was currently courting was already a seasoned Dark Qi master, the most crucial figure at present. If he were to align himself with them, her mother would gain a powerful military ace, greatly increasing her chances of securing the position of Northern China Regional Director. If she were to give away this estate, how would she explain it to the patron later? If he were to harbor resentment and join the rival faction, the losses would be enormous. Wu Xiaoxia wore a smile on her face, as if she hadn't even noticed this point, or perhaps she had carefully considered it. But during this critical period of competing for the position of overall director, she had made a decision that others would deem utterly foolish. When will it be available for rent? Hua Yuanhong's eyes also flashed with a hint of strangeness. What if it stays unrentable and they just keep living there for free? After all, the mansions on Central Street are all occupied by wealthy families. It can be said to be the affluent district of Jinmen. The environment is excellent, with dedicated staff for cleaning, keeping it clean and tidy, unlike this old house, which smells damp and musty, with cockroaches crawling everywhere. Especially those with a full set of martial arts training facilities. The monthly rent for such a place would be at least $50 silver, equivalent to my father's earnings from half a year's hard work. To give up such a fine mansion for his family, it couldn't he possibly be out of kindness for saving Jiang Ting? It must be investment. Wu Xiaoxia must have recognized his talent and decided to invest in him early. Then thank you very much, Aunt Wu. Hua Yuanhong didn't refuse and didn't feel awkward about accepting the favor. He was confident he could repay this debt in the future, so he had the confidence to accept the investment. Here are the keys to the mansion. I've had it cleaned and furnished. You can move in tomorrow. While Mr. Hui isn't looking, take them quickly. Otherwise, with his stubborn nature, he'll definitely refuse. Wu Xiaoxia smiled as she pulled out a set of keys from her bag and slipped them into his hand while Mr. Hui was still busy in the kitchen. Hua Yuanhong saw clearly that there were only 2 sets of keys in the handbag. Clearly, Ms. Wu wasn't in the business of renting out houses. Fists are power. With fists, you have everything. Looking at the keys in his hand, Hua Yuanhong couldn't help but recall this widely quoted saying. In the past, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change his family's circumstances and had always been stuck in this cramped, damp shack. Yet now, by merely demonstrating a fraction of his martial arts potential, the dream of moving into a clean, spacious mansion, a dream he had pursued for a decade, had been effortlessly realized. By the way, is there something else you'd like to discuss, Ahong? Wu Xiaoxia asked with a smile. Please go ahead, Ms. Wu. As you know, I'm one of the main leaders of the Far East Chamber of Commerce in the North China region. But in fact, I have another identity. I'm a member of the Xingwu Alliance. The Xingwu Alliance? Hua Yuanhong was puzzled. He had never heard of this organization before. The Xingwu Alliance is a group of like-minded individuals from both within and outside the country who formed an organization to promote the martial arts of our great nation. Its members are primarily martial artists who are not from prominent families, though it also includes some business people like myself. Our goal is to oppose the alliance of prominent families, which advocates banning martial arts for commoners. Currently, the Xingwu Alliance's influence has spread like wildfire, covering 6 states and 37 counties. However, its focus has always been on inland states and counties, which is why it is not widely known in Jinmen. Wu Xiaoxia smiled faintly and continued, but things are different now. I have come to Jinmen not only to establish a branch of the Overseas Merchants Guild but also on behalf of the Xingwu Alliance, tasked with selecting geniuses from Jinmen and other coastal regions and recommending them to the alliance. But I have already become a disciple of my master. I don't know. Hua Yuanhong frowned. There's no need to worry. The Xingwu Alliance doesn't care whether you already have a master. As long as you have the resolve to uphold the great martial arts of the Guangdao Kingdom, you can join. The Alliance has also launched the Fire Seed program, specifically designed to support martial artists from humble backgrounds, providing them with martial arts techniques, secret medicines, and other resources. As for martial arts techniques, your inheritance from Li Shuxing should be sufficient. However, when it comes to secret medicines, Li Shuxing likely cannot offer much support. He himself has accumulated debts that would take several lifetimes to repay. How could he afford to buy medicines for you? As for the Feng family, who control the finances of the martial arts school, they already have someone like Wang Tianlong as their protege. At such a critical moment when he is about to step forward to fight, they wouldn't change their resource allocation. Wu Xiaoxia said with a smile. Oh? What level of secret medicines can the Xingwu Alliance provide? Huo Yuanhong asked. If it's just ordinary secret medicine for the Ming Jin stage, he could simply obtain it from the Huichun Hall. There's no need to join the Xingwu Alliance. There are many, and some are even secret medicines that even the aristocratic families near Jinmen may not possess. After all, the Xingwu Alliance has a vast influence and has secretly contacted members of some Central Plains aristocratic families who oppose the ban on martial arts for commoners, allowing us to obtain some top-tier secret medicines exclusive to Central Plains aristocratic families. As long as you are selected for the Fire Seed program, you can apply for a top-tier secret elixir of the Inner Three Harmony stage for free. Wu Xiaoxia said with a smile. The Inner Three Harmony stage? What is that? Huo Yuanhong was puzzled. I'm not from the martial arts world, so I'm not very familiar with the details. I only know that transitioning from Ming Jin to Jin represents a qualitative leap in martial arts. After reaching the peak of Ming Jin, martial artists must undergo the crucial Inner Three Harmonies to cultivate Jin. These are the union of mind and intent, the union of intent and qi, and the union of qi and strength. Some also call them the union of mind and intent, the union of intent and qi, or the union of qi and strength. These three unions are like three heavens, blocking countless practitioners of Ming Jin. Only after completing all three can one unleash the power of Jin. During these three steps, the consumption of essence, energy, and spirit is immense. One must use three secret elixirs nourishing the spirit, nourishing the energy, and nourishing the essence to replenish these vital energies. If the elixirs are of poor quality, they cannot fully compensate for the depletion of essence, energy, and spirit, leaving flaws and hidden weaknesses. These flaws will prevent one from reaching the pinnacle of hidden energy and make it difficult to advance to the stage of transforming energy. The top-tier secret elixirs for the Inner Three Harmony stage are available in the aristocratic families near Jinmen, but they are produced only once every few years. The last batch was produced a year and a half ago, and the remaining stock is likely scarce. Even if there are any left, they must be reserved for emergencies and cannot be given to outsiders. Wu Xiaoxia stated with certainty. So, to obtain top-tier secret elixirs for the Inner Three Harmony stage in the short term, the only possibility is the Xingwu Alliance? Huo Yuanhong pondered for a moment before speaking. Given his martial arts training speed, the first stage, the mind-body union, should only take a few days, so he indeed needed to make arrangements for the secret medicine. He wasn't too concerned about the truth of Wu Xiaoxia's words, as he could always ask his master or senior sisters later. That's almost correct. As long as you successfully qualify for the Fire Seed program, you can choose any of the top-tier secret elixirs for nurturing essence, qi, or spirit. Wu Xiaoxia nodded slightly, speaking with a touch of anticipation. If you're interested, I'll submit the materials to the nearest North China branch tonight. Results should be available in 3 or 4 days. At that point, you can decide whether to join based on the benefits offered by the North China branch. Alright, that's very kind of you, Ms. Wu. I'll also need to inform my master and see what he thinks. Huo Yuanhong replied. After Wu Xiaoxia and Zhang Ting left, Huo Yuanhong didn't feel like going all the way back to the martial arts school. Besides, his master and senior sister weren't there, and he didn't know anyone else at the school. Since that incident, the fat manager hadn't come looking for him again. Not only that, but none of the other managers or senior disciples had extended an invitation either. Huo Yuanhong was quite content with the peace and quiet. Fortunately, there was still plenty of calligraphy paper left at home, so he decided to stay home and practice. Huo Yuanhong's father, as usual, went out and headed to the car repair shop where he had worked for over 20 years. Although he received his son's living allowance, whether he drove the cart or not didn't make much difference. An extra 9 yuan a month wasn't much use either. But he was used to being busy, and when he had nothing to do, he felt restless. Besides, in his eyes, his son was indeed talented, but he was still just a disciple taken in privately by Master Li, and couldn't be brought into the limelight. What if one day Master Li no longer approved of him? Then he would still have to rely on hard work to earn a living and support his family. Hey, my son has mastered the inner strength. At just 19 years old, he has already mastered the inner strength. I'm telling you, my son is a genius. My son is a genius. He has mastered the Ming Jin technique. Every time he encountered someone from the car dealership, Mr. Huo would pat their shoulders and shout proudly, his face brimming with pride and joy. He had always kept the fact that his son had joined Li Shuxing's school a secret, fearing it might cause trouble for his son. But now, the news of his son's achievement could finally be shared with others. Your son is truly remarkable. Ming Jin has achieved great success? That's amazing. Old Hua, you've really struck gold with such a son. Seeing the envious and amazed expressions of the familiar rickshaw drivers, Mr. Hua felt as though he were walking on air. Over the years, whether he was out in public or at the rickshaw shop, he had never dared to speak loudly, only daring to smile cautiously. He had never experienced such a moment before, being praised and admired by these acquaintances. In that moment, Mr. Hua felt as though he had suddenly grown 20 years younger, as though he had once again become the confident young man he had been in his youth, standing tall and greeting people with a loud voice. He was so overjoyed that he didn't even notice that a few familiar faces were missing from the car dealership. Old Hua, your son is truly remarkable. Unlike my son, who recently bribed someone to forge a perfect exam paper to deceive me. A rickshaw driver sighed. Old Hua's smile faded as he looked at the man and asked, "What do you mean? My son wouldn't deceive me." Mr. Hua emphasized, as if trying to convince himself. The events of the past few days were simply too unreal, so unreal that they felt like a surreal dream, leaving him baffled. He feared that upon waking, everything would remain the same. Wu Xiaoxia had never come, and his own Ah Hong was still the abandoned apprentice from the martial arts school. "No, Old Hua, don't misunderstand me. I was just saying. The man waved his hands repeatedly, then added casually. I was just thinking, my son is so smart, and I even hired an experienced master to train him personally, but he is already 23 and still in the third stage of the cultivating strength phase before reaching the manifesting strength stage. Your son must be so intelligent to have achieved mastery of the first level of internal strength at 19. Hearing these words, the smile on Old Hua's face vanished completely. My son wouldn't lie to me. Mr. Hua repeated, his voice growing hoarse, his eyes darting around the room, instinctively seeking support from others. But everyone whose eyes met his remained silent, lowering their heads. After all, the son of the Hua family was notorious for being good for nothing. He had spent 10 years at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall and could barely manage the first step of cultivating inner strength. My son wouldn't lie to me. Hua's father looked around in a daze, his voice trembling slightly, growing fainter and fainter. Sir, my son wouldn't lie to me. Just then, Mr. Hua spotted the car dealership owner, the fat man with the big gold chain, walking over. He immediately grabbed onto him like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline, rushing forward with a trembling voice. Over the years, the car dealership owner had been the person he respected and trusted most. Back then, when he was destitute and even his wife had left him, it was the boss who, behind his wife's back, secretly gave him imported formula milk, allowing him to raise his 3-month-old son, Ah Hong. When he had been sick for days and couldn't bring himself to see a doctor, it was the boss who had people carry him to the best foreign hospital, and afterward, he didn't even ask for the medical fees. When Ah Hong was injured from martial arts training and couldn't afford medicine, the boss secretly arranged for someone to give him several packets of good medicine and lent him money to buy tonics. Even now, he hasn't been able to repay the boss for the money he borrowed, and the boss never mentions it. The only thing that's changed is that the big gold chain he used to wear has been replaced with a fake one. All of them, as brothers under the boss's protection, managed to live peacefully in Tianjin, earning $3 silver more per month than workers at other car repair shops. The boss's words are always true. There's no mistake. Thus, under the expectant, pleading, and even fearful gaze of Mr. Hua, the boss of the car shop, who was also the president of the Cart Drivers Association, paused for a moment before speaking. Your son has deceived you. Hua's world collapsed. Chapter 17, A Clash of Titans. The brave prevail. Your son is lying to you. The car shop owner looked at Hua's father, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, but glancing at the people around him, he continued, your son is a liar. He's been deceiving you all along, making you work yourself to death for his money so he can eat and drink at the martial arts school. I wouldn't let you speak to him like that. Surprisingly, Hua's father, who had always been meek and submissive, suddenly looked up and shouted at the car dealership owner, whom he had always respected the most in his life. Your son is a fraud. The car dealership owner said each word clearly. Say that again and I'll hit you. Mr. Hua clenched his fists, his veins bulging on his arms, and shouted. Your son is a fraudster. The boss remained expressionless, took 2 steps forward, rolled up the ledger in his hand, and slapped it hard on Mr. Hua's head. Hit me? Hit me? Your son is a fraudster, and you dare to hit me? Seeing Hua's father clenching his fists but dared not act, the boss pointed at Hua's father's nose and shouted, you don't need to come here anymore. Get out. I won't come anymore. Hua's father seemed to muster all his strength to shout this at the car dealership owner he had always respected. Then, as if his soul had been torn from his body, he staggered away from the place where he had spent most of his life working. Go, don't come back. Watching Hua's father's back, which seemed to have aged decades in an instant, the car shop owner's eyes were filled with complexity, and he murmured in a voice too soft for anyone else to hear. Humph. The white wax gun slid smoothly through the 9 layers of Xian paper, and when it sensed the force beginning to overflow, it stopped just before the 10th layer, creating ripples like water waves. 9 layers of Xian paper. Masterful control. 8 extremes fist 5 4600. Looking at the prompt that appeared before him, Hua Yuanhong nodded satisfactorily. After using an elbow strike to send the bear like Zhou Hong flying in the morning, he realized his understanding of the circulation of external force had deepened, and he could now more clearly identify which joints still needed improvement in their force transmission. After making some adjustments, he was able to maintain the number of unbroken layers of Xian paper, successfully increasing it from 7 to 9. This was a capability only at the peak of Ming Jin. Not just any peak of Ming Jin, but the kind renowned for mastering force with exquisite precision. In theory, at this level, one should be able to begin merging mind and intent, but the interface still shows that it's not fully perfected, with 10% progress remaining. Hua Yuanhong was puzzled. This situation. His master hadn't mentioned this before? After pondering for a moment, Hua Yuanhong decided to keep practicing for now. For ordinary martial artists, reaching the peak of the Ming Jin realm was already a great achievement, and even if there were flaws in their cultivation, it didn't matter. However, his goal was to transcend the Ming Jin realm and surpass his master Li Shuxing, who was an absolute master. Naturally, he had to strive for perfection. Even if he couldn't gain any further insights in the coming days, relying on the steady progress from repeated practice, he would only need half a day to fully master the Ming Jin realm and reach its pinnacle. Immediately, Hua Yuanhong settled his mind and continued his arduous training. With each successive shot, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and immersion. It wasn't until he heard the click of the door opening that he snapped out of his trance, sheathed his gun, and stepped out to greet his father. Hua Yuanhong furrowed his brows, sensing that his father was not in his usual state. He looked as though his vitality had been drained, appearing much older. Dad, what happened? Hua Yuanhong frowned and asked. Nothing. His father waved his hand and smiled. Today I told the boss about you. He said that Ahong will definitely make something of himself in the future and praised you for a long time. Hua Yuanhong fell silent for a moment. He recognized his father's smile. It was the same one he had forced onto his face when he returned home after being wronged at the Sword Martial Arts Hall. At the time, he didn't want to worry his father. So, what about his father now? After finishing his meal, Hua Yuanhong made an excuse to go for a walk. After leaving the house, he walked through the winding alleys and made his way to the closed car repair shop, quietly climbing over the fence. By then, it was completely dark outside, and the car repair shop was quiet. The rickshaw drivers had all gone home, leaving the place empty. Only the innermost room was still lit. Hua Yuanhong approached silently and felt his way to the windowsill. Looking through the lowered curtain, he could see two figures, one fat and one thin, sitting at the table eating. Big brother, why did you speak to Hua Dianyan like that earlier? Faint voices could be heard from inside, accompanied by the soft clinking of chopsticks against bowls. Hua Danyao was his father's name. Dian is a man of misfortune. After finally having a son with potential, he must not be dragged into our affairs. The speaker was the plump figure, whom Hua Yuanhong recognized as his father's boss. I've treated him well in the past. If I just tell him to leave, he'll never agree. Besides, there are so many people at the car dealership. Why should he be the one to leave while others have to stay and fight for their lives? If I don't scold him in front of others, they'll all be jealous. The plump figure said. Big brother, you really treat Hua Dianyan well. I'm almost jealous as your brother. When will you scold me like that too? The tall, skinny figure laughed. Get lost. You brat. The chubby figure laughed and scolded, then added, Old Six, prepare a bigger red envelope. I'll give it to Hua Danya when I have time. It'll serve as an apology. That guy has a bad temper, don't let him do something reckless. All right. The tall, slender figure replied, then asked curiously, Boss, you said Hua Danya's son, has he really mastered his external strength? Even if he hasn't, he is not far off. The plump figure picked up his chopsticks and said, at the tea house, he knocked Zhou Hong flying with a single move. That kind of skill can't be faked. We peasants finally got a genius among us, we can't let him die young. Let's not get involved with him. No wonder you deliberately drove Hua Dianyan away. You were afraid his son would get dragged into it, weren't you? The tall, slender figure mused. The plump figure said, he's still too young. On June 12, during the showdown with the Red Robe Society, there were several heart-to-heart masters who fell in battle. It would be a shame for such a genius to be lost there. So, boss, you'd rather lose a capable ally who's mastered the first level of internal martial arts than let our genius die young. The tall, slender man sighed. I'm not that noble. I'm just doing what I should do. We old fools aren't dead yet, it's not our turn to risk our lives. The plump figure spoke softly. In the darkness outside the window, Hua Yuanhong stood silently, watching for a long time before quietly making his way toward the door. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly paused, feeling the unknown liquid on his neck. He then looked up sharply toward the eaves. There, the skilled driver who had been crouched there keeping watch had collapsed onto the roof, his arms hanging limply, and crimson liquid dripped down. Plop! A shadowy figure dressed in night attire silently leaped down, landing with only a faint sound on the ground. When he raised his head, his gaze locked with that of Hua Yuanhong beneath the eaves. The pair of eyes exposed beneath the hood showed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting to find someone else below, let alone a stranger. However, judging from the stealth skills Hui Yuanhong had displayed, his martial arts were undoubtedly formidable. The masked assassin, not having gauged his opponent's strength, cautiously took a step back, his eyes filled with inquiry, to avoid clashing with his own kind and making a spectacle for those inside. Facing the masked assassin's inquiry, Hui Yuanhong remained expressionless, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Before the other could even land and steady himself, Hui Yuanhong had already crouched low, stomped his foot, and erupted with all his strength. He delivered a fierce elbow strike, aiming straight for the opponent's vital point. When two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. Chapter 18, First Battle, Hearts in Harmony. You're asking for death. The masked assassin's eyes flashed with anger. Before he could even move, this blonde-haired brat dared to attack first. He clearly didn't know the meaning of death. With a flick of his wrist, he lunged forward to grab the attacking elbow, intending to subdue him first before. Boom! The moment their bodies made contact, the masked man's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying, highly concentrated, domineering force surging toward him from the point of contact on his elbow. How could it be so fierce? Instantly, he changed his technique, shifting from a grapple to a subtle deflection. However, having lost the initiative and making a hasty change in technique and power, his formidable strength could only be mobilized to 30% before he was forced to confront Hui Yuanhong's all-out, life-or-death strike. The masked man let out a low, muffled groan, as if struck by a charging horse, his body involuntarily retreating, and his arms growing slightly numb. Elbow to the forehead. Who is your master? As soon as he created some distance, the masked man growled. But, facing the masked man's demand, Hui Yuanhong remained silent. Taking advantage of the other's momentary disorientation, he suddenly tensed his left leg, which had just landed after charging forward, sending a surge of brutal force into the ground. Propelled by the counterforce from the ground, his body erupted once more, charging forward. In an instant, he closed the slight distance between them and lunged forward once more, closing in on the masked man. At that moment, his mind was utterly calm, with only one thought: get down. His master had once said that in combat, the greatest enemy was hesitation and a cluttered mind. Therefore, he discarded all distractions, ignoring the masked man's origins and disregarding his words. His sole focus was on bringing the man before him to his knees. As for the rest, if the opponent was still breathing after the fight, they could talk later. Damn it! The masked man was filled with anger and fear. In this part of Jinmen, aside from that madman Li Shuxing, how could there be someone so disregarding of the rules? Didn't he fear being targeted by the crowd? Normally, shouldn't one first clarify the background and then assess whether one can fight? After all, anyone who is trained to this level must have some kind of background. But, first, he lost the initiative and was forced to block a full-force elbow in a hurry, leaving his right hand numb. Then he spoke up to challenge him, leaving himself without enough time to catch his breath. Facing Hui Yuanhong's unhesitating second charge, the masked man, though he immediately spotted 7 or 8 weaknesses and thought of over a dozen countermeasures, had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue blocking the elbow with his left hand, despite not having regained his breath and his right hand still numb. Boom! The masked man felt as though a mountain was crushing him, his chest tightening. Fortunately, his martial arts were deep enough, and he managed to hold on. Next, as long as he could create some distance, catch his breath, and recover his condition, he would easily dispatch this rule-breaking young upstart. The plan was sound, but kill. Hui Yuanhong glared intently at the masked man, ignoring the searing heat in his lungs, and charged forward once more. With a single rise and fall, the unique, domineering force of the 8 Extremes fist erupted from his body like a dormant volcano. Boom! 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 Elbow strike! Elbow strike! Elbow strike! Elbow strike! Elbow strike! His mind was clear and focused, exploiting the close-range advantages of the 8 Extremes fist to the fullest. He closed in on the masked man, unleashing a storm of elbow strikes. Each blow aimed for vital points, forcing the opponent to block desperately. One step ahead, every step ahead. The goal was to suffocate the opponent, to make them see the openings but be too enraged to act. As long as every round is his, even if he hasn't trained in specialized combat techniques, even if he's full of flaws in the fight, what does it matter? Madman! Madman! This is a madman! Even crazier than Li Shuxing. The masked man's face turned ashen, and he roared inwardly, desperate to find an opportunity to regain his composure. But under Hui Yuanhong's relentless, reckless assault, he was forced to retreat step by step. He was a master at the mind-body unity stage, a seasoned veteran of that realm. Yet he was being dominated by a raw, untrained fighter who hadn't even mastered the basics of combat techniques. Clearly, all he needed was to unleash a single complete burst of power to end the fight, but he dared not ignore Hui Yuanhong's coming elbow, nor dare to exchange injuries for his life. He had no choice but to follow Hui Yuanhong's rhythm, being forced to retreat step by step until his back collided with the wall of the car repair shop. With no room to retreat, he finally crashed through the wall with a loud bang and flew backward. Huff! Huff! Huff. Hua Yuanhong gasped for breath, his lungs burning as if on fire, his vision a blur of crimson, unable to see anything. His arms throbbed with pain, and a faint, stubborn force kept surging through his body, refusing to dissipate. Is this what they call mind and body in harmony? It's truly powerful. Whether it's physical conditioning, the precision and intricacy of force manipulation, or the tenacity and destructive power, he's far above me. Even after taking that elbow strike head-on, he's unharmed. Hua Yuanhong knew that if he hadn't taken the initiative and fought with a reckless, relentless determination, forcing the opponent to never fully unleash their true abilities, he would have been dead in the first exchange. No wonder most practitioners of external martial arts linger in the lower ranks, while those with mental harmony, even the weakest among them, deserve a place in the upper echelons of society. Luo Laogue. You dare! A furious voice rang out as a tall, slender figure darted forward, engaging the masked man in a lightning-fast exchange of over a dozen moves. The surrounding walls and stones were shattered into pieces by the explosive force unleashed by both combatants. This mind-body fusion technique, with its extreme penetrating power, would feel like being pierced by a crossbow bolt if it hit a person. A single strike could be fatal. It was something the physically powerful Ming Jin could never withstand. This was the true power of a master of mind-body coordination, striking enemies as easily as cutting grass. Even when facing foreign firearms, they could achieve the speed of a punch within 7 steps. Seeing this, Hua Yuanhong was both stunned and deeply impressed by how wise his earlier decision to strike first and pursue relentlessly had been. Had he hesitated even for an instant, his body would now be riddled with holes from the force of the strikes. Boom! 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 After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, the tall, slender man clearly gained the upper hand, quickly forcing the masked fighter to retreat. But before he could escape far, the plump figure of the car shop owner blocked his path, startling the masked man so much that his eyelids twitched wildly, and he hurriedly tried to change direction. But it was too late. The car dealership owner's gaze was icy cold. With a burst of power from his feet, he vanished suddenly. The ground where he had been standing cracked open like a spiderweb, unable to withstand the terrifying explosive force, shattering into pieces. Whoosh! As fast as if he had teleported, the car shop owner's figure suddenly crossed 5 meters of distance, appearing in front of the masked man, and delivered a thunderous punch. Boom! Even though he wasn't facing it directly, Hua Yuanhong felt as though a mountain was collapsing onto him, a sense of terror as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, causing his heart to race wildly. Fist intent. He recalled his master once mentioning the concept of fist intent. No one could have imagined that this man, who usually walked around with a large belly, panting after just a few steps, and whose punches were weak and ineffective, was actually a rare master of mind-body coordination. He was clearly far stronger than Luo Laogue and the tall, slender man. Boom! Luo Laogue was directly knocked flying by the powerful punch, leaving a trail of blood on the ground as he fled into the darkness and disappeared. The car shop owner didn't pursue him, but instead coldly glanced at the other side. When the figure in the shadows chuckled and stepped back, he approached Hua Yuanhong. This time, thank you, young brother. Otherwise, my 6th brother and I would have been caught off guard by Luo Laogue's assassination attempt and suffered a great loss. The car shop owner bowed his hands in gratitude. No need to thank me. The boss has always been kind to my father and me. Hua Yuanhong said. Your father? The car shop owner, a master of martial arts, was taken aback. Which gentleman is your father? He couldn't recall any old acquaintance with such a prodigious son, who was so young yet had reached the peak of the Ming Jin realm and could even overpower Luo Laogue, a master of the Cine style, throughout the battle. My father, Hua Danyao. Chapter 19, The Legendary Peak of Ming Jin. Hua Dianyan? Are you Hua Dianyan's son? The car shop owner couldn't hide his genuine astonishment. Hua Danya's son was only 19 years old, yet he was the young man who had injured the old demon of the Luo family? The tall, slender man was also stunned. Wasn't he supposed to have mastered the Ming Jin technique? How did he become the pinnacle of Ming Jin? And such a ferocious pinnacle at that? Yes, it's me. Hua Yuanhong nodded, then frowned at his arm and asked, Mr. Car Dealer, how do I remove the old man's energy? During their earlier exchange, every collision had caused threads of poisonous energy to seep into his arm, and he couldn't expel it even now. Did your master not teach you? This is a yin-yang technique cultivated through mind-body coordination, and it has already taken on some of the characteristics of hidden force. The car shop owner looked surprised, stepped forward, and tapped Hua Yuanhong's arm several times before gently massaging it in a rhythmic motion, slowly working out the threads of poisonous energy. No, my master hasn't taught me mind-body coordination yet. Hua Yuanhong replied. He hasn't taught you mind-body coordination. The car shop owner fell silent, his mind in turmoil. He had assumed that Hua Yuanhong was the kind of fighter specifically trained by his master to excel in public combat. Such a person, even if they hadn't reached the mind-body harmony stage, would still be highly skilled due to their familiarity with that stage and their frequent sparring with masters who had achieved it. They might indeed be able to take advantage of the old master of the Luo family's lack of preparation, gain the upper hand, and press the attack all the way. But to his surprise, Hui Yuanhong didn't even know how to dispel the soft, insidious force. Clearly, his master had never taught him the heart-mind union technique. It is even possible that this was his first time facing a master of the heart-mind union technique. To achieve such results in his first encounter without understanding the nature of mind-body harmony or having ever sparred with a master of it. Such talent, such combat instincts. It was truly terrifying. Especially since the car shop owner was well aware of the Hua family's circumstances. They were far from a prominent clan that could afford to cultivate combat instincts from a young age. It was likely that Hui Yuanhong had only begun serious martial arts training in the past few months. Thinking about it this way, it becomes even more astonishing. If only I could have a son like the Hua families. The car dealership owner sighed inwardly, staring at Hui Yuanhong. The more he looked, the more delighted he became, his eyes brimming with admiration and a hint of pride. After all, he had watched Hui Yuanhong grow up, though they had rarely seen each other in recent years. Plus, the change in Hui Yuanhong's demeanor was so drastic that he didn't recognize him at first glance. In the blink of an eye, the once helpless infant, the young man who had injured himself practicing martial arts and lay in bed, had grown up, and so outstandingly so. So outstanding that even he felt a touch of envy toward Hu Dianyan. Big brother, for the match on the 12th, why not let him join us? He can just distract those 3 peak-level martial artists and prevent them from interfering. That way, we might have a better chance of winning. Old Six couldn't help but say this. The car shop owner also hesitated. At first, he had assumed that Hui Yuanhong was just an ordinary Ming Jin master, so even if he came, he wouldn't be much help and might even cause trouble. But now he realized that he wasn't just a peak-level Ming Jin practitioner, he was a peak-level Ming Jin master, and one of the most formidable ones at that, capable of engaging in close combat with a Sini master for a short time. Such a formidable opponent was worth 3 ordinary Ming Jin peak practitioners. As long as he didn't get involved in the Sini battlefield, he could easily hold off 3 Ming Jin peak practitioners from the Red Robe Society without any issues. Boss, I heard you mention earlier that you'll be facing off against the Red Robe Society on the 12th. How strong are they? Hui Yuanhong asked proactively. Today was the 8th day of the month, and there were still 3 or 4 days left until June 12th. They're very strong. There are 3 with harmonized intent, over 10 Ming Jin practitioners, and the Red Robe Society's old leader is even stronger than me. The carriage shop owner said solemnly. How many heart and mind united members does the cart driver's side have? Hui Yuanhong asked. Just 2, me and old Six, plus 5 or 6 more with visible inner strength. The carriage shop owner replied honestly. Then, aren't your chances of winning very slim? Hui Yuanhong frowned. Very little. The car shop owner spoke bluntly. Of course, now that you've joined us, maybe we have a 1 or 2% chance. Hui Yuanhong was speechless for a moment before finally asking, if you have no chance of winning, why fight? The carriage shop owner fell silent for a moment, sighed, and forced a smile. There's no choice. We have to fight even if we don't want to. 3 days ago, our men accidentally discovered a tiger blood grass. This is a top-tier medicinal herb at the harmonious intent stage. If I could take it, I could advance further, and the cart drivers guild could escape the dire situation we're in, being crushed by several gangs working together. Unfortunately, the news leaked out, and Red Robe sect experts came to intercept us. By the time I arrived, half of the tiger blood grass had already been stolen. If it weren't for my men's caution in splitting it into 2 parts and sending them off in separate directions, it might have fallen into the Red Robe sect's hands. The Red Robe sect also wanted to take things further. They feared I might destroy the remaining half, so they proposed a duel. The winner would claim the tiger's blood grass. I knew the chances of winning were slim, but even if I refused the duel, the cart drivers guild wouldn't last much longer. We'd be finished sooner or later, so why not take a chance? If we win, we'll have a bright future. The carriage company owner sighed. The duel in a few days, the most powerful Red Robe Society leader, leave him to me. Hui Yuanhong paused for a moment before suddenly saying. Over the years, this plump man had shown great kindness to his family, and he had heard a thing or two about him from his father. It could be said that without the formula milk he had secretly given him back then, and without the medicine he had secretly given him back then, he wouldn't be where he was today. These favors must be repaid. The car shop owner paused, then smiled wryly. Don't worry, you just deal with the Red Robe Society's outer disciples. As long as our intentions align, old Six and I will cover for you. It won't come to you young ones having to risk your lives. If we lose, you must flee immediately. Don't hesitate. In his view, Hui Yuanhong hadn't yet come into contact with the power of heart energy or fist intent. Even if he entered the realm of heart-mind harmony, it would take at least another year. Being able to exchange a few blows with an old-timer like Luo Laogue was already impressive. How could he possibly get involved in a life-or-death battle against multiple Sini practitioners? Speaking of which, I think your external strength is almost at its peak. Why hasn't your master taught you mental power and fist intent yet? These are the foundations of mind-body unity. Well, he must have his reasons. I shouldn't meddle and teach you on his behalf. The car shop owner shook his head. Hua Yuanhong fell silent. Could it be that his master never expected that after just 2 days away, his disciple had nearly mastered the external strength? By the way, boss, my external strength is now at its peak. Is there no further path to follow? Must I begin the mind-body integration? Hua Yuanhong recalled his previous training and asked. Your external strength, can it still be refined further? The car shop owner paused slightly and said. It feels like it's still a bit off. Hua Yuanhong said. Normally, someone at your level of Ming Jin should start working on Sinihe, but... The car shop owner paused for a moment before continuing. I did hear my master mention that the peak of Ming Jin may not be the end of Ming Jin. It's just that most people's natural talent only allows them to reach this level, so it's called the peak of Ming Jin. But there are extremely rare individuals with extraordinary talent who can reach the true pinnacle and limit of Ming Jin. However, this is incredibly difficult. Even a once-in-a-lifetime genius couldn't achieve it. It is said that once you master any one of the 3 realms Mingjing, Anjing, or Huajing to its utmost, you can break through to the realm above Huajing. Most of those above Hualing in this world are martial arts anomalies, and it is said that they have merely reached the limit of a single realm. One can only imagine how difficult that must be. In fact, forget about reaching the pinnacle of Ming Jin. Even if one can take just a tiny step further after reaching the peak of Ming Jin, polishing it to be just a bit closer to perfection, that alone would already be considered an unparalleled genius. And this often requires 10 or even 100 times the effort, spending tens of months or even longer to refine it meticulously. The car shop owner shook his head and sighed. His gaze toward Hua Yuanhong was filled with astonishment, clearly believing that Hua Yuanhong might be one of those extraordinary geniuses capable of refining himself further after reaching the peak of the Ming Jin realm. Even if they couldn't reach the pinnacle, they could lay a more solid foundation for the future. What if one were to push each realm to its absolute limit? Hua Yuanhong thought it seemed pretty straightforward. It could be done in half a day. Ha ha ha. The car shop owner couldn't help but laugh, but he understood. Young people were always full of ambition, believing they could reach the pinnacle just like he had in his youth. Alright, let me give you an example. There's Li Shuxing, the legendary gunmaster. It's said that he reached the pinnacle of both the Dark Qi and Transcendent Qi realms, surpassing all other Transcendent Qi practitioners by a wide margin. He dominated the top martial artists of Jinmen, leaving them gasping for breath, and became the sole supreme master among the One Supreme, 2 heroes, and 13 invincible protectors. As for reaching the pinnacle of every realm, if someone could truly achieve that, they would be a living legend, a myth of this age. They could pluck an enemy's head from the midst of 10,000 troops, sever a king's wrist, and emerge unscathed from the Forbidden Palace. The last person suspected of having mastered all realms to their utmost was Zhang Jinren, who dominated the world 300 years ago. If such a mythical figure were to emerge again, even just one such individual could strike fear into the hearts of the aristocratic clans and reverse the trend of martial arts being banned in the lower classes. The car shop owner smiled and teased, young man, want to give it a try? I was just asking. Hua Yuanhong laughed, then looked around. Is there anywhere around here to practice? The intense battle he had just witnessed had given him much to ponder, and he wanted to process it while the memories were still fresh. Yes, follow me. The cart shop owner led Hua Yuanhong to a quiet room in the basement of the cart shop, where various weapons were displayed, all sharpened to a razor's edge. You can practice here freely. The walls and columns have been reinforced, so don't worry about them collapsing. All right. Hua Yuanhong didn't hesitate, grabbing a sharpened long spear, shaking it a few times, and finding it too light. He then picked up the heavier one nearby, weighing it in his hands, and finally nodded in satisfaction. This is the one. Then he found a stack of, hung it on the wall, and thrust the spear forward. Whoosh! The 9 layers of Xian paper remained intact, with only the 10th layer slightly damaged. 8 Extremes Fist 591-600. The real fight just now, though it lasted only a few breaths, brought him tangible benefits. Through practical verification, his mastery of the Ming Jin technique of Bagui Zhang had taken a significant step forward, increasing by 21 points. Now, he is extremely close to the pinnacle of Ming Jin. In terms of mastery of the Ming Jin, he has already surpassed the vast majority of practitioners, as most martial artists choose to forcefully break through the barrier once they reach the peak of the Ming Jin stage, which is 54600. Come again. Hua Yuanhong continued his training, his mastery of the Ming Jin growing deeper with each passing moment, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle. Time slowly passed until a moment when he felt a sense of completeness. Now! As he thrust the spear forward, the energy throughout his body seemed to merge completely, condensing into a single point and erupting as the most fierce and domineering yang energy. Whoosh! The tip of the spear pierced through 10 layers of Xian paper with remarkable smoothness, then penetrated the wall without any resistance, sinking in by a full 2 inches. Upon closer inspection, not a single layer of the 10 sheets of Xian paper was damaged. The point where the spearhead had pierced the wall was as smooth as if it had been carved with a small knife, with almost no residual force escaping. The pinnacle of external force. Done. 8 extremes fist outer force 600 600.
Seeing the prompt appear before him, Hui Yuanhong felt a surge of joy in his heart. In less than 10 days, he had gone from an ordinary person who hadn't even touched the edge of Ming Jin to a master of its ultimate form, surpassing 99% of those who practice Ming Jin. The accomplished lead the way now. He too had earned the right to be addressed as Master Hua. With his current mastery of the peak level of Ming Jin, he could concentrate his power into a single point and unleash it explosively. If he were to catch someone off guard like before, he might even break Luo Laogui's arm. Hungry, so hungry. After reaching the pinnacle of Ming Jin, an overwhelming sense of hunger surged from every corner of his body, impossible to suppress. During the peak of his previous stage of Ming Jin, his body had already begun to feel hungry, but it wasn't as intense, and he could suppress it with ordinary Ming Jin elixirs from the rejuvenation hall. However, now that he had fully reached the pinnacle of Ming Jin and refined his entire body's energy into a unified whole, the hunger had become overwhelming. Even several doses of the internal ointment couldn't suppress it. My body is depleted. The consumption of reaching the peak is too great, causing severe depletion of the body. I need stronger secret potions to replenish it. He had consulted the doctors at Huichun Hall and learned that the root cause of this hunger was practicing too quickly and intensely, without adequate nourishment to keep up, leading to a depletion of the body's reserves. He needed to take appropriate potent medications in the short term to replenish the deficiency before continuing his training. Otherwise, it could damage the root of his energy, creating irreversible risks. However, such rare and potent medicines were not available at the Huichun Hall, and certainly not at a carriage house. They were all controlled by aristocratic families or martial arts schools backed by such families. Fortunately, the small competition among martial arts schools is approaching, and the first prize is a potent herbal remedy like the Crimson Lotus Ointment, which should be able to replenish the body's deficiencies. With my current strength, winning first place will be a breeze. It's time to go back. I accidentally damaged the wall. I hope I don't have to pay for it. Hui Yuanhong put down his gun and strode swiftly toward the quiet room. Brother, why don't we make a bet? How long do you think it will take Hui Yuanhong to refine his external strength to a slightly more advanced level? I'll bet 2 months. Let's see who's closer. Outside the quiet room, a tall, slender man seemed bored, smiling as he spoke to the car shop owner. Chapter 20, Without a charge doomed to fail, how could this beautiful world deserve the light of day? 2 months? You sure have a lot of faith in him. The car shop owner laughed, pulling out 2 silver dollar bills. I'll bet 1.5 months. After all, he's like a son to me. These $20 are for you to drink. Then I won't hesitate to take it. The tall, slender man chuckled, snatching the 2 bills into his hand, clearly already considering them his own. Speaking of which, this kid's talent is truly remarkable. Even if 2 months is a bit exaggerated, with half a year of polishing, he might just surpass those peerless geniuses after reaching the peak of the Ming Jin realm. An invincible Ming Jin at 20 years old? I never even dared to dream of witnessing such a prodigy rising to prominence. The tall, slender man sighed with emotion. Don't get too carried away. This isn't something that can be polished so easily. Many geniuses have spent years trying to break through, yet they haven't made the slightest progress. The car shop owner shook his head and said, besides, who wasn't a genius back then? When I was young, I reached the peak of the Ming Jin realm at 19, full of ambition to go further. But after polishing myself for half a year, I didn't make a single step forward. I had no choice but to start cultivating my mind. Just then, the door to the quiet room creaked open, and Hui Yuanhong stepped out. You're done already? Shouldn't you practice more? The car shop owner asked in surprise. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest. Hui Yuanhong replied. That's true, the car shop owner realized. I almost forgot you had a fight with old ghost Luo tonight. You should rest properly. Come on, go back and sleep. Alright, by the way, the wall inside got a bit damaged. Should I compensate you? What's there to compensate for? It's just a bit of paint. I'll just touch it up myself. The car shop owner couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. You really don't want me to pay? Then, I'll go ahead and leave? Hui Yuanhong felt a little guilty. Go ahead, go ahead. The car shop owner was completely baffled, unsure why Hui Yuanhong was so fixated on the wall. After watching his back disappear, he picked up a bucket of paint and followed the tall, slender man into the quiet room. Let me see where the paint is peeling. Oh, it's here. The car shop owner's voice suddenly stuttered, staring blankly at the wall in front of him. The paint he was holding slipped from his hands and spilled onto the floor, but he didn't even notice. What's wrong? The tall, slender man walked over, looking just as confused. Perfect. The car shop owner muttered unconsciously, his eyes unfocused, as if he had encountered something utterly baffling, his soul seemingly gone. Ultimate? What ultimate? The tall, slender man was even more puzzled. Hui Yuanhong. He might have, perhaps, possibly, achieved the ultimate level of internal strength? And it's the true ultimate level of internal strength?
The car shop owner's voice was filled with disbelief and shock, so much so that he seemed numb. Oh, ultimate is ultimate. What? Wait, what did you say? Clearly mastered the ultimate level of Ming Jin. The tall, slender man was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The boss must be hallucinating. How long has Hui Yuanhong been training here? Not even half an hour, and he's already mastered the ultimate level of external strength? Is this even human speech? The tall, slender man walked to the wall, looked down, then reached out and poked it. Then, he froze in place. Looking at the powder on his finger, his eyes were blank, as if he had seen a ghost. Such destructive power could only be unleashed by a master whose mind and body were perfectly in sync, but Hui Yuanhong hadn't even begun to achieve that level of harmony yet. Then, there was only one possibility left. Ultimate mastery of external force. The car shop owner's voice was trembling. He was actually witnessing the birth of a martial arts prodigy, a demonic talent surpassing even the most extraordinary geniuses. The tall, slender man finally snapped back to reality, his face lit up with excitement. Good, excellent. If we had another Ming Jin at its peak like Hui Yuanhong, our chances of winning would be as high as 30%. Old 6, our bet with the Red Robe Society is on the 12th at 3 p.m., right? The car dealership owner suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Yes, what's wrong? The tall, slender man asked in confusion. Change the time to the morning. The car shop owner's tone left no room for argument. The tall, slender man hesitated for a moment before asking, should I go tell Hui Yuanhong? No need. Don't let him know. The car shop owner waved his hand. But, if he doesn't come, we'll be back in a life or death situation. The tall, thin man spoke hoarsely, struggling to get the words out. He can't come. The car shop owner pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, then handed it to the tall, thin man, blowing out smoke rings as he said, the Red Robe Gang is powerful. With one more of them, we still can't beat them, and we'll only drag him down. We old men have exhausted our potential. This is as far as we go in life. But Hui Yuanhong is different. At 19, he has already mastered the peak of the Ming Jin stage. Even if he can't reach the Hua Jin stage, becoming a Hua Jin practitioner is still highly likely. Such a martial arts prodigy must not be held back by us. We can't take even the slightest risk. When the time comes, I'll use a forbidden technique to fight to the death, dragging the Red Robe Sect leader and Luo Laogue with me. Your footwork is swift once you've seized the tiger's blood grass, charge out immediately. Even if we die, we must deliver the medicine to Hui Yuanhong. The carriage driver said fiercely. He knew Hui Yuanhong's family background. By the time they reached the stage of mutual understanding, there was an 80% chance they wouldn't obtain the top-tier medicine. Without the top-tier medicine, there would be flaws left behind. These flaws were like missing bricks in the foundation, growing more detrimental as one's cultivation advanced, potentially causing one to stagnate at the Dark Chi realm and never reach the Transformation Chi realm. This top-tier medicine for nurturing the spirit would only allow him to advance further in the inner three harmonies, with the Dark Chi realm still out of reach. However, if Hui Yuanhong could take it, the Dark Chi realm would be guaranteed, and breaking through to the Transcendent Chi realm would be highly likely. Do you know, yesterday, old Five's child was bullied at school again, mocked by classmates for being the son of a cart puller? Other brothers' children also encountered various troubles. These brothers left us early, entrusting their children to me. Yet I've never been able to care for them properly, unable to raise them to walk with pride, let alone stand up for them. Why? The cart driver's voice was hoarse. It's because the cart drivers guild doesn't have hidden strength. And in Jinmen, without hidden strength, you have no say. But things will be different from now on. If our cart drivers guild has a master with hidden strength or even a master who has transcended hidden strength, who the hell dares to mock us as stinky cart drivers? Who the hell dares to bully our brother's children? Second brother, third brother, fifth brother, and the other brothers who left us first, their children will all be able to walk tall and proud under the sun, because behind them will be a powerful cart drivers guild. A hidden strength martial artist. A master of transformed strength. As he spoke, the cart shop owner turned to his sixth brother. Are you afraid of death? Afraid? Afraid of what? The tall, thin man took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes reddening as he clenched his teeth. Back when the 7 of us came to Jinmen to make a living, now only the 2 of us are left. I've had enough of this life, but I don't want to die in such a pathetic way. Now, at least before I die, I can see a martial arts prodigy from our place. I'll have something to brag about when I get to the afterlife. You're truly my brother. The car shop owner patted the tall, thin man on the shoulder, smiling broadly, seemingly unaware that he was about to die. Exchanging our 2 old bones for a future where someone with latent inner strength might one day master it, and for our brother's children to have a bright future, it's worth it. Big brother, do you think if the cart driver really becomes a major power in the future, will our names be recorded in history? The tall, slender man asked eagerly. Of course we can. Definitely. The carriage shop owner smiled broadly, not wanting to shatter the tall, thin man's last shred of hope. Being recorded in history was such a difficult thing. If Hui Yuanhong could grow up smoothly and reach the level of transforming energy, perhaps he could leave an obscure surname in the annals of history. But the two brothers. There was no point even thinking about it. Of course, he knew that his sixth brother had only mentioned it on a whim. They had established the Cart Drivers Guild and opened this cart business, struggling to protect the poor and downtrodden amidst the oppression of the traitorous aristocratic families in Jinmen. They had never sought to be remembered in history, nor had they ever dared to hope for such a thing. They just wanted to prove themselves. They just hoped that their descendants would one day live like human beings. The carriage shop owner's eyes grew distant, as if he saw in the distant horizon the towering skyscrapers and concessions bathed in wealth and luxury. Without a charge into certain defeat, how could this beautiful world deserve the light of day? We won't see it, but one day, Ahong and the others will. During festivals, burn more paper money for us and tell us more about their world. That will be enough. Chapter 21, Li Shuxing's Surprise. Please. Under the guidance of the current head of the Fong family, Li Shuxing stepped into an elegant pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat an elderly man sipping tea, attended by a Western woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Her features were exquisite, her legs long and slender, and even by Eastern standards, she was a beauty of the highest order. Old man, it's been a long time. How's your health? Li Shuxing sat down across from him, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Don't worry, old man. I have no other skills except staying alive. Back in the day, an old blind fortune teller told me I could outlive you. The old man spoke slowly, moving his hands and feet at a leisurely pace, appearing like an ordinary old man. But Li Shuxing knew that this old man's martial arts were terrifyingly skilled, and his lineage was so high that he was on the same level as his master's grandfather. This was the former patriarch of the Fong family from several generations ago and the former chief of the martial arts school. The Fong family had amassed immense wealth and remained untouched by envy, thanks to two things: investing in martial arts schools to attract top-tier practitioners like him, and the fact that this old man was still alive. Come, try the tea I brewed. The old man clapped his hands, and the Western woman beside him promptly served Li Shuxing a cup of hot tea. How is it? Seeing Li Shuxing scrutinizing the Western woman, the old man smiled and said, I obtained her from Consul Henry. She can sing and dance, and her leg techniques are particularly impressive. You old shameless man. Li Shuxing remained expressionless. The old man didn't get angry. While sipping his tea, he said, the foreigners are powerful. They have foreign guns, cannons, and all sorts of strange gadgets. If we don't change, sooner or later they'll drive us into the interior. I want to know why the foreigners are so powerful. I must experience it firsthand. If you keep this up, you'll end up losing all your retirement money. Li Shuxing grabbed the tea, drank it in one gulp, and didn't even spit out the tea leaves. Don't worry, I'm not senile yet. The old man smiled faintly, then gently pushed a cup of tea toward Li Shuxing. Today, we'll just drink tea, learn foreign languages, and not discuss business. The tea was full, just a hair's breadth from spilling over, but under the old man's gentle touch, it began to slowly rotate, gradually moving toward Li Shuxing. As it moved, the water inside the cup also spun gently, yet not a single drop spilled out. This masterful use of internal force, reaching the pinnacle of perfection, left Fong Jia, the head of the Fong family, and this renowned master of internal force, speechless with awe. But what if I insist on talking? Li Shuxing spoke casually, pressing his finger against the cup. The spinning cup immediately came to a halt, and the water inside seemed to be pressed down by an invisible force, settling completely into the cup without a single drop spilling, motionless. Immediately, he curled his fingers and tapped the edge of the teacup lightly. Bang! The teacup trembled, and the tea inside suddenly sprayed toward the old man. But before the tea could hit the stone table, the teacup suddenly shifted sideways, drawing a straight line, and with a swish, returned abruptly to the old man's front. During its movement, it caught every single drop of the spilled tea, not a single drop was lost. There was not a single drop of moisture on the table. The head of the Fong family was speechless. He could barely make sense of his grandfather's technique, which involved using two opposing Tai Chi forces to neutralize each other and keep the tea within the cup. But Li Shuxing's technique was completely beyond his comprehension. It seemed as though he had simply tapped his fingers lightly, yet the teacup had returned on its own. But the question was, how precise was the force control, and how terrifying was the energy circulation, that even when the teacup was moving several times faster, not a single drop of tea spilled? He couldn't even begin to imagine it. Your skills have improved again. Watching the teacup suddenly return to its original position, the old man's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze grew even more profound. Can we talk now? Li Shuxing did not respond, only speaking softly. The old man smiled and shook his head, slowly reaching out to pick up the teacup. Do you know why we implemented the martial arts ban? Before Li Shuxing could respond, the old man continued, because the foreigners are too strong. Even an ordinary person, with just a foreign gun. Snap. The old man made a gun-firing gesture. That's all it takes to kill a martial artist with inner strength. And in our great nation, how many martial artists have reached the Ming Jin level? Not even 1 in 1,000. How long does it take for an ordinary person to reach the level of Ming Jin? 10 years or more. Even after 10, 20, or 30 years of training, they still can't match the sound of a foreign gun. In the future, who would still be willing to train in martial arts? Even with hidden energy, one can strike within 7 steps with focused intent, but can one defend against a sniper in the shadows? Can one withstand the concentrated fire of a squad of foreign gunmen? Even those who have mastered the transformed energy level in the old days could charge into battle alone. But now, with heavy sniper rifles and cannons, a single hit is enough to take you down. We few who have surpassed the transcendent force realm can still remain above the fray now, but what about the future? A great upheaval unprecedented in history is about to arrive. The old man spoke slowly. In terms of firearms, the foreigners are far ahead of us. We can't catch up. If we want to avoid extinction and preserve our ancestors' legacy, there is only one way. The old man paused before continuing slowly. Concentrate all our resources and strength to cultivate a martial arts immortal like Zhang Jinwen from 300 years ago, who could dominate the world. So, you have chosen to concentrate all resources on the young nobles? Li Shuxing poured himself a cup of tea and spoke indifferently. That's correct. Throughout history, those who have mastered the Hua Jin level have almost all come from aristocratic families. The number of geniuses in aristocratic families far exceeds that of commoners. Concentrating resources to cultivate the carefully selected geniuses from aristocratic families and selecting one true king from among them is undoubtedly the wisest choice. The old man spoke calmly. Have you ever considered that those commoner martial artists already only account for less than 10% of the resources, and now even this meager 10% is being forcibly taken away? Do the aristocratic families truly lack this meager 1% of resources? Li Shuxing took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Less than 10% of the resources, that is still resources. The old man spoke indifferently. For the sake of our nation, for the sake of our ancestors' legacy, necessary sacrifices are worthwhile. In my lifetime, I may have faltered in minor matters, but I have remained steadfast in the major ones. My choices and actions have been true to the Xia people and to our ancestors. The old man spoke calmly. Then can you guarantee that future martial immortals will definitely come from aristocratic families? Li Shuxing asked softly. What else could it be? The old man scoffed. Could it possibly be your little disciple? Why not? Li Shuxing slowly put down his teacup and looked at the old man. The old man was taken aback and looked up at Li Shuxing. You really think so highly of that new disciple you just took in? He is a genius. Perhaps even more so than I was at his age. Li Shuxing said. A ripple finally flashed in the old man's eyes, but it quickly subsided. He shook his head. He's too late. He's only just reached the initial stage of the Ming Jin realm. By the time he masters the Ming Jin realm and enters the In Jin realm, it'll take at least another year or two. We can't wait that long. Besides, we're not short on geniuses. Take Wu Yuanchu, for example. He's only 20 years old and has already mastered the Dark Qi stage. This is because he deliberately held back his cultivation for 3 years to perfect his Ming Qi stage. In the upcoming Jin Men Grand Tournament in a few weeks, he's a strong contender for first place. The old man said. Li Shuxing also fell silent. This point, he couldn't refute. It was an undeniable fact. Even if Wu Yuanhong might be more dazzling, he started too late and is far behind Wu Yuanchu and others who have been nurtured since childhood. He might not be able to keep up with the upcoming major changes. So, there's no room for negotiation? There's nothing to discuss. If you want money, not a single penny. The moment the old man spoke, Li Shuxing's smile vanished from his face. The two stared at each other in silence, as if nothing had happened. However, Fang Jia, the head of the Fang family, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as if he were a small boat in a raging storm, ready to be capsized at any moment. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Even as a practitioner of the Hua Jin level, in the presence of these two peerless masters, he was no more than an ordinary mortal. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, on the verge of erupting. Flutter, flutter. A messenger pigeon suddenly flew in. The old man furrowed his brows, took the letter, and unfolded it. His gaze sharpened, and he. After a moment of silence, he looked deeply at Li Shuxing and suddenly said, I can grant your disciple a treatment no less than that of Wang Tianlong. Li Shuxing took a sip of tea without showing any emotion, completely unaware of what had happened. On the surface, however, he remained calm and composed, as if everything was within his expectations. If I'm not mistaken, you must have already taken him as your disciple last year and been cultivating him in secret. The old man spoke slowly with a tone of certainty. After a year of training, he has achieved mastery of the Ming Jin stage. That's not too bad. Mastery of the Ming Jin stage. Li Shuxing was startled. Hu Yuanhong had actually reached the peak of the Ming Jin stage? But just 2 days ago, when he left, he was clearly only at the initial stage of mastering the external force. How could he have achieved mastery in just 2 days? Having achieved the peak of the Ming Jin realm, the pinnacle should be within reach. With the 8 extremes fist inherited from you, he should be able to hold his own against Wang Tianlong in combat. In future battles against foreigners at the Ming Jin level, it might prove useful. We could make an exception and grant you Earth-grade resources." The old man took a sip of tea and continued. "As for heaven rank resources, they must be reserved for Wu Yuanchu. He has mastered the dark chi stage and is aiming for first place in the grand competition. We can't afford to lack resources at a critical moment." "Oh? What if my disciple also achieves mastery of the hidden energy by the time of the grand competition?" Perhaps in a better mood, Li Shuxing. The old man also laughed. "If that day ever comes, whatever I give to Wu Yuanchu, I will naturally give to him as well." Jokes are just jokes, and neither of them took it seriously. The oppressive atmosphere in the pavilion dissipated like rain clouds, and the mood lightened. Chapter 22, I'm going to take on 10 of them. The next morning, Hui Yuanhong brought his father to the central street. Under his father's astonished gaze, he pulled out the key and opened the gate to the mansion in front of them. "Ah Hong, how did you get the key to this place?" Hui's father was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the flowers and plants in the front yard in the brand new 3-story mansion, walking cautiously, afraid of accidentally breaking something. Such a place was meant for officials or wealthy merchants. How could they possibly afford to live here? "The key was given to me by Aunt Wu. From now on, this is our new home." Hui Yuanhong smiled and handed one of the keys to his father. "Such a big mansion. Just for the two of us?" Hui's father couldn't help but exclaim, finding it hard to believe. He had never been here before, but that didn't mean he didn't know the property prices in this area. It was truly worth its weight in gold. The money he had saved from pulling a rickshaw all his life wouldn't even be enough to buy a shack. "Ah Hong, tell your father the truth." Hui's father hesitated for a moment before speaking with a complicated expression. "Have you been seeing Wu Auntie's daughter?" "No way. She didn't even give me the time of day. We barely exchanged a few words that day." Hui Yuanhong was confused and didn't understand why his father was asking this again. "You're really not seeing her?" Hui's father looked skeptical. "I swear I didn't. From the moment we sat down until we left, we only exchanged 3 or 5 sentences." Hui Yuanhong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Oh, I see." Hui's father hesitated, but then thought of something and swallowed the words he had almost spoken. He was an honest man, but not a pushover. His son had saved the other family's daughter, but beating up a few thugs was hardly worth such a grand gesture of gratitude. He thought it over and over, and there was only one possibility: the two kids had fallen for each other. Or even, his own son might be planning to marry into the other family, and this mansion could very well be an early dowry for the marriage. "Well, never mind." Mr. Hui sighed to himself. "As long as Ah Hong is happy, that's enough. If he has to marry into the family, so be it. It's not the end of the world. Going to the Wu Xiaoxia family at least means no worries about food and clothing, and living in such a clean mansion is better than suffering in the slums. Besides, being chosen by such a wealthy family like the Wus is no small feat for Ah Hong. Who knows, he might even become a wealthy merchant earning hundreds of silver dollars a month, or even a respected master like the car dealership owner. Dad, you don't have to work anymore. I'll give you 100 silver dollars a month for living expenses. That's enough for our family." Hui Yuanhong said with a smile. All right, I understand. I know Ah Hong has potential. Once he's trained, he might even earn more than the boss, making 300 or 500 silver dollars a month. We won't need me to work anymore." Hui's father agreed readily. But looking at his expression, Hui Yuanhong, who knew his father well, understood his father was probably still uneasy and wanted to keep looking for work. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, for so many years, their family had lived in such hardship. Now, suddenly, they were eating meat every meal and had moved into a wealthy neighborhood. It felt almost too good to be true. Hui Yuanhong also knew that the root of his father's unease was a lack of confidence. He hadn't completely changed his father's old impression of him as a son, and deep down, he still felt that their family wasn't worthy of living in a wealthy neighborhood. "We must grow stronger, and keep growing stronger," Hui Yuanhong murmured to himself. As long as he keeps getting stronger, earning respect and recognition for himself and his father will eventually realize the changes in their family and be able to retire in peace. After showing his father around the house, Hui Yuanhong returned to the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall. Taking advantage of this brief window before obtaining the Crimson Lotus ointment, he planned to learn some practical combat techniques. His battle with Luo Laogue had made him realize that he needed specialized combat techniques. Otherwise, facing a skilled opponent would be difficult, as he couldn't always catch them off guard like he had with Luo Laogue. Especially when facing the experts from the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, or he might have to fight multiple opponents at once. Without mastering practical combat techniques, he risked being attacked from all sides. That's right. Fighting multiple opponents. If they followed the usual martial arts dojo match format, where each dojo sends out 10 fighters, fights one match, then rests for a few matches, it would take at least 2 days to determine the winner. He can't wait that long. The fastest way is for one person to fight through the entire opposing side and take the Crimson Lotus ointment. He had specifically researched that the main event of this competition was actually the showdown between the Divine Gun Martial Arts School and the Asking Sword Martial Arts School. As for the members of other martial arts schools, they were just there to watch the spectacle. Therefore, as long as he defeats the members of the Wenchuan Martial Arts School, the other members of his own school would likely be more accommodating after witnessing his achievements. Without even realizing it, my mindset has undergone a complete transformation. In the past, when he was at the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, he would be cautious even around ordinary disciples, speak loudly. But now, going to their doorstep and defeating all their most elite disciples seemed like a mundane task to him. He didn't even consider it a big deal, he just wanted to get the reward sooner. Practicing martial arts can truly transform a person beyond recognition. The martial saint's son Lu Chan once said, "If you're not, why bother practicing martial arts?" Especially for those practicing Bagua, without that wild energy, you can't unleash that explosive power that shakes the mountains and rivers. When the time comes, I'll take on everyone in the first round and beat them all to the ground. As long as everyone is lying on the ground, no master can stand up to take the stage, and the martial arts competition will end in one match. No need for any dragging on. Of course, madness and recklessness are two different things. With his current peak external strength, in a one-on-one fight, he could crush them with absolute power and win easily. But against 10 opponents, with 2 fists against 20 hands, it's best to first practice specialized combat techniques. After all, he'll have to master them sooner or later. Plus, he trains quickly. If he finds a skilled practitioner to spar with, under the 365-fold enhancement, 3 matches would be equivalent to thousands of real battles, allowing him to master practical combat to an unimaginable level in no time. Hua Yuanhong pondered these thoughts as he moved through the martial arts hall. It was still mealtime, and as he passed by the dining hall, the aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air, making his stomach growl. He couldn't resist the temptation and walked into the dining hall. He didn't have a dining companion, so being alone made him stand out a bit. Unlike other core disciples, who were either surrounded by a group of formal disciples or walking side by side with powerful managers. As he entered the dining hall, Hua Yuanhong spotted the plump manager he had met before, sitting at the same table with 2 other managers. However, when he entered, the plump manager quickly averted his gaze, as if he hadn't noticed him. Whether he truly hadn't noticed or didn't want to acknowledge their acquaintance, Hua Yuanhong didn't bother to discern, instead walking over to the counter, taking a bowl of medicinal soup, 2 steamer baskets of fresh meat dumplings, and a bowl of steaming hot soy milk. He sat in a quiet corner and began to eat heartily. The fresh meat dumplings from the martial arts school were thin as paper, filled to the brim with meat, reportedly made from fresh pork leg meat, 3 parts fat, 7 parts lean, prepared by a chef hired at great expense. The dumplings were served with pork skin jelly, and with each bite, the broth filled his mouth, fragrant yet not greasy, truly a divine flavor. "Hey, you're new here too, aren't you?" As he ate, a voice sounded from beside him. Hua Yuanhong raised his head slightly and saw a young disciple with a handsome face. Dressed in the typical martial arts training attire, he likely had no one to eat with, so he approached and sat down beside him. "Yeah, I'm new here," Hua Yuanhong replied casually. "Judging by your appearance, you must not be well regarded at home, just like me. As the second son of a concubine, I was sent to the martial arts school to learn martial arts as soon as I came of age. I thought that once I came out here, being from a prominent family, I'd be able to lord it over others. But it turns out this martial arts school is full of aristocratic youths, and as an illegitimate son, I'm at the very bottom, only slightly better off than those from poor families." This man must have been bottling up his frustrations for a long time. Finally finding someone to vent to, he couldn't stop talking. During meals, it wasn't appropriate to discuss martial arts, lest it affect digestion, so Hua Yuanhong ate heartily while taking advantage of the rare downtime to listen to the man recount stories about the martial arts school. As a member of the martial arts school, he wasn't entirely uninterested in such matters, but he was too busy training to pay much attention to them. Soon he learned that the man before him, Chang Yanghuai, was actually the son of the governor of Jinmen. However, the governor had numerous sons, including several legitimate heirs, and as the illegitimate son of a concubine, this man had rarely even seen his father. Nevertheless, as the son of the governor, securing a spot as a disciple at the martial arts school, something unimaginable for someone from a humble background, was effortless for him. However, within the martial arts school, he was as invisible as a ghost. He didn't want to associate with the poor, but he couldn't fit into the circle of the aristocratic sons either. Seeing Hua Yuanhong's imposing demeanor and the standardized training uniforms he wore, he assumed he had stumbled upon another neglected, mediocre son of a prominent family, feeling a sense of shared misfortune. "Look at those 2 tables." Chang Yanghuai raised his chin and looked at the 2 tables in the middle. The 2 sitting at the head of the table are renowned martial arts prodigies. They are among the strongest in the peak of the Ming Jin realm. They are sure to make a big splash in this martial arts competition. Even the wealthy Fong family holds them in high regard, providing them with abundant resources and even planning to marry their noble daughters to them. Hua Yuanhong glanced over. He had noticed the commotion at those 2 tables as soon as he entered. Senior disciples were vying to toast the main guests, creating a stark contrast to the cold atmosphere elsewhere, as if they were in two different worlds. Of course, when it comes to the strongest, it has to be Wang Tianlong. If it weren't for his determination to push himself to the limits of the Ming Jin realm and hold back from breaking through, he would have already achieved his goal long ago. Wang Tianlong has been a prodigy since childhood, taken under the wing of that old master from the Feng family who has been guiding his martial arts training. Almost everyone believes that if Wang Tianlong hadn't already become a disciple of the old master of the Feng family, making it inappropriate to switch masters, the dojo master would have definitely taken him as his sixth true disciple. As he spoke, Chen Yonghui lowered his voice and said, "You should know that the prize for first place in this martial arts competition is the Crimson Lotus Ointment, right?" "I know. What's the big deal?" asked Hui Yuanhong. Chen Yonghui snorted derisively and said, "This Crimson Lotus Ointment was actually prepared by a powerful figure for Wang Tianlong, but it's just being given under the pretext of the prize for the first place in the martial arts competition." "Oh?" Hui Yuanhong paused with his chopsticks in hand. "Could the winner already be predetermined? Why would it need to be predetermined? Anyone with eyes can see it." Chen Yonghui shook his head and smiled. "Our martial arts school doesn't have anyone who can match Wang Tianlong. This Crimson Lotus Ointment is just a way to give it to him indirectly. We can't let the Asking Sword Martial Arts School snatch it away." "Oh, right, I'll tell you a secret. That new sixth disciple of the Hua family, who appears to be from a humble background, is said to have an extraordinary background. He's either the illegitimate son of a powerful figure or the illegitimate son of the martial arts school's master." Chen Yonghui looked around cautiously, leaned in close, and whispered, "Illegitimate son?" Hui Yuanhong gave him a strange look. "It's almost certain. Otherwise, why would the master take him as a true disciple? Could he be better than the two prodigies from prominent families who've been trained since childhood?" Chen Yonghui spoke with conviction, then hurriedly added, "But you mustn't tell anyone else. If that Hua disciple finds out and reports it to the master, I'll be the one in trouble." "All right." Hui Yuanhong nodded, made a mental note of the man, and continued with his meal. As he was about to finish eating, the dining hall suddenly buzzed with commotion as someone entered. "Wang Tianlong! Look! It's Wang Tianlong!" Chen Yonghui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, quickly putting down his chopsticks and standing up to show respect. The true disciple has arrived. The previously distracted, overweight manager also stood up alongside several other managers, smiling broadly as they approached the newcomer. Hui Yuanhong looked up and saw a man walking with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, around 20 years old, with unusually long arms that almost reached his knees. An inch longer, an inch stronger. One could only imagine how fierce he must be in combat. No wonder he dared to claim invincibility in the realm of Ming Jin. Hui Yuanhong estimated that if he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle of Ming Jin, he wouldn't be able to say who would win in a fight against Wang Tianlong. But now, with the ability to channel all his strength into a single point and explode with overwhelming force, he didn't need any fancy techniques. Pure raw power alone was enough to crush even the strongest Ming Jin practitioner with a single blow. Even without resorting to such extreme bursts of power, after refining his Ming Jin to a state of seamless integration, his control over his strength had reached a new level. He could now exert twice the force with half the effort, and with double the power, he could easily defeat any so-called invincible Ming Jin practitioner in one-on-one combat. At this moment, the portly manager had already approached Wang Tianlong, bowing with a smile and saying, "Wang Jinchuan's arm movements are as steady as moving a mountain, deep and heavy. It seems his Tai Chi hammer technique has made another breakthrough. It won't be long before he masters Ming Jin to its peak, becoming another peerless prodigy after Wu Yuanchu." Though Wang Tianlong was not a disciple of Li Shuxing, in the eyes of everyone in the dojo, his status was no different from that of a true disciple. Especially as he grew closer to the pinnacle of Ming Jin, having been confirmed by Master Feng to have a 30% chance of truly reaching the pinnacle, his prestige within the dojo had been growing by the day, nearly matching that of the few masters who had mastered Hua Jin. After all, even Li Shuxing, in his youth, had not fully mastered the Ming Jing stage. It was only after he had cultivated the Yanjing and Hua Jing stages to perfection that he rose to prominence. If Wang Tianlong were to truly reach the pinnacle of Ming Jing, it would mean his achievements in Ming Jing surpassed those of Li Shuxing, a truly awe-inspiring accomplishment that naturally inspired great reverence from everyone. In comparison, Hui Yuanhong, the true heir of the dojo master, seemed almost non-existent, sitting there for so long without anyone coming to greet him. Supporting the earth, striking the heavens, the Tai Chi support and strike technique, when practiced to near perfection, would even make the martial arts master's Bagui Zhang skills pale in comparison, save for his standing heavenly cannon technique. With Wang's true disciple here, our match against the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall is as good as won. To fully master the external force to its peak, one might even aspire to transcend it in the future. I foresee that our martial arts school will produce many more disciples of the Wang family's Tai Chi lineage. Exactly. Facing the powerful figures like the fat manager and even the two senior disciples who had cultivated hidden energy, who had come to congratulate him in advance and flatter him, Wang Tianlong remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly to them before walking past them as if they weren't there and sitting down at an empty seat nearby. Master Wang, your meal is here. This is a stir-fry prepared personally by the head chef, and there's also premium rice brought all the way from central China. The plump steward smiled broadly as he carried the tray, clearly a powerful steward who had once been a renowned master of hidden energy in his youth, yet now he had voluntarily taken on the task of serving food. That's thoughtful. Alright, everyone, don't crowd around. Sit down. Wang Tianlong's approval caused the other managers and senior disciples to glance around enviously, regretting that they hadn't thought of it themselves and wishing they could be as humble as the plump manager. In the eyes of almost everyone present, Wang Tianlong was destined to become the next master of the Hualong realm in a few years. With another 2 or 3 decades of cultivation, he might even break through to the realm above Hualong. To befriend him early and earn the favor of a future master would be a tremendous advantage. Even just looking at the present, Wang Tianlong was certain to win first place in the upcoming martial arts competition. And once he became the top-ranked disciple, he would not only gain access to a large amount of precious resources from the Fong family but also have the right to propose resource allocations for others, greatly influencing the treatment of other disciples. If you don't seize this opportunity to make a name for yourself now, when will you? Brown Noser. Zhang Yanghuai had been pushing his way through the crowd for ages but couldn't get close to Wang Tianlong. He could only grumble under his breath and follow the others back to his seat. Everyone sat down and continued eating. However, almost everyone was distracted, occasionally glancing in Wang Tianlong's direction, trying to figure out an excuse to go up and make an appearance. However, before long, the dining hall erupted into chaos as Fong Yu personally led in a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire. Chapter 23, Not Worth Remembering His Name. The Calculations of the Gentleman's Sword. The middle-aged man who arrived was someone Hui Yuanhong recognized. The day before, when he had registered, the manager, Old Su, had brought him to pay a visit. He was Fong Yu's uncle, a highly influential figure from the main branch of the wealthy Fong family. He was also the head of the Fong family's martial arts school. He held significant influence over which disciples were eligible for the Fong family's financial support, the extent of such support, and even had the final say in most cases. For instance, the resources enjoyed by Wang Tianlong, access to Earth-grade resources, unrestricted access to top-tier secret medicines, and the right to claim one premium-grade medicine every 3 months were all allocated by this middle-aged man from the Fong family. His personal appearance caused the powerful managers and senior disciples present to secretly tremble with fear. Even several respected instructors rose to greet him with smiles. After entering, the middle-aged man scanned the room, noticed Hui Yuanhong in the corner, paused briefly, then walked straight to Wang Tianlong's table. Tianlong, I wish you success in your endeavors and that you secure the top spot. The middle-aged man smiled and patted Wang Tianlong on the shoulder, immediately causing several senior disciples with hidden martial arts prowess to feel envious, knowing that after this martial arts competition, Wang Tianlong's treatment would likely be elevated even further. As for the prize for the martial arts competition, the top-tier secret medicine, the Crimson Lotus ointment, there was no need to guess it was specifically prepared by this prominent figure from the Fong family for Wang Tianlong, merely using the martial arts competition as an excuse. This was a way of indirectly supporting Wang Tianlong through the abuse of power. Mr. Fong, rest assured. I observed the disciples of the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall. They are nothing but pawns being sold for a price. Wang Tianlong raised his wine cup, drank it in one gulp, and smiled. Next, the middle-aged man walked over to the other 2 tables, offering words of encouragement to the other 2 martial arts prodigies, wishing them success in the upcoming martial arts competition. Finally, he made his way toward the corner. Hua Jinchuan, how do you find the food at the martial arts hall? The middle-aged man said with a smile. From the order in which he greeted them, it was clear how much he valued them. Hui Yuanhong was clearly ranked outside the top 3. Not bad. These steamed buns are quite tasty. Hui Yuanhong remained composed, showing no signs of nervousness despite the other man's prominent status. This composure and demeanor caused a fleeting look of surprise to flicker in the eyes of the middle-aged man from the Fong family. As the head of the Fong family's martial arts school, he had already received word from the family that the old ancestor had personally made the decision to grant this young man of humble origins the rare honor of a Earth-level status. He was deeply displeased with this decision, believing that it must have been Li Shuxing who had personally intervened to secure the ancestral patriarch's favor. With major changes looming and medicinal resources growing increasingly scarce, the resources allocated to the Martial Arts Academy were already insufficient. Now they had to divert some of those resources to accommodate Li Shuxing's face. How was he supposed to allocate them? It was simply out of the question to divert resources meant for a prodigy like Wang Tianlong to a connected individual. If this delayed Wang Tianlong's training and prevented him from reaching the pinnacle of the Ming Jin realm, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Of course, while he may be displeased, he must still give face to Li Shuxing. That is why, after courting Wang Tianlong and the other 2 martial arts prodigies, he lingered a bit longer to pay his respects in this corner. But to his surprise, upon seeing him now, the young man had completely shed the awkwardness and timidity of their first meeting. His speech and demeanor exuded a natural composure that came from within. This composure wasn't the kind of forced calmness, but rather the kind of confidence that comes from being a renowned master, someone who is unafraid of anything. Impressive. As a senior figure in the Fong family and the one in charge of resource allocation for the martial arts school for many years, the middle-aged man had keen eyesight and immediately recognized Hui Yuanhong's extraordinary talent. With such composure and poise, even if he couldn't achieve great heights in martial arts, he would be perfectly suited to serve as the martial arts school's chief administrator, handling interpersonal relations and coordinating with various factions. No wonder he caught Li Shuxing's eye. For a moment, Hui Yuanhong's importance in his mind rose to a level comparable to those two martial arts prodigies, second only to Wang Tianlong. The gaze he cast upon Hui Yuanhong now carried an added weight of respect. In this martial arts competition, I'm counting on Hui Zhenchuan to make a name for himself and break into the top 5. Thank you for your kind words. Hui Yuanhong smiled. My younger brother is here too. How has your training been lately? If you have any questions, your senior sister can help you out. Fong Yu also walked over. After all, this was his own younger brother, and he couldn't be too generous in front of others. It's been okay, but I still have some doubts about practical combat techniques. I want to learn from the master. Hui Yuanhong replied. Practical combat techniques? Fong Yu was slightly taken aback. His junior disciple had only just begun practicing the Ming Jin stage. Why was he already interested in practical combat techniques? Typically, core disciples like them only began learning practical combat techniques once they reached the peak of the Ming Jin stage, when they needed to step onto the stage for matches and seek further improvement through repeated battles. But she soon understood. Normal. It was just like when she first began learning martial arts and was curious about the concept of hidden strength. Her junior disciple was likely the same, curious about the practical combat techniques used in real fights. Moreover, according to what the others had said, her junior disciple was reportedly nearing the peak of the Ming Jin stage, so reaching the pinnacle was likely just a matter of months. It did make sense to introduce him to it sooner rather than later. However, it was a pity that she hadn't put much effort into the practical aspects of Baguazhang, so she didn't feel qualified to teach it, lest she mislead others. And since the master hasn't returned yet, the other instructors at the martial arts school, even those few reclusive masters of external force, pale in comparison to the master and aren't suitable to take his place. For a moment, Fong Yu found himself in a dilemma. Just then, the middle-aged man's lips twitched slightly, and an almost inaudible sound reached Hui Yuanhong's ears. If you want to experience practical combat techniques, you can go find Su Lao. He is the one who brought you to meet me that day. On the surface, he is the manager by Li Guanzhu's side, but his true identity is a guardian of the Baji lineage, and he is also a hidden peak-level expert within the martial arts school, surpassing the level of energy manipulation. He is from the same era as our clan's ancestral master. Especially his combat techniques are on par with Li Guanzhu. Such information was a closely guarded secret of the martial arts school and the Fong family, and served as a contingency plan and trump card in the absence of Li Shuxing. It was strictly forbidden to disclose it to others, not even to Fong Yu, who was Li Shuxing's true disciple, to avoid accidental leaks. However, the calm composure emanating from Hui Yuanhong's very being alerted the middle-aged man to his extraordinary nature, prompting him to reveal the information discreetly. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Fong. Hui Yuanhong thanked him. Seeing this, Fong Yu knew the matter was settled. He handed Hui Yuanhong a bottle of wine brought from the west and leaned in close, whispering, "When you face the young disciples of the sword asking martial arts hall in the upcoming match, don't feel pressured. You're still young, there's no need to compete with those senior disciples. By this time next year, the top spot will still be yours." As he spoke, he slipped a thick red envelope into Hui Yuanhong's pocket. "Eat well and drink well. Why bother competing with those old geniuses? You're the master's favorite youngest disciple. Once you take charge of internal affairs, you can give anyone the cold shoulder. Those guys will have to look to you for approval and beg you for funds. While you're still young, go out and have some fun. If you need money, just ask your senior sister." Like the middle-aged man, in Fong Yu's estimation, Hui Yuanhong was likely the master's hand-picked successor, destined to manage the martial arts school's affairs. Though he didn't have the same martial arts potential as Wang Tianlong, he was more trusted by the master, making it advantageous to cultivate a good relationship with him to maintain ties between the Fong family and Li Shuxing. After chatting a bit more with a smile, Fong Yu followed the middle-aged man out. Meanwhile, Cheng Yanghui, sitting nearby, was completely dumbfounded. He held his chopsticks motionless, unaware that a meat bun had fallen to the ground. "Brother, you're the sixth true disciple? It's me." Upon hearing Hui Yuanhong's admission, Cheng Yanghui's eyelids twitched violently. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Then the words I just spoke, the true disciple must have forgotten them, right? I remember. You mentioned something about an illegitimate child, didn't you?" Hui Yuanhong patted Cheng Yanghui on the shoulder, stacked the empty bowl and took it to the large sink to wash dishes, tossing the chopsticks in as well, then walked away as if no one else was there. It seemed as though he hadn't noticed the various expressions on the faces of the managers, senior disciples, and the so-called invincible in martial arts who were watching the middle-aged man's conversation. His memory was limited. He needed to use it for martial arts training, not to remember so many people. Those old geniuses who had only entered the dark chi realm at nearly 30 weren't worthy of a second glance from him. As for those who hadn't yet reached the peak of the Ming Jin realm, no matter how prodigious they were, they couldn't possibly catch up to him. They weren't worth remembering their names. Second brother, you must secure first place in this preliminary competition. In a room, the gentleman's sword took a sip of tea and spoke casually to his younger brother sitting beside him. Rest assured, under the guidance of Senior Lu, my strength has reached a new level. I'm just one small step away from mastering the peak of the Ming Jin realm, surpassing Wang Tianlong by a hair's breadth. As for practical combat techniques, the training in the octagon cage over the past few days hasn't been in vain. I wonder what expression that great figure from the Feng family will have when he sees that the crimson lotus ointment originally prepared for Wang Tianlong was intercepted by me. Yu Xiuwen smiled. As the younger brother of the gentleman's sword, Yu Xiuwen, he appeared gentle and scholarly, but deep down, he was a true martial arts fanatic, with a particular fondness for the life or death battles in the octagon cage. When it came to combat skills, he was unmatched among the younger generation, with few rivals to challenge him. Alright, with you handling it, I can rest easy. The gentleman's sword nodded slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the redwood table. As for the second and third spots, I've also found two skilled fighters. They're the kind who were raised in the octagon cage, hardened warriors who've seen blood. Though their potential may be exhausted, in actual combat, they far surpass those who've never experienced life or death battles in a martial arts school. Securing the second and third spots shouldn't be a problem. Brother, if you have these men impersonate our disciples, the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall won't approve. Yu Xiuwen furrowed his brows. When the martial arts competition begins, there will be masters of internal energy present. With their expertise, they'll be able to tell the difference between these mercenaries and our disciples at a glance. No problem. The gentleman's sword smiled faintly, gently swaying the teacup in his hand, watching the tea leaves float up and down, yet never escaping the rim of the cup. The Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall is too powerful, having already drawn the ire of many factions. This minor competition, though seemingly a clash between the younger generation, is actually a joint probe by the martial arts circles of Jinmen to suppress their arrogance. Most of the senior masters and witnesses from the martial arts community attending are on our side. Even Li Shuxing has someone to keep him in check. The rules are still up to us, aren't they? In fact, if it weren't for the need to cultivate someone capable of suppressing Wang Tianlong, would a reclusive master like Lu Senior, who is as elusive as a dragon, have personally taken you under his wing? Besides, who says martial arts school disciples can't be elite warriors? The gentleman's sword gazed deeply, as if seeing that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar mud-covered apprentice floating in the teacup, yet ultimately unable to escape his grasp. What good is it to have been chosen by Li Shuxing by chance? In recent days, he had gone to great lengths to conceal the news, not wanting the fact that a disciple from his own school had become Li Shuxing's disciple to spread, and had also done everything in his power to prevent his master, the head of the Wenchuan Martial Arts School, from finding out. He had been waiting for this martial arts competition. As the leading martial arts school in Jinmen, if the Xinjiang Martial Arts School couldn't even secure a spot in the top 3, it would become a laughingstock throughout the entire city. The world would also come to know that Li Shuxing's disciples were nothing but empty names, far inferior to the younger generation under his guidance at the Wenshan Martial Arts Hall. With such a great achievement, even if his master, the head of the martial arts school, were to learn of the matter involving Hua Yuanhong in the future, he would not hold it against him. Moreover, with the disgrace of failing to secure a top 3 finish, even if the news of that peasant being taken in as a disciple by Li Shuxing spreads, those unaware of the circumstances would only assume that he was a second-rate talent rejected by their martial arts school, taken in by the declining Xinjiang school. It wouldn't be because the gentleman's sword was blind to his talent. Once the results of the martial arts competition are announced, the master will surely be delighted. Junzi Jian let a faint smile flicker across his face as he downed the tea in his cup, leaves and all. From start to finish, he had never regarded Hua Yuanhong as a true opponent. Even when dealing with the aftermath of the previous incident, he had targeted the most outstanding disciples of the Divine Gun Martial Arts School, sending his younger brother and 2 loyal followers to defeat Wang Tianlong and his group of geniuses. This was to prove that it wasn't that he lacked discernment or couldn't recognize talent, but that he had cultivated too many talented individuals, and he didn't need someone like Hua Yuanhong. Chapter 24, Pushing Steps. Charging Steps. Kicking Steps. By 8 or 9 in the morning, people from other martial arts schools had already begun arriving in droves. The martial arts competition between the schools was held at the Divine Spear Martial Arts School, with a total of 11 schools participating. Most were just there for the spectacle, while the real competition was between the Divine Gun Martial Arts School and the Sword-Seeking Martial Arts School. After the members of each martial arts school checked into their guest rooms, the younger disciples began private sparring sessions, serving as a warm-up for the official competition and a chance to gauge each other's skills. If there was too much of a disparity, it wouldn't be worth risking embarrassment on stage. Hua Yuanhong had little interest in the private sparring and instead went alone to the backyard of the martial arts school, where he found old Su, the manager who was always by his master Li Shuxing's side. This old steward Su was different from the others. He didn't manage any of the martial arts school's affairs and merely held the title of steward in name only. He had a very low profile within the martial arts school. Had it not been for the middle-aged man from the Feng family informing him, he would never have known that this ordinary-looking old man was actually an absolute master, surpassing even the master in terms of combat skills. More importantly, as a guardian of the Ba Ji lineage, responsible for protecting the fire seed in times of danger, he was undoubtedly more trustworthy than the other senior masters. Senior Su. Hua Yuanhong entered the courtyard and bowed. What brings you here, Master Hua? Old Su, hunched over with cloudy eyes, seemed like nothing more than an ordinary old sweeper, holding a worn-out broom and slowly sweeping the leaves in the courtyard. I wish to learn practical combat techniques. I've heard that your fighting style is formidable. Would you be willing to offer some guidance? Hua Yuanhong got straight to the point. Practical fighting techniques? Old Su didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, speaking slowly. You've come to the wrong person. I'm an old man who has long since retired from fighting. Retiring from martial arts meant he had hung up his gloves and was no longer practicing or fighting. Old Su had been living in seclusion at the martial arts school for all these years and had indeed not fought or taught anyone martial arts. Even when the founder of the Feng family once came to his door with Wu Yuanshu, a prodigy, they couldn't persuade Old Su to teach them. If you want me to teach you boxing, the old rule applies, under the condition that I use the same level of strength as you. If you can shake my body, I'll make an exception and spar with you for 2 rounds. Old Su said calmly. Are you serious? Hua Yuanhong smiled. I mean it. Lao Su's gaze was as still as a well, like a pond that would never ripple. Even if the sky were to collapse, it wouldn't disturb his composure. This rule had been set for 20 years. No one could shake his resolve, not even Li Shuxing or the patriarch of the Feng family. Over the past 20 years, countless peak-level masters had come with countless prodigies, but not a single one had been worthy of his teaching. All right, Old Su, be careful. Hua Yuanhong stepped forward, slightly crouching, and then stomped his foot, erupting with power. As his feet struck the ground, a colossal force erupted from the earth, crashing into his spine. This force combined with the explosive power from his waist, hips, and arms, culminating in a fierce strike from his elbows, channeling all his strength into a single point of explosive power. What is this? For the first time, a ripple of shock flashed across Old Su's eyes. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, the elbows collided, and Lao Su's body swayed slightly, shaken by Hua Yuanhong's elbow strike, which was the pinnacle of external force. This was an unprecedented, unimaginable feat in the past 20 years. After all, he was a master of internal energy, and even if he suppressed his power to the level of external force, his terrifying realm and techniques were not something a young man could possibly match. Your external force has reached this level? Old Su raised his head slightly, gazing at Hua Yuanhong, a fleeting expression of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Such attainment must be very close to the pinnacle of mastery. After all, the Ming Jin realm is the foundational level, and to truly master it to its peak is actually more difficult than the subsequent Dang Jing and Hua Jing realms. Even Li Shuxing couldn't achieve perfection. To be just a hair's breadth away from perfection is already the caliber of a martial saint. Old Su suspected that the young man before him was precisely that rare talent who was just a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle. Such talent is already unparalleled in the mortal world. As for Wu Yuanshu's so-called perfect Ming Jin, it was actually achieved through special external methods used by the ancient patriarch of the Feng family, and can only be considered a pseudo-perfection. In terms of actual cultivation, it might not even match this young man's level. More importantly, to reach that level, Wu Yuanshu endured 3 entire years of arduous training. But this young man before him, how long has he been training? As the person who brought Hua Yuanhong into the martial arts school, Old Su knows this better than anyone. A prodigy. This is a prodigy even more talented than Wu Yuanshu. It seems everyone has underestimated you, including your master. Old Su gave Hua Yuanhong a meaningful look and spoke. Hua Yuanhong smiled but said nothing more. However, if you're learning practical combat for the upcoming martial arts competition, it's best not to rush it. Practical combat isn't something you can master after a few matches. It takes at least 100 matches to see results. It's better to wait until after the martial arts competition, and your master will teach you then. Old Su shook his head. If Master Su hasn't taught me, how can you know I can't learn it? Hua Yuanhong laughed. If you want to learn, then go ahead. Saying this, Old Su put down the broom he was holding, folded his arms behind his back, and slowly walked toward the open space in the middle of the courtyard. For the first time, and unprecedentedly, he was teaching martial arts to a young man after having sealed his fists for 20 years. Practical fighting techniques hinge on footwork. As the saying goes, teach the fist, not the foot, teach the foot, and you'll defeat the master. Mastering footwork allows you to advance to attack and retreat to defend, transforming from merely practicing to truly fighting. You've already learned elbow techniques from Li Shuxing. I'll use those as a foundation and teach you a few footwork techniques. Yang Qo step. Charge step. Qo kick. Ba Ji Quan emphasizes walking like wading through mud, with feet not crossing the knees. The pushing and rubbing step embodies the first half of that principle. The front foot lands first, followed immediately by the rear foot. The front is light, the rear is heavy, as if walking through mud. This footwork is like water flowing around stones, using flexibility and rotation to control momentum. It ensures a stable base, provides a fulcrum for stomping, and allows for flexible turns and adjustments of body position. As for the charging step, it is similar to the pushing and rubbing step, but while the latter emphasizes softness, the charging step is the ultimate expression of yang energy, aggressive and powerful. It is like a spear charging forward with reckless abandon, aiming to quickly close the distance, break through defenses, and then combine with techniques like the elbow to the heart or Iron Mountain lean for close-range strikes. The rubbing kick is the second half of the phrase, walking like treading mud, feet never raising above the knees. Keeping the feet below the knees allows for swift power generation and a stable center of gravity, unlike high kicks that are easy to counter. Through short, explosive movements, the kick targets the opponent's ankles and calves, disrupting their lower body and creating opportunities for close-range grappling. This technique can also be used as a feint. Use the kick to draw the opponent's attention, then immediately follow up with an elbow strike or throw to finish the fight. When surrounded by multiple opponents, use the rubbing kick to quickly break free. Kick the opponent's calf, step back, then counter with punches or elbows. Crash! Old Su delivered a sweeping kick, sending a brick flying out of the courtyard. His feet moved in unison, like wading through mud, his lower body stable yet able to shift direction with ease, making him impossible to predict. As he moved, the ball of his front foot served as the fulcrum, with his hips and waist generating power to drive the rear leg forward in swift sweeping kicks. Each strike was short, powerful, and sent clouds of mud flying. Suddenly, the momentum shifted, and the entire scene became sharp and fierce. His legs moved swiftly forward. Charge step. As if shrinking the distance in an instant, he swiftly closed the gap to the wooden dummy in the center of the courtyard, then delivered a barrage of elbow strikes like a storm. Elbow thrust. Elbow lift. Elbow smash. Elbow press. Horizontal elbow. Combined with knee strikes, kicks, sweeps, and trips, the wooden dummy trembled violently and soon shattered into pieces. Impressive. Hua Yuanhong watched Old Su's demonstration in awe, witnessing for the first time just how ferocious and explosive Bagua Zhang could be in combat. Every move was aimed to kill. In real combat, the most important thing is to fight. Just watching isn't enough, you have to actually fight. Come on. Fight me. After demonstrating several times, Old Su looked at Hua Yuanhong and beckoned him with a gesture. Alright. Hua Yuanhong slightly bent his waist and back, then stomped his foot. Exploding with power, his entire body shot forward like a taut bowstring, charging straight toward Lao Su. As he charged forward, his elbow thrust forward. When he reached Old Su, his elbow was positioned vertically in front of his chest. Propelled by the momentum of his charging step, it roared toward Old Su's chest. Humph! Lao Su unleashed the hum-ha sound of the 8 extremes fist, his tendons and bones snapping like a taut bowstring. He twisted his stance and sidestepped the ferocious elbow strike. At the same time, Lao Su's elbow also thrust forward fiercely, sharp and ruthless, accompanied by a whistling gust of wind, striking directly at Hua Yuanhong's chest. Hua Yuanhong's heart stirred. He followed suit, using the Yangqiu step to turn, unleashing his power, and countered with an elbow strike. Boom! The elbows collided, emitting a dull thud. Good. Come again. Old Su's eyes gleamed with approval. He was highly satisfied with Hua Yuanhong's astonishing learning speed, even a bit surprised. Huff! Seeing his elbow strike blocked, Old Su suddenly sprang forward with his right foot, kicking toward Hua Yuanhong's shin bone like a venomous snake. Humph! Hua Yuanhong twisted his foot and shifted his body using the technique, intending to dodge Lao Su's kick. But just then, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he tensed his waist and leaned backward, simultaneously bringing his arms forward to block the attack. Crack! A swift elbow strike narrowly missed his nose, just inches away from hitting his cheek. A feint! Lao Su's previous kick had been a feint to distract him, while the true killing move was this elbow strike. Had he not just heard Old Su mention the feint and been on guard, coupled with the fact that his external strength had reached its peak, making his entire body a single unit of power, allowing him to change his stance with extreme speed, he would have had no chance of avoiding that elbow. No wonder he's a seasoned veteran, so cunning. Hua Yuanhong felt this trip was well worth it. Otherwise, if he ever encountered a feint in a life or death battle, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. After the first match, Hua Yuanhong took a brief rest to process the profound insights gained from what felt like fighting 300 or 400 matches. He then sought out Old Su once more. Huff! This time, Hua Yuanhong initiated with a sweeping kick, his toes springing upward as he executed a feint kick aimed at Lao Su's ankle. Copying me? Old Su's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile. He shifted his foot slightly to avoid the vulnerable joint, simultaneously delivering an elbow strike head-on, colliding perfectly with Hua Yuanhong's elbow. However, unexpectedly, Lao Su's body swayed slightly, nearly being knocked off balance by the elbow strike. It turned out that Hui Yuanhong's previous kick had indeed been a feint, but the moment his legs crossed, he had used a real move to hook and trip his opponent. At that moment, as Old Su and Hui Yuanhong collided elbows, his lower body wavered slightly, causing his strength to weaken instantly. Good boy. Old Su was momentarily dazed, and in that instant, he seemed to see the young Li Shuxing. They were both so intelligent, so talented. Like a sun forever rising, full of boundless potential and a bright future. Unlike him, who was now an old man, about to turn into a handful of dust. How wonderful! Old Su's eyes sparkled with genuine joy. He sank his knees, twisted his hips, and immediately absorbed the impact. Then, with a swift step, he charged forward, continuing to clash head-on. After the second round, Hui Yuanhong was about to take his leave. But to his surprise, Old Su spoke up first and called him back. Wait! Old Su, what's the matter? Hui Yuanhong turned back in confusion. We're just standing around. Let me accompany you for 5 more rounds. Old Su's eyes sparkled with a smile. Thank you, Old Su. Hui Yuanhong's eyes lit up instantly. For the rest of the morning, the two fought a round, rested for a while, and then continued once Hui Yuanhong had absorbed what he had learned. Under the blessing of the martial arts ascension to divinity talent, which granted a 365-fold return on every effort, Hui Yuanhong's progress was incredibly swift. Each fight felt like fighting 365 times, and it was as if he had an automatic analysis system, allowing him to immediately identify flaws in his combat and make improvements. He could even analyze and break through techniques, finding ways to counter Old Su's patterns. In the first match, even though Lao Su deliberately held back and repeated only a few simple techniques, Hui Yuanhong could only barely hold his ground. By the second match, he had grown much more composed, occasionally even managing to counterattack. By the third match, Lao Su dared not hold back any further. While maintaining a similar level of force to Hui Yuanhong, he had to continuously change his footwork and techniques to barely suppress Hui Yuanhong. By the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds. By the final 7th round, Lao Su gave it his all, executing his pushing and shoving steps, charging steps, kicking techniques, and elbow strikes with such mastery that he nearly overpowered Hui Yuanhong. In the end, he was forced to resort to grappling techniques to avoid a surprise defeat. After the 7th round, both fighters stopped fighting and rested on the sidelines. What a formidable opponent! Reflecting on the previous fight, Hui Yuanhong was deeply impressed by Lao Su's terrifying practical combat skills. It was no small feat, as after each match, he could analyze Lao Su's techniques and devise countermeasures based on the insights gained from his own training. Yet every time they continued fighting, the techniques he had previously used were repeatedly broken, yet Lao Su remained composed, using simple techniques like embracing and rubbing steps, charging steps, rubbing kicks combined with elbow strikes to quickly adjust and continue his suppression. After 7 matches, Lao Su's techniques had been broken dozens of times, yet he remained undefeated. The techniques grabbing and pushing steps, charging steps, kicking, and elbow strikes were just a few basic moves. Yet in Lao Su's hands, they seemed to have countless possibilities, endlessly innovative. Transforming basic techniques into supreme combat strategies, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, this was the essence of his art. This return to simplicity, this pursuit of the simplest yet most effective methods to defeat opponents, left Hui Yuanhong utterly amazed. But what Hui Yuanhong didn't know was that at that moment, Lao Su's heart was even more shaken than his own. How could there be such a prodigious talent in this world? At first, Old Su had approached the situation casually, not taking it seriously. After all, as a peerless master who had already broken through that heavenly barrier, even if he intentionally suppressed his strength to the level of the Ming Jin realm, his reaction speed and seasoned experience were far beyond what a young man could match. But from the second match, when he nearly suffered a setback, Lao Su began to take it seriously. By the 3rd, 4th, and 5th matches, Old Su's attitude shifted from casual to somewhat approving, then to serious, and finally to solemn. By the end, his eyes were filled with nothing but joy, and his admiration was impossible to hide. This was the joy of seeing an outstanding successor. The delight of knowing that his lifetime of teachings had found an heir. As a guardian of the Ba-ji lineage, he had no descendants and no successors. For most of his life, he had fought against rivals, safeguarding the legacy of the 8 extreme style amidst storms and turmoil, waiting until someone like Li Shuxing emerged, a figure capable of shouldering the burden. It was through countless life and death battles that he honed his terrifying, ironclad fighting style. All these years in seclusion at the martial arts school. The so-called geniuses outside, such as Wu Yuanshu and Wang Tianlong, who were adored by countless people, could not even cause a ripple in his gaze. Only at this very moment, upon seeing Hui Yuanhong, did he finally let a genuine smile escape his lips, a smile born from the depths of his heart. This young man before him, younger than he was in his prime, and even younger than Li Shuxing was in his prime, was far more outstanding. Far more talented. He will definitely reach the pinnacle. Chapter 25, I've got your back. Li Shuxing's protective nature. Your current combat skills are unmatched in the realm of Ming Jin. Combined with your mastery of Jinli, which is likely just a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of Ming Jin, you could even defeat an opponent with whom you share perfect synergy in a direct confrontation. Looking at Hua Yuanhong, whose body was steaming with sweat, old Su smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Su." Hua Yuanhong clasped his hands together in a half bow. In these 7 battles, old Su had imparted all the experience he had accumulated over the past half-century, leaving Hua Yuanhong deeply grateful. After all, many masters dare not teach their disciples so openly, fearing that their disciples might one day surpass them. "There is no need to thank me." Old Su waved his hand dismissively. "If you hadn't learned so quickly, I wouldn't have bothered to teach you." That was the truth. He had been secluded in the martial arts school for 20 years, never teaching anyone else martial arts, simply because he didn't think anyone was worthy. In fact, if it weren't for being truly amazed by Hua Yuanhong's talent, he wouldn't have bothered to spar with him 7 times. The first 2 matches were because he had set the rules himself, but the additional 5 matches were purely out of genuine admiration and affection. "Master Su, would you be willing to help keep order later to prevent the masters and instructors from the Asking Sword Martial Arts School from interfering?" After resting for a moment and applying some ointment, once his stamina had recovered somewhat, Hua Yuanhong asked old Su. Under a 365-fold power boost, the gains from these 7 matches were no less than fighting thousands of matches, and those were matches against an absolute peak master like old Su. Even the son of an absolute peak master wouldn't dare claim such treatment. The magnitude of his gains was beyond imagination. Having addressed the shortcomings in his practical combat skills and even elevated them to an unimaginable level, his overall strength now far surpassed his previous self. Even if 3 of his former selves were to attack him simultaneously, he would easily defeat them all. If he were to face an old-timer like Luo Laogue in a fair fight, even without ambushing or taking the first strike, he would still have the confidence to dominate the battle. Dealing with martial artists from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall who are even weaker than Luo Laogue is a foregone conclusion. "Oh? What do you intend to do?" Old Su asked. "I'm going to challenge all 10 of them in the first match and beat them all to the ground." Hua Yuanhong's words made Lao Su pause for a moment. He had lived most of his life and encountered many arrogant individuals. After all, how many martial arts masters weren't arrogant? But someone this arrogant was indeed rare. Besides the man before him, perhaps only the young Li Shuxing in his prime could match him. One person. Take on all of them alone? It's important to note that the opponents weren't ordinary practitioners of the Ming Jin style. They were nearly all at the peak of their Ming Jin cultivation, and they were the kind who specialized in close combat. Among them was Wang Tianlong, who was widely recognized as an unbeatable Ming Jin master. 1 against 10, how utterly arrogant. But recalling the terrifying strength Hua Yuanhong had displayed earlier, Lao Su couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. It seems. Could they really break through them all? Old Su gave Hua Yuanhong a long, meaningful look, brushed the dust off his sleeves, and spoke. "Go ahead. Though I'm old, I can still cover for you. Before you break through all of them, no one can stop you. Not even if their Grand Master comes, it won't matter," Lao Su said calmly. This peerless master, whom even the patriarch of the Feng family couldn't persuade to intervene, was willing to act again for a young man. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. With old Su's promise to block others, Hua Yuanhong headed toward the guest room. The guest rooms were quite a distance away, requiring a long walk through several areas. As he passed by the room used for preparations before the martial arts match, he inadvertently overheard some unexpected news. Wang Tianlong had lost. Who defeated Wang Tianlong? A faint voice echoed from behind, startling Fang Yu, who then revealed a look of surprise. "Master, you're back." Seeing Li Shuxing appear before him, Fang Yu finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. "Just arrived. I heard about Wang Tianlong's defeat while passing by the outer courtyard." "What happened?" "It was Yu Shouwen." Fang Yu's expression darkened. That Yu Shouwen is truly too strong, especially his practical fighting style. He's so powerful it's hard to believe. In a private sparring match, he only used 9 moves to easily defeat Wang Tianlong and even broke his arm. Even Wang Tianlong was defeated so easily. Who in our martial arts school could possibly stand a chance against Yu Shouwen? Fang Yu sighed, reluctantly accepting the reality. "We can't beat him. We really can't beat him. There's not even a shred of hope for victory. Yu Shouwen's combat style is too terrifying." Yu Shouwen. Li Shuxing furrowed his brows, closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment, then said calmly, "It seems these people aren't after the wine itself." Fang Yu was startled for a moment, then gradually came to understand, his expression darkening. "Master means that this martial arts competition was set up for us, a joint effort by multiple factions to target the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall? What else could it be? With the skills of the Sword Seeker, he couldn't possibly have trained such formidable disciples." Li Shuxing spoke calmly. "Master, are we just going to take this loss? Why don't we seek external help? With the Fang family's connections, we should be able to find a few skilled fighters specializing in close combat." Fang Yu said solemnly. "No need." Li Shuxing waved his hand dismissively and said, "If we send mercenaries into the arena, what's the point of a martial arts competition? What's there to fear? If it comes to it, I'll overturn the table, no one will come out unscathed." Turn over the table. Fong Yu's eyelids twitched. His master truly had the skill to overturn a table, even if facing 2 heroes and the 13 tigers combined, he wouldn't flinch. But if it came to that, the cost would be too high, most likely a mutual destruction. Moreover, his master was getting old and had hidden injuries. If he were to fight with all his strength, even if he won, he would be severely weakened. If his hidden injuries were to flare up, he might not even survive. It seems we must find a way to reclaim first place, even if it means resorting to underhanded tactics. That would be better than letting the master risk everything. Fong Yusen thought to himself. If I'm not mistaken, Fong Pingsheng has already tampered with the lottery. During the final few draws, he will definitely pair Ah Hong, who has no chance of finishing in the top 3, with Yu Xiuwen, to prevent Wang Tianlong and those 2 prodigies from facing Yu Xiuwen and being eliminated early. Li Shuxing suddenly said. Well, Uncle Li is just thinking about the honor of the martial arts school. It's like the story of Tianji's horse racing. Fong Yusen looked a bit awkward. This was indeed her second uncle Fong Pingsheng's intention. Although his younger disciple was a genius, he had started too late. At best, he could only secure 5th place in this martial arts competition. However, Wang Tianlong and the other 2 martial arts prodigies were different. Even if they weren't a match for Yu Xiuwen, securing 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place wouldn't be a problem. By the final matches, someone from their side would inevitably face Yu Xiuwen. Having the disciple fight Yu Xiuwen while allowing Wang Tianlong and the other 2 prodigies to advance further was undoubtedly the best strategy. This was also Fong Pingsheng's preferred tactic, pitting top-tier horses against mid-tier horses against lower-tier horses, and lower-tier horses against top-tier horses. Who among them was the lower-tier horse to be sacrificed was self-evident. Tell Fong Pingsheng that I don't care what tricks he plays, but if he dares to tamper with Ah Hong's draw, don't blame me for not showing mercy. I sent Ah Hong to gain practical experience. If he has to face Yu Xiuwen directly, what's the point? Li Shuxing said indifferently. Yes. Fong Yu was reluctant, but he had no choice but to obey his master's orders. But he felt a bit regretful inside. According to his uncle's plan, in the final few matches, Wang Tianlong and the other 2 prodigies would face anyone from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall and win easily, as long as they didn't encounter Yu Xiuwen. But if it were Huo Shidi, that would be a different story. He'd likely lose against anyone. Anyway, neither of them could beat him, so it would be better to face Yu Xiuwen, at least allowing the others on their side to advance smoothly. Do you think I'm being too biased? I'd rather lose another match on our side just so Ah Hong can have a fair fight. Seeing Fong Yu's reaction, Li Shuxing smiled faintly. Your disciple dares not. It's just that if we arrange it this way, others might have something to say. Fong Yu hurriedly replied. Speak your mind. I, Li Shuxing, act as I see fit. I fear no one's criticism. Li Shuxing chuckled. I am biased. I want to give Ah Hong a chance to truly experience the feeling of stepping onto the stage to fight. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. Does that mean only Fong Pingsheng can arrange for Wang Tianlong to use the Crimson Lotus ointment, but I can't arrange for my disciple to have a fair fight? I've always had it out with Fong Pingsheng and his bunch. If we're going to fight, let us fight. What's the point of all this scheming? They pull their strings behind the scenes, and when my disciple fights fairly, it's like he is cheating. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Shuxing snorted derisively. Tell them, whoever isn't satisfied, come find me. But if anyone dares to use underhanded tactics against Ah Hong, don't blame me, Li Shuxing, for not sparing face and bullying the weak. As the top martial artist of his generation, Li Shuxing was renowned for protecting his own. Master, rest assured. I will convey your message clearly. I won't let my younger brother be intentionally matched against Yu Xiuwen. Fong Yu hurriedly said. Li Shuxing nodded slightly. Alright, go about your duties. A few old men have arrived, I'll go meet them. With that, Li Shuxing turned and walked toward the depths of the martial arts hall. Chapter 26, Wei Yuan Hong steps in. One move knocks out Yu Xiuwen. Senior brother Wang, he actually lost. In the courtyard, a young disciple muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed the collapse of the very mountain he had once admired most. That shock, that blow. It was something no words could describe. It left the young disciple utterly bewildered. Wei Yuan Hong overheard their conversation and quickly pieced together what had happened. It turned out that, during a recent private sparring session, a master from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall had defeated 3 of their elite disciples in succession, prompting Wang Tianlong to step in personally to restore morale. The result? In just 9 moves, Wang Tianlong was defeated, utterly and completely, even having one of his arms broken. And the person who had defeated him from the Wunshan Martial Arts Hall? Yu Xiuwen. Wei Yuan Hong uttered this familiar name. This name was all too familiar to him, too familiar. The younger brother of the renowned swordsman Yu Xiuwen, a prodigious talent without equal. Like Yu Xiuquan, this Yu Xiuquan was also an arrogant individual who never regarded apprentices from humble backgrounds as human beings, and took pleasure in using them as human targets for his training. In the past, hearing the name Yu Xiuquan would make him go out of his way to avoid him, lest he accidentally bump into him. But now, sell your head for a price. Hui Yuanhong's eyes showed no emotion. The double power burst brought by the pinnacle of external strength, combined with his masterful, even primal combat techniques akin to Lao Tzu's return to simplicity, gave him the confidence to face this once nightmare-like demon. Everyone! At that moment, a loud voice rang out. It was Wang Tianlong, his face still pale, with one arm suspended by a bandage. Yu Xiuquan is too strong. We won't be able to secure first place in this martial arts competition, but we must protect second, third, and fourth places. To secure the second, third, and fourth places, we must first have our top-tier experts avoid Yu Xiuquan. Sacrifice the weakest disciples, those with no chance of winning, to face Yu Xiuquan in the same match. Pair the top-tier horses with the middle-tier horses, the middle-tier horses with the lower-tier horses, and the lower-tier horses with the top-tier horses. Wang Tianlong said solemnly. During the martial arts competition, opponents are determined by random draw, so it should be impossible to arrange anything in advance. However, the renowned master responsible for supervising the fairness of the draw had already been bribed by the powerful figures behind him, who had promised he would turn a blind eye. The other disciples present naturally understood the meaning behind Wang Tianlong's words and immediately relaxed, regaining their confidence in the upcoming match. It's settled. It's settled. No wonder your senior brother Wang. Not only are your martial arts skills formidable, but your strategic planning is also so impressive. As long as we can secure second, third, and fourth places, at least we can save face. With someone like Yu Xiuquan, who is far beyond our league, it's truly not our fault. Thus, these elite disciples began to fiercely discuss who should face off against Yu Xiuquan, all wanting others to go, with not a single one daring to confront this nightmare-like, unmatched existence. To them, Yu Xiuquan was simply too far beyond their league. Even Wang Tianlong, an unparalleled genius, had given up hope, voluntarily relinquishing first place. At the time, even a master of the Huajin realm who was watching from the sideline side, saying that even those at the same level wouldn't dare face Yu Xiuquan, let alone them. Bizarre. Watching these aristocratic youths scheming and plotting, trying to bribe and corrupt the staff, Hui Yuanhong remained expressionless. Is this the state of the martial arts world today? It's all about connections, wealth, and scheming. No one dares to rely on martial arts skills or true ability to rise through the ranks. He knew it was because Yu Xiuquan was too strong, so strong that even geniuses like Wang Tianlong had given up hope, unable to muster the courage to resist. But achievements obtained through such means, even if they managed to secure the second, third, or fourth places, would be nothing but a joke. It would be a disgrace to the Xinjiang martial arts school and to his master, Li Shuxing. When had the martial arts world he had once dreamed of become this? Hui Yuanhong felt deeply disappointed, even absurd. If even the top-ranked Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy is in this state, one can only imagine what the other martial arts academies must be like. Seeing one leaf, one knows the depth of autumn. At that moment, he began to understand why his master, despite being the top martial artist in Jinmen, often went about alone, with few close friends besides Old Su, and even had strained relations with other factions. It seems my decision was correct. I must defeat everyone alone and end this chaotic martial arts competition early. As long as I win first place, the rest can all get 0 points. It'll save my master the embarrassment. Hui Yuanhong's gaze grew calm. The weak are shaped by their environment, while the strong shape their environment. Since this isn't the martial arts world I dreamed of, I'll wait until I reach the pinnacle and then rebuild it. A martial arts world where everyone has the right to learn martial arts, where everyone can focus their minds and pursue martial arts in the way. Hui Yuanhong walked straight out of the courtyard toward the outer courtyard where the fighting platform was set up. Judging by the time, the people from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall should all be gathered around the stage. It was time to send them on their way. Hui Jun, your brother. Seeing him about to leave, Wang Tianlong called out. Wait until the final few matches tomorrow. We'll need you to fight against Yu Xiuquan. Don't feel pressured, just go in and concede defeat. Clearly, in Wang Tianlong's mind, Hui Yuanhong was also one of the lower-tier fighters, meant to face the higher-tier fighter Yu Xiuquan from the opposing side, to prevent the other two prodigies from facing Yu Xiuquan. Hui Yuanhong didn't bother to respond, continuing to walk toward the exit without pausing. This disregard for the bigger picture in front of everyone made Wang Tianlong furrow his brows slightly, but before he could say anything, Fang Yu walked in and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Wang Tianlong's brows furrowed even more tightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, since it's the master's decision, then Hui Shixiang should draw lots normally. Whatever he draws is what he gets. There's no need to force it. As long as he can wear down the opponent's stamina, that's enough. Upon hearing Wang Tianlong's words, the other elite disciples present exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Though they dared not speak harshly out of respect for Li Shuxing's authority, nor did they dare question his arrangements. However, they were somewhat dissatisfied with Li Shuxing's decision to force his disciple into the competition for experience. If their side were in an advantageous position, having an extra liability wouldn't matter much. But now that they were already at a disadvantage, the remaining 9 of them had to exhaust all their connections and schemes just to maintain their rankings. At this critical moment, someone was actually occupying a crucial spot, disrupting their plans. In that instant, their emotions surged to the brink of explosion. What are you all looking at? Senior Sister Fang Yu swept her gaze around the room, forcing the surrounding elite disciples to avert their eyes. She then rushed over to catch up with Hui Yuanhong. Junior brother, don't pay attention to these people. When the time comes, fight if you can. If you can't, jump off the stage immediately. After all, this is the master's arrangement. Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to disobey. Take this bottle of boiling blood powder before the match. It will temporarily put you into a boiling blood state, greatly increasing your strength and reducing pain, allowing you to last a few more rounds and lose without looking too bad. Don't worry, this medicine shows no outward signs and can't be detected afterward. Besides, with the master here, nothing will happen. Fang Yu spoke in a low voice, slipping a small porcelain bottle into Hui Yuanhong's pocket without leaving a trace. Senior sister, there's really no need to go to such trouble. Hui Yuanhong lifted his head, glancing at the red ointment on the high platform, which served as the prize, then casually scanned the elite disciples and Wang Tianlong around him. Keep an eye on the crimson lotus ointment. I'll be right back. As the faint voice faded, Hui Yuanhong's figure had already stepped out the door. At that moment, the area around the stage was already crowded with people. The martial artists from the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall were all present, wearing confident smiles, having arrived early. Hui Yuanhong pushed through the crowd, stepping onto the stage one step at a time. He looked down at the elite martial artists from the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall who were gazing up at him and gave them a dismissive wave. I'm in a hurry. You can all come at me at once. This dismissive attitude caused the masters of the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall to rise to their feet, their expressions unreadable. The instructors from the Xinjiang Martial Arts School responsible for overseeing the first match were also taken aback. The first match was clearly not supposed to be against Huajinshuan. Had someone been substituted at the last minute? And what did he mean by all of you at once? It couldn't possibly be. Are they going to have one person take on everyone alone? Hui Yuanhong? I never expected it would be you facing me in the first match. The man in the center walked out with a faint smile, none other than Yu Xiuwen, the peerless martial artist who had driven Wang Tianlong to despair. Everyone, please sit down. I'll handle this guy, then I'll come back to continue the arrangements. It'll only take a breath. Yu Xiuwen had a scholarly demeanor, resembling a scholar, but his gaze was cold and terrifying, a result of years of brutal cage fights. At his words, the other elite disciples who had risen to intervene froze in their tracks, casting pitying glances at Hui Yuanhong. This kid is finished. Tiger form. Yu Xiuwen strode forward swiftly, resembling a tiger standing upright, leaping onto the stage and charging toward Hui Yuanhong. With each step, an odd force surged outward, swiftly activating every muscle in his body. At the same time, his arms and hands moved like flowing water, his forearms tensing and relaxing like guitar strings, releasing terrifying force with each contraction and expansion. Every movement was so precise and intricate that it was almost unimaginable, not like a fighting technique, but a form of art perfected to its peak. This was the martial arts madman, Yu Xiuwen. A martial artist whose fighting style completely outclassed Wang Tianlong, so much so that even the master of internal energy refused to fight him at the same level. When he reached Hui Yuanhong, Yu Xiuwen's aura surged to its peak, his eyes filled with the indifference of one looking down on ants. He struck out with a single palm. This single palm strike was so masterful in both the manipulation of internal energy and the timing that even the master of internal energy dare not claim to be able to do better. Even if a master of heart-mind unity were to arrive, they would have to give their all to counter it. But, facing this stunningly incredible palm strike, Hui Yuanhong remained completely unfazed. Only when Yu Xiuwen closed in did he take a simple step forward, cutting into Yu Xiuwen's front, and with a simple elbow strike to the chest, he struck out with a loud crack. Boom! Before Yu Xiuwen could react, Hui Yuanhong's elbow, wrapped in unmatched force, struck his chest. Meanwhile, Yu Xiuwen's exquisite palm strike, delivered as Hui Yuanhong shifted his body during his charge, grazed his side and landed in the air, crossing paths with Hui Yuanhong's body. Just half a millimeter away from hitting Hui Yuanhong, but that half a millimeter became an insurmountable chasm. The scene was as if Yu Xiuwen had deliberately stepped forward to meet the blow, using his chest to intercept the simplest of elbow strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Hui Yuanhong walked past slowly, never once glancing at Yu Xiuwen. Behind him, Yu Xiuwen stood frozen in place, motionless. 2 breaths later. Put. With a gush of blood, this man who had driven Wang Tianlong to despair and even made the master of internal energy dare not spar with him, this peerless martial artist whose overwhelming power had left the genius of the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall gasping for breath, fell backward. Without even managing to exchange a single blow, he was defeated by Hui Yuanhong's ultimate force combined with his return to basics fighting style. Instant kill. Chapter 27, Fist strikes as the feet move, striking enemies like pulling grass. The entire arena fell silent.
Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with an indescribable sense of awe. Only the steady footsteps of Hua Yuanhong echoed, as if treading on everyone's hearts, bringing a terrifying sense of oppression that grew ever closer, nearly suffocating the remaining 9 elite disciples of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall.
Strong. Too strong. From the moment Yushouwen gathered his strength and struck out, to his palm missing its mark, and then being struck in the chest by an elbow, everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving them momentarily unable to react. It wasn't until Yushouwen crashed to the ground that the elite disciples finally realized what had happened. What followed was a mind-shattering sense of upheaval, along with confusion and despair in the face of the unknown. They couldn't understand. They couldn't comprehend how Yushouwen's intricate, exquisite, and artfully stunning palm techniques could be so easily broken and defeated by Hua Yuanhong's simple step forward and elbow strike. Too simple, too direct. It completely overturned their understanding and surpassed their comprehension of fighting techniques. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Even these arrogant elite warriors of the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall dared not step forward. Among the many people present, the only one who could discern anything was the elderly man with white hair and beard who had been sitting there all along. This was the Hua Jin master from the Wenshan Martial Arts Hall, a master of the Hua Jin realm with an extremely high status. His martial arts were so profound that even a volley of 10 rifles couldn't touch him. He was a true master of the Hua Jin realm, capable of defeating all enemies within a few steps, and even the governor of Jinmen had to show him respect. Yet at this moment, this master of the Hua Jin realm, who remained unfazed even if a mountain collapsed, suddenly stood up. The teacup in his hand exploded with a loud bang, scalding hot tea spilling all over his hands and soaking his sleeves, yet he seemed oblivious to it all. With his extraordinary eyesight, he clearly captured every fleeting detail of this brief exchange. And thus, he understood. The seemingly simple technique was actually an unimaginable control over the 3 feet in front of him, and a terrifyingly precise coordination of every ounce of force. From the contraction and relaxation of muscles releasing force, to the subtle vibrations of bones transmitting force, and finally to the powerful momentum generated by the harmonious integration of waist and legs. All of these elements combined ultimately evolved into ultimate speed, ultimate explosiveness. This style, simple and efficient to the extreme, almost embodying the essence of the way, left this master of internal power momentarily dazed. Even in this stage of external power combat, he caught a glimpse of the aura of an absolute master. Or perhaps, the young man before him was like an absolute master who had suppressed his true strength to the level of the open force stage. This fighting style, combined with an otherworldly force that was just a hair's breadth away from true mastery of distance, completely and utterly crushed Yushouwen. They weren't even on the same level. It was like an adult fighting a child. He couldn't let him continue. The master of internal energy felt a heavy weight on his heart. He decided to first stop Hua Yuanhong, then find a way to alter the rules of the martial arts competition to prevent his disciples from being completely defeated. But, just as he was about to take a step, the master suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His neck was being silently gripped by a hand. "Do you want to die?" Hearing the faint voice from behind, the master of the Asking Sword Martial Arts School broke out in a cold sweat and dared not move an inch. The person behind him was far too powerful. He was a master of the Hua Jin technique, yet he hadn't even noticed when someone had approached him from behind. With such a peak-level expert watching, no one dared to use any tricks in this martial arts match. Master Wu. The remaining 9 men's hearts sank. They knew they couldn't rely on this master anymore and could only grit their teeth and fight on their own. Attack together. 9 against 1. I don't believe he can take all of us down before his strength runs out. No matter how skilled he is, he only has 2 hands and 2 feet. Surround him. Make him fight on 2 fronts. Surrounding and attacking is different from one-on-one combat. 2 people working together in perfect coordination can often achieve a result greater than the sum of their parts. They believed that if they surrounded him, they could defeat Yushouwen and might not be any worse than this young man before them. After all, they were carefully trained elite disciples. The 9 quickly adjusted their mindset, moved into position, and charged forward as one. Even if it meant losing face, it was better than certain defeat. Otherwise, if they had to fight one-on-one, it would be too hopeless. Get out of here. The 2 who charged forward the fastest were none other than the 2 assassins who had been secretly infiltrated into the group. They worked together seamlessly, striking out simultaneously toward Hua Yuanhong. As elite warriors who had survived countless life or death battles in the octagon cage, these 2 were even more formidable than Yushouwen in real combat, having even teamed up to assassinate a master at the initial stage of the heart-mind union. At this moment, using their own bodies as the sharpest weapons, they were far more terrifying than Yushouwen fighting alone, aiming to forcefully suppress Hua Yuanhong's unstoppable momentum. Kill. 2 fierce hammer strikes, nearly blending all their strength. This was their all-out attack, burning every ounce of belief in a self-sacrificing strike, and as a joint effort, they could trade their lives to kill 2 Yuzaiyawans. Even if a master at the initial stage of mind-body unity were to arrive, they would have to temporarily avoid this peak of sharpness. But Hua Yuanhong. Boom! His feet stomped the ground, his body surged forward, and simultaneously, his arms rose, elbows out, blocking the two incoming fists. In the blink of an eye, as their bodies crossed paths, two elbow strikes, one left, one right, exploded with tremendous force, like two massive spears thrusting forward. Following the gaps created by the elbows, they struck the chests of the two men with unparalleled speed. Trouble! The two men were startled, quickly adjusting their center of gravity, lowering their bodies, and raising the other arm to brace themselves. Such a response demonstrated combat experience so rich it was breathtaking, even a seasoned master would have to admit it was impressive. After all, this wasn't a one-on-one fight. As long as they could hold him off for a moment, the others would surround him and attack together, easily dispatching this madman. Not to mention Yashowon, even a mid-stage cine master facing so many peak-level Ming Jin experts skilled in close combat, caught between two fronts, would struggle to withstand a dozen attacks and would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. The plan is sound. Unfortunately, Hui Yuanhong's movements were too fast. Before the two could even lower their waists and raise their arms, Hui Yuanhong's body had already burst forward, crossing paths with them in an instant. At the same time, two elbow strikes, one left, one right, struck their chests with such force that their pupils dilated in shock. Crack! Crack! Their chests caved in, ribs shattered, and they were knocked backward, crashing onto the stage and losing consciousness. In a single exchange, the two assassins, who were even stronger than Yashowon when fighting together, defeated. Huff! Only then did the sound of sharp whistling wind echo from the side the four pursuers had finally closed in. Two struck with their fists, two with their legs, charging forward in unison. Normally, even the most skilled fighter could only use their hands and feet. Facing four opponents attacking simultaneously, it was inevitable to take a hit or two. But they were facing Hui Yuanhong. Whoosh! Hui Yuanhong shifted his stance, moving as if he were walking through mud. He targeted the two strongest opponents, breaking through their defenses, then sidestepped into the gap in the encircling circle, effortlessly escaping the range of their attacks. Instantly, he twisted his hips, causing his body to suddenly spin, changing from facing away to facing them. Stand together, don't lag behind. The remaining four looked solemn, fully aware of Hui Yuanhong's prowess, and dared not give him the chance to pick them off one by one as before. Ha! Humph! Hui Yuanhong's expression remained unchanged. He inhaled and exhaled, adjusting his breath in the instant he turned, returning to peak condition. Immediately afterward, whoosh! His right foot shot out like a dragon bursting from its den, so fast that the nearest person couldn't react in time, striking his shin bone with a thunderous kick. Ah! The man's calf throbbed with pain, and his previously steady stance suddenly became uneven, with one foot lighter than the other. His lower body lost balance for a moment, causing a brief disconnect in coordination with the other three. Then, boom! Hui Yuanhong unleashed the power in his legs, charging straight toward the man. With a powerful elbow strike like a raging bear, he collided with the man, shattering his ribs and sending him flying backward. Taking advantage of the recoil from the impact, he followed up with a backward elbow strike, shattering the arm of the attacker behind him, causing it to tremble violently and emit a cracking sound. Immediately afterward, he twisted his spine like a coiling dragon, channeling his entire body's power into his arms, which snapped out like whips, striking the man on his right with a loud crack, sending his head spinning and crashing to the ground. This was the Yama's slap technique of the 8 extremes fist, also known as the ear slap. Under the whirlwind of force from Hui Yuanhong's strike, the man was knocked unconscious as if he had been slapped by a tiger. At this moment, among the four who had rushed forward in the second wave of attack, one was knocked unconscious by an elbow strike, another had his arm fractured and rendered useless by a rear elbow strike, and a third was struck by the ear slap technique, causing him to collapse. Only the last man managed to charge forward, but by the time he realized he was alone and in trouble, it was already too late. Charge! Hui Yuanhong swiftly closed in, delivering an elbow strike that not only shattered the opponent's guard but also followed up with a powerful blow to the jaw, sending the man's head flying upward as he spat blood and collapsed backward. His fists and steps were in perfect sync, striking his opponents like weeds. At this moment, Hui Yuanhong had taken this phrase to its extreme, clearly facing 9 opponents yet completely dominating the situation. Crowd and push step. Charge step. Elbow to the chest. Collapse elbow. Raise elbow. Fists followed the body. Steps followed the elbows. It was like bullying children, overwhelming the group of peak-level practitioners from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall with a brutal beating. These experts, whom the disciples of the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall regarded as their greatest enemies, were defeated one by one, their bodies collapsing like dried branches. Crack! As the man fell, Hui Yuanhong spun his steps, rotating his body, and delivered a slap to the face, sending the peak-level practitioner with a broken arm crashing to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Only Hui Yuanhong remained, walking past with a calm expression, not even a tear in his clothes. We can't beat him. We can't beat him at all. Demon. Madman. Devil. The 3 peak level practitioners at the rear, witnessing the fate of the 6 in front, completely collapsed, consumed by utter despair. Chapter 28, Shocking. Fong Pingsheng and Wang Tianlong's shock. 5 breaths, and 6 were defeated. What does that even mean? Even if you were fighting a few pigs, it wouldn't be this fast, right? Run! 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 Faced with this nightmare-like scene, the last 3 had completely lost their courage and dared not face Hui Yuanhong anymore. They turned and fled, each trying to escape as quickly as possible. They dared not even think about surrounding and severely injuring Hui Yuanhong anymore. They only wanted to jump off the stage first. They could have simply surrendered, but in this martial arts competition, they had pushed their own masters to change the rules in order to disable the genius of the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall and show everyone the pitiful state of the hall's prodigy. To uphold the indomitable spirit of martial artists, no one was allowed to surrender easily. The match would only end if one was knocked unconscious or forced off the stage. This was truly a case of digging their own grave. They had trapped themselves. Fortunately, they had 3 people, so at least 1 or 2 might have a chance to jump off. However, Hui Yuanhong took a step forward, raised his arm like a mountain crashing down, and sent one of them flying with a thunderous force, slamming him into the backs of the 2 in front. Bang! Bang! The group fell to the ground, staring at the stage just 3 steps away, utterly despairing. It was too late. The time it would take to get up, run a few steps, and jump down was more than enough for Hui Yuanhong to knock them all down. Even if they didn't get up and simply rolled down, it would still be too late. That's right. They had 3 people against Hui Yuanhong alone, yet they didn't even have the confidence to hold on until they could jump off the stage. And that was indeed the case. Boom! Hui Yuanhong thrust his elbow downward with overwhelming force, shattering the arm of one of them who was desperately blocking the attack. The blow struck the face of the man who had just managed to get back up. Teeth flew out along with blood, leaving a ring of shockwaves on his face, which contorted in pain. He rolled over once and fainted on the spot. Immediately following, Hui Yuanhong spun his body, executed a spinning kick, and struck the chest of the man who was attempting to roll away, causing him to spit blood and slide sideways, unable to get back up. As he was being flung aside, he happened to block the path of the last person, causing him to stumble. No! The last man, with a look of despair in his eyes, watched helplessly as the path to survival closed in on him once more. He frantically stabilized his body and lunged toward the edge of the stage, just 1 step away from safety. But Hui Yuanhong arrived. Crack! With a single strike, he delivered a devastating blow, his strength like a taut bowstring, his hair standing on end like thunder. The man was knocked unconscious, his eyes rolling back, and he crashed to the ground, stiff as a board. Just 1 more step, and he could have jumped off the stage, but now he'll never get the chance. In a single breath, it was settled. At that moment, there was no one left standing on the stage except Hui Yuanhong. The entire arena fell into complete silence, with only stunned gazes fixed on Hui Yuanhong as he raised his head, squinting slightly against the midday sun, and walked off the stage. The group of martial artists from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall remained on the stage, lying quietly. Good night. Where did Hui Yuanhong go? Could he be avoiding the match and too scared to show up? Better that he didn't show up. If someone else goes up, our martial arts school might just secure another top ranking. That's right. If we send Qin Shidi up instead, we might even take the 10th spot. Everyone present was puzzled by Hui Yuanhong's sudden departure, but they only discussed it briefly before shifting the topic back to who would be the next to face Yu Xiuwen in the next match. No one was willing to waste any more time on Hui Yuanhong. If it weren't for the fact that he had taken up a spot, they wouldn't even have remembered him. Now that this acknowledged lower-tier fighter was no longer a suitable opponent for Yu Xiuwen, they naturally had to discuss and strategize to find a new candidate to replace Hui Yuanhong as the sacrificial pawn. Thus, these elite disciples of the strongest martial arts schools, who appeared glamorous and respected in the eyes of the outside world, began to fiercely shift blame and argue among themselves, attempting to use their backgrounds and wealth to force others to face off against Yu Xiuwen. Yet they had no idea that the martial arts competition with other schools had already concluded. Absurd and laughable. In the end, after a series of negotiations, they selected a candidate of average to below average ability, with a family background and financial resources also of average to below average caliber, to face off against Yu Xiuwen. Mr. Fong, everything has been arranged. Wang Tianlong walked to the corner and addressed the middle-aged man from the Fong family, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. I understand. Fong Pingsheng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, refusing to glance at Wang Tianlong. If it weren't for the enormous interests of the Fong family at stake behind the martial arts competition, someone of his status wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics as drawing lots. It was too humiliating. This powerful figure from the Fong family, who held the authority over resource allocation, looked cold and disappointed at Wang Tianlong, who had been soundly defeated by Yu Xiuwen. He didn't seem to have the same admiration for his talented junior that he had shown earlier in the dining hall. Had it not been for the fact that Wang Tianlong, despite his injuries, still counted as the most outstanding Ming Jin prodigy at the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, he wouldn't have bothered to show up. Mr. Fong, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Fang Pingxing's cold response, Wang Tianlong also felt a bit dissatisfied.
The appearance of Yu Xiuwen, an absolute master of the Ming Jin realm far beyond his level, meant losing the top spot was only natural. Could it really be attributed to his lack of strength? Among all the Ming Jin geniuses invested in by the Fang family, the Ming Jin masters meticulously cultivated by the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy and other major martial arts schools, aside from the monster Yu Xiuwen, who could compare to him, Wang Tianlong? Anyway, the Fang family had no choice but to invest in him. There was no one else more outstanding than him.
Wang Tianlong felt confident.
Upon learning of this, Fang Pingxing not only wouldn't cut off resources but would instead increase investments to ensure his side had someone to challenge Yu Xiuwen, providing even better resources to help him catch up quickly.
Hey, Hua Yuanhong is back.
Just then, a sharp-eyed disciple shouted, and Fang Yu, Wang Tianlong, and the others all looked over. They saw Hua Yuanhong walking in, with old Su silently following behind him. He returned so quickly no one knew what he had been up to, leaving everyone even more puzzled. Hua Yuanhong ignored the disciples around him and, under the puzzled and astonished gazes of everyone, walked straight to the stage, took the bottle of crimson serpent ointment from the highest spot. Then, he walked down the stage and left.
Stop! Someone tried to block him, but was casually glanced at by old Su and instinctively stepped back.
In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Hua Yuanhong left with the top-grade ointment. Old Su, this crimson snake ointment is the prize for first place.
You're being too biased, this is a bit much. Could it be Master Li's orders? Fang Pingxing furrowed his brows and stepped forward to speak.
Wang Tianlong, the other disciples around him, and the fat manager all felt dissatisfied, but none dared to voice their opinions openly. Even though the martial arts school's master was Li Shuxing, such blatant favoritism toward a disciple, refusing to even let them compete, and directly designating the Crimson Lotus ointment as Hua Yuanhong's property, was simply too domineering.
That's right. Arrogant.
In the eyes of almost everyone present, the old steward by the master's side had come with Hua Yuanhong for one purpose, to intimidate them so that Hua Yuanhong could take the Crimson Lotus ointment. Old Su did not respond, merely scanning the crowd slowly before speaking calmly, "Disperse. There's no point in competing now that everyone's gone. Except for Hua Yuanhong, who is first, the rest of you all get 0 points.
What does old Su mean by that? Fang Pingxing's expression darkened.
Wang Tianlong also narrowed his eyes, sensing that old Su was subtly referring to his earlier defeat by Yu Xiuwen. The others around them also stirred in commotion.
Why? Even senior brother Wang isn't qualified to take first place. What gives him the right to? Someone whispered from the crowd.
They were all dissatisfied with Li Shuxing's favoritism, especially since the first place had been decided in advance. They felt it was unfair and unjust for Wang Tianlong. But no one dared to speak up in front of old Su. Why? Facing the crowd's nearly uncontrollable glances, old Su remained expressionless, not even bothering to look up, and walked out on his own.
He left behind a single, calm yet thunderous statement.
Because of him, Hua Yuanhong, with his own strength, he defeated Yu Xiuwen and defeated all the elite of the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall.
Chapter 29, Li Shuxing. Whoever dares to touch my heir, I will kill his entire family.
The courtyard was deathly silent. Those calm words echoed like thunder, causing Wang Tianlong and everyone present to pale and fall silent.
Even Fang Pingxing, a high-ranking official of great influence, couldn't help but show a look of shock.
Having witnessed the battle where Yu Xiuwen defeated Wang Tianlong with 9 moves, he knew all too well how terrifying Yu Xiuwen was. That wasn't something that could be achieved with mere external strength. Yet now, someone had not only defeated Yu Xiuwen but also shattered everyone at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall? How was this possible?
One-on-one and one against many are two entirely different concepts.
Even someone as powerful as Yu Xiuwen, a peak-level Ming Jin who could sever Wang Tianlong's arm in 9 moves one-on-one, would have to retreat first if surrounded by several peak-level Ming Jin experts skilled in close combat. If anyone else told him that someone of the same level of Ming Jin could single-handedly kill 10 peak Ming Jin practitioners, he wouldn't even bother to listen. What nonsense are they talking about?
But Fang Pingxing knew old Su's status and thus understood that such a proud and arrogant peak-level existence would never lie about something so obvious.
Therefore, Hua Yuanhong really did, single-handedly, break through all of them.
Fang Pingxing's gaze grew unusually serious.
To completely defeat them all, even if he had taken the most top-tier boiling blood powder, a heavenly treasure-level forbidden drug that shows no outward signs and cannot be detected afterward, and temporarily boosted his strength to achieve it, it would still be enough to prove Hua Yuanhong's power.
Without using boiling blood powder, his true strength is likely not much weaker than Yu Xiuwen.
At the very least, he is on the same level as Wang Tianlong, truly deserving of the top spot.
Hua Yuanhong. Fang Pingxing murmured to himself, truly etching that name into his mind. After all, this young man had only joined the martial arts school a few days ago. Yet in such a short time, he has grown to a level on par with Wang Tianlong, and even approaching Yu Xiuwen's peak Ming Jin realm. It seems our ancestor was right. Hua Yuanhong is the disciple secretly cultivated by Li Shuxing. He must have been secretly teaching him martial arts and investing resources in his cultivation for years. Until now, when his internal energy has nearly reached its peak, they finally gave him this opportunity to step into the spotlight. Fang Pingxing's mind was filled with speculation. 9 out of 10, it must be so. But regardless, even if he was raised by Li Shuxing from a young age, received ample secret resources, and even specialized in practical combat techniques, to possess such strength at an age not yet 20 is truly remarkable. It's easy to imagine that after this, the name Hua Yuanhong will resonate throughout the martial arts circles of Jin men. True fame and glory. Perhaps in just 2 or 3 years, by the age of 22, or even as early as 21, he will be able to enter the realm of hidden energy and become a martial artist whose fists are faster than guns. However, he can't compare to Wu Yuanchu, who entered the Dark Qi realm at 19, the gap is still huge. But who is Wu Yuanchu? As a martial arts prodigy whose fame echoes throughout the entire empire, he has already been selected for the Martial Immortal program, receiving joint cultivation from the Fang family and several other top-tier clans no weaker than the Fang family, with all manner of top-tier secret elixirs being supplied by any means necessary. How could a mere genius from a humble background even dare to compare? Fang Pingxing never dared to hope for a second martial arts prodigy like Wu Yuanchu. Someone like Hua Yuanhong, whose talent matches Wang Tianlong's and has connections to Li Shuxing, was already more than satisfactory, worth betting on. It seems that the Ming Jin prodigy our Fang family has invested in now has a more suitable option than Wang Tianlong. Fang Pingxing smiled. With equal talent, investing in Hua Yuanhong could also strengthen ties with Li Shuxing, making him far more suitable than Wang Tianlong. As for this martial arts competition, this was a martial arts competition between schools. With all the members of the rival school already defeated, what was the point of continuing? In this martial arts competition, first place goes to Hua Yuanhong. The rest get 0 points. The prominent figure from the Fang family spoke decisively. At that moment, Wang Tianlong had just recovered from the mind-blowing shock and, upon hearing Fang Pingxing's words, his expression turned grim. He knew that the Fang family's investment in him was likely to be redirected toward Hua Yuanhong. Fortunately, with the accumulated strength over such a long period, I only need half a month to swiftly reach the initial stage of mind-body harmony. By then, I will be able to outpace Hua Yuanhong and reclaim the glory and resources that rightfully belong to me. Wang Tianlong spoke solemnly. He acknowledged that Hua Yuanhong was indeed strong, but in terms of talent and potential, he believed he was no less exceptional. The only thing he lacked was a powerful master to guide him personally and provide him with the top-tier boiling blood powder. He must begin the mind-body union immediately and enter the initial stage within half a month, so that everyone would know who the true genius was. Li brother, let's calculate the time. The martial arts competition has already begun, hasn't it? In the inner waiting room of the martial arts hall, Li Shuxing sat across from several others. The one speaking was a man with a gaunt face, clad in a grey-white robe, with a famous sword at his waist. He was Mo Wuji, the Grand Master of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, one of the 2 heroes of the Peak, a legendary swordsman renowned throughout the world. Oh? Master Mo is in such a hurry, aren't you? Li Shuxing picked up his tea, took a slow sip, then looked at Mo Wuji before him. Brother Li is joking. It's just a friendly sparring match among juniors. Even if there's a winner or loser, it won't affect our friendship. Mo Wuji smiled faintly. So you're implying that my Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall will lose? Li Shuxing slowly set down his teacup, sitting there calmly. Even so, Mo Wuji and the others felt immense pressure, needing to join forces to match him. However, as one of the 2 most formidable warriors next to Li Shuxing, with the deputy head of the martial arts guild and the elder of the Wu clan, 2 top-tier experts, by his side, Mo Wuji was not intimidated by Li Shuxing. I didn't mean that. I merely hope that Brother Li won't let a temporary victory or defeat disrupt the harmony of the martial arts community in Jinmen. Mo Wuji set down his teacup, looked straight at Li Shuxing, and spoke slowly. This martial arts competition was a joint effort by several martial arts schools, the Wu family, and the Wu Xing clan to suppress the Xinjiang Martial Arts School, gradually weakening its influence and knocking it off its position as the top martial arts school in Jinmen. Now that everything was in place, with them here to distract Li Shuxing, once the external match concluded, they could leverage the newspapers and literati to spread the news that the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy was in decline. This move may not be enough to bring down the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy or Li Shuxing, but once the news of their crushing defeat spreads, officials and wealthy merchants who are unaware of the truth will think twice before choosing sides, and they will be less likely to send their talented offspring to the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy for training. In this way, the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy's influence would be significantly weakened. As one rises and the other falls, when they eventually take action against the academy, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Li Shuxing is well aware of this and has already made his plans. If these few individuals show no mercy, he will not hesitate to take drastic action. Given his temperament, he would never allow these people to weaken the Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy gradually, like boiling a frog in slowly heating water. I wonder how Ahong is doing. With old Su watching over him outside, he should be fine, though he might get injured and have to rest for a few days.
Li Shuxing thought to himself while locking his chi onto the three men across from him, ready to strike at any moment. After all, this was his territory. If these three caused trouble, it would be his reputation that suffered. Master! Master! Just then, someone rushed in hurriedly, an instructor from the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, drenched in cold sweat. What's the commotion? Mo Wuji snapped. Master! Master, something's happened. The instructor, with sweat pouring down his forehead, forced himself to speak. Speak! Mo Wuji said indifferently. Could it be that Li Shuxing's men had turned on them first and overturned the table? Yu Xiuwen and the other disciples who were supposed to fight have all been severely injured and are lying in bed unable to get up. Now there's no one left to take the stage. The news exploded like a thunderclap. Mo Wuji crushed the teacup in his hand and glared coldly at Li Shuxing. Who did this? In his mind, it must have been Li Shuxing who had his men distract the headmaster of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall while arranging for other senior disciples with hidden inner strength to attack and severely injure Yu Xiuwen and the others. It was a new disciple recently taken in by Li Shuxing, named Hua Yuanhong. His strength is likely just a hair's breadth away from the peak of the Ming Jin realm, and his fighting style is even more formidable. This instructor had already investigated the matter and hesitated before adding, "It is said that this young man was actually once a disciple of our school, having served as an apprentice for 10 years before being expelled by Yu Xiuquan's true disciple. He then switched allegiance and joined Li Shuxing's school." Li Shuxing's direct disciple? He was once part of their martial arts school? Mo Wuji couldn't help but pause. How had he never heard of him? Moreover, a prodigy who was just a hair's breadth away from perfection would be the core of any major faction. How could he be expelled from his own school? Especially this outcast, who had defeated all the most talented young disciples of their martial arts school. Ridiculous. Mo Wuji's expression darkened. If such an absurd incident were to spread, those who had intended to tarnish the reputation of the Divine Gun Martial Arts School would end up shooting themselves in the foot, digging their own grave. If handled poorly, it could become the laughingstock of all of Jinmen. Send Yu Xiuquan to the study to wait. Mo Wuji's expression darkened. He had already realized that it was his good disciple, Yu Xiuquan, who had deliberately suppressed the matter while he was in seclusion, only to end up embarrassing the school in public. Master Li is truly a master strategist. No wonder you're the best in Jinmen. You've raised such a fine disciple. I'm truly impressed. Mo Wuji glared at Li Shuxing, narrowing his eyes. How could such a coincidence happen? A disciple who hadn't even reached the first level of internal energy was taken under Li Shuxing's wing for a few days and had already reached near perfection, causing them to shoot themselves in the foot. As expected, Hua Yuanhong had been secretly cultivated by Li Shuxing all along, and was even his true disciple from childhood, having been trained for over a decade, waiting for this moment to emerge and betray them. Same here, same here. Li Shuxing picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and remained calm and composed, as if nothing in the heavens or on earth could escape his control. However, in a place where Mo Wuji and the others couldn't see, a tiny crack had appeared at the bottom of Li Shuxing's teacup. With terrifying control, he sealed it shut, making it seem as though nothing had ever happened. 4 days. Damn it, only 4 days. To reach the peak of the Ming Jin realm from the very beginning? Such a monstrous prodigy, how the hell did he teach him that? As his master, he had no idea when this kid had become so powerful. The news he heard last night from Fang Laoyi said he had only just mastered the Ming Jin stage, right? But to be fair, his style of action storming in and taking them all down does suit his temperament. He truly is his master's disciple. That's right, the true heir. When faced with a problem that requires a huge sacrifice, for these top-tier masters, their true disciples can be sacrificed in critical moments. There are plenty of them. But the true heir is different. A successor to the master's teachings is no longer just a master-disciple relationship, it's a master. Even more important than a biological son, they are the inheritors of a lifetime of dedication. To dare touch the heir apparent is to declare eternal enmity. At this very moment, Li Shuxing had made up his mind to make Hua Yuanhong his successor. This also means that he would protect Hua Yuanhong with his life, no matter the cost, just as he would protect his own son. Mo Guanju. Just as Mo Wuji and the others were about to step out the door, Li Shuxing's calm voice echoed behind them. Mo Wuji's body paused slightly. What else does Master Li have to say? Nothing. I just wanted to remind you all not to try any tricks. Li Shuxing sat there, raising his eyelids slightly, and spoke indifferently, whoever dares to touch my disciple, I will kill their entire family. These words caused Mo Wuji's body to tremble slightly. He had already placed Hua Yuanhong in the highest possible regard, but he never imagined that this young man would be Li Shuxing's disciple. Now it made sense that he possessed the potential to become a martial saint, just a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of the Ming Jin realm. After all, under the relentless cultivation of the divine spear, who treated him like his own son, and with a decade of unwavering dedication, it would be strange if he didn't have the potential to become a martial saint. Master Li is being too domineering. What if you can't control yourself during the sparring match? Would that also count as attacking your disciple?
Mo Wuji slowly turned his head to look at Li Shuxing. In a fair duel, I would never interfere. If one dies, it's simply a matter of skill. But if someone schemes and bullies the weak, don't blame me, Li Shuxing, for bullying the weak either. Li Shuxing sat motionless, speaking calmly. Mo Wuji, the second in command of the martial arts school, and the elderly patriarch of the Wu family fell silent for a moment before finally saying nothing, merely snorting and turning to leave. If it weren't for Li Shuxing's words, the few of them, especially Mo Wuji, would have been willing to trample an ant to death to maintain the reputation of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall and avoid being labeled as blind and unable to recognize talent in the future. However, if they were to crush this ant, they risked retaliation from Li Shuxing, which would not be worth the trouble. None of them doubted Li Shuxing's words. Daring to harm the heir to the martial arts lineage no matter who it was, they'd go mad. Even if Li Shuxing were inevitably killed afterward, they'd be dead for sure. What kind of status do they have? Trading their lives for that of an ant is simply not worth it. After all, even if given another 10 or 20 years, this ant might not even be able to stand before them. Even if it weren't for the fact that this ant was Li Shuxing's disciple, they wouldn't even know such an ant existed. It's like a dragon soaring high in the sky. Why would it bother to notice a crawling insect on the ground? Moreover, in just over 20 days, the decisive Jinmen Grand Competition that would determine the fate of the Hanmen clan would take place. At that time, under the relentless obstruction of countless geniuses from prominent clans, this young man was destined to be crushed into dust. It was impossible for him to break through all the way like this. Chapter 30, Hearts in Harmony. Surpassing all ancestral masters. No wonder it's called the top-tier secret medicine of heaven and earth. Its potency is truly formidable. After taking the crimson lotus paste, Hui Yuanhong could clearly feel a warm current rising from his abdomen, flowing through his heartbeat and blood circulation to every corner of his body. The latent issues caused by practicing too quickly and failing to replenish his body in time were all being addressed by the red lotus ointment's potency, like spring rain nourishing parched soil, revitalizing his body with newfound vitality. Just like practicing martial arts, his absorption of the tonic was amplified by 365 times. In just 2 hours, he had fully digested the terrifying potency of the medicine that would normally take an ordinary person 2 or 3 months to process. Crackle, crackle. Closing his palm, he heard the crackling sound of popping beans. Strong. Very strong. Now, my body is brimming with vital energy, and my endurance and potential have more than doubled compared to before. Hui Yuanhong felt it deeply, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Previously, while his physical condition had improved, his nourishment and replenishment had lagged behind, leaving his vital energy depleted. It was like someone who had trained intensely until their body was covered in muscle but lacked proper nutrition. A severe illness would be the least of their concerns. With his martial arts talent, he didn't risk getting sick from overtraining, but his physical deficiencies were real. He was strong enough to fight, but he couldn't sustain it for long. Defeating 10 Ming-level opponents had already depleted half of his stamina, even in a swift, decisive battle. However, after spending just 2 hours to replenish the deficiencies, his vital energy is now abundant, and his breath is strong. Even if he were to fight 30 more Ming Jin practitioners, he would still have more than enough strength left. This crimson lotus ointment was well worth the price. It was truly invaluable. Especially with his martial arts talent for ascending to divinity, he will always move in the most correct direction. This means that the Ming Jin he cultivates is the most correct and extreme form of Ming Jin. After replenishing his depleted vital energy, he is as powerful as he can possibly be. Perfect to the point of perfection. At this very moment, he is the most flawless embodiment of the pinnacle of Ming Jin. Whether it be physical prowess, mastery of force, or potential, he has reached an unimaginable level. He can truly be called a young martial arts immortal living in this world. Even Zhang Jinren, the last martial arts immortal from 300 years ago, would not dare to claim superiority over him during the Ming Jin stage. There are only 22 days left until the Jinmen Grand Tournament, which will determine the fate of the underprivileged. Hui Yuanhong calculated the time. Now, he is getting closer and closer to defeating the Gentleman's Sword, who has just entered the Dark Chi stage, and to fulfilling his initial obsession. I wonder how the Gentleman's Sword is faring. After this incident, that fellow can no longer suppress the fact that he was abandoned by the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall and chosen by the Divine Spear, only to have all the elite disciples of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall defeated by him. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the Gentleman's Sword must be furious and filled with fear, wondering how to face the enraged master of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall. A martial artist must have a clear and resolute mind. One must repay kindness and avenge wrongs. And this is just the beginning. The vital energy has been replenished. Now we can proceed with the mind merging technique with confidence. First, ask the master for the training methods for the mind merging stage. With the experience of predecessors to draw upon, why waste time figuring it out on your own? Study. Li Shuxing stared intently at a scroll painting depicting a terrifying mountain range supporting the sky, its height unimaginable. Even just looking at it, one felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and awe emanating from the paper. This original diagram of Mount Buzhou passed down by our ancestral master is truly difficult to comprehend. Throughout the generations, only a handful of great masters have managed to grasp even the surface of its meaning. Li Shuxing sighed deeply in admiration. This painting of Mount Buzhou was said to have been obtained by the founding patriarch of the school when he was still a woodcutter, from a sacred place. It was said to contain the secrets of martial immortals and human immortals. However, even the founding patriarch, a peerless genius hailed as one of the three saints of the martial arts world in his time, spent nearly his entire life studying it before finally grasping its true meaning as he neared immortality. Subsequent generations of patriarchs, despite having the founder's experience, mostly had to wait until they were old and frail before they could begin to grasp its essence. Even Li Shuxing, after reaching the level of Huajin transcending Qi, could only begin to comprehend this fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou. In the judgment of all the patriarchs, including himself, this fundamental diagram was never intended for martial artists or martial arts masters. Rather, it was meant for great masters and martial saints, those who had reached the later stages of cultivation and touched upon the path of martial immortality. Oh! Ah Hong is coming. From a great distance, Li Shuxing sensed his approach and quickly put away the fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou, placing it on a cabinet beside his desk. He then took out the fundamental diagrams prepared for Huiyuanhong, which were at the mind and intent harmonization stage, and placed them on the long desk. Even with powerful external strength, one is still an ordinary person. However, from the mind-intention harmony stage onwards, martial artists begin to truly differ from ordinary people, touching upon the mysterious concept of fist intent. To achieve the transformation from an ordinary person to a martial artist or an extraordinary being, relying on ordinary methods is highly inefficient. Special methods must be employed. The method they employed was to utilize the fundamental diagrams of the esoteric Buddhism, Taoist, and alchemy traditions. In Tantric Buddhism and alchemy, fundamental diagrams serve as a bridge between the illusory and the real, such as visualizing the images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, or visualizing inner landscapes, ultimately achieving the effect of creating a realm with the mind and refining the mind through the realm. Some internal martial arts also employ similar techniques. For example, in the Xingyi style, practitioners visualize the fist's tip piercing through a water membrane during the collapsing fist exercise. Another example is visualizing the jade tree adorned with jeweled robes, imagining the bones as the branches of a jade tree and the muscles as delicate, flowing robes, to eliminate muscle tension. Martial arts and alchemy are closely intertwined. Many of the world's greatest masters are also masters of alchemy. Li Shuxing is one of them. Of course, the fundamental objectives of the two disciplines remain distinct. The fundamental diagrams of Tantric Buddhism and alchemy seek to unify with the divine and the Tao, while martial artists utilize these diagrams fundamentally to fight faster, more fiercely, and more accurately. The goal is to guide form with intent, and let form and intent mutually generate, discarding the fixation on movements. At the peak of external power, including its ultimate stage, martial arts are cultivated into the muscles, and techniques are executed through muscle reflexes during combat, enabling one to keep pace with the ever-changing dynamics of battle. However, at the stage of mind and intent unification, it transitions from muscle instinctive reflexes to conscious control of movements. This requires an incredibly agile mind and an incredibly strong will to first clearly perceive the entire situation, analyze and judge the next action, and adapt flexibly. Eliminate the stiffness and rigidity of movements. Therefore, the first step is to cultivate the mind through the environment and refine the mind through the environment, honing one's mental clarity and willpower. Ultimately, when one's mind and will are sufficiently strong and one gains enlightenment about one's true nature, one can cultivate the essence of the fist. The 6 fundamental diagrams should be enough for a Hong to choose from. Li Shuxing nodded slightly. Given his disciple's achievements at the Ming Jin stage, he was only a hair's breadth away from perfection, but that hair's breadth was an insurmountable barrier. Human effort has its limits. Perfection is impossible. Even Zhang Jinren, the master of old, couldn't achieve it. This was a secret he had learned from his ancestors' notes and had personally verified. It was indeed impossible to compensate for that flaw. Even if one were to return to the past with a cultivation level above the Huajin stage to make up for it, it would still be impossible. Once one reaches the point where only a single thread separates them from perfection, unless one uses special external forces like Wu Yuanshu to forcibly conceal the flaw and become a pseudo-perfect master, there is no further progress to be made. Unfortunately, such external force is extremely difficult to find, and he currently has no suitable option. Therefore, he decided not to dwell on the matter of perfection for now. After all, with his abilities, he could find a way to incorporate external force later. He would wait until his disciples' intentions were aligned before proceeding, to avoid delaying his strength enhancement and affecting the Jin Men Grand Competition. Once he finds the appropriate external force, he will inform his disciple of this good news, enabling him to become a pseudo-ultimate master who does not fall short of Wu Yuanshu. When that time comes, Hong will be very happy. Li Shuxing smiled and continued flipping through the fundamental diagrams, confirming that each one was in order before nodding in satisfaction.
These fundamental diagrams were the accumulated knowledge of their lineage, some originating from ancient esoteric sects, others from renowned Taoist mountains, and still others gifted by esteemed alchemists with whom they had cultivated connections. Any one of them could serve as a treasured heirloom to be passed down through generations, but Li Shuxing had prepared a full 6 for Hui Yuanhong, allowing him to choose any he liked. Soon, Hui Yuanhong entered, bowed, and said, "Master.
Come in, sit down."
Li Shuxing scrutinized Hui Yuanhong from head to toe, growing increasingly delighted. He knew that if Hui Yuanhong hadn't been there, none of the outer disciples with their superficial martial arts would have stood a chance, not even the second or third place. Here, take this tonic medicine suited to your current stage. Use it for now. If it's not enough, you can borrow more from the Fong family. In a few days, the Fong family will likely invite you to their social dance. It's an old tradition. Just take a little time to make an appearance. After all, the secret tonics for nourishment and replenishment will all come from the Fong family. Don't be shy. Being able to borrow the medicine is your skill. Unlike your master, who reached the pinnacle of martial arts but only focused on training and never managed any businesses, I had to borrow money when I was short. The debts I owe will take several lifetimes to repay, and even this martial arts school was bought for me by the Fong family. Anyway, as long as I still have my martial arts skills, the old folks from the Fong family can't do anything about it. They'll have to grit their teeth and pay up to keep the martial arts school running." Li Shuxing laughed. The disciple understands. Hui Yuanhong understood. His master was indeed penniless, and if he wanted to obtain nourishing herbs, he would have to approach the Fong family. You've nearly mastered the external strength. Now you can begin to harmonize your mind and intent. This is the foundation for cultivating internal strength, guiding the flow of energy with your mind and regulating the body's subtle movements through internal techniques, ultimately achieving the realm of unity of form and spirit, where intent and power converge. At this stage, the focus is on cultivating mental strength and willpower. First, you must select the most suitable foundational diagram to hone your willpower. As he spoke, Li Shuxing suddenly furrowed his brows, stood up, and looked outside, seemingly having noticed something. A troublesome old man has arrived. I need to handle him. The fundamental diagrams are all here. You can try one first. I won't have time to teach today. Li Shuxing paused for a moment before speaking. Anyway, practicing the fundamental diagram wouldn't lead to any mistakes. At worst, it would just be ineffective. He wasn't too concerned. His figure flickered, and he vanished from the spot. What a fast move! Hui Yuanhong exclaimed in admiration, flipping through the fundamental diagrams laid out on the table. After glancing at them for a moment, he couldn't discern anything special and didn't know which one was suitable, so he decided to try visualizing them all. Following his master's method, he imagined a bowl of turbid water in his mind, with each strand of turbidity representing the in his heart. By gradually removing each strand of turbidity, he aimed to clear his mind of all distractions, reaching a state of near-perfect clarity. This was the bowl of water meditation, aimed at keeping the mind as clear as that of an infant, making it easier to connect with the essence of the fundamental diagrams. Next, Hui Yuanhong picked up the fundamental diagram on the far left. It depicted a starving tiger clutching a knife, vividly rendered and majestic in scale. At first glance, Hui Yuanhong felt nothing, but gradually, as the words "mind and intent unite" appeared on the panel, an odd sensation arose. It was as though the fierce tiger on the fundamental diagram had come to life, and the majestic presence of the king of the forest swept over him. Finally, as he imagined and constructed the imagery and scenes of the fundamental diagram in his mind, he closed his eyes and felt as though he was truly in the jungle, with a ferocious tiger charging toward him. The rolling aura of danger, the thrill of being on the brink of life and death. All of this forged his will, as if it were being hammered by a forged steel hammer, growing purer and more refined with each strike. Like those veteran soldiers who had fought countless battles on the battlefield, his will grew stronger through each life and death ordeal, eventually becoming as strong as steel. Ba Ji Quan Ming Jin 600 mind and intent unite 1-600. So this is the effect of the fundamental diagram, using the mind to create a realm and using the realm to refine the mind. Just as hitting a punching bag or piercing paper can strengthen the body and build power, by imagining and constructing the fundamental diagram scenarios in the mind, then using special techniques to hypnotize oneself into truly feeling immersed in the situation, one can either experience the thrill of life and death or comprehend the grandeur of nature, thereby achieving highly efficient training of mental strength and willpower. Compared to actually fighting a fierce tiger to the death or engaging in bloody battles on the battlefield, this is much safer. Try another one. Hui Yuanhong picked up another old painting of a monkey meditating and practiced for a while, finding it more effective than the hungry tiger with a knife painting. Try another one. He continued trying one after another. After trying the first 6, he noticed another painting on the nearby cabinet, depicting a massive mountain supporting the sky, with the inscription Mount Buzhou beside it. It also seemed like a basic diagram, so he picked it up and began practicing. This one's good. Although constructing the scene was extremely challenging, he relied on his foundational insights to continuously refine and improve it, eventually bringing it to life.
Hui Yuanhong closed his eyes, imagining himself standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up to witness this towering peak, countless zhang in height, collapsing and grinding down. The overwhelming terror and awe caused his thoughts and willpower to condense at an astonishing speed. In terms of efficiency, it was at least several times faster than the previous 6 paintings, and in terms of quality, it far surpassed them by an unimaginable margin. This is the one. The masters singled this one out and separated it from the other 6. He must be hinting that I should choose this one. No wonder he's the best in Jin Men. His eyes are truly sharp. Hui Yuanhong nodded in satisfaction, holding the original map of Mount Buzhou and focusing intently on his practice. Chapter 31, Rapid Progress. Ba Ji Quan Mind and Intent in Harmony 89-600. Excellent. This fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou is truly effective. No wonder Master selected it specifically for me. It's truly remarkable. In just 3 hours, progress had increased by over 80 points. If I practiced for 10 hours in a single day, I could nearly triple that. It was far faster than the other 6 fundamental diagrams. They weren't even in the same league. With just 2 more days, I'll reach the pinnacle of mind and intention unity. Of course, this so-called short time is equivalent to 5 or even 10 years of effort for an ordinary person. Back when he was practicing the Ming Jin stage, he could only gain over 100 experience points in 10 hours of practice. If he had used the other 6 fundamental diagrams, he would have been at the same pace. But now, jumping straight to 300 is all thanks to how effective this fundamental diagram is. My martial arts talent for ascending to divinity will always move in the correct direction. In other words, no matter what inheritance I practice, I will naturally reach perfection. If the inheritance is inferior, I would have to rely on my own deductive reasoning to fill in the gaps, which would naturally limit my progress. But a superior inheritance is different. The more powerful the lineage, the closer it is to perfection, and there's almost no need to refine it through your own deductions. Just start practicing, and the progress will be rapid, reaching absurd speeds. Even if we just consider the baseline, practicing for 1 day is equivalent to what an ordinary person would achieve in 3 years or more. Moreover, most other martial artists are often hindered by factors like innate talent or lack of resources, causing them to hit a plateau in their training. For example, the car shop owner, Old Six, and Luo Laogue, they all reached the mind-body harmony stage years ago, but either their innate talent wasn't sufficient or they lacked the necessary nourishing elixirs, so they've been struggling to progress further. The secret elixirs used to nourish and supplement the mind-body union stage are already controlled substances in the outside world, and even the most basic ones cannot be purchased with money. For those gang masters and wild warriors, the limit is basically the mind-body union stage. Fortunately, he didn't have these 2 issues. In terms of innate talent, even with just the baseline improvements, he far surpassed so-called prodigies or oddities. As for secret potions, top-tier mind-heart union elixirs are extremely rare, but ordinary mind-heart union potions are still obtainable for someone of his status and strength. He can always borrow them from the Fong family. For ordinary mind-body harmony experts, as long as they don't pursue perfection, using ordinary secret potions for cultivation and replenishment is sufficient to reach the peak of mind-body harmony and enter higher stages. For him, it is sufficient for the time being. As for the top-tier elixirs needed to replenish deficiencies during extreme upgrades, he could obtain them from the Red Robe Society or the Xingwu Alliance, so he had no shortage of options. The spiritual nourishing elixirs required for mind-body harmony are best obtained from the Red Robe Society. I will use the Alliance's opportunity to exchange for a top-tier elixir to acquire either Qi nourishing or essence nourishing elixirs. Hui Yuanhong was well aware that time was not on his side. He must grow as quickly as possible to win the Jin Men Grand Competition. Otherwise, if he lost the competition, had his martial arts skills stripped, or even got reported for secretly practicing martial arts and had his limbs disabled, his natural talent would be worthless. Just like when he became a disciple of Li Shuxing and fought for the Crimson Lotus Ointment. If he hadn't come to the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall, relying on his own slow and tedious martial arts cultivation, trying to buy or steal ordinary medicines from outside to nourish himself, he would not only risk being caught but also see his strength improve much more slowly. He would likely still be stuck at the mid-stage of the Mingjing realm, with almost no hope of winning the Jin Men Grand Competition in just over 20 days. Unlike now, where he can achieve perfect harmony of mind and body in just 2 days. Moreover, even if he didn't become Li Shuxing's disciple or step onto the stage, buying Mingjing tonics would still reveal his cultivation level. Without the status of Li Shuxing's disciple, upon learning of his achievements, the gentleman's sword would undoubtedly send someone to eliminate him first, to avoid the stigma of being blind to talent. But with Li Shuxing around, those high-ranking Dark Qi masters wouldn't dare touch him, so there's no need to worry about Dark Qi users bullying the weaker ones. The way of martial arts demands competition. Hui Yuanhong said. Even with risks, it is far better than sitting at home waiting for complete martial arts prohibition, ultimately achieving nothing and leaving only regrets. The divine talent for martial arts had given him the opportunity to compete, but whether he could make the most of it depended entirely on himself. If it were anyone else, even with such an astonishing talent, they would hesitate and would never have enough strength in just a month. And if they couldn't survive the Gene Men Grand Competition, they would spend the rest of their lives crippled in bed, wasting such a powerful talent. So, next, we must consider the upcoming bet between the car dealership and the Red Robe Society. The Red Robe Society has at least 3 loyal members, all of whom are skilled fighters. Luo Laogue and the vice president should be manageable for the car dealership, but the strongest Red Robe Society leader is no easy target. After finishing breakfast this morning, he specifically went to check the intelligence in the martial arts hall and learned that the Red Robe Society leader is deeply hidden and has already reached the peak of his cultivation. Moreover, recently, with the support of a certain faction, he is suspected to have entered an even higher stage. The top-tier spirit-nourishing elixir they stole from the car dealership is likely not for his own use, but to trade for a higher-stage secret potion. If that's the case, then in 3 days, on June 12, the car dealership will suffer a crushing defeat in the gamble, with no doubt about it. Compared to the Red Robe Society leader, I have one major advantage: my external strength has been cultivated to its peak, which is equivalent to being one minor realm above someone who has only reached the peak of their cultivation. If I also master the mind-body harmony stage to its peak, that would give me 2 additional minor realms compared to the Red Robe Society's leader. With the advantage of 2 additional minor realms, even if the Red Robe Society's leader has recently surpassed the mind-body harmony stage, his raw combat power wouldn't be much higher than mine. As for practical combat techniques, the 2 peak masters of the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall's combat techniques can absolutely overwhelm a martial arts master like the Red Robe Society's leader. Therefore, the next small goal is, achieve the pinnacle of mind-body harmony before the duel begins. Thinking about it this way, my talent is truly extraordinary. Even without top-tier elixirs for cultivation, I can endure the initial deficit, cultivate an extra minor realm, and forcefully push it to its peak. It's like boarding the train first and buying the ticket later. Even if it's the most depleted extreme, it's still the extreme. It doesn't affect short-term power bursts. Seeing that it was getting late, Hui Yuanhong put away the fundamental diagram and stepped out of the study. This time, he was accompanied by Old Su to prevent the fundamental diagram from being coveted by others. That night at home, he trained furiously for 3 more hours, advancing his progress from 8 extremes fist mind and intent united 89-600 to 8 extremes fist mind and intent united 180-600, entering the mid-stage. He then embraced the fundamental diagram and fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, Hui Yuanhong rose early as usual, washed up, and practiced for a while, reaching 196-600 before finishing the mysterious tonic his master had given him. He then hurried to the martial arts hall. The fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou was too intense to practice. Despite only entering the mid-stage, he had already attained the ability of internal vision, seeing the inner workings of his body as clearly as if they were before his eyes. This was supposed to be a supernatural ability of the late stage, yet it had appeared so early. This meant that his mental strength and willpower were already on par with those who had reached the late stages through other fundamental diagrams. Huozhenchuan. Unlike before when no one paid him any attention, this time, as soon as Hui Yuanhong entered the dining hall, the dozen or so disciples and even several attendants stood up. Those with thicker skin approached him with smiles, offering to serve him food and bring him the best dishes. Those with a bit more modesty, too shy to approach directly, waited until Hui Yuanhong had seated himself before daring to sit down and continue eating, as a sign of respect. Looking at the stir-fried dishes cooked by the head chef and the premium rice transported from central China, things that were once reserved exclusively for Wang Tianlong, these were all brought to him voluntarily, along with an extra serving of medicinal wine said to have blood-activating and muscle-relaxing effects. Some even went so far as to hide silver dollar bills at the bottom of their bowls. This scene left Hui Yuanhong slightly moved. Indeed. When one becomes powerful, the world around them becomes more friendly. Before he had demonstrated his true strength, in this vast martial arts hall, who truly regarded him as a genuine disciple? He didn't even have a meal companion. But after demonstrating strength that inspired trust, he still sat alone in the corner, eating by himself, yet one after another, senior disciples and managers came to flatter him. Master Hua is here too. How was the steamed dumplings and fried buns this morning? If you didn't like them, I can have someone change the chef. At that moment, a man walked over with a smile and sat down across from him. Hui Yuanhong looked up and saw it was the middle-aged man from the Fong family, Fong Pingsheng, the powerful figure who controlled the distribution of resources. This time, Fong Pingsheng did not go to Wang Tianlong's table or the other 2 prodigies' tables, but instead came straight to him, sat down, and spoke to him on equal terms. This action made Wang Tianlong, who was observing from a distance, look rather displeased. Fortunately, his plans were proceeding smoothly, and he was confident that he could solidify his position within a few days and outmaneuver Hui Yuanhong. Not bad. No need to change. Hui Yuanhong tasted the steaming fried bun and said, "That's good." Fong Pingsheng smiled and reached into his robe to retrieve the 2 packets of secret medicine. He had come specifically to deliver the medicine, having diverted half of the secret potions originally intended for Wang Tianlong to Hui Yuanhong. 2 doses of earth-grade nourishing secret medicine were more than enough in his opinion. Even among Earth grade treatments, they were top tier, second only to the heaven grade medicine reserved for demonic prodigies. With Huo Xinchuan's talent, it shouldn't take long for him to achieve harmony of mind and body. I happen to have 2 doses here. Before he could finish, Fang Pingxing suddenly stopped mid-sentence, abruptly straightened his body, and stared intently at Huo Yuanhong for a long moment before speaking in a voice filled with disbelief. Your mind-body harmony is already stable. Chapter 32, Fang Pingxing's all-in bet. The Fang family aims to form an alliance. With Fang Pingxing's seasoned eyes, he couldn't discern anything from a distance, but now that he was sitting close by, he could naturally sense the changes in Huo Yuanhong. That change, eyes like lightning and significantly improved bodily coordination, was the very symbol of the heart and mind in harmony stage. And it wasn't just the initial stage of mind and intent in harmony, but rather a transformation that occurred after overcoming the unstable introductory phase and firmly establishing oneself in the early stages. Too fast. Too fast. Just yesterday he was still at the Ming Jin stage, but by this morning he had already bypassed the initial phase of mind-body unity and firmly established himself in the early stage. He might even be close to the mid-stage by now. You must understand that, under normal circumstances, this stage takes at least a year or 2 to truly stabilize, and even a genius would need several months. And this young man before us. Less than a day? Fang Pingxing's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know how long Wu Yuanchu had taken to stabilize, but no matter how fast. It should be about this much, right? It's stabilized. Huo Yuanhong nodded slightly. He had already entered the mid-stage, so of course it was considered stable. What did the master give you yesterday that made you progress so quickly? Fang Pingxing couldn't help but ask. Nothing much, just a fundamental diagram that was specially selected for me. This wasn't anything secret anyway. Many people had seen him come out of the study with an extra diagram, so Huo Yuanhong didn't bother to hide it. So it was a specially selected fundamental diagram. That makes sense. Fang Pingxing sighed slightly in relief, finally understanding. Indeed, some people, if they encounter a particularly suitable foundational diagram, can stabilize it in an extremely short amount of time. However, suitability doesn't mean strength. Most fundamental diagrams with high compatibility and ease of stabilization are actually of lower grade, which is why they're easier to stabilize. Nevertheless, being able to stabilize within less than a day demonstrated Huo Yuanhong's extraordinary talent. Though he still couldn't match Wu Yuanchu's ability to practice the old monkey sitting in meditation diagram, it far exceeded Fang Pingxing's expectations. As long as he can survive the Jin Men Grand competition, there may be a sliver of hope for him to become an absolute peak master in the future. At the very least, he will reach the Huatian realm as a baseline. Such talent is already worth taking a gamble on. Thus, Fang Pingxing put away the 2 Earth-grade secret medicines he had intended to give out, instead beckoning the attendant who had bent down and whispering a few words in his ear. He then smiled and said to Huo Yuanhong, "Look at my memory. I left the 5 quasi-heaven-grade secret medicines meant for Huo Xinchuan in the house. I've already sent someone to fetch them. They'll be here shortly. If it's not enough, just inform my subordinates. I can't guarantee the quantity, but at least I'll cover the cost of heaven-grade secret medicines at the heart-aligned stage." Semi-heavenly grade secret medicines. Huo Yuanhong's heart trembled slightly. After all, the value of a single quasi-heaven grade secret medicine was more than 10 times that of an ordinary secret medicine of the same stage. Due to its extreme rarity, it was second only to the top-tier secret medicines known as heavenly treasures. If all the heart-attuned stage secret medicines were replaced with those starting at the quasi-heavenly grade, it would be an astronomical sum. No. It wasn't something that could be measured in money. Even the most ordinary mind-heart harmonized secret medicine was already a controlled substance, let alone a near-heaven grade one. 5 quasi-heaven grade secret medicines would not only be enough for him to reach the peak of heart-mind synchronization but would also leave a significant surplus, which could be traded with the car dealership owner for half a tiger's blood grass. A top-tier elixir like tiger blood grass would be overkill if the car dealership owner were to consume it. However, the car dealership owner couldn't even afford ordinary secret potions before, and when he happened to discover the tiger blood grass, he was afraid it would be coveted and dared not trade it, so he planned to use it to break through. "Thank you very much, Mr. Fang." Huo Yuanhong thanked him. "Huo Xinchuan, you're too polite. The Fang family and the martial arts school have always stood together through thick and thin. Li Shuxing's true disciple is our Fang family's true disciple. We're all family." Fang Pingxing smiled warmly. The decision of the ancestral patriarch was to allocate resources commensurate with Earth-grade status to Huo Yuanhong, but now they had to give him a quasi-heaven-grade item, so he had no choice but to divert resources privately. Afterward, he would have to spend countless favors and sacrifice significant interests to resolve the issue of embezzling the treasury. Fang Pingxing knew full well that he was taking a huge gamble, and there was a high chance he would lose everything, or even become a thorn in the side of the radical factions for lavishly supporting a lowly family. In the upcoming Jin Men Grand competition, if Huo Yuanhong loses and can no longer practice martial arts, he will have lost everything.
With only half a month left, regardless of Wu Yuanshu, even a genius from a hidden martial arts family like the Gentleman's Sword, if this young man were to face him by chance, he would be doomed to lose. The probability of losing everything is very high. But Fong Pingxing's eyes flickered. Without taking risks, how can one expect great rewards? As someone born into a wealthy merchant family, what he lacked least was a gambling spirit. As long as Hui Yuanhong could survive the Jin Men Grand Competition, he would at least reach the peak of the Huatian realm, and it wouldn't be a loss. If he won the bet and gained the friendship of someone who was once at the pinnacle of their power, he'd be laughing in his dreams. Huojinshuan, there's a social dance at my family's place the day after tomorrow. Most of the prominent young ladies and gentlemen of Jin Men will be there. My daughter, who is studying at the Tianjin Normal School, has long admired the true disciple of the Hua family. If she could meet him at the dance, she would be overjoyed. Finally, Fong Pingsheng smiled and handed over an invitation. Alright, since Mr. Fong has invited me, Yuan Hong will certainly attend. Hua Yuanhong smiled and accepted it. He knew in his heart that Fong Pingsheng's youngest daughter, who was widely regarded as the school beauty of the Jin Men Normal School, probably didn't even know who he was, so he simply laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. Respect and status must be earned. Unbeknownst to him, even someone like Fong Pingsheng, a top-tier aristocratic figure with real power, was willing to arrange a match for him. Regardless, one must always give face to a patron. With access to the Fong family's secret medicine, he could save a great deal of time and effort. The upcoming social dance in 2 days was just a formality. After making a show of goodwill, Fong Pingsheng stood up and left, not even bothering to acknowledge Wang Tianlong, who was still confidently sitting in the corner, determined to outdo him. Hua Yuanhong continued eating alone. Others, without permission, dared not sit over. After finishing breakfast, he headed straight to the training room. At that moment, Master Li Shuxing was already there. How was last night's practice? Li Shuxing asked with a smile. Very good, quite good. The effect of that fundamental diagram is truly powerful. It has a great effect on mental discipline. Good results are what matter. Come, tell me about your specific feelings during practice. Li Shuxing felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his effort in bringing out all 6 fundamental diagrams for Hua Yuanhong to choose from had not been in vain. Next, the two began discussing the details of cultivating the mind through imagery and refining the mind through imagery. However, as he listened, Li Shuxing began to sense something was off. How could what Hua Yuanhong was describing not match any of the 6 fundamental diagrams? There were mountains, but they didn't resemble the mysterious, meditative posture of an old monkey. There was a sense of danger, but it didn't match the intensity of a starving tiger clutching a knife. Wait! Li Shuxing's eyelids twitched suddenly, as if he had remembered something, interrupting Hua Yuanhong's words. Which fundamental diagram are you practicing? Chapter 33, My disciple Yuan Hong is the true embodiment of a martial arts immortal. That map of Mount Buzhou, wasn't that something you deliberately separated and placed here to hint at my training? Hua Yuanhong looked at his master in confusion. Li Shuxing turned away in silence, his hand holding the teacup trembling slightly. When did he hint at that? That thing. Was it meant for someone with a compatible mindset? If someone had already mastered this fundamental diagram pointing directly to the realm of a martial immortal during the heart-mind harmony stage, even the ancestral masters who could discern its true value only after reaching the ranks of grandmaster or martial saint would probably question their own existence. What's wrong, master? Is there something wrong with my practice? Hua Yuanhong was a bit confused. No problem, not a single issue. Li Shuxing said with a smile, your master just recalled an old story and got a bit distracted. Come, let's continue. Then, gradually. As he listened, Li Shuxing completely lost track of what was being said. He had no idea what his disciple was talking about. He waved his hand and said calmly, very good. Your understanding is generally on the right track. Remember not to be arrogant or impatient. Take it step by step. Go practice in the next room. Your master needs some time alone. Kung Fu is not passed on to those who listen in. Besides me, no matter who asks you, do not tell them what you practiced. Not a single word. Remember that. As the top martial artist in Jin Men, Li Shuxing's breathing techniques were profound, and his expression remained completely natural. Understood. This disciple takes his leave. After Hua Yuanhong left, Li Shuxing closed the door, sat down, and looked at the teacup in his hand. Suddenly, ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing heartily. Old Fong really made a mistake this time. The Wu Yuanshu he chose is nothing special. My disciple Yuanhong is the true heir to the martial arts immortal. Yuanhong is such a genius as his master, I can't hold him back. I must quickly find him suitable external forces. If old Fong could use external forces to cover up the final flaw in Wu Yuanshu's cultivation, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of the Ming Jin realm, then I, Li Shuxing, can do the same. Human potential has its limits.
Though he believed that Hui Yuanhong could comprehend the map of Mount Buzhou and was worthy of the title of martial immortal, there was only a sliver of hope that he could truly become one. But even the true martial immortal Zhang Jinren of the past could only use external forces to conceal the flaws in his cultivation realm and couldn't achieve the perfect Ming Jin extreme. He dared not hope that his disciple could be the first and only one in history. In fact, to prevent that flaw from affecting his state of mind, he deliberately downplayed the matter in front of Hui Yuanhong. He planned to wait until he found external forces before giving him a big surprise. Xingwu Alliance, North China Headquarters. Hui Yuanhong? A black-robed figure wearing a ghost mask picked up the application for resources for the Fireseed plan sent from the Jinmen branch and flipped through a few pages. The Fireseed plan was of utmost importance, as it concerned the future of the Xingwu Alliance. Therefore, every single spot had to go through several layers of review before reaching him for final approval. Following the normal procedure, this process would take at least 3 to 5 days, and up to 10 days or even half a month under normal circumstances. However, the document before him had been reviewed by subordinates and then submitted through a special channel to bypass the queue. It arrived at headquarters late on the 8th and was already in his hands by the 10th. It was likely the discovery of a prodigious talent. Recommender, Wu Xiaoxia? The main responsible person at the North China headquarters pondered for a moment, recalling that this was a member from the newly established branch in Jinmen. Mastery of external strength? His strength is only just meeting the minimum requirement. To be recommended like this, perhaps his fighting style is exceptional? He furrowed his brows slightly and continued reading. The reason for the recommendation is, allegedly achieving Ming Jin great achievement in just 2 months, starting from not even being initiated into Ming Jin? The evidence is speculation? Only some civilian testimonies? The only achievement is defeating a gang leader? So there is no concrete evidence to prove he reached the peak of the Ming Jin realm in just 2 months? The masked man burst into laughter, speechless. He had seen too many so-called geniuses fabricated to secure funding. Back when he was in Central Plains, he once encountered someone who claimed to have reached the peak of Ming Jin in just 3 days, which startled him. But upon investigation, it turned out the person had been training for over 5 years. It was a branch office fabricating the story to secure resources. The people in charge of the reviews were becoming increasingly unreliable. He was no ordinary person. As one of the main leaders of the North China headquarters and the deputy alliance master, he had a mountain of responsibilities on his plate. Wasting his time on such unreliable documents is truly laughable. Send it back and have them verify it properly. Additionally, revoke their special channel privileges and have them follow the standard procedures. The masked man ordered calmly. Yes, Alliance Leader. The secretary waiting at the desk responded first, then hesitated before adding, Alliance Leader, since this document was processed through a special channel, if you reject it, it will be forwarded to Deputy Alliance Leader G for a second review. The masked man immediately understood the secretary's meaning. Deputy Alliance Leader G was the other main leader of the North China headquarters and his rival, both vying for the top position at the North China headquarters. The quality and quantity of geniuses recruited for the Fireseed plan were a critical metric for the central headquarters in evaluating their performance, a top priority. If this Huahong is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius and is signed by his rival first, it would be a major loss for his side. But what are you worried about? The masked man scoffed. I have gathered geniuses selected from over 100 million non-clan members across 7 states. There are even those who have achieved the Ming Jin stage in just 2 months. Even if this Huahong is such a genius, do you think I would be lacking one? Especially the oddball I've been nurturing since early on. He's already reached the pinnacle of both the Ming Jin and Annihilating stages, just a hair's breadth away from perfection. That's the true prodigy worth paying attention to. The evaluation criteria of the central headquarters prioritize quality over quantity. With that oddball in hand, his metrics are already secure. Even if he signs another genius who achieves the peak of the Ming Jin stage in 2 months, it would merely be icing on the cake. If Deputy Alliance Leader G is interested, just give him to him. We're all family, why be so picky? The masked man chuckled. Don't even mention the materials sent from Jinmen. They're full of exaggerations and lack any credible evidence. It's likely they're trying to see if they can scam some funding in high-grade medicine. Even if a rare unexpected situation were to arise, and this person were a genius who could master the art in just 2 months, and by some chance was snatched away by Deputy Alliance Leader G, it would still not affect the huge gap in their evaluations. The top position at the North China headquarters is firmly his. The Alliance Leader is magnanimous. The secretary chuckled along, though he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. However, since his own way Deputy Alliance Master had already given instructions, he dared not object. There's another matter, Alliance Master. Ji Xingjia has requested top-tier elixirs again, but the Alliance only provided one last month, and the warehouse is already empty. What should we do? Give it to him. If the warehouse is empty, transfer emergency reserves to him. I'll approve it personally. Grant him the authority. The masked man didn't hesitate, picking up a Western imported steel pen, grabbing a blank sheet of paper, and immediately made the approval, signing his name. Ji Xingjie was the oddball he valued most. His original name was quite vulgar, but after his physical strength and mental focus had reached near perfect levels, he had personally bestowed this name upon him. He hoped that this man, after many years, would become a martial arts saint or even one of the 3 great martial artists of the martial arts world, sweeping from south to north like the 8 extremes patriarch of old. Meanwhile, the gentleman's sword, who had been ignored all day, finally received permission to enter and saw the martial arts schoolmaster, whose eyes were almost overflowing with anger. Chapter 34, The Humiliation of the Gentleman's Sword. The Assassination at the Stairwell. You worthless scum. Idiot. I entrusted you with managing the martial arts school, and this is how you manage it. A genius who was just a hair's breadth away from mastering the Ming Jin technique, and you dare to expel him? At that moment, the gentleman's sword stood with his head bowed, facing the martial arts schoolmaster Mo Wuji, scolding in utter disarray. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. When he heard the results of the martial arts competition, he was also utterly speechless. That apprentice who hadn't even touched the edge of the Ming Jin realm back then, how could he suddenly be on the verge of mastering it? And how could he have defeated all the elite fighters in their martial arts school? This news was like a thunderclap for Junzi Jian. This was the second time in recent months that something had slipped beyond his control. First, Hui Yuanhong had joined Li Shuxing's disciples, making him realize he might have missed out on a genius. But upon further reflection, he still believed there was an opportunity to make amends, so he didn't think much of it. But this time, he had been defeated by a former disciple he had abandoned, who had shattered all the top martial arts prodigies in his own martial arts school. Once this news spreads, he is doomed to become the laughingstock of all of Jinmen. He would become synonymous with having no discernment. And the entire Wenchuan martial arts hall might be tarnished and reduced to a laughingstock. I've approached several respected elders in the martial arts community to handle this matter. For now, it's been contained and will only circulate among a few observers within the martial arts community. It won't escalate into a major scandal anytime soon. The newspapers have been instructed not to publish it, and they deliberately leak some sensational news to divert attention. Few will continue to follow this martial arts match. But moving forward, you should know what to do. Mo Wuji said indifferently. Junzi Jian relaxed upon hearing this. Previously, if the martial arts schoolmaster had wanted to resolve the grudge with Hui Yuanhong, this future genius with the potential to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, he could have simply expelled him from the school. After all, these were all things he had done himself. However, the master did not do that. Instead, he went out of his way to find someone to suppress the impact of the incident and prevent it from spreading further. This meant that the master still stood by him, valued him more, and had chosen him over resolving the grudge with Hui Yuanhong. Of course. After all, he is a top-tier genius. Even at the very least, he can reach the Hua Jin level, and he is destined to become one of the martial arts school's most important elite fighters in the future. Even if the master is furious, he will still protect him. The master can rest assured. During the Jinmen Grand Tournament, I will personally kill Hui Yuanhong. On the battlefield, life and death are predetermined. Even Li Shuxing won't be able to say anything. The gentleman's sword spoke solemnly. At this moment, he had already elevated this once disdained peasant to the same level as a genius of his own caliber, a genius with even the slightest hope of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. If he were allowed to grow unchecked, by the time Hui Yuanhong became an unparalleled martial artist renowned throughout the world, Junzi Jian would be forever branded a disgrace, mocked by all under heaven, and ridiculed by countless future generations, becoming a cautionary tale in the annals of history. The entire Asking Sword martial arts hall would inevitably be utterly disgraced and reduced to a laughingstock. But fortunately, there was still the Jinmen Grand Tournament. With only 20 days remaining, even if Hui Yuanhong is as talented as he is, even if he were as exceptional as Wu Yuanshu, how much could he improve in such a short time? At best, he might reach the next stage of mind and body in harmony. The gap between him and someone who has truly mastered the hidden energy through mental harmony is already more than one major stage. He could crush him with a single flick of the wrist. At that point, he will do to him what he did to the other party back then. He would once again crush the other's bright future in his hands. Speaking of which, there might not even be a need to wait for the Jinmen Grand Tournament. Whether Hui Yuanhong will even survive until then is still uncertain. Mo Wuji suddenly said. The gentleman's sword froze for a moment, puzzled. There's reliable information that Li Shuxing is leaving Jinmen, and he's likely heading to a place where communication is difficult. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Mo Wuji's face. No matter how powerful Li Shuxing is, he is still human. While in Jinmen, he could naturally suppress minor criminals with his overwhelming strength. But once he leaves, what might happen during his absence? No matter how powerful Li Shuxing is, he can't turn back time to find out. Besides, there was no need for them to act. There were plenty of madmen willing to go to extreme lengths for profit, to climb the ranks of the martial arts school, or to align themselves with a prominent family. Jinmen was a hub of martial arts, attracting countless masters from all over the empire. The previous stability had been maintained solely because of Li Shuxing's presence. But now that this supreme figure has departed, it won't be like before when he merely went to a nearby location to seek out the old patriarch of the Feng family. Relying on the remaining elderly man, who is nearing the end of his life, the Divine Spear Martial Arts Academy will struggle to defend itself, let alone maintain order. The various conflicts that had been suppressed in the past will inevitably erupt like a volcano. Ahong, I must go out for a while. During this time, you must carry on as usual, pretending I'm still at the martial arts school. Don't show any weakness. This matter is known only to you, Old Su, and 2 trusted senior masters. As long as no one notices anything amiss, I'll return shortly. Li Shuxing instructed. Originally, he had no intention of leaving Jinmen, but to prepare in advance for the crisis foretold by the Ji Cheng Xian, he had no choice but to head north to investigate. His martial arts had reached the level of Ji Cheng Xian, capable of foreseeing the future, an extremely mystical realm. Though he couldn't truly see the future, he could make rough judgments about the fortune or misfortune of those around him. In fact, as early as 10 days ago, around the night his disciple was expelled from the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall, he had suddenly felt an uneasy premonition that trouble was brewing in the north. Now, as his disciple's reputation grew in Jinmen, the ominous premonition grew stronger, and he could roughly pinpoint its source, the uninhabited region of the northern desert. Especially when he recalled the words of the former number 1 under heaven: every gift of fate has already been marked with its price in the shadows. The only difference is how that price will be paid and by whom. Li Shuxing's urge to investigate the uninhabited region of the northern desert grew even stronger. Though he had no idea what had emerged there, he was certain he couldn't sit idly by and wait for trouble to find him. Even if he was strong enough to handle it himself, those around him, including his newly accepted disciple, would certainly be in danger. Master, rest assured. Hua Yuanhong replied. After watching his master leave, he continued his martial arts training. He trained from morning until evening, then stepped out of the martial arts hall as usual and saw the old man from the carriage house waiting there. Although his master was no longer there, he still had to pretend that his master was present, maintaining a confident demeanor and acting as he always had. After all, he only needed to keep up the charade for a while. Uncle Lu. Hua Yuanhong walked up and greeted him with a smile. Ah Hong, what brings you here? Old Six from the car shop was wearing a plain short-sleeved shirt, with his straw hat pulled down slightly to cover his face. The boss said that Ah Hong has a bright future ahead, so he mustn't get involved with them now, lest he be dragged into trouble. So when he came to meet him, he disguised himself as an ordinary rickshaw driver. You're really pulling the cart yourself? Hua Yuanhong laughed. Of course I am. Come on, get in. I've already pulled you here, I can't just leave you here. Your father is still out picking up passengers today, he'll probably be back late. Lao Lu brushed off the dust on the rickshaw and said. As the second in command of the Rickshaw Drivers Guild, he was actually the boss himself and couldn't make a living by driving a rickshaw, but his old skills were still there, and he could pull a few times without showing any flaws. Then I won't hesitate. Just charge me later. Hua Yuanhong joked, then got into the rickshaw and headed home with Lao Lu. Compared to the portly boss who was always stationed at the rickshaw stand and rarely had time to step away, Old Lu was actually more familiar with him from when he was a child. Old Six loved children and often came to play with him when he was young, buying him sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick and small toys. When his father caught a cold and when he was injured from martial arts training as a child, it was Uncle Lu who ran errands and brought medicine. By the way, what's the matter this time? As they ran, Uncle Lu asked again. Good news. I'll tell you when we get there. It's enough to cover the fare. Frustrated by Hua Yuanhong's mysteriousness, old Uncle Lu could only pull him along and talk later. As the evening breeze blew, Hua Yuanhong quietly reflected on the events of the past few days. His wish was actually quite simple, to train in martial arts in peace, climb to the pinnacle of martial arts, avenge his enemies, and then protect those who had been kind to him and those who had done him favors. Like his father, the car shop owner, and Uncle Lao Lu. To let them live a good life, grow old in peace, and witness the young man they once knew gradually become the most pride-worthy person in their eyes, then return home in glory to become the pride of those who matter most to them. That was all he wanted. Before long, the two arrived at the large mansion on Central Street. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, they opened the door and entered together. Here, take this. After closing the door, Hua Yuanhong tossed over a package containing his heartfelt gift and a secret potion. Lao Lu took it with a puzzled expression, opened it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He sniffed it, then dipped his finger in and tasted it. This is the kind of secret medicine only the top aristocratic families can afford. The finest secret medicine? Stammering, Lao Lu said as he looked at the medicine in his hands. You see, over the years, they had tried every possible method but had never managed to gather enough of the heart-harmonizing, nourishing secret medicine. For the half-stem of tiger's blood grass in the Red Robe Society's possession, they had even fought to the death. And now, they had obtained enough of the heart-nourishing secret elixir so easily? And judging by the quality, it might even be a top-tier secret potion that only the most elite members of the aristocratic families could access? Ah Hong, where did you get this medicine? Old Six couldn't help but ask. I won first place in the martial arts competition, and someone gave me the medicine, Hui Yuanhong said with a smile. He finally had the chance to repay those who had once helped him. Seeing the shock on Lao Lu's face, Hui Yuanhong felt his mind clear and his heart lighten, as if the knot that had been tied in his heart for so many years had finally been untied. Even the progress of their heart-to-heart connection moved again. Ba Ji Quan Mind and Intent in Harmony 319-600. Ba Ji Quan Mind and Intent in Harmony 359-600. First, the top fighter of the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall. Lao Lu was momentarily dazed. He was a man of the streets, not part of the martial arts circle. He had been busy running around lately and hadn't had the energy to pay attention to the glamorous martial arts world. There hadn't been any news about it in the newspapers either. Therefore, it wasn't until now that he realized the young man before him, or rather, the young man who had grown up, was the champion of multiple martial arts schools. Wait, Ahong, have you already made up your mind? Lao Lu suddenly froze, and only then did he finally notice the subtle changes in Hui Yuanhong's demeanor. Yes, our hearts are in harmony, and it went very smoothly. Hearing the young man admit it himself, Lao Lu's eyes lit up. If their hearts are in harmony, then with him and his older brother, their side now has three who have united their hearts. When the time came to face off against the Red Robe Society, perhaps they wouldn't need his older brother to use his forbidden techniques and risk his life to drag the enemy down with him. He, the sixth brother, might not have to die either. I don't have to die, I don't have to die. Looking at the young man before him, the sixth brother's heart was in turmoil. Actually, when the boss asked him if he was afraid of death back then, he was just pretending not to be afraid. He was afraid of death. He was extremely afraid of death. He had always been the most afraid of death. He feared living a miserable life and dying a miserable death. Like a rat in a filthy gutter, dying silently in a corner. There were 7 brothers who came to Tianjin to make their way in life, but only he and his eldest brother survived. His eldest brother survived because he was skilled and fought fiercely. He survived because he didn't want to die, was too afraid to die, and refused to accept death. He couldn't accept that their dream of achieving great things had been cut short before they could even begin. He couldn't accept dying before seeing the cart driver rise to prominence, before seeing the cart driver become a force recognized by the authorities. He wanted to live for his 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th brothers, to see for himself how the cart drivers would rise to prominence in the future, to see their children walk with their heads held high on the streets, no longer ashamed of their fathers being lowly cart drivers. He knew he was a coward, and the thing he desired most in life was to do great things and become a hero admired by all. But he was too scared, too afraid that he would die, so he dared not do anything, dared not fight. When his older brother told him to steal the medicine and break out, he was so scared he could barely move, his legs were shaking. But he was too cowardly. Even when facing his most revered older brother, he couldn't even say no, let alone have the courage to admit that he was a coward. He also knew that even his own young son looked down on him, thinking he was just a worthless cart driver, a good-for-nothing. Unlike the other students' parents, who were either wealthy merchants, government officials, or great heroes. But he just dared not die, did not want to die. These days, thinking about the life or death gamble with the Red Robe Gang, he couldn't eat or sleep properly. But now, he doesn't have to die anymore. His older brother doesn't have to die either, and neither does he. He can keep living until he sees the coachman rise again and his fallen brothers become heroes. That day will definitely come. How wonderful! Lao Lu's face broke into a smile, feeling incredibly at ease. He had never been this happy before. Especially in this young man he had watched grow up, he saw hope unlike any he had ever seen before, true hope. Old 2, Old 3, Old 4, Old 5, Old 7, watch and see. The children of our cart drivers' brothers will be better than us, so outstanding it's hard to imagine. Our cart drivers' guild will definitely become stronger with each generation. Lao Lu murmured to himself. Old Six uncle, it's rare for you to come by. Why not take a look at my big house? Hui Yuanhong smiled, placing his arm around Old Six's shoulder, and pushed him through the flower-filled courtyard into the clean, tidy house. Wealth and honor without returning home are like wearing fine clothes at night. Seeing the astonishment and emotion in Lao Lu's eyes as he looked at the interior decoration, Hui Yuanhong felt immense joy and satisfaction. Old Uncle Lu, I've left some money on the 3rd floor. It's a red envelope from my senior sister. Take it back for the car shop's expenses. Hui Yuanhong smiled as he led Old Uncle Lu up the stairs to the 3rd floor room and reached for the door handle. Just then, Hui Yuanhong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Under the warning surging in his heart, his body instinctively darted to the side. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light shot out from behind the door, grazing his chest as he turned sideways, piercing through his clothes and leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, the door on the 2nd floor below also opened. 3 cold-eyed men wielding knives climbed the stairs expressionlessly, closing in step by step. Together with the sword-wielding man inside the 3rd floor room, they completely blocked Hui Yuanhong and Lao Lu in the stairwell. Chapter 35, A Breakthrough in Desperation. Retreat. Hua Yuanhong growled lowly, dragging Lao Lu's uncle aside to avoid the sharp, icy blades thrust out by the sword-wielding men on the third floor. The short dagger and lime pouch at his sleeve were already primed and ready. The martial arts school's men were of no use now. He could already hear the intense fighting erupting outside the house. Needless to say, those must be the martial arts masters from the martial arts school who were secretly protecting him, and they were now also being held back. Even old Su, who had been following him closely, had been detained. He and old Lu, one at the mid-stage of mind-heart union and the other at the late stage, had no suitable weapons. They were facing 3 knife-wielding opponents at the staircase entrance, who appeared to be at the peak of mind-heart union, plus 2 sword-wielding opponents on the third floor. No, 2 sword-wielding opponents on the third floor. Another one emerged from the room. Danger! The impact of weapons on combat power is enormous. Especially for mind-heart union experts with formidable combat techniques, most of their skills rely on their weapons. With a suitable weapon in hand, they can even threaten opponents of higher realms beyond mind-heart union. 3 peak-level practitioners wielding knives each posed an extremely terrifying threat, and when they teamed up, their combined attacks were even more terrifying, capable of instantly killing peak-level practitioners of the same tier. Even those of higher realms beyond the mind-intent realm wouldn't dare claim they could survive unarmed. Yet he is only at the mid-stage of mind-body harmony. Although Old Six is at the late stage, his training methods and fighting style are those of a rough-and-tumble martial artist from the underworld, so his strength is likely far inferior to his. Fortunately, since he is a disciple of Li Shuxing, those with status and influence, whose families are powerful and wealthy, dare not kill him directly. As for those at the peak of the absolute realm, Old Su will keep them in check. Otherwise, if an hidden Qi, transformed Qi, or even an absolute peak practitioner were to take advantage of their superior strength to attack a weaker opponent, that would be a true dead end. A complete dead end. One on each side. Hua Yuanhong growled lowly, charging forward to meet the 3 knife-wielding assassins rushing out of the stairwell. Lao Lu was a rough-and-tumble fighter without a suitable weapon to face 3 knife-wielding opponents whose moves were in perfect sync. He'd likely be hacked to death on the spot. And if Lao Lu died, he'd be facing attacks from both sides, caught between 2 fires, not much better off. Therefore, he had to take on the 3 swordmen, while Lao Lu went to hold off the swordsman behind them. The swordsman was also very skilled, but with 1 fewer opponent, Old Six could hold him off for a short while. Kill! Hua Yuanhong flickered his wrist, and the lime packet, propelled by his inner strength, shot forward and exploded with a bang. Taking advantage of the lime dust filling the area ahead, he stomped his feet, unleashing a burst of the 8 extreme small wrap, renowned as the first-rate grappling technique under heaven. It was also the skill he had focused on training after achieving mental harmony. Under the life-or-death pressure, his mind was incredibly active, and his spirit was highly focused. The slashing trajectories of the 3 swords charging out of the line were clearly reflected in his eyes. Even the opponent's wrist movements and foot shifts were clearly visible to him. Using his powerful intent, he swiftly analyzed and predicted the actions of the 3 as they emerged from the lime zone. Whoosh! His body shifted sideways, and as the blade swept past his nose, his palm shot out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing the wrist of the middleman holding the knife. With a fierce burst of force, he pressed on the acupoints of the opponent's wrist and forearm bones, causing the hand holding the knife to go numb. The knife slipped from his grasp. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the knives in the hands of the 2 men on either side were already swinging toward him. One slashed diagonally. The other swept upward. Catching the trajectory of the blades tearing through the air, a flash crossed Hua Yuanhong's eyes. With a burst of power from his feet, he propelled his body forward, using the body of the person in the middle to block the blade slashing from the left. Almost simultaneously, the power in his waist and hips erupted. He seized the knife, snatching the blade from the man in the middle. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, delivering a headbutt to the middleman's face, shattering his nose while also dodging the upward slash from the right due to his sideways rotation and forward lean. Whoosh! The blade whistled past his shoulder, slicing through his clothes and tearing off a few strands of hair, sending a chill down his spine. Hua Yuanhong felt for the first time how close he had come to death. If his judgment had been off, or his movements even a fraction slower, that blade wouldn't have merely sliced through his clothes and severed a few strands of hair. Fighting 3 opponents at once, without a suitable long gun, and relying only on a short dagger hidden in his sleeve, he was practically unarmed, facing 3 peak-level swordmasters whose combined skills far surpassed his own, all attacking him simultaneously. Too dangerous. It was like dancing between the blades of a knife. A single miscalculation, a single moment of hesitation, and he would be severely injured or worse, killed. The warning signs erupting in his mind sent his hair standing on end, his heart pounding wildly, and his blood roaring through his veins. Kill. He was still managing to hold his own, but the old man behind him was truly on the brink of collapse. The 6th man was only at the late stage of mind-body harmony, a rough-and-tumble expert without any advanced techniques or combat strategies, and he didn't even have a suitable weapon, just a short dagger to block the long swords. Facing 2 opponents at the peak of their mental connection, with their sword techniques sharp and unpredictable, he had no chance. He was forced to dodge and retreat, narrowly avoiding being struck in a vital spot several times. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Lao Lu's face twisted in agony as he struggled to dodge. The scent of death made his fear of dying surge once more. His peripheral vision darted left and right, searching for any possible escape route. Unfortunately, there was none. Both the front and back exits were blocked by assassins. To get out, he had to fight his way out. But he simply couldn't muster the courage. He was too afraid to die, so much so that his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Moreover, he was never good at direct combat. In past fights with other gangs, he relied on his exceptional martial arts skills attacking the weak and fleeing from the strong. When it came to escaping alone, he was top-notch. But facing two peak-level sword masters in a head-on confrontation? He simply couldn't hold them off. Taking advantage of a momentary opening, the sixth disciple quickly turned his head to sneak a glance at Hui Yuanhong's side. Then, his heart sank. Hong was incredibly strong, far beyond his imagination. He was holding his own against 3 opponents, unarmed against 3 long swords. But it was clear that he was nearing his limit, dancing on the edge of death, and the slightest mistake would mean he would die. Clang! Just as he turned his head to look, Lao Lu's dagger was struck by the sword with a ding sound, causing it to deflect sideways. Immediately afterward, SSSHH. Staring at the sword piercing his abdomen, Lao Lu froze. In that instant, everything in Lao Lu's eyes seemed to freeze and slow down. The sharp blade piercing his abdomen, the cold, savage smile of the assassin holding the sword before him, Hong's narrow escape from death at the hands of 3 long swords, and a chance to escape. The experienced Lao Lu knew that while his injuries looked terrifying, they weren't fatal. He simply couldn't continue fighting. And because he was severely injured, the other swordsman beside him had shifted his attention away from him and toward Hong, who was still engaged in fierce combat. If he could seize the long sword in that moment, then, taking advantage of the assassin's momentary lack of a weapon, he could gather his strength, use his martial arts to dodge the opponent, and charge into the 3rd floor room, break the window, and escape. Just like all those times before, he could escape once more. Continue living. But Lao Lu's lips trembled. He had left. What about Hong? Trapped by 3 skilled swordsmen working in perfect harmony, there was no way he could turn and run like he did. And if he ran alone, Hong would have to fight 3 swordsmen head-on while 2 more experts attacked from behind, caught between 2 enemies. He'd die. He would definitely die. Feeling the warmth of the secret potion still lingering on his chest, Lao Lu's lips trembled, his eyes filled with extreme fear and an overwhelming desire to survive. Just as he had glimpsed the hope that the cart driver might stand up, he truly did not want to die. "Father, they said you're just a gangster." The words of his young son echoed in his ears. He truly didn't want to die, didn't want to live a life where he hadn't accomplished anything significant, hadn't done anything to make his son proud, and ended up being killed by a few assassins in a corner, dying silently and unnoticed. Living a pathetic life and dying in obscurity, like a stinking rat in a gutter, not even a single achievement worth mentioning to his son. He shouldn't have died here. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes. Lao Lu suddenly let out a scream and charged forward like a madman. He grabbed the swordsman's wrist holding the sword and pulled it toward himself with all his strength. As the long sword pierced deeper into his abdomen, he pressed his body against the swordsman in front of him. The dagger in his hand stabbed wildly outward. 1 stab. 2 stabs. 3 stabs. Madness. Demonic frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot and red. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Damn it!" Another swordsman erupted in anger. He had assumed the man was already severely wounded and hadn't paid attention, only to discover he had been betrayed by his own comrade. "Die!" Lao Lu didn't flinch as another long sword stabbed toward him from the side. After the swordsman in front of him stumbled and fell, he went mad, screaming wildly as he lunged toward the sword aimed at his chest, ignoring the deep gash in his abdomen caused by his violent movements, from which a pile of things fell out. Like a street thug in a brawl, he bent over and charged headfirst at the second swordsman. The force of the collision sent the swordsman's feet off the ground, and as Old Six charged forward with all his strength, the swordsman was pushed into the room. With a loud crash, the window shattered, and both men were thrown out together. Chapter 36, Your Name, Old Six, will echo across the entire land of China. A cylindrical wax cylinder record slowly rotated, emitting a melodious song. This was introduced to the Celestial Empire in the 366th year by Western merchants. It could preserve sound, but due to its rarity, only high-ranking officials and nobles could obtain it. Judging by the time, they must have already begun. The man in the suit, lost in the melody, danced gracefully with the woman in the Western-style dress, spinning slowly. "You're truly a madman, daring to touch Li Shuxing's disciple." The dancing woman leaned in close, her breath fragrant as she whispered. "Crazy?" The man in the suit smiled faintly, his dance steps unchanged, but the rhythm suddenly quickened, in sync with the suddenly soaring music, as if dancing in a frenzy. "I know exactly what I'm doing." Li Shuxing disregarded the greater good, sacrificing our alliance for his own disciple and personal gain. He disrupted our plan to ban martial arts in the lower classes and even tried to use his influence to persuade allied clans to split our alliance into two factions. This has already angered many people. But no one dared to stand up and be the first to confront Li Shuxing except this madman. But from start to finish, I never orchestrated anything. I merely showed a hint of displeasure toward Li Shuxing's disciple, and yet other lowly commoners, desperate to climb up the social ladder and curry favor with the aristocratic families, have gone to extreme lengths. Look at those pitiful commoners below. Even if they unite, they couldn't stand up to my clan, yet they've been so easily divided and are now fighting each other to the death. The hope of the martial immortals could never lie with them. Li Shuxing is powerful, he can kill me without evidence. But the moment he acts, he'll be like a spark igniting the powder keg of the celestial dynasty, ultimately overwhelmed by countless elite warriors from the aristocratic families. Once Li Shuxing is dead, the nearly fractured aristocratic alliance will unite once more, producing a true martial immortal who will establish an everlasting legacy. And as the spark that ignited it all, I will become the hero of the clan alliance, securing an unparalleled legacy for my clan for generations to come. An eternal legacy. The man in the suit's fanatical gaze sent a chill down the spine of the dancing woman. Madman. The man before him was a complete madman, willing to risk his life for fame. Clink. The man in the suit opened a bottle of red wine, poured it into a delicate glass, and raised it toward the setting sun, his face filled with fervor. To my family, for generations to come. Old Uncle Lu. Hearing the sound of old Uncle Lu and the swordsman falling together, Hui Yuanhong, still engaged in battle, felt a sudden buzz in his head. He felt as though everything around him had suddenly fallen silent, leaving only a vast expanse of white. Empty and oppressive. All he wanted was to train in martial arts in peace, protect those around him, and allow those who had once done him a favor to live out their golden years in comfort, watching him become the pride of their lives. Why? Even such a small wish couldn't be fulfilled. Kill. Intense emotions erupted like a dormant volcano, igniting every ounce of his strength. In that moment, he disregarded the other two swordsmen, stomping his feet and frantically channeling every ounce of strength into a single point. Gripping the long sword he had seized, he lunged forward and stabbed it viciously at the swordsman in front of him. No! The swordsman's pupils contracted sharply as he hurriedly blocked the fatal strike with his blade. The swordsman's reaction was swift, and he had full confidence in the resilience of his steel blade. At least withstanding a single thrust was no problem. In theory, that was indeed the case. Even if two peak-level masters with perfect coordination were to stab with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to break the blade in one or two strikes. But Hui Yuanhong's force was too concentrated, completely condensed into a single point of explosive power, elevating the strike's power and speed to an unimaginable level. Combined with the force from his feet stomping the ground, the explosive power from the impact, and the intense rage that had stimulated every inch of his muscles to the point of burning, his strike had transformed into a blinding white streak that was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. In the instant of contact, it ruthlessly shattered the blade of the swordsman's horizontal block, plunging deeply into his chest as the swordsman stared in shock. One strike, one kill. Whoosh! At that moment, the sharp whistling of a blade tearing through the air echoed beside him. The blade from the man on his right was about to pierce his waist. There was no time to retreat now. The blade in his hand had already pierced the body of the swordsman in front of him, leaving no time to withdraw and defend himself. Moreover, he had never mastered any sword techniques earlier, he had relied solely on his lightning-fast reflexes, keen eyesight, and overwhelming strength and speed to engage in fierce combat. In the blink of an eye, Hui Yuanhong's eyes flashed with madness and ferocity. Almost the moment his long sword pierced forward, he desperately sucked in a breath, causing his abdomen to suddenly collapse and flatten, while the force from his raised spine pressed downward, causing his waist to bend backward. This caused his entire waist to contract and shift backward. Whoosh! The long sword on the right side sliced past his collapsed abdomen, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Though it looked terrifying, it did not penetrate the internal organs. Intense pain surged through him, but Hui Yuanhong seemed oblivious, his eyes fierce and terrifying. His movements did not pause for an instant. He instantly released his grip on the knife handle and grabbed the hand of the swordsman on his right, pulling him aside with a swift motion. SSSHH. The knife of the assassin on the right was actually pulled along and stabbed directly into the left man's abdomen. Immediately, under the force of Hui Yuanhong's thrust, the blade pierced upward, passing through the heart from the abdomen. There was no hope for him. With a look of disbelief, the assassin on the left, who had dropped his knife and switched to supporting the attack, staggered backward, leaning against the wall and slowly sliding down. Second kill. Ah! Watching Hui Yuanhong and Lao Lu fight with such reckless abandon, and seeing their comrades fall one after another, the last swordsman finally showed fear. With his knife-wielding wrist grabbed by Hui Yuanhong and unable to use his knife, he reached for the short blade at his waist with his other hand. Die! Hui Yuanhong let out a low growl, stomping his foot on the ground once more. The force surged like an avalanche, propelling his body forward with brutal force. Iron Mountain collapse. Boom! With a dull thud, the last swordsman was struck so hard that his ribs cracked, and his back slammed into the wall, causing the wall to shake violently. The fierce force slammed into his chest, nearly knocking the swordsman unconscious. Before he could recover, Huo Yuanhong's short dagger flew out from his sleeve, caught firmly in his palm. Whoosh! With a flash of cold steel, the dagger pierced his throat. 3 kills. After killing 3 knife-wielding men with a reckless fighting style, Huo Yuanhong didn't pause for a moment. He took a deep breath, his body shot forward like an arrow, and he leaped toward the window, jumping down. Upon landing, he used his powerful control to roll, dissipating the impact of the fall. Then, he saw old Uncle Lu and the final swordsman. Let go! Let go! Let go! Lao Lu lay on the ground, unable to stand, using his body to press down on the sword. His hands clung desperately to the ankles of the swordsman who had just stood up, enduring blow after blow, coughing up blood continuously, his pupils beginning to dilate. Yet he refused to let go, his eyes wide open, refusing to give in. Bang! Huo Yuanhong charged forward, delivering a punch packed with overwhelming force, striking the swordsman's cheek. Immediately afterward, his left arm wrapped around the swordsman's arm, pressing down, instantly locking the arm that had been about to counterattack. The wrapping technique of the 8 extremes fist: small wraps target the wrist, large wraps target the arm. What he was using now was the large wrap. After securing the swordsman's arm, Huo Yuanhong didn't pause for a moment. His force, fueled by endless rage, surged forth, and he delivered a series of elbow strikes to the opponent's chest. Boom! 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 7 elbow strikes erupted in an instant. The swordsman's inner armor was shattered, and his chest caved in completely. As Huo Yuanhong released his grip, the swordsman collapsed backward, lifeless, his breath gone. Old Uncle Lu! After killing the swordsman, Huo Yuanhong rushed forward and stood before the old man lying on the ground. Ah Hong, we won? We won! We won! Hearing Huo Yuanhong's words, Lao Lu's body finally relaxed, rolled over, and looked up at the setting sun. I, Lao Lu, a cowardly coward all my life, never thought that when I died I'd still be so cowardly, so afraid. My son will definitely say that his father was a coward who accomplished nothing and was beaten to death, dying so pitifully, like a rat in a gutter, dying silently in a corner, with hardly anyone knowing my name. Not even a single thing worth bragging about. Unlike other fathers who were great heroes who did great things. Lao Lu's pupils gradually dilated, and his voice grew so faint it was barely audible. No, you won T. Huo Yuanhong gripped Lao Lu's blood-soaked hand, looked into his eyes, and said with utmost solemnity, believe me, you won T. Die like a coward. Your name, Lao Lu, will echo across the entire land of China. Everyone will remember you. Your children will know that their father was a hero, a great hero. They will see his father in textbooks forever. Lao Lu's eyes had lost their sparkle, and he didn't know. He had heard Huo Yuanhong's words. Chapter 37, Killing Techniques, The Tiger in the Cage, The Monkey in the Mind. When Huo Yuanhong returned to the martial arts school, he found it in complete disarray, with buildings collapsed and disciples crying out in the rubble. The two factions stood facing each other. On one side, the leader was the master of internal energy, Zhuang Shouyuan, with dozens of people behind him, including disciples and managers. Beside Zhuang Shouyuan stood Mo Wuji, the great master, facing off against Old Su. Zhuang Shouyuan. When you were down and out on the streets, it was the master who took you in, adopted you as his son, and taught you martial arts. How can you do this to the master? The master of the Hua Jin style beside Lao Su shouted angrily. I remember my foster father's kindness. That's why I'm trying to find a way to save the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall. Zhuang Shouyuan said expressionlessly. My foster father is stubbornly following his own path, willing to defy the martial arts community's rule against taking in lowly disciples for the sake of that Huo Yuanhong. He even pushed the Wu family into opposition and aligned himself with the aristocratic families supporting the martial arts ban. Our Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall may seem prosperous on the surface, but it is actually teetering on the brink of collapse. Even the medicinal herbs that were supposed to be delivered this month have been cut off. If this continues, sooner or later, our school will be annihilated by the aristocratic families who can no longer tolerate us. I cannot stand by and watch that day come. We must preserve the flame of the martial arts school and ensure its legacy. Zhuang Shouyuan spoke each word slowly, and the disciples, masters, and instructors standing behind him all nodded in agreement. That sounds nice. You're just ungrateful, don't believe in the future of the martial arts school, and have betrayed the schoolmaster to find a new master. Someone on Old Su's side snorted derisively. That's right, I don't see a future for the martial arts school. Zhuang Shouyuan shrugged it off, glancing at Huo Yuanhong who had just walked in, and said indifferently, the future of the martial arts school depends on this peasant? My foster father has truly grown senile, he can't take advice. Even if he has the potential of a martial arts saint or the peak of martial arts, if he only now has the right mindset, by the time he reaches the stage of mastering the essence of martial arts and the peak of martial arts, when he truly possesses the power to influence the greater picture, it will be many years from now. 5 years? 10 years? Or 20 years? Do you think the martial arts school will even last that long?
Under the joint suppression of so many prominent families, surviving a year or two would already be a miracle.
These words caused an immediate stir among the people in the dojo.
Even the disciples, managers, and instructors from Old Su's side showed signs of hesitation. In this world, when no martial immortals emerge, the pinnacle is the ultimate authority. Li Shuxing is formidable, he is among the most powerful in the entire world. But after all, he is only one person. Old Su is old, with one foot in the grave, his vital energy depleted. He can barely hold his own against Mo Wuji, but if he were to fight with all his strength, he might collapse after a single battle. He can only serve as a deterrent when Li Shuxing is absent, not someone who can actually fight. On the other side, the Noble Clan Alliance has gathered nearly all the peak-tier warriors of the entire empire. Standing against the alliance of noble families, which holds the overwhelming majority of the absolute peak-level warriors, is equivalent to standing against the tide of the greater scheme. Under the relentless of the greater scheme's overwhelming force, they will inevitably be crushed like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, reduced to dust. In the end, Zhuang Shouyuan led nearly a third of the martial arts school's members, with Mo Wuji holding the rear, and left the martial arts school. Before leaving, he seemed to notice Wei Yuanhong staring at him, so Zhuang Shouyuan casually glanced this way, then showed no reaction and walked away without looking back. After all, it was just a minor alliance. Even if he had any thoughts or emotions, what could he do about it? What he feared was merely Li Shuxing settling accounts later. As for Hua Yuanhong, who nearly died because of his betrayal, he had never been considered anything by him. Soon after, officials from the patrol bureau arrived to investigate the previous incident. Senior sister Fang Yu arranged for experts to go and fetch Hua Yuanhong's father while she investigated the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. As for Fang Pingsheng, the powerful figure of the Fang family, he had already been summoned back by the clan and was no longer at the martial arts school. Hua Yuanhong first had his wounds bandaged at the medical clinic he had set up in the martial arts school, then took some wound healing medicine and the martial arts school's secret potion to promote tissue regeneration, before returning to his training room to sit in silence. Before long, even as the sky had yet to grow dark, his senior sister Fang Yu came to find him. We've investigated thoroughly. The assassination attempt was orchestrated by the leader of the Blood Axe Society, who instigated the three oddities of Shangxi and the wind-chasing twin swords to carry it out. As for why they dared to assassinate you, it's likely because they're seeking to align themselves with a prominent clan and are willing to act as their tools. The leader of the Blood Axe Society and his son have already purchased tickets for the next ship and will flee overseas tonight. Senior sister spoke softly, handing over a report. With so many skilled fighters in our martial arts school, are we just going to let him escape without anyone stopping him? Hua Yuanhong took the documents, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Senior sister Fang Yu also fell silent, unsure of what to say. They all knew that with the strength of the Divine Gun Martial Arts School, any of the hidden energy instructors could easily kill the leader of the Blood Axe Society. But no one was willing to act. No one believed in Hua Yuanhong, willing to kill the leader of the Blood Axe Society and oppose the Wu family behind them for a disciple destined to fail at the Jin Men Grand Tournament. When Li Shuxing was alive, these instructors would give him face and follow his orders. But now that Li Shuxing was gone, they would never risk their lives for a disciple he had taken in against his better judgment. Old Su might be willing, but he was too old. He could barely keep an eye on Mo Wuji and the others, he dared not move an inch. If he were to act, it would trigger the fragile balance among the few remaining masters, and regardless of the outcome, Lao Su would inevitably die from exhaustion, with the only difference being whether he could take a few masters with him. At that point, the Xinxiang Martial Arts Hall, deprived of its top-tier power, would face true annihilation. Old Su, who does not act, is the most formidable Old Su. We've already reached an agreement with the Wu family. Neither side's high-ranking members will intervene, and will maintain restraint. This is the best outcome we could hope for. With the master absent and Old Su too old to fight, we can't make any moves either. Fang Yu sighed. I understand. After his senior sister left, Hua Yuanhong sat alone, flipping through the files on the leader of the Blood Axe Society. The three stages of cultivating hidden energy: mind and intent unite, intent and energy unite, energy and strength unite. This leader had already reached the later stages of the second stage. He had surpassed the stage of mind and intent uniting and entered the middle phase of the next stage. A gap of an entire major realm. The aristocratic families are too powerful. Even if we've agreed with Old Su not to interfere, the lower-tier gangs willing to go to extreme lengths to climb the ranks of the aristocratic families are more than enough to keep me busy. Even if those gang factions don't have any hidden energy martial artists, there are still quite a few who have achieved the union of mind and intent, and the union of intent and energy. I might be fine, but what about the people around me? Father, the car dealership owner, can they hold their ground? We have to keep fighting. We'll die. We'll die. Hua Yuanhong sat there quietly, watching the sun about to set before him, silent for a long time. Old Uncle Lu was dead. He didn't want the few people he cared about left his father, the car shop owner, to meet the same fate.
He couldn't lose anymore. So, take a step back, and the sky will be wide open. Isn't that right? Huozhenchuan. Just then, a disciple ran over, panting heavily, Master Huozhen, your father is at the clinic. Boom! Hua Yuanhong felt his world explode. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and the room spun wildly. He couldn't make out what the disciple said afterward and rushed straight into the clinic attached to the martial arts hall. Upon arriving at the clinic, he saw his father lying on the bed. He was not seriously injured, but his arm had been cut by a sharp blade, and he was pale from the shock. Ah Hong, the carriage house is gone. Hua's father said, his lips trembling. The carting business, or rather, the cart drivers guild, had been wiped out by a group of masked men. At the time, there were many cart drivers inside, but only the carting business owner and Hua's father survived, protected by the experts sent by Fang Yu. Huozhenchuan, the patrol bureau has already classified this case. The death of the sixth son of the carriage house has been deemed a gang feud, and the patrol bureau intends to hold him accountable for murder as the leader of a violent gang. The cart drivers guild has also been classified as a violent gang in order to dissolve. The cart yard will be sealed off by the patrol bureau, a disciple who had rushed over whispered. Violent gang. Hua Yuanhong remained expressionless, finding it utterly absurd. The Blood Axe gang, which had killed so many people, hadn't been classified as a violent gang and faced no consequences. Yet the Cart Drivers Association, formed merely to allow rickshaw drivers to band together for mutual support. These rickshaw drivers, who earned their living through hard labor, had been labeled a violent gang? Thugs? Looking at the documents in his hands, Hua Yuanhong remained silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, almost unable to breathe. Lao Lu's lifelong dream was to see the rickshaw drivers recognized by the authorities and become a legitimate force. But now, the cart drivers are gone. Lao Lu not only failed to become the great hero he longed to be, but now he must face the consequences as the leader of a violent gang, being held accountable for his crimes, becoming a murderer despised by all. Lao Lu. This is all he has left. Beside his father, the car shop owner lay on the bed, covered in blood, his eyes hollow and vacant. Beside him was a child, who had been picked up from school on the way back to the martial arts dojo. This was Lao Lu's son. Old Six's name was Chen Dalan. His son was named Chen Tulan. Cold and withdrawn, he stood there silently, staring at Hua Yuanhong. Your father was a great hero. Hua Yuanhong stepped forward and spoke softly. You're lying. The sixth son's eyes were cold. My classmates all say my father was a thug, good for nothing, and would end up getting beaten to death. The heroes in the textbooks are the real heroes. That's not true. Hua Yuanhong paused for a moment before gently touching the old man's son's head and whispered, your father will also be in the textbooks. You will see it one day. He really was a great hero, a very brave man. Hua Yuanhong's voice had grown hoarse. He was just an ordinary man. He just wanted to practice martial arts, pursue the way of martial arts, avenge his family, and then let the people he cared about live a good life, watching himself become the pride of their lives. But such a simple wish had become an unattainable luxury. Lao Lu is dead, and after his death, there is nothing left. His father, who had spent his entire life protecting him from the storms of life and working tirelessly for him, had finally reached the age where he could enjoy some peace and happiness. But he nearly died as well. He was so terrified that even now, his eyes are filled with fear and dread, and his hands are trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the scene before him, Hua Yuanhong felt as though he couldn't breathe. It felt as though he had been forcefully submerged in water, with everything around him a blurry white, unable to hear any sounds, only distorted shadows stretching and lengthening. It felt like he had returned to that suffocating, oppressive evening when his martial arts dreams were shattered. It felt as though the entire world was drifting away from him. Empty, silent. After a long while, he slowly came to his senses. He walked out. At that moment, the open space outside the martial arts hall was crowded with people who had gathered there, all curiously looking toward the center of the courtyard. Today was the day when itinerant performers came to the martial arts school to perform and sell their skills. This was a pre-arranged time, and despite a series of unexpected events, there were still many street performers who had come to the martial arts school for the reward money. Clang! 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 CL. Two martial artists stood on the stage, heavily made up, wielding sticks and engaging in intense combat, drawing cheers from the surrounding disciples. They were performing a folk tale about a monkey who caused chaos in heaven, was imprisoned under a mountain for 500 years, and eventually broke free to soar back into the sky. Beside the stage, in the middle of the courtyard, stood a large iron cage containing a fierce tiger. It lay there motionless, watching the people outside, showing no reaction whatsoever. Hey! Hey! Come out! The animal trainer waved his whip a few times, pulled the iron latch, and opened the cage door. The tiger lowered its head and stepped out of the cage, moving quietly. Just as it stepped out of the cage, suddenly, roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The once calm tiger suddenly erupted in fury. It pounced on the tamer and began tearing him apart with fury. Fierce and... damn it!
Several skilled fighters rushed forward, charging at the tiger.
The tiger's roars, the clanging of swords piercing flesh, and the agonized screams intertwined in a chaotic symphony.
In the end, after being surrounded and attacked by several skilled fighters, the tiger was pierced through the neck by a long spear and finally died. Hua Yuanhong stood aside, watching quietly as the tiger's eyes gradually lost their luster, lost in thought. A tiger in a cage, a monkey in one's heart. Hua Yuanhong murmured to himself. He recalled the feeling of being consumed by rage when Old Six was in trouble. He thought of the heart monkey trapped under the mountain, desperate to break free and soar to the heavens. The tiger trapped in the cage, about to break free. A flame seemed to ignite within Hua Yuanhong's heart, sweeping through his entire body in an instant.
The flames in his heart illuminated faint characters.
Killing technique, ultimate skill, tiger in a cage, monkey in the mind.
Effect, ignite the flame within, unleash the most ferocious demon.
During the duration, strength and willpower are doubled, pain is ignored, and all negative status effects are nullified. Looking at the dead tiger before him, Hua Yuanhong's gaze had returned to calm, a calmness that was almost unsettling. He touched the wound on his abdomen. Under the absorption speed of hundreds of times the normal rate of flesh healing medicine, it had healed almost completely, posing no hindrance to fighting again.
Since that's the case. Cough.
A soft cough sounded from the side. Lao Su walked over slowly, as if he had read Hua Yuanhong's thoughts, and spoke calmly.
Go. You're Li Shuxing's disciple, and I'm watching over you.
Those with status and influence, those with hidden strength and transformed energy, dare not lay a finger on you.
But the rest is up to you. Thank you, Old Su.
Hua Yuanhong slowly stood up. Escaping is useless. Training in martial arts requires both practice and supplementation. Without the high-quality medicines provided by major factions, it's like someone wholly builds muscles but doesn't eat meat or supplement their nutrition, they'll eventually collapse from malnutrition. Moreover, in this world, there is no place where one can live in peace and seclusion.
Even the deepest mountains and forests have been thoroughly searched by the medicine hunting teams of the aristocratic families, and those areas have been claimed as their own territory. He would not flee, nor did he have any room to do so, unless he was willing to abandon martial arts and live out his days as an ordinary, mediocre person. He only hates himself for not training fast enough, for not yet reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming a martial immortal, and slaying all the demons and monsters. Tonight, the leader of the Blood Axe Society is fleeing overseas. Old Su isn't worth risking his life for a momentary impulse, and the martial arts instructor refuses to intervene. Then, he will come. As a warrior, a commoner. He doesn't know anything about the so-called grand scheme of noble families.
He only knows that his enemies are escaping overseas to enjoy wealth and luxury.
If there's one, there will be two.
If we don't beat them into submission, if we don't kill them until they're too scared to move, more and more gang members will follow their example. More and more people will target him and those he cares about, then flee overseas. To hell with the vast sky. If you're a blade, you must be prepared to die. I'll make those gangs know who dares to be the blade of a clan and dare to touch my people.
Who must die.
Hua Yuanhong stood up expressionlessly.
He was going to go kill.
Chapter 38, a stunning shot that split the sky. The dock. Woo! The ship's horn sounded melodiously. The last ocean-going vessel of the day was about to set sail. The dock was crowded with people. Members of various gangs from the Jinmen area had gathered at the dock early, waiting for the leader of the Blood Axe Gang, a major criminal organization. Everyone knew that the Blood Axe Gang leader had taken a huge gamble by aligning himself with a powerful figure. Though he now had to leave to avoid trouble, upon his return, he was certain to rise to become the true ruler of the underground world in Jinmen. Therefore, members from other gangs have all come to send off the Blood Axe Gang leader. Soon, the sound of footsteps grew louder and more orderly. In the distance, a dark line appeared, growing larger and closer until it became a massive crowd of people. At the center of the crowd, protected by his men, stood the Blood Axe Gang leader, Meng Juanhao, and his son, the young leader of the Blood Axe Gang. He was also the only relative and the only person the Blood Axe Gang leader truly valued. Father, you hired a master assassin to kill Li Shuxing's disciple. What benefits will that bring you? Upon seeing the dock that had already come into view, the young leader sighed in relief. Having come this far, the instructors from the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall had yet to intervene, clearly indicating they had no intention of getting involved. The father and son had bet on the right side. Wealth and luxury, the leader of the Blood Axe Gang smiled. That person is powerful, he has businesses in the West. Once we get there, we'll live in luxury and indulge in every pleasure. We'll also have enough medicinal herbs and access to the higher level of the aristocratic families, allowing both of us to cultivate the hidden energy and become masters whose fists are faster than guns. One day, when Li Shuxing is dead and the Divine Gun Martial Arts Academy is destroyed, we'll return and unify the underground forces of Jinmen, becoming the Underground Kings.
Seeing that he had won the bet and could escape overseas smoothly, the leader of the Blood Axe gang couldn't help but smile. The heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. Father, that manhwaewanhan isn't dead yet. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Since we've already gone this far, why not be ruthless and eliminate him completely? The young master suddenly said. Once we're in the West, we'll hire some Western assassins, pay them handsomely to come by ship, and kill that Huayuanhong. Wipe out his entire family. Oh? The leader of the Blood Axe gang smiled. You're truly my son. You're just like me, cruel and mad. As you say, once we reach the West, we'll find Western assassins. Even if we can't kill that Huayuanhong, we can at least make him live in constant fear, unable to focus on his martial arts training. At that moment, among the crowd gathered near the dock, a young man pushed his way through, holding what appeared to be a club used by low-ranking gang members. Hey! Hey! Come over here! Seeing the young man pushing his way through the crowd with his stick, seemingly lost and unable to find his gang, a kind-hearted gang member pulled him aside. Stand still and don't wander around. You're young, you must be new to this line of work. Remember the rules, when the boss is around, you must stay put and not move. Otherwise, you might be mistaken for an assassin and killed on the spot. No one will care if you're really an assassin or not. The gang member, with a thick beard and looking disheveled, pulled the young man to an empty spot beside him, like an elder guiding a junior, and whispered the rules of the underworld in a stern yet earnest tone. Got it. The young man nodded, his eyes still fixed on the approaching Blood Axe gang members. The gang leader, seeing this, sighed softly. Looking at the young man, who was probably not even 20 yet, he was about the same age as his own son. He must come from a poor family, unable to make ends meet, and had resorted to joining the gang to survive. He doesn't even know the rules, yet he dares to come here. Doesn't he know that this is an easy way to get beaten to death? Sai, from now on, you'll follow me. After the show, go to the Iron Fist gang and look for me. Just mention my name. The gang leader sighed, patted the young man on the shoulder, and whispered his instructions. All right. Seeing that the young man was still staring at the Blood Axe gang, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of the gang leader's presence, the gang elder felt a bit helpless and shifted the topic to divert the young man's attention. We're on the streets, so we have to be careful and cautious. Don't let your blood boil. Have you heard of the sixth brother from the car shop? Lu Zi was the street name of the sixth brother from the car dealership. Younger members would address him respectfully as sixth master, but for someone like the gang's elder statesman, it was only natural to call him by his original nickname from when they first joined the underworld. Almost no one knew his real name. And no one bothered to remember. Lu Zi, that cowardly turtle, hid his head his whole life, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and got beaten to death. Hey, wait, where are you going? Oh, I see, you found your own gang? Actually, as the elder said, it's better to stay here. The elder will look out for you. Seeing the young man insist on leaving, the gang leader couldn't stop him. Just then, he suddenly remembered he didn't know the other's name, so he said, My name is Li Dequan. What is your name? Remember to mention my name when you join the Iron Fist gang. I'm the one you're talking about, Lu Zi. I have a name, Chen Dalan. The young man spoke, then suddenly grabbed one end of the gang leader's staff and pulled with all his strength. Crack! With a faint sound, the end of the staff was pulled off, revealing the cold, gleaming tip of a gun. It was Huayuanhong. Meng Juanhao. As he watched the Blood Axe gang members passing by and the gang leader stepping forward to address the crowd, Huayuanhong pushed aside the stunned onlookers on either side and shouted the gang leader's name. How dare you! Someone immediately shouted angrily, but upon seeing the gun in Huayuanhong's hand, their expression changed drastically, and they were about to shout a warning. But before he could shout, the Blood Axe gang leader, upon hearing his own name, instinctively turned his head toward this direction, thinking that someone had been sent by that important figure to find him. Just as the Blood Axe gang leader was about to turn his head, Huayuanhong raised his rifle, planted his feet firmly, and stomped the ground with all his might. The explosive force from the stomp erupted into his spine, and as his hips twisted, the force in his arms erupted. The rifle flew out of his hands, resembling a meteor slicing through the sky, carrying an unstoppable will and a fierce, domineering force, roaring toward the chest of the Blood Axe gang leader, who had just turned his head and exposed his chest. No! The Blood Axe gang leader's pupils contracted sharply as he tried to dodge. But in the previous instant, he had been immersed in the euphoria of believing he had outwitted his enemy and escaped death, already fantasizing about the endless wealth and glory awaiting him. His entire body had relaxed unconsciously as the weight of his mind lifted. At that moment, facing Huayuanhong's all-out thrust, this gun that was fast to the extreme, fierce to the extreme, stunningly beautiful. There was no time to react. Before he could even begin to dodge, the spear had already crossed the short distance between them, carrying unimaginable force, piercing through the chest of the Blood Axe gang leader, whose eyes were filled with sheer terror. Chapter 39, One Man, One Gun. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone watched in disbelief as the Blood Axe gang leader, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was pierced through the chest by the terrifying gun, flying backward under the immense force, and impaled alongside a high-ranking member of another gang, forming a gruesome spectacle. The figure, resembling a demon god descending from the heavens, charged through the Blood Axe gang members like a whirlwind, reaching the gang leader and pulling out the rifle. I. The Blood Axe gang leader, trembling as he touched the gaping hole in his chest, saw despair, resentment, and fear of death in his eyes. Just a moment. Just one more step, and he could have boarded the ocean-going ship, successfully escaping overseas to enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. But, just as he was about to win the gamble, he lost and now he was going to die. He couldn't accept it. Feeling his strength rapidly draining from his chest, the leader of the Blood Axe gang trembled with fear. It turned out he was afraid of death too. Protect the young master. Assassin. The assassin is there. Everyone, don't be afraid. He is alone. He can't kill all of us before his strength runs out. A reward of 1,000 silver dollars will be given to anyone who captures him. Driven by the promise of a large reward, the enraged Blood Axe gang members rushed forward wielding clubs, while the loyal elite enforcers drew their axes from their waists, their eyes gleaming with malice, charging forward to try to secure the young master's chance to board the ship. But it was useless. Under the doubled strength brought by the killing tiger in the cage and monkey in the mind techniques, Wei Yuanhong charged forward with lightning speed. As his feet struck the ground, he erupted with tremendous force, propelling his body forward at an incredible speed. Charge! The large spear in his hands turned into a series of blurry shadows, stabbing, and stabbing again. Precision strikes shattered the throat bones of several henchmen blocking his path, sending them flying, as he charged straight toward the Blood Axe gang's most valued young master. No! Don't come any closer. It was my father, it was the leader of the Wu family who ordered us to kill you. The debt must be repaid to the rightful creditor. Seeing Wei Yuanhong charging toward him like a demon god, the young master of the Blood Axe gang was terrified beyond belief. He fled desperately, using large sums of money to urge his men to charge forward, hoping to use their bodies to block Wei Yuanhong for a moment. Then, Wei Yuanhong used his large gun as a blade, carving a path through the crowd, and in an instant, he reached the back of the Blood Axe gang's young master, thrusting his gun forward. Put! With deep resentment and regret, the deputy leader collapsed with a thud, his breath ceasing. No! Lying on the ground, the Blood Axe Society leader, on the brink of death, watched helplessly as one after another of his carefully cultivated elite enforcers were killed, and the elite warriors he had prepared for a future comeback were also slain. Even his most cherished deputy leader was dead, causing his eyes to bulge in fury. His Blood Axe clan, his grand ambitions, his son. All gone. Everything was gone. Even he himself was about to die. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so blinded by greed in targetedly Shuxing's disciple. The Wu family has betrayed me. The intelligence clearly stated that Wei Yuanhong was only at the initial stage of the heart-mind union, but this level of strength is far beyond what someone at that stage could possess. The leader of the Blood Axe gang finally regretted it, regretting his foolishness and his overconfidence. Why did he dare to act when no one else dared? And why did he think he could escape after acting? After all, given the terrifying strength Wei Yuanhong had displayed, even if he hadn't been pierced through the chest by that bullet, a direct confrontation might not have ended well for him. Such a terrifying monster, and he dared to provoke him, thinking it was no big deal as long as the martial arts instructor didn't intervene. In the end, with utter despair, regret, pain, and a heart filled with hatred toward the Wu family, this mid-stage martial arts master, the leader of the Blood Axe gang who had once struck fear into the hearts of countless people in Jinmen, his consciousness plunged into an endless darkness. His breath ceased. Hiss. Following the list he had memorized, he swiftly disposed of the Blood Axe gang's high-ranking members one by one, then without hesitation, he drew his gun and left. Meanwhile, other high-ranking members of rival gangs, their minds and spirits in perfect harmony, were closing in on him. Their eyes betrayed not only fear but also madness and excitement. The martial arts school instructors were absent. If they killed Wei Yuanhong and immediately boarded a ship to flee overseas, they could enjoy a life of luxury and wealth. Kill the assassin. Don't let the assassin escape. The gang members shouted loudly, none daring to utter Wei Yuanhong's name aloud, treating him as an unknown assassin. Up ahead, Wei Yuanhong ran wildly with a gun in hand, his face expressionless. He knew that although Old Su was nearly defeated and not worth wasting his strength on these gang members, those with status and influence who were watching from the shadows dared not act. Therefore, his true opponents were those within the gang who shared the same intentions and spirit. As he ran, he silently calculated the distance between himself and the person behind him, until the latter was only 3 steps away. His feet stomped the ground, and the power from his hips twisted his body. The large gun he had been dragging suddenly sprang upward with the explosive force of his arms, stabbing backward. A counterattack. Thud. The fastest gang expert was impaled through the chest by the backstab, his eyes filled with disbelief as he collapsed. Wei Yuanhong pulled out his spear and continued to sprint forward. As he sprinted, he quickly poured medicine into his mouth. Under the absorption efficiency of hundreds of times the normal potency, the nearly depleted energy within his body surged forth once more. As he sprinted at top speed, his stamina not only failed to deplete but rapidly recovered. He's almost done for. After fighting for so long, he must be running out of strength. Chase after him. Kill him. When one person finally dared to catch up, Hui Yuanhong, who should have been exhausted, suddenly burst forward with another backstab. Whoosh! Kill again. At the scene, only a lifeless body lay motionless on the ground. Hui Yuanhong's figure had already vanished into the distance. After several more such incidents, the greedy gangsters trailing behind began to feel a chill run down their spines. Especially when they saw the bodies littering the road, their fear grew deeper and deeper. Until a single moment, when the fear of death finally overpowered the wealth and prestige offered by their noble families. As one man stopped first, the others followed suit, daring not to pursue any further. At that moment, Hui Yuanhong, who had been fleeing at full speed, suddenly turned around and charged toward them. Whoosh! With a flick of his spear, he unleashed a dozen blurry spear shadows. Before the gang leader at the front could discern which one was real, he was struck in the chest and died instantly. After regaining some strength, Hui Yuanhong once again unleashed his killing techniques. His entire body seemed to transform into a ferocious tiger released from its cage. His strength multiplied, squeezing every ounce of energy from his body, turning into one terrifying spear shadow after another. The gun is the king of all weapons. Its lethal range far surpasses that of swords and blades. Those gangmasters wielding swords and blades had no chance to get close, and were pierced through by Hui Yuanhong's ruthless and relentless gunfire. After killing 2 at the initial stage of Ichihi and 5 at the Xingyihe stage, these hastily assembled gangmasters finally lost their will to fight. A demon. He's a demon. Such a demon is not someone we, with our mere heart, mind and spirit mind cultivation, can afford to provoke. Even if the aristocratic families offer us more, we need to be alive to take it. Run! Run! Quickly escape! That demon is coming. In the end, after leaving a trail of bodies behind, these gang leaders completely collapsed and fled in a panic. That night, Hui Yuanhong, armed with a single gun, fought his way through the Jinmen gang, striking fear into their hearts. Chapter 40. When a man's heart is set on murder, heaven and earth are upside down. When he returned to the martial arts school, it was already dark. Hui Yuanhong changed out of his blood-stained clothes and swallowed the remaining tonic herbs. Then he sat quietly, feeling the faint threads of energy emerge, replenishing the nearly depleted physical strength within his body. The caged tiger, monkey and mind technique was extremely powerful, capable of doubling one's strength and willpower in a short time, but it also caused severe depletion of physical strength. Tonight's battle, in which he used the killing technique twice in intense combat for over 10 breaths, left his entire body feeling hollowed out, severely depleted. Such a level of depletion would require at least half a month of medicinal tonics for others to recover. But he was different. His absorption of medicinal properties was as fast as his cultivation speed, hundreds of times faster. In less than an hour, he went from barely able to walk to being full of energy again, with his body brimming with strength. Even his injuries were nearly healed. Someone with such internal strength is already a person of status and influence. They wouldn't stoop to joining a gang. Once we eliminate those few powerful gang leaders who are holding the fort, we should be able to have some peace for a while. As the first rays of light appeared on the horizon, Hui Yuanhong stepped out of the training room and entered the courtyard of the martial arts school. At that moment, the place was already packed with people, children, women, and the elderly standing quietly, waiting. There were roughly 120 or 30 people, their eyes red, some silently weeping. Even in their grief, they dared not make a sound, fearing they might disturb the master resting inside the martial arts hall. These people were the families of the deceased cart drivers from the cart company. To prevent them from being targeted by gangs at night, Hui Yuanhong had asked his senior sister Fang Yu to help gather them all at the martial arts school. Although the martial arts instructors would not intervene on their behalf, if anyone dared to come to the martial arts school to cause trouble, the instructors would still step in to uphold the school's reputation. Therefore, with only a few members of the Cart Drivers Association remaining and unable to protect these families, the only safe place was the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall. As someone trained directly by the martial arts school's master, he had the authority to bring some elderly, weak, and women into the school, even if they had to squeeze into the guest rooms. Though it would mean cramming 10 or more people into a single room under harsh conditions, at least they would be safe and have food and water. Brother Hua, I want to train in martial arts and avenge my father. Can I join the martial arts school too? Seeing Hui Yuanhong approach, a young boy asked eagerly. The other young men around him also looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation, longing, and admiration. This look was very familiar to Hui Yuanhong, extremely familiar. They were exactly like him back then. It was as if he were seeing one after another of his former selves, stirring an indescribable emotion within him. Especially these young people who had just lost their fathers, the pillars of their families, leaving only widows and orphans. Junior brother. The senior sister Fang Yu tugged at Hui Yuanhong's sleeve and shook her head at him. Hui Yuanhong understood his senior sister's meaning. The Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall would never admit the children of cart drivers. He was able to stay here because Li Shuxing had withstood the pressure from the martial arts guild. But these children were different. They had no powerful protector, and the martial arts guild wouldn't turn a blind eye. They would certainly target them. So, not even letting them train in martial arts to avenge themselves is out of the question. Facing the expectant gazes of the young men, Hui Yuanhong fell into silence, unable to speak for a long time. The ban on martial arts in poor families was imposed by the aristocratic clans for the greater good. Aside from the few peak martial artists in the world, no one dared to openly defy this order. To allow these young people, these orphans who had lost their loved ones, to train in martial arts openly and with dignity, there was only one way. He becomes an absolute peak master. Become an absolute master who could sweep through even the highest ranks like his master. Only then would he have a chance to protect these young people. The person behind the Blood Axe Society is most likely Wu Yankun of the Wu family. Fang Yu handed over the documents he was holding, which contained information about Wu Yankun of the Wu family, along with some speculations from Fang family intelligence agents. This young master of the Wu family is the eldest son of the Wu family and the official first in line for succession. His father is the current head of the Wu family, and his mother is the younger sister of the head of another prominent family, making him the direct descendant of a prominent family. However, during his youth, he encountered a setback in his martial arts training, causing his skills to stagnate at the level of hidden energy, effectively ending his martial arts career. This left him with no future prospects, forcing him to watch others surpass him. As a result, he developed an extreme and reckless personality, becoming the Wu family's most ruthless tool for dealing with external threats, committing every imaginable act of provocation and betrayal. Wu Yankun was well aware that he was being used as a tool by the Wu family, but he did not care. Instead, he became even more reckless in his actions. With no hope of achieving martial arts greatness, his greatest ambition was to become a legendary hero remembered by future generations of the Wu family and other prominent clans, his name immortalized in history. He was willing to do anything to achieve this. This time, he orchestrated the assassination attempt by the Blood Axe Society, likely to provoke Li Shuxing into killing him outright. Given his special status, regardless of the truth, he was at least the first in line to inherit the clan. If he were killed by Li Shuxing without evidence, it could easily spark sympathy from others, potentially becoming the fuse that ignites the powder keg. In short, he's a madman who has gone completely insane in his quest for immortality. He craves being killed by Li Shuxing in a display of power, hoping to ignite a conflict between the aristocratic families and Li Shuxing. Kill him, there's no need for the master to intervene. Old Uncle Lu is too lonely, too isolated. Hui Yuanhong looked at the portrait over and over again, memorizing it, then crumpled the documents in his hands without expression. Then, he returned to the training room, picked up the large gun, and began practicing, firing shot after shot while visualizing the fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou. Silence, no sound. Like a tiger locked in a cage, silently gathering strength, waiting for the imminent explosion. Ba Ji Quan mind and intent unite 429-600. Ba Ji Quan mind and intent united 430-600. Ba Ji Quan mind and intent in harmony 431-600. He began training at dawn, and by evening, the suppressed urge within Hui Yuanhong finally erupted. He thought of the 10 years he had spent as an apprentice, only to be expelled from the school by the gentleman's sword and have his martial arts dreams crushed the suffocating despair. He thought of how he had finally made something of himself, wanting to provide a better life for his father and those who had once been kind to him, seeing himself achieve success and become the pride of their lives. Yet, his dreams were once again crushed by a madman, leaving him overwhelmed with pain and nearly driven to madness. Thinking about Lao Lu, who had feared death his entire life, yet risked his life for him, only to die with nothing to show for it. The cart driver who had worked his entire life would be gone, and even Lao Lu's own son looked down on him, believing him to be nothing more than a gangster with no future, destined to be beaten to death by others. Thinking about the orphans at the carriage house, those young people looking at him with eyes full of hope and longing to learn martial arts. Thinking about how, faced with the overwhelming pressure from the aristocratic families, the martial arts instructors all backed down, none of them willing to stand up for him and kill the leader of the Blood Axe gang. In this world, the aristocratic families are the greatest evil. Hui Yuanhong raised his head, as if he saw the fundamental diagram, that majestic Mount Buzhou collapsing down with a thunderous crash. The sky collapsed, the earth split apart. The urge within him finally erupted, transforming into martial intent. When a person harbors murderous intent, the heavens and earth are overturned. 8 extremes fist mind and intent united 600-600. Chapter 41, only when your bones crack from training do you realize there's a demon in your fists. In the evening, someone from the patrol office came by to arrest the owner of the carriage company. Someone reported that the leader of the violent gang of cart drivers is inside the martial arts hall. The lead patrol officer held up the wanted poster for the cart driver's boss and spoke. "You've come to the wrong place. This is the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall. How could we possibly harbor a wanted criminal?" Hui Yuanhong stood in front of them, speaking calmly. "Furthermore, this is a martial arts school. To prevent the leakage of secret martial arts techniques, we have the privilege of being exempt from searches. Please leave. In the end, these patrol officers, who had been sent by someone unknown, dared not conduct a random search in the martial arts school and left reluctantly. Huayuanhong returned to the training room. Counting the days, tomorrow was the day the karting company was to face off against the Red Robe Society in a duel. He wondered if the leader of the Red Robe Society would dare to show up. Although the carriage company was now down to just a few people, they still possessed that half-stem of the priceless medicine. This was something even the majority of the main branches of prominent families were not qualified to use, and even the families that controlled resources could only supply it to a select few core disciples. For martial arts experts from a gang background, it was even more tempting than a pile of gold bars. Even if it can't be used directly, it can be traded for a wealth of valuable items. If offered to the direct descendants of aristocratic families who are unqualified to use the medicine, there's still a chance to secure an opportunity for advancement. Therefore, even knowing he might intervene, the Red Robe sect leader might not be able to resist the temptation. After all, it was just stealing medicine, not necessarily killing Li Shuxing's disciples. Moreover, he also coveted the half-dose of the powerful medicine in the other party's possession. It could be used to compensate for the shortfall in his ultimate enhancement. Huayuanhong knew that after last night, the Red Robe sect leader had realized his formidable strength and would definitely not continue to send only one faction to confront him. At that point, they would either not come at all, or if they did, they would likely bring in experts from other gangs to lie in wait, or even those with nearly hidden inner strength. It wasn't impossible. Before the elixir arrived, the fastest way to enhance his strength was undoubtedly the combat techniques of the mind-body harmony stage, the killing moves. Even before reaching the late stage of mind-intention harmony, he had already surpassed the mid-stage of intent-chi harmony thanks to the doubled burst of power from the caged tiger, intent-monkey technique. Now that he has reached the pinnacle of mind-intent union and truly mastered the fist intent one derived from the fundamental diagrams of Mount Buzhou, his combat power is likely on par with those at the peak of intent energy union. If he were to further master the advanced tactics and killing techniques of the Shingun martial arts hall at this stage, his combat power would rise again, allowing him to easily overwhelm peak intent and chi union practitioners from gang backgrounds. Even those at the final stage of cultivating hidden energy, the chi and force union stage, would be a worthy opponent. By then, with Old Su keeping an eye on things, and the peak-level practitioners with hidden energy not daring to act first, even those with large families and estates who have mastered the transformation of hidden energy would be no match for them. Not long after, Old Su entered the hall with the sole remaining Hualing master from the martial arts school. Old Su was too old, his vital energy was nearly depleted. When Li Shuxing was around, it was manageable, but now that Li Shuxing was gone, he had to single-handedly contain Mo Wuji, the second in command of the martial arts school, and the elderly patriarch of the Wu family, three absolute peak-level experts. He had to maintain peak condition at all times, carefully conserving every ounce of vital energy, and not waste a single drop. Therefore, the master of the Hua Jin technique was responsible for sparring with Huayuanhong, while Old Su watched from the side. Your mind-body coordination is nearly perfected. It's time to practice the lethal techniques suitable for this stage. Once you master these techniques, your combat prowess will surge significantly, and you may even be able to defeat opponents of higher realms. The three deadly techniques of Bagwazang are Standing Heavenly Cannon, Yanwang's three-pointed hand, and Fierce Tiger Climbing the Mountain. Each technique is designed to take a life. The old master once said, when you train until your bones crack, you will know that there is Yama within the fist. Once the killing move is unleashed, it's like the king of hell has descended to judge life and death. First comes the Standing Heaven-Piercing Cannon. Huayuanhong listened intently, watching the master's demonstration of the techniques and memorizing the key points of power generation. Ba Jiquan originated from gun techniques, and its fist and elbow techniques are essentially the same as gun techniques, differing only in form. The power techniques of these lethal moves can still be borrowed from gun techniques, effectively training both fist techniques and gun techniques simultaneously. This was also why, despite never having formally trained in gun techniques, he could still wield a long gun with ease. This technique, the Standing Firm and Piercing the Heavens Cannon, is a fist technique derived from the spear technique of piercing the heavens. The 8th generation ancestor once commented, the term piercing the heavens does not mean that the fist can reach the sky, but rather that the mind and intent penetrate the 9 heavens. With feet planted in the underworld and fists opening the gates of heaven, this is the true meaning of standing firm and piercing the heavens. Following the standard training method, one must achieve peak body control through mind-body unity. Striking a juju would post 300 times daily. After 1 or 2 months of practice, one should be able to master it. During practice, be sure to soak both fists in a mixture of bone-penetrating grass, red flowers, and earthworms to prevent the tiny blood vessels in the fists from rupturing. After the master of internal force finished his explanation, Huayuanhong began practicing, striking the juju wood 1 punch at a time. At first, the force of his punches was comparable to a normal punch, causing the juju wood to sway slightly. However, as his understanding deepened, through repeated corrections, adjustments to his posture, and corrections to his angles, the shaking of the juju wood post became increasingly intense. From barely noticeable shaking visible to the naked eye, to clearly visible shaking, and finally to violent shaking. Finally, as countless insights surged forth, he suddenly had a flash of insight, truly mastering that standing heavenly cannon technique, and adjusted this fatal move to the most suitable form for himself. As he swung his fist, the intense rage of the tiger in the cage and the monkey in his heart surged, finally freeing Hua Yuanhong from the shackles of his mind. His fist intent grew so powerful it seemed to take on a tangible form, transforming him into a chaotic demonate breaking free from its bonds, or a judge of life and death, with his feet treading the realm of the dead. With the intent of opening the gates of heaven, he unleashed a single punch. Boom! The jujubwood was shattered into pieces, exploding outward. It seemed like a demon who had committed heinous crimes, its bones cracking as it was shattered by a single punch. Only when one's bones crack from the force of the punch does one truly understand that there is a judge of the underworld within the fist. Senior brother Hua, several important figures from the Wu family have arrived. One of them claims to be Wu Yankun and says he is looking for you. As night fell, a disciple came over. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Hua Yuanhong paused in his training, slowly turning his head. His gaze was terrifying, causing the messenger disciple to flinch in fear. Take me there. Soon, they arrived at the martial arts hall's reception room, where a man in a suit was playing with a teacup in his hands. You're here. Wu Yankun looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, always wearing a carefree smile. Upon seeing Hua Yuanhong enter, he smiled broadly and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Yankun. Hua Yuanhong ignored him and walked over to the opposite armchair, sitting down. You've got some guts. Wu Yankun smiled indifferently and said leisurely, your martial arts are impressive. At just 19 years old, you not only survived an assassination attempt by 5 peak-level assassins with compatible martial arts styles but also went on to kill the leader of the Blood Axe gang to avenge your master. Even with the advantage of being secretly trained by Li Shuxing since childhood, you're still a remarkable individual. Since you survived, that counts as passing my test. As long as you stab Li Shuxing in the back and tarnish his reputation, you can come work under me. All past grievances will be forgiven, and your descendants will be able to join my clan. Wu Yankun spoke leisurely, as if, in his eyes, joining a clan and having one's descendants become part of it was an extremely honorable thing, a great favor on his part. All past grievances forgiven? Hua Yuanhong smiled, but there was no trace of humor in his eyes, only the darkness of a deep abyss. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Wu Yankun. Why don't you call your entire family here? Let me kill them all. As long as they don't die, the grudge will be forgiven. Hua Yuanhong spoke with a broad smile, but the disciples nearby, who were pouring tea, felt a chill run down their spines and dared not look over. In this world, there are no permanent friends, nor are there permanent enemies. Wu Yankun spoke slowly, anyway, you're not dead, and your father isn't dead either. What's the loss? What I can offer you is to escape the lower classes and become a member of my unfalling clan, enjoying wealth and honor, as long as you tarnish Li Shuxing's reputation. The 6th brother is dead. Hua Yuanhong stared at Wu Yankun and said, Old 6? Wu Yankun froze, looking confused. Who is Old 6? Judging by his reaction, Wu Yankun truly had no idea who this person was. It wasn't until someone leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear that he looked stunned. Just a cart driver, a gang leader? For this lowly peasant, you refuse to come work for me? Wu Yankun found it hard to comprehend. He asked just a peasant. There are plenty of them. If he dies, so be it. Just like the commoners among his men who had become warriors over the years, how many had died, and he hadn't even batted an eyelid. In the face of the eternal legacy of the aristocratic families, these men weren't even worth sacrificing, not even as pawns. They were just meaningless numbers. If they died, so be it. What was there to care about? Moreover, he had humbled himself to come here, actively extending an olive branch, offering the chance to join a great clan. By all accounts, for such a precious opportunity, even betraying one's master would be nothing. He had already been merciful enough, merely asking the person before him to step forward and tarnish Li Shuxing's reputation. But now, for the sake of a lowly peasant, he is willing to abandon an opportunity that countless others would fight to the death for? Mr. Wu, you've been up on your high horse for too long. You've forgotten that I'm also a commoner, just like Old 6. Hua Yuanhong looked at Wu Yankun and spoke calmly. You are Li Shuxing's disciple. How can you be the same as those people? Wu Yankun said indifferently. With your talent, you will surely achieve the level of Hua Jing in the future, gain immense power, and enjoy a life of luxury and wealth. Why bother with a mere cart driver? Come on, the excuses to slander Li Shuxing's reputation are already prepared by my advisors. All you have to do is go to various places in the imperial court and read them out. At this point, seeing that Hua Yuanhong was smiling without any warmth, Wu Yankun understood Hua Yuanhong's meaning. So you're determined to oppose me? What do you think? Hua Yuanhong smiled broadly at Wu Yankun, like a madman staring at a corpse. When Lao Lu died, when the car dealership was destroyed, when his father nearly died, and when he saw those young people looking at him with hope, yet he could do nothing. He had already gone mad. So what are you going to do? Wu Yankun also smiled, his face beaming. Hua Yuanhong also smiled broadly. Kill you. Chapter 42, The Smiles of Two Madmen. Hua Yuanhong was beaming with joy, as if he had seen an old friend he hadn't seen in ages, so happy that he was almost delirious. He not only intended to kill Wu Yankun but also to personally destroy everything Wu Yankun cared about: his reputation, the Wu family, and the 1,000-year legacy of the Noble Alliance. Just as Wu Yankun had destroyed his dreams. In the waiting room, two madmen. One mad enough to dare to oppose the Wu family, such a glorious clan, and one mad enough to dare to touch Li Shuxing's people. They stared at each other, both smiling broadly, as if they were close friends, sworn brothers in life and death. They stared at each other in silence for over a dozen breaths. Finally, Put! Wu Yankun broke the silence first, as if he had heard something hilarious, unable to contain his laughter. He laughed so hard that tears nearly fell from his eyes. Pointing at Hua Yuanhong, he laughed until he was gasping for breath, holding his stomach, and bending over at the waist. Kill me, ha 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 ha. In his entire life, he had never experienced such an amusing situation. There was actually someone who shared his intentions, and he was a commoner by birth, wanting to kill him, the first heir of the Wu family with his hidden martial arts prowess. The Wu family was a legendary clan, having been passed down for over 1,000 years, thriving from the dynasty before the last one, with a legacy as enduring as the iron of their clan. Their roots were so deep that they were almost terrifying, with generations of peak-level masters. As the publicly recognized first heir, he was like a crown prince, representing the face of the Wu family. Even if he were at the peak of his power, killing him would require careful consideration of whether it was worth it. But now, there was this insignificant heart's desire to kill him? Wu Yankun had never seen anything this interesting in his entire life. From start to finish, his eyes have only been on Li Shuxing. As for Li Shuxing's disciple, he was nothing more than a pawn in his eyes, never considered a threat, and he had never even considered what this lowly peasant might be thinking or planning. It's like a chess player caring about what the pieces on the board are thinking. But now, the very piece he had intended to use was actually trying to kill him, the one who controlled it? Interesting, very interesting. Wu Yankun couldn't help but laugh, but as he laughed, looking into Hua Yuanhong's eyes, as dark and deep as an abyss, even someone as him felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. A chill crept up his spine. As if he had been targeted by Yama or some other terrifying entity. A bit. He couldn't laugh anymore. Wu Yankun rose to his feet without a trace of emotion, gazing at Hua Yuanhong and speaking in a detached tone. I'll wait for you. His lifelong obsession was to go down in history as a great hero of the noble clan, a hero whose name would be remembered for generations. He must, and could only, die at the hands of Li Shuxing, serving as the fuse that ignites the powder keg. He couldn't die at the hands of anyone else. Otherwise, if he were killed by Li Shuxing's disciple, it would be like a snake being bitten by the snake it was trying to kill, dying at the hands of a junior. Not only would it fail to ignite the conflict between the aristocratic families and Li Shuxing, but it would instead become a laughingstock for generations of strategists, a cautionary tale of being killed by one's own pawn. This was something he could not tolerate. It was also an impossibility. After all, no matter how you look at it, setting aside his status and position, he himself is a genuine master of internal martial arts, a great expert whose fists are faster than guns. If it weren't for the dying old man watching nearby, he could have killed this mad peasant right now. With a cold glance at Hua Yuanhong, Wu Yankun picked up his suit jacket and strode out of the waiting room. Almost at the same time, Fong Yu also approached the car dealership owner. Mr. Yu. Miss Fong. The plump car dealership owner hurriedly stood up, greeted him warmly, and poured tea. It's nothing. No need to go to all this trouble. I'll just sit for a moment and then leave. Fong Yu waved her hand. All right. The car dealership owner hurriedly replied. He was well aware that the orphan women and children left behind by the cart drivers could stay at the martial arts school in relative safety. This was partly due to their connection to Hua Yuanhong, the school's master, and partly because Fong Yu had intervened to arrange it. The food for all these people every day was provided by Fong Yu. Therefore, he was extremely polite, fearing he might offend anyone. There is something I need to inform you about. Fong Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Thanks to the relentless efforts of my second uncle, Fong Pingsheng, our Fong family is willing to take in your younger brother. As long as he marries a woman from the Fong family, he can sever all ties with the lowly and common folk, become a member of the Fong family, train in martial arts in peace, and enjoy the secret medicinal resources of our clan. With your talent, you are certain to achieve the Huatian realm in the future, and there is even a sliver of hope for the Zue Dian realm. You should not be entangled in your family's affairs and have your future delayed. Fong Yu said softly. She did not want her junior disciple to continue getting involved in the affairs of the cart drivers. Especially tomorrow's duel with the Red Robe Society. Based on the clues discovered so far, there might be an outsider at the peak of the Ichihi stage, desperate for one last fight before their time is up, lurking in the shadows. Even if her younger disciple is as skilled as he is, he couldn't possibly overcome such a significant gap in cultivation and fight against someone at the peak of the Ichihi stage. It would be life-threatening. She had to find a way to delay him and prevent him from getting involved. Upon hearing this, the carriage shop owner froze, his lips trembling as he looked outside at the gaunt young men who, despite lacking medicinal herbs for nourishment, were still striving to stand firm and strengthen their bodies. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying with difficulty, "I understand." He didn't ask what would happen to these orphans and widows after Ahong had cut ties with them. Even if they knew they had been abandoned, they harbored no resentment toward Ahong. Helping was a matter of honor, not helping was also understandable, and no one could blame them. "Here, take this money. It should be enough for them to live on for several years." Fong Yu sighed, pushing the thick stack of $100 silver notes toward him, then pulled out 2 gold bars. "This is all the funds I can access. Take it all. If it's not enough, come find me, and I'll figure something out. Just try not to contact my younger disciple anymore, so the clan elders won't misunderstand that his heart still lies with the poor." "Thank you." The car shop owner took the silver dollar notes and gold bars and carefully put them away. "Can you let them stay one more day? I'll have things settled outside and then have them move out." "That's acceptable." Fong Yu nodded. After watching Fong Yu leave, the carriage shop owner sat down, looking out the window at the young men who were exhausted but still standing firmly, and smiled with satisfaction. "With these children and Ahong here, the carriage driver will surely rise again. I should go now. I'm just a wanted criminal. Staying here will only drag Ahong down. He has a bright future ahead of him. I can't let him ruin his reputation by sheltering me." The cart driver pulled out his last cigarette, one he had been saving, lit it, and smoked it slowly. Lao Lu was dead, and he had no brothers left. If it weren't for his concern for these children, he would have lost all will to live long ago. They were 7 brothers who came to Jinmen to make a living, but now only he was left. The cart drivers' guild, which had been the focus of their brothers' lifelong efforts, was now reduced to a handful of people, nearly completely destroyed. Ahong was a man of honor. Even if he had entered a prominent family, after a few years of establishing himself, he wouldn't forget the remaining children still alive. He would secretly look out for them, ensuring they could live a decent life. In 10 or 20 years, as long as one of the surviving children can cultivate inner strength, we can rebuild the cart drivers' guild, one that is recognized by the authorities and can stand in the open. After finishing his last cigarette, the cart shop owner called over a young man in his mid-20s. This was the last remaining martial artist in the cart shop, and also the son of his younger brother, his only son. "Tomorrow morning, give this to Ahong and tell him to live on. Don't think about us old men." The cart shop owner pulled out the half stem of tiger blood grass from a secret compartment and handed it to the young man. Then, he took out a long treasured band medicine, boiling blood powder, put it in his pocket, waved his hand, and walked toward the door. "I'm leaving." He hadn't told Ahong that the time for tomorrow's gamble with the Red Robe Society had actually been changed from the afternoon to the morning. The gamble was too dangerous. Ahong had a bright future ahead of him. Once he became a member of the Fong family, he could slowly find a way to obtain the powerful medicine. He couldn't risk his life with him, not even the slightest chance. This old man, who should have died long ago, could do one last thing for Ahong before leaving, risk his life to seize that half-plant of the precious medicine. It was worth it. Chapter 43, Lao Su's final, most refined killing move. After Wu Yankun left, Hui Yuanhong returned to the training room to practice the other 2 deadly techniques of the 8 extremes fist. Yanwang San Dian Shou Yanwang's 3-point hand. Menghuing Chuan Shan Fierce Tiger climbing the mountain. The Yanwang San Dian Shou consists of 3 strikes. Yanwang pats the door, Wuchang locks the throat, and Panguan points the pen. The first strike, Yanwang's knock on the door, involves striking upward with the heel of the palm, targeting the triangular area below the collarbone, causing an instant tremor in the nerves and stiffening the opponent's body. The second strike, the Reaper's throat lock, also known as the splitting palm to sever the soul, involves using the edge of the palm's little finger side to slash the neck's arteries. When exerting force, the wrist is rotated inward at a certain angle, mimicking the trajectory of a sickle. The final strike is the judge's pen, also known as the double peak piercing the ears. When a foreign boxing champion came to Tianjin to challenge the local fighters, an 8 extremes boxing master bravely accepted the challenge. He used the Yanwang San Dian Shou technique, first using a flick palm to shatter the foreign champion's sternoclavicular joint, then a chopping palm to sever the carotid artery, and finally driving the fist through the ear to deliver the fatal blow. 3 palms to kill the chief, making headlines on the front page of the newspaper. The ancestral master's annotation reads, "The 3 points are not 3 points, they represent the 3 heavenly, earthly, and human calamities. When the palm strikes, it judges life and death. A martial artist must cultivate the compassion of a bodhisattva and only then wield the fury of a vajra." After spending over 2 hours mastering this deadly technique, which normally takes months to perfect, Hui Yuanhong gained enlightenment and truly understood the ancestral master's commentary. Drawing on the sacred intent of the fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou as the foundation, and the fist intent of the overturning of heaven and earth as the form, he unleashed the Yanwang three-point hand, directly shattering the wooden dummy into 3 pieces. A killing technique is not for slaughter, but for protection, to stop violence with martial arts, to protect the path in one's heart, and to protect those one cares about. The fist holds Yama, and the heart harbors Bodhi. This is the true meaning of the Yanwang Sandian Show. The standing heavenly canon is about exerting every ounce of strength to pursue the pinnacle of power, while the Yanwang Sandian Show relies on speed, requiring almost no build-up to execute. They complement each other perfectly. Next, the final move, the fierce tiger climbing the mountain. The fierce tiger climbing the mountain technique distills the essence of Baguazhang's hard opening and hard striking. In ancient times, the founder of Bagua Quan fused Shaolin boxing with battlefield combat techniques to create this move to break through Japanese pirates' heavy armor. He used this move to enter the Shaolin Temple 3 times and break through the staff formation, earning the title of Divine Spear. The core technique involves using a palm strike to disrupt the opponent's vision, followed by an elbow strike to the chest, and finally a knee strike to break the lower limbs. After training at hundreds of times the normal speed, by midnight, Hui Yuanhong had mastered this technique. In his ordinary state, without using the caged tiger, intentional monkey technique, he engaged in a sparring session with the last remaining master of internal energy in the martial arts school. After 5 rounds, the master initially relied solely on his intent and strength, but if not for his quick reflexes, he nearly lost his life at Hui Yuanhong's hands. In the second round, the master released his strength to the mid-stage of intent and chi in harmony, believing he was ready. However, under Hui Yuanhong's 3 points of the underworld technique, he nearly had his carotid artery severed, sending a cold sweat down his back. Thus, in the subsequent rounds, the master of internal energy had no choice but to unleash his full power, reaching the peak of his internal energy just to be able to hold his own. A monster, truly a monster. At this moment, the master of the Huajin technique began to understand why Old Su, despite having retired, still insisted on secretly protecting Hui Yuanhong with his aged body, causing even those at the peak of the absolute, Huajin, and in Jin realms to dare not show their faces. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see that Old Su was truly unable to move, his entire body like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode at any moment, squeezing every last ounce of vitality from his body to prepare his final killing move. Old Su was nearing death, especially in this state of accumulated power. Had he continued to cultivate his body and mind without fighting, he might have lived another 10 years, but now he likely wouldn't even survive half a year. Moreover, this state couldn't be interrupted, only a legendary martial arts immortal could save him. However, before his body completely collapses, no one dares to face the final, ultimate attack of this peerless master at the brink of death. Even in his twilight years, he can still intimidate a pack of wolves. Especially someone like Old Su, who was once a formidable figure even among the peak-level martial artists. Even the 2 great heroes like Imo Wuji refused to take this final move, and even 3 peak-level martial artists teaming up wouldn't dare to accept it, fearing they might be dragged down by Old Su. Lao Su had already declared that anyone who dared to use hidden energy against Hui Yuanhong would be dragged along with their peak-level master to meet their end. If he doesn't know which family they belong to, he'll randomly pick one from Imo Wuji's trio to drag along. Whoever is chosen is unlucky. And under the circumstances where their chi is locked, if any of the 3 dare to flee on their own, they'll still be chased down by Lao Su's terrifying martial arts and dragged along, effectively being pinned down in Jinmen to serve as a means of balancing the other factions in Jinmen. There are too many experts below, and it's not worth the effort to kill them all. Instead, they'll directly threaten the top leaders with their lives. If anything goes wrong, they'll go after the highest-ranking officials. This madness sent chills down Imo Wuji and the others' spines. After all, even with a 3-way selection, the chances of being chosen were still high. All 3 of them were still alive, and even the oldest of them, the patriarch of the Wu family, had at least another 20 years left to live. Naturally, they didn't want to be dragged along by Lao Su, who didn't have much time left either. It was precisely because of this threat from Old Su, a ticking time bomb, that the situation in Jinmen could be maintained with some restraint. Those with only hidden or transformed internal energy dared only watch from afar. Anyone who dared to step forward would be met with a slap from Imo Wuji and his men. They feared being betrayed and killed. As for the martial artists from the various gangs, in the judgment of this master of internal energy, they are likely just being deliberately tested by Old Su to help Hui Yuanhong grow quickly, so that he can survive on his own without Old Su's protection in the future. Otherwise, even if he couldn't intervene himself, Old Su could easily threaten Imo Wuji and the others with their lives to stop them. Of course, even without Old Su's threat, those high-ranking dark chi martial artists are very cautious about their lives, and few would dare to seriously harm Li Shuxing's disciples. After all, in some ordinary small counties, you couldn't even find a single dark chi martial artist. In normal prefectural cities, dark chi practitioners are already considered martial arts masters, as rare as phoenix feathers. Their status and prestige rival those of the Hualing masters in Jinmen. Even the renowned Guangdong 10 Tigers are merely dark chi martial artists. Even in Jin Men, due to the presence of several peak-level existences standing at the pinnacle of the entire empire, and the concentration of vast resources that attract martial artists from all over the empire, dark chi martial artists are still rare. They are all influential figures with large families and fortunes, and they value their lives greatly. As for those who have mastered the transformative energy, there's no need to say more. Outside of Jin Men, they are revered as grandmasters or even great-grandmasters. They are the undisputed leaders of their respective schools. And because the transformation from Ming Jin to Dark Jin is so profound a fundamental metamorphosis, the difficulty of cultivating Dark Jin is utterly terrifying. As difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's even harder than advancing from Dark Jin to Hua Jin. After all, Hua Jin is simply refining Dark Jin to every corner of the body. Its essence is the same as Dark Jin. It's not like the transformation from Ming Jin to Dark Jin, which is a leap from ordinary mortal to extraordinary being. The probability of reaching the peak of Ming Jin and becoming Dark Chi is far lower than the probability of Dark Chi evolving into Hua Chi. The cultivation of hidden energy has 3 stages: the union of mind and intent, the union of intent and energy, and the union of energy and strength. These correspond to the 3 aspects of spirit, energy, and essence. Only by elevating all 3 can one transcend the limitations of the old body, transform from an ordinary person into an extraordinary being, and become a hidden energy martial artist or martial arts master who is respected wherever they go. The lifelong aspiration of the carriage shop owner and Lao Lu was simply to see a Dark Chi martial artist emerge from among the carriage drivers one day, recognized as a legitimate force by the authorities. With your current strength, you can already defend yourself against those from the martial arts world or gangs. Old Su commented. Mind in harmony, spirit in harmony, and strength in harmony is too long to say, so Old Su and many others prefer the simpler terms mind harmony, spirit harmony, and strength harmony. Thank you, Old Su. Thank you, Master Shin. After Old Su and the Master of Internal Energy left, Hui Yuanhong sat down and carefully reviewed his own strength. With the advantage of 2 additional minor realms, the pinnacle of Ming Jing and the pinnacle of Iha, plus the powerful fist intent cultivated from the fundamental diagram of Mount Buzhou, the ultimate techniques and killing moves of the Bagua style. Without using the tiger in a cage, monkey in the mind technique, he could already exchange blows evenly with a master of Qi harmony at the peak of the 2nd stage, meaning he could easily overwhelm those at the peak of Qi harmony from gang backgrounds. If he were to use the caged tiger, intent of the monkey technique, which rivals the forbidden art of heavenly demon disintegration, his strength and willpower would double. Even if he faced the strongest gang member at the final stage of Qi he would have a chance to kill them. By then, those gangs would truly be terrified of him and dare not challenge him again. Those orphan youths would no longer have to live in cramped, filthy conditions, huddled together in groups of 10, living in constant fear. Moreover, with a talent for absorbing medicinal power hundreds of times greater than normal, in theory, as long as the nourishing and replenishing medicines are good enough to match the consumption of the tiger of the middle realm, I can use the super limit burst technique as a regular technique. Chapter 44. There are always some things that someone must do. As early as that night upon returning, Hui Yuanhong had already sent a message through the martial arts school's channels to Fong Pingxing within the clan, asking him to help procure some high-grade tonic herbs for rapid recovery. The higher the grade, the better. The Fong family's main branch was not far from Jinmen, so by now, the reply should have arrived. Sure enough, shortly afterward, a servant from Fong Pingxing's household knocked on the door and handed him a letter. After opening it, Hui Yuanhong couldn't help but smile slightly. The medicine was here. Fong Pingxing had already arranged for the restorative tonics to be sent over, and they were the Fong family's secret transmitted formula. They should arrive at the martial arts hall by tomorrow morning. They also agreed to meet at the morning social dance to collect the medicine. No, it should be this morning. He had been practicing until midnight without even noticing. Social dance? Hui Yuanhong furrowed his brows. Although the social dance was hosted by the Fong family, it was held at the Xinxiang Martial Arts Hall, where they had borrowed a space. It would be attended by the young elites and daughters of prominent families from all over Jinmen, and the Fong family was no exception. At first, Hui Yuanhong had agreed to go and make an appearance, but after the incident with the 6th brother, he had no interest in attending such a dance party. Now, judging by Fong Pingxing's intentions, he wanted him to go and arrange the meeting place for picking up the medicine at the dance? Never mind, don't think too much about it. It's just at the martial arts hall, it won't take much time. Hui Yuanhong shook his head. As dawn approached, he needed to rest to ensure he was well rested for the day ahead. Hui Yuanhong closed the doors and windows, following the experience passed down by Lao Su. He set up a series of traps around the door and windows, then another set around the bed. He stuffed several pillows under the blankets to make it look like someone was sleeping in the bed. Though Lao Su was nearby, he still felt uneasy. After setting up all the traps available at the martial arts hall, he crawled under the bed made of solid steel, clutching his sword and gun, and fell into a deep sleep. Boom! A torrential downpour poured down, thick clouds rolled in, and a dark mass covered the sky, making the entire world tremble in the thunder. After sleeping for nearly 2 hours, Hui Yuanhong was startled awake. He first pressed his ear to the ground to listen for any sounds, then peered out from under the bed with a long spyglass. After confirming everything was clear, he silently crawled out from under the bed, avoided the traps, opened an umbrella, and stepped into the downpour. At that moment, the martial arts hall was already bustling with activity. Young men in suits and elegant young women in Western-style dresses and white gloves were being escorted by the old housekeeper, who held umbrellas over them as they entered the martial arts hall one after another, heading toward the location of the dance. Even after the sudden turn of events, a master had defected, taking nearly a third of the instructors, managers, and disciples with him. The Shinchi Martial Arts Hall remained one of the top powers in Jinmen, with Old Su, an absolute master, still in charge. Hosting such a social dance was more than within their capabilities. Under the watchful eye of an absolute peak master, one who was nearing death and in the throes of his final madness, no one dared to cause trouble, fearing they might betray the absolute peak master behind them. Under such circumstances, the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall had become the safest and most peaceful place in all of Jinmen. Everyone was smiling broadly, and regardless of any past conflicts or grudges, they were all greeting each other cordially. Hui Yuanhong, holding an umbrella, had just reached the entrance of the hall when his senior sister Fang Yu came up and handed him the suit she was holding. "Here you go, junior brother." After putting on the suit, the tall and straight-backed Hui Yuanhong walked into the hall, immediately drawing the attention of many people. After taking a few steps, a young woman from a prominent family, dressed in a Western-style dance dress and wearing white gloves, extended an invitation, but Hui Yuanhong ignored her completely, instead searching the crowd for the person sent by Fang Pingxing to deliver the medicine. Soon, he spotted a young man wearing a black lapel pin on his suit. "Hello, I'm Hui Yuanhong." Hui Yuanhong stepped forward and said, "I am Fang Shiyu. I have heard of your reputation, and it is indeed impressive." The young man smiled and shook hands with Hui Yuanhong. "Fang Shiyu?" Hui Yuanhong was taken aback. He had heard of this name before. It belonged to the first heir of the Fang family, the eldest son of the Fang clan, and also the direct descendant of the Fang family's peerless master. How could it be him delivering the medicine? "Ha, someone as talented as you, brother Hua, has a bright future ahead. My younger sister and I have been eager to meet you." Noticing Hui Yuanhong's confusion, Fang Shiyu took the initiative to explain. "Yuanhong." Beside Fang Shiyu stood a young woman with delicate makeup, trailing a long skirt. "This is my younger sister, Fang Shixin, who is also studying at the Women's Normal School in Jinmen." Fang Shiyu introduced her with a smile. "Miss Fang." Hui Yuanhong nodded slightly. Unlike Jiang Ting, the woman before him had been raised in a prominent family from a young age. Her gentle smile and the confidence and elegance cultivated by her upbringing were qualities that could not be attained through mere education. The music of the ball began to play, light and joyful, drowning out the heavy rain outside. Pairs of elegantly dressed young men and women, the cream of society, glided across the clean, bright ballroom, their hands entwined in graceful dance. The music was soft, the dance steps were pleasing to the eye, and the laughter was heartfelt. Compared to the harsh conditions in the nearby guest rooms, where over a dozen people were crammed into a single room with not even enough space for a bathroom, it was like being in two different worlds. One side was filled with song and dance, the other with silence. Hui Yuanhong took the medicine and was about to leave immediately, but Fang Shiyu, noticing his intention to depart, initiated a conversation about the cart drivers guild and the young men, hinting at his willingness to provide a certain quantity of ordinary secret potions to support their martial arts training. "Given the current situation, openly distributing medicine is inappropriate, but my Fang family can use special channels to provide a batch each month." Just as Fang Shiyu was speaking, the conversation of a few people nearby suddenly caught Hui Yuanhong's attention. "This morning when I came over, a group of people blocked the road. The housekeeper had to go and scold them before we could pass." "What bad luck! You took the same route as me? What bad luck!" "Apparently, it's a gang called the Red Robe Society, looking for trouble." "Red Robe Society?" Hui Yuanhong suddenly turned his head, looked over, then glanced at Fang Shiyu, whose smile had frozen, as if he had figured something out. "The Red Robe Society's gambling fight was actually this morning?" Hui Yuanhong suddenly asked. Fang Shiyu fell silent for a moment before saying, "Yuanhong, you have a bright future ahead of you. Why get involved in the affairs of those lowly people? Come on, as long as you no longer associate with those people from now on and publicly support the ban on martial arts for the poor, my Fang family has the power to ensure your safety for the rest of your life. Younger brother, don't meddle with those cart drivers and children anymore. Great men don't dwell on trivial matters. You have a bright future ahead of you. Sacrificing a few young men with no future, sacrificing a cart driver, to ensure your future success that is rational, that is the bigger picture. This Red Robe Society duel is a desperate gamble with time running out. There are peak-level martial artists from outside the city lurking in ambush. You can't defeat them." Senior sister Fang Yu also walked over. Looking at senior sister Fang Yu, at Fang Shiyu in his suit, at Fang Shixin with her elegant demeanor, at the bustling dance hall filled with music and laughter, Hui Yuanhong fell silent. He knew that as long as he abandoned the carriage shop owner who had once shown kindness and nurtured him when he was young, and abandoned his family, and sat here enjoying the peace and prosperity while letting the other side die. As long as he abandoned those young orphans who had become homeless because of him, and coldly watched them fall one by one without the protection of the martial arts school, being chased and killed by gangs. As long as he forgot that old Uncle Lou, who was clearly afraid of death to the extreme but risked his life for him, and forgot the look in his son's eyes. As long as he renounced his origins and stood up to speak out in support of the ban on martial arts for the poor as a token of loyalty. Wealth and honor, a bright future, a life of ease and comfort. Everything and anything. All within reach. He too could enjoy this life of debauchery and superficial happiness, become part of the greater scheme, a member of an unfalling noble family, and the very man he once looked up to as Master Hua. These things are so beautiful, so tempting. All it takes is a single thought, a few words. As long as he stays out of it, remains cold-hearted. It's too easy, far simpler than the conditions the Wu family offered. All he has to do is become a lowly trader and align himself with the aristocratic families. But, senior sister, I can't forget that I'm just a lowly peasant, a young man who spent 10 years striding in vain to even get a foothold in martial arts, a young man who watched his father grow old before his eyes yet could only deceive himself and his father with hollow lies. A commoner who, just as he was beginning to taste success, must now watch helplessly as the people he cares about and his dreams are shattered once again. I'm just a commoner, just an ordinary man who can't see the bigger picture. I only know that some things, once missed, can never be made up for. Even if I become an immortal, even if I become invincible under heaven, I can never go back. In this world there are always some things that someone must do. If there were none, then, I will. Hua Yuanhong took off his suit jacket and placed it in his senior sister's hands, speaking to her, who was still dazed. Thank you, senior sister. With a loud crash, the young man turned and charged into the downpour. He strode forward swiftly, heading back the way he had come. Chapter 45, The Man with the Umbrella. He will definitely become the ultimate, the true ultimate. Watching Hua Yuanhong's departing figure, Fang Shiyu suddenly said, "Why? I don't see anything special about him compared to the others." Fang Shixin was puzzled. You don't understand. Fang Shiyu, the first heir of the Fang family, was lost in thought, without the resolve to charge forward without hesitation, without the audacity to defy heaven even with a 3-foot-long life. How can one ever become a true peak master? The first generation of absolute masters were all like that. They blazed a trail through hardships and bloodshed with such grandeur. But now, few remember them. He did what I dared not do. I admire him. I admire him from the bottom of my heart. Fang Shiyu sighed deeply, raised his cup toward Hua Yuanhong's receding figure, drank it all in one gulp, and turned to leave. Only Fang Shixin remained, standing there in confusion. Could it be that, in his older brother's eyes, this young man of humble origins, who relied on a bit of martial arts talent and the backing of an absolute peak master to even be worthy of speaking with them, was actually more outstanding than those peak masters standing at the pinnacle of the empire, more outstanding than the pillars of the aristocratic families? Cough. Carrying his large gun, Hua Yuanhong had only been running for a short while when he spotted Old Su's figure. Old Su. Hua Yuanhong stopped in his tracks and bowed respectfully. Have you made up your mind? As long as you don't interfere with today's affairs, once the remaining people are all dead, you can completely escape your past, break free from your roots, and start anew in the aristocratic family. You have the potential to reach the pinnacle. In the future, if your descendants produce another prodigy, they could even establish a new aristocratic family. Is it really worth it to fight for these hopeless lower-class people? Old Su stood in the pouring rain, hands behind his back, hunched over, speaking slowly. The pinnacle is too far away, and the enemies are right before our eyes. Hua Yuanhong spoke quietly. I don't want to reach the pinnacle only to look back and find myself alone. Even if I'm invincible under heaven, there'll be nothing left to grasp. The pinnacle is too far away, and the enemies are right before our eyes. Lao Su repeated the words several times. The wrinkled face gradually broke into a smile filled with genuine joy. Go. Just like that night, Old Su smiled. Go with peace of mind. Do what you want to do. Youth is for recklessness. Leave no regrets. I'm old, but I'm still useful. I can protect you for a while longer. You have no need to worry about me. After speaking, he looked at Hua Yuanhong's silent gaze and couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, I will wait to see the day you become the ultimate master, invincible under heaven. I will endure until then, and perhaps one day you will have to save my life. Hua Yuanhong remained silent for a moment, then said nothing, merely bowing deeply to the old man. Then, dragging his large gun and splashing through the water, he strode away once more. He didn't know if his choice was right or wrong. But he knew that if he missed this opportunity today, even if he became the pinnacle of martial arts or a martial arts immortal in the future, he would still have regrets. He was, in truth, a very greedy person. Greedy enough to reach out with all his strength, trying to grasp every last shred of regret. Old you, you're finally here. Did you bring the medicine? In the pouring rain, the leader of the Red Robe Society spoke with a smile, while Luo Laogue held an umbrella, sheltering the two of them and another person beneath it. The medicine is here. The car shop owner didn't use an umbrella, standing in the downpour with a blank expression, pulling out a cloth bag and revealing the half-dried fake medicine inside that had been prepared earlier. Alright, you kept your word. The Red Robe Society leader smiled and also took out the half-herb in his hand. The two placed their respective large herbs under the eaves of a nearby house, then stepped back and stood their ground. This was the rule of the gamble to prevent either party from getting desperate and destroying the medicine. They had to place their medicine at a certain distance apart, then rely on their own skills to retrieve it. Boom! A torrential downpour poured down, obscuring the vision and making everything blurry. From a distance, one could only vaguely make out the outlines of figures. In an instant, the carriage owner lunged forward, his strength like a taut bowstring, his body like an arrow leaving the string, his feet racing forward, charging straight toward the half-herb held by the leader of the Red Robe sect. What's the rush? The Red Robe sect leader moved slowly, not hurrying, until the carriage shop owner was close enough. Then he shifted his body, unleashing a burst of power from his feet. As his waist and legs moved in unison, the blade sliced through the rain, striking toward the carriage shop owner. He had absolute confidence that, with the covert support of a certain faction, he had already reached the Chihi stage, while the carriage shop owner was merely at the Ihi stage. He was certain he could force the other back with a single strike. Among their gang members, many still referred to mind-body union, spirit-body union, and power-body union as mind-body union, spirit-body union, and power-body union. Get out of here! The car dealership owner roared, his once plump body suddenly slimming down, launching himself forward like a cannonball. He completely ignored the Red Robe sect leader's strike, his eyes bloodshot from the boiling blood caused by the boiling blood scatter technique. He charged forward with a brutal Iron Mountain collision, holding his long sword upside down to tear through the rain and stab at the Red Robe sect leader. Clang! Seeing this reckless attack, the Red Robe sect leader's expression changed, and he had no choice but to draw his sword to defend himself. SSSHH. The two blades clashed, sparks flying, and the intense friction produced a piercing sound. The Red Robe sect leader was also forced to take a step back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the car shop owner planted his feet on the ground, his plump body springing upward with surprising agility. He leaped over the Red Robe sect leader and charged straight toward the half-grown medicinal plant. Luo Laogue and the deputy leader of the Red Robe Society, seeing this scene, dared not confront him head-on. Their strength was far inferior to that of the car shop owner in his normal state, and they were merely supporting the Red Robe Society leader. If they dared to block the car dealership owner, who was currently in a frenzy after consuming the boiling blood powder, they might be cut down in a single stroke. It's here! It's here! The medicine is in my hands. As he rushed forward, he looked at the half-stem of the elixir in his hands, touched it a few times to confirm its authenticity, and the car dealership boss was overjoyed. He quickly stuffed it into the medicine box he had prepared earlier. In truth, with his deep cultivation, he had already reached the second stage of cultivating hidden energy, Chi. However, his previous martial arts training was too crude, and without medicinal herbs to nourish his body, he had injured himself, forcing him to stagnate at the peak of Ihi. However, after obtaining the medicine from the Fong family, he had compensated for the internal injuries caused by his previous neglect of nourishment, and had successfully entered the Chihi stage. At that moment, under the effects of the boiling blood powder, combined with his reckless fighting style, he broke through the three leaders of the Red Robe Society in an instant and seized the half-root of the precious herb. Let's go! Hurry up! The carriage driver was well aware that his true opponent was not the Red Robe sect leader and his men. He didn't even consider them worthy opponents. With his ferocious fighting style, had it not been for the medicine, he could have easily killed the three leaders of the Red Robe Society even after breaking through to the Chihi realm. But he couldn't afford to linger or waste energy. He had to remain vigilant for other hidden experts from rival gangs lurking in the shadows. Not a moment could be wasted. He had to break out immediately. He would rather die than fail to deliver the medicine. With his Chihi strength, combined with the boiling blood powder, he still had some confidence. Otherwise, if he knew there was no hope, he wouldn't have come here to die foolishly. As long as I can deliver the medicine to the martial arts hall, it will be worth it. The carriage driver sped away frantically, his blood boiling and surging wildly, burning hot and scalding. Faster! Faster! Even faster! Just as he was about to break out of this area. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the air. A figure emerged from beneath the eaves, a long sword in hand, driven by a powerful force that sliced through the rain with a piercing whistle. With a single strike, the car dealership owner's knife was sent flying. Another kick sent the car shop owner's plump body flying through the air with a dull thud, shattering several ribs. Powerful. The man who emerged from under the eaves was simply too powerful. In just a single exchange, he had utterly defeated the car shop owner, who had already gathered his chi and consumed the boiling blood powder. Ah! The car shop owner screamed, his face contorted in agony from the broken ribs, but his body didn't dare to linger for a moment. As he hit the ground, he erupted with force again, flipping himself up and leaping into the air, changing direction and nearly sprinting away. Break out! We must break out! We must deliver the medicine to the martial arts school. The car dealership owner was nearly mad with desperation, fleeing frantically. Unfortunately, just as he reached the corner, another figure emerged, wielding a long staff that sliced through the rain like a whirlwind, sending him flying backward once more. With a loud thud, the car shop owner's plump body crashed into a puddle, rolling around in a heap for several seconds before finally managing to dissipate the impact and create some distance between himself and the stick-wielding expert. However, at this point, he had been struck so hard that his strength was scattered, and he couldn't catch his breath. Even his medicine box had fallen to the ground. The two who had appeared were terrifying in both strength and fighting style. They were so strong it was beyond belief he couldn't possibly match them. Even fighting for his life, he couldn't break free. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of feet stomping through puddles echoed from multiple directions simultaneously. Shadowy figures flickered in the downpour, their faces obscured by various masks, resembling demons. Watching the demons and monsters in the rain, the car shop owner propped himself up with his elbows, trying to get to his feet. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he couldn't muster the strength, still gasping for breath from the blow. He couldn't even crawl anymore. It was over. The car shop owner hung his head in despair, watching the rain fall, creating one puddle after another. He didn't regret his impending death. Only regret. His final desperate attempt had failed. He hadn't been able to get the medicine for Ah Hong. Splash! Just then, the car shop owner suddenly froze, realizing that the rain had stopped hitting him. The rain had stopped. The car shop owner looked up and saw the young man leaping down from the eaves, opening a large umbrella, and handing it over, blocking the pouring rain outside. Take it. From here on, I'll handle it. The man holding the umbrella, with a large gun on his back, strode forward swiftly, charging toward the demons and monsters approaching him. Chapter 46, A Fist's Length Holds Divine Power. The underworld is held in check by the 9 springs. Thud. 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 Looking at the few experts from the north who were closest to him, Hui Yuanhong remained calm, but a hint of madness flickered in the depths of his eyes. As his mind moved, the tiger's intent within him erupted, and his entire body's strength and vital energy surged forth like an endless volcano. As his body arched, his spine stretched like a great dragon, and he charged forward like a tiger breaking free from its cage. Crack! 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 His feet wildly crossed and stomped, sending water flying everywhere as he instantly covered 5 steps, closing in on the expert wielding the long staff. Kill! The great spear in his hand was thrust forward with the power of the standing heavenly cannon technique, carrying explosive force that tore through the rain in front of him, leaving a clear spiral trail in its wake, charging relentlessly toward the spear-wielding expert. Roar! The staff-wielding expert roared in anger, charging forward with all his might. His hair stood on end as the staff, driven by the peak of his chi and momentum, disregarded the spear thrust by Hui Yuanhong, striking toward his head with a ferocious and reckless force. This was the fatal strike of a peak-level martial artist who had consumed the boiling blood powder, a desperate attack with no holds barred, leaving no room for mercy. Even in the final stages of their strength, they dared not confront it head-on. The staff-wielding expert aimed to force Hui Yuanhong to withdraw his spear and defend himself with this desperate strike. This counterattack demonstrated the expert's unparalleled ruthlessness and decisiveness in long-range weapon combat, truly remarkable. But Hui Yuanhong's reaction was too fast. Under the influence of the caged tiger, monkey in the cage technique, which doubled his willpower, his perception of the 3 steps around him had reached an unimaginable level. The stick-wielding expert's movements and trajectory as he swung the stick were already clearly imprinted in his mind. He twisted his feet, moving as smoothly as if he were stepping through mud, and his body suddenly shifted sideways, allowing the fierce strike to whistle past his shoulder, leaving only a slight ripple on his clothes, without causing a single scratch. At the same time, the spear he had thrust forward did not retreat. As his body shifted sideways, he twisted his wrist and continued to thrust toward the staff-wielding expert. No! In the terrified eyes of the stick-wielding master, the spear pierced through his chest, passing through his body, with a trickle of blood flowing down the spear tip. 1 strike, 1 kill. At that moment, the man on the right also charged forward, his face twisted with cruelty, swinging his long sword toward Hui Yuanhong's shoulder. In that split second, the spear had just pierced the chest and hadn't been withdrawn yet. According to conventional wisdom, this was the moment when the spear wielder was most vulnerable. This was a judgment made by the swordsman, who relied on his extensive combat experience and had previously taken advantage of such moments to kill 3 spear masters at the Chihi stage. However, this time, he had encountered Hui Yuanhong. A swift kick. Boom! Hui Yuanhong's toes darted out like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, striking the blade-wielding swordsman's shinbone with a sudden kick. This shattered his lower body's balance, causing him to lose his footing and tilt downward. The long sword in his hand also tilted with his body, grazing Hui Yuanhong's shoulder as it swayed slightly, landing in the air. Then, Under the knife-wielding man's terrified gaze, Wei Yuanhong raised his palm, fingers clenched together like a sharp sickle, and struck the exposed vital point on the man's neck with all his might. The 3 points of the underworld. Second move, palm slash to sever the soul. With Hui Yuanhong's mastery of the technique, he no longer confined himself to the complete 3-move sequence. He could effortlessly break down the 3 moves: Yanwang's knock on the door, Wu Chang's throat lock, and Pan Guan's pointing pen, and use them as individual techniques. Crack! Amidst the sound of heavy rain, the cracking of broken neck bones echoed, and in the dagger-wielding man's horrified expression, Hui Yuanhong directly severed his carotid artery and neck bones with a palm strike. Second kill. Before the body even hit the ground, Hui Yuanhong twisted his body again, grabbed the long gun with his other hand, pulled it back, and swung it upward like a staff. Crack! The man who had jumped down from the roof to attack was struck hard in the waist by the gun, his body nearly folded in half, spitting blood as he flew backward. He was clearly beyond saving. In a single breath, 3 were killed. The rain poured down relentlessly. Hui Yuanhong continued to perform his embracing and crushing walking technique. Just as one step was about to land, he suddenly shifted sideways. Put! Dirt flew everywhere, revealing that the ground where he had been about to land had been suddenly torn open. 3 assassins hiding beneath the earth emerged simultaneously and lunged forward to attack. These 3 assassins' stealth skills were truly remarkable. The soil they had disguised themselves in was nearly flawless. If Hui Yuanhong had stepped on it and sunk in, he would have been surrounded by their short blades, and even a master of combined strength would have been doomed. Unfortunately, Hui Yuanhong's mastery of the technique was too profound, especially in this rainy, muddy environment, which was particularly suited for the technique's application. With each step he took, the front part of his foot was a feint, while the back part served as the center of gravity. The moment he sensed any unusual movement at his next landing point, he could instantly retract his front foot and shift sideways. Clang! Hui Yuanhong flickered his wrist, spinning his gun handle through the rain, striking one of the men in the chest and sending him flying. The horizontally rotating gun but also blocked the paths of the other 2 short blades, producing clanging sounds. Long-range guns for distance, close combat with the gun barrel. Before the 2 could draw their swords to strike again, Hui Yuanhong suddenly released the gun, using an unimaginable angle to pass through the gun handle and short blades, tightly wrapping the wrists, forearms, and guns of the 2 men holding the short blades in front of him. 8 Extreme Small Wrap. As the first technique of the world's greatest grappling art, it was used here to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, instantly subduing 2 assassins at once. Instantly. Bending his knees slightly, he straightened them abruptly, unleashing a powerful force that forced the 2 men to retreat involuntarily. Retreat! Retreating all the way back. Amidst the splashing water, the 2 were held up by Hui Yuanhong, whose strength had doubled, using his long gun and wrapped hands, stumbling backward 5 or 6 steps before their backs collided heavily with the wall, leaving them unable to catch their breath for a moment. Then, amid the downpour, a dull thud echoed. Hui Yuanhong stomped his foot down with all his might, sending the mud beneath him flying. As his feet ground into the ground, a colossal force erupted, crashing into their spines and combining with the force erupting from his waist and hips, creating a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. This made the 2 punches Hui Yuanhong delivered as fierce and swift as cannonballs fired from a barrel. Stomping the ground to shake the mountains and rivers. Standing firm to pierce the heavens. Under the horrified gazes of the 2 assassins, the 2 cannon punches shattered their arms like broken branches, crashing heavily into their chests. Crack! Crack! Their chests caved in. Blood spurted wildly. Even the earthen wall they were leaning against shook violently, cracking like a spider web. Double kill. After dispatching the 2, Hui Yuanhong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His spine twisted like a great dragon, channeling his entire body's power. His arms lashed out like steel whips, breaking through the downpour and striking toward the rear. Crack! With a single flick of his wrist, he sent the pursuing martial arts expert flying backward, his skull ringing, and the punch he had been about to throw involuntarily relaxed. Taking advantage of this opening, Hui Yuanhong's other hand swept through the rain like a fan, slapping down on the hardened expert's vulnerable face. Crack! The sound of shattered facial bones echoed in the downpour as the fierce, domineering force surged from his palm, crashing into the martial artist's face. He then grabbed hold and slammed it downward with all his might. Boom! This hardened martial artist, renowned for his ability to withstand blows, was sent crashing to the ground by Hui Yuanhong's single strike, landing face first in the mud and unable to rise. Done. The rain continued to pour, but there was no one else nearby. A terrifying figure, resembling a god or a demon, emerged from the rain, dragging a large gun, and approached the car shop owner, who was just catching his breath. Today, I'm taking him with me. Let's see who can stop me. Chapter 47, The Lonely Hero Swimming Against the Tide. I've already said it, those above the Dark Chi realm are not to intervene. Looking at the 3 men led by Mo Wuji approaching together, Old Su spoke calmly. Those few are outsiders with Dark Chi, they're not under our jurisdiction. You can't just treat everyone as our own. Mo Wuji said in a deep voice. Have you had enough of living? Old Su looked at him. Old Su, you don't need to scare people. Zhuan Shouyuan, the master of the transformed energy who had betrayed the martial arts school, stepped forward. I know you're not brave enough to die. If you die, the people from the Divine Gun Martial Arts School will no longer have the protection of the Supreme Guard. What do those fools have to do with me? Lao Su said indifferently, the only one I'm protecting is Hui Yuanhong. The rest of those fools can die for all I care. Zhuan Shouyuan's pupils contracted slightly. You see, after Li Shuxing became an absolute peak martial artist, Lao Su, as the guardian of the Bagua style, had effectively retired. Originally, in their eyes, Old Su had voluntarily entered that uninterruptible power-building state to protect the martial arts school, with Hui Yuanhong merely being a side note. But now it seemed that what Lao Su truly sought to protect was only Hui Yuanhong? Not those few geniuses who had already reached the hidden energy stage, the backbone of the martial arts school? Zhuan Shouyuan found this hard to comprehend. Even if they were geniuses, it would take countless years for them to grow, and they might not even survive the upcoming upheaval. Was it really worth such concern? But he can't kill them. Zhuan Shouyuan spoke calmly, there's a group of them with harmonized intent and energy. Even if he's as skilled as he claims, can he kill one with harmonized intent? Or two? Wealth and glory are tempting, and so is the elixir. Under Zhuan Shouyuan's deliberate leaks, a significant number of skilled fighters from other regions had already arrived. Some of them, who had trained without proper nourishment and had developed complications, were on their deathbeds and relied solely on the elixir to stay alive. In such a situation, no matter who they were targeting, these men would have little to fear. Whether they can be killed or not is their own business, but whether there are hidden forces involved is my responsibility. As I said before, if we fight on equal terms, life and death are predestined. I won't interfere. Old Su spoke indifferently. Oh, what does same level mean in your case, Old Su? Wu Yankun, standing behind the old patriarch of the Wu family, suddenly spoke up. Anything below hidden energy is considered the same level. Upon hearing Old Su's words, Wu Yankun immediately broke into a smile. So that means Li He is also considered the same level? Of course. At the Li He stage, one is just a step away from becoming a martial arts master and has already begun to cherish life. Unlike Yi He and Shi He, who are easier to tempt. Now, finding another Li He practitioner willing to help on short notice was too late, but he remembered that there was a Li He practitioner's illegitimate son attending the dance, and it was the perfect opportunity. This illegitimate son was the result of his youthful affair with a dancer. Though he wasn't recognized by the family due to his background, his extraordinary talent allowed him to enter the Li He stage at just 19, earning Wu Yankun's favor. Anyway, he is not officially part of the Wu family, so it doesn't matter if we act against him. Even if we can't eliminate Hui Yuanhong, we'll make him watch the person he cares about die, shattering his mind. Wu Yankun smiled faintly. Li Shuxing and Old Su were no big deal, but a mere insignificant crawler who had only formed an alliance with him dared to oppose him? It was laughable. There was no need for him to act personally. Sending his own illegitimate son would be enough to destroy everything the other party cared about. As for whether he might end up losing his own son in the process, Wu Yankun shook his head and dismissed the fleeting thought. With strength surpassing an entire major stage, attacking a mere mind-linked creature with a group of people if they could still be killed in return, that would be utterly absurd. Besides, he would arrange for a martial arts expert to blend in. They wouldn't need to intervene. Their role was to watch and rescue his son at the critical moment. This way, there wouldn't be any accidents. Are you saying you want me to intervene? In a secluded courtyard not far from the dance hall, the patriarch of the Feng family sat quietly, eyes closed in meditation. That's right. Although Su Lao is formidable, he's too old to intervene in time to save his life. I hope that in a critical moment, great-grandfather can step in and save Hui Yuanhong once. Feng Shiyu said respectfully. Reason? The old man remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, not even opening his eyes. Because. Feng Shiyu paused briefly, gauging his tone before speaking solemnly. I believe that if Hui Yuanhong survives, he may one day reach the pinnacle of martial arts, perhaps even becoming the first-generation pinnacle, a true master with the grandeur and vision to lead others. Such a genius should not die at the hands of those who are merely compatible in intent or energy. Oh? Upon hearing this, the old man finally opened his eyes and looked deeply at his most beloved great-grandson. The first-generation absolute peak. Do you understand what that means? In the current world, behind every top-tier clan stands an absolute peak expert, but these are almost all cultivated through vast resources and the accumulated experience of predecessors. Compared to the first-generation absolute peaks who forged their way through hardships, they are like flowers in a greenhouse, beautiful but useless. True absolute peaks, without exception, have all fought their way to the top. They possess the grandeur to charge forward undeterred by thousands, and an unshakable belief. But such absolute peaks are too few and far between. Across the entire Tianqiao Empire, there are only a handful of such individuals: Li Shuxing, the top expert of the aristocratic alliance, and the leader of the Xingwu alliance. Any one of them possesses the strength to sweep aside an entire group of ordinary peak-level masters. Li Shuxing dares to split the aristocratic alliance using his influence and still live comfortably, and the leader of the Xingwu alliance dares to rally a lowly faction to oppose the aristocratic alliance. It's because they are the only true peak masters in the world, having fought their way to the top step by step, just like the first generation of peak masters. Old Su can also be considered half a true peak master. Back when Li Shuxing hadn't yet risen to power, he single-handedly upheld the 8 Extremes lineage and withstood countless storms. However, he is now simply too old to be counted among them. I understand. That's precisely why we need to save Huayuanhong. If we truly cannot cultivate a martial immortal in the future, having one more true peak-level expert means one more crucial force. You have such high hopes for him? The old man furrowed his brows. When he discussed this with Li Shuxing in the past, Li Shuxing had already held high hopes for this disciple, believing that with enough time, he might even have a chance to compete for the title of martial immortal. But unfortunately, he started too late to catch up with this unprecedented great upheaval. Even if he were a true martial immortal seed, it would take countless years to mature far too late. Therefore, the old man hadn't paid much attention to this young man. But he never expected that his favorite great-grandson, the next head of the Fong family, would receive such high praise after meeting Huayuanhong. Though not as extravagant as Li Shuxing, having the potential to become a true peak master is still an extraordinary talent. But you're too young, you don't understand what true peak-level cultivation truly means. The old man shook his head, believing that his great-grandson was too preoccupied with trivial matters and had little exposure to true prodigies, hence his ignorance of what true prodigies truly look like. He must arrange for his great-grandson to spend more time with prodigies like Wu Yuanchu. Moreover, if he intervened now, the upcoming autumn hunt would be held prematurely, and the Wu family would certainly have their prodigy at the peak of the Li He realm, Wu Yankun's eldest son, to block the young generation of the Fong family, causing the Fong family's ranking in the autumn hunt to drop and suffer immense losses. The implications of this are too great. To save a young man with whom I share a connection, it's not worth it. As time ticked away, Fong Shiyu's heart grew heavier. He knew all too well how many intent harmony and chi harmony experts were outside. Though those at the peak of the Li He realm, who were about to enter the dark chi realm, should be cautious and unlikely to get involved, so many intent harmony and chi harmony experts attacking together could easily surround and kill an intent harmony expert. If we delay any further, it will be too late. Great-grandfather, I am willing to use my first-in-line heir's request for assistance. Please intervene. Fong Shiyu clenched his teeth and spoke in a firm voice. A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. As the first-in-line heir of the Fong family, he had one chance to request his intervention, but it was a one-time opportunity. Once used, it was gone forever. This was a chance to summon the pinnacle of power, and he was willing to use it for a mere child? Are you sure you've thought this through? The old man said indifferently. I've thought it through. Fong Shiyu said with certainty. The old man furrowed his brows and shook his head slightly. Well, let it be a lesson for my great-grandson. When he encounters trouble in the future and cannot rely on me, he will naturally realize his mistake and understand that he should not have wasted such a precious opportunity at this moment. I will spare his life. The old man stood up and walked toward the door. On the street, Huayuanhong was carrying the carriage owner on his back, sprinting at full speed. Behind them, figures darted in and out, some scaling walls, others closing in rapidly. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter. This way. At the corner ahead, a man suddenly pulled a rickshaw and charged out. It was the last remaining martial artist from the cart shop. Take him away. Huayuanhong placed the bike shop owner on the rickshaw, turned around, and looked back at the enemies chasing them. The martial artist hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and without wasting any time, pulled the man and fled. Watching the rickshaw disappear, Huayuanhong picked up a monkey mask from the empty mask stall beside him and put it on his face. The heavy rain pounded down, sounding like countless people beating drums and gongs, turning the area into a chaotic stage. One after another, demons and monsters wearing green-faced, fanged masks charged toward them. After swallowing the last packet of restorative medicine, feeling the energy that had already surged within him from the earlier sprint, Huayuanhong, with the monkey mask still on his face, smiled. Come on, let me see how many of you I can kill today. Facing the skilled fighters closing in from all directions, he held a large spear on his back and strode forward with lightning speed. With each step, his aura surged upward, like a demon lord descending from the mountains, with nothing but pure intent to kill in his heart. Charge! Charge! Charge again! Alone against the tide, he used his gun as a staff, fiercely striking at the demons and monsters swarming the sky. Chapter 48, Total Annihilation. Crack! A single strike swept through the air, sending the demon wielding a sword above him flying backward, his shoulders shattered and his sword flying out of his hands. Boom! As he faced the swarm of demons and monsters closing in, Huayuanhong felt an unprecedented calmness in his mind. At this moment, he had completely unleashed the demon within his heart, resembling a chaotic demon ape breaking free from a mountain, yet deep in his eyes, he remained utterly, clearly discerning the movements and trajectories of his enemies. Internally, the sacred intent cultivated from the fundamental map of Mount Buzhou controlled the entire situation, while externally, the fierce madness of a tiger in a cage and a monkey in the wild erupted, igniting his blood and energy. Divine and demonic energies twisted together in an eerie dance, making Hui Yuanhong stronger than ever before. Whoosh! The Six Harmonies' great spear in his hands, wrapped in an unimaginable force, unleashed the power of the top hard elbow technique, spiraling through the hardwood shield held by the expert before him, piercing his chest. Instantly, his feet sink into the ground like the roots of an ancient tree, his hips twist with force, propelling his hands gripping the spear that has pierced the chest to swing violently. He directly lifted the shield-wielding expert into the air, smashing him like a giant hammer, knocking over 4 or 5 people nearby and sweeping away several hidden weapons fired from the shadows. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he saw 2 sword-wielding experts charging toward him from the side, Hui Yuanhong blocked their long swords with his spear, then he burst forward, unleashing 2 punches like cannonballs. The explosive force erupted from the tips of his fists, tearing through the cotton armor of the 2 sword-wielding masters and slamming heavily into their chests. Overwhelming arrogance. Forcing open the gate. 2 decisive punches struck the 2 sword-wielding experts, sending them flying backward, spitting blood. Kill. Looking at the remaining enemies, Hui Yuanhong shook his large spear, his blood boiling like a cauldron, and charged forward with lightning speed. Thrust. Lunge. Break. Smash. Wrap. Block. He executed these basic techniques with such mastery that they seemed to return to their purest form. Grand sweeps, fierce strikes, and brutal thrusts. A series of domineering spear shadows danced through the air, sending enemies flying, being struck down, and pierced through. The true essence of Bagua Quan lies in advancing when the enemy retreats and advancing even more when the enemy advances. The focus is on being domineering and aggressive. Attack is the best defense. As long as you fight fiercely and relentlessly, leaving your opponent gasping for breath, there's no need to worry about defense. Whoosh! Just then, a dagger suddenly stabbed out from behind the fallen expert. It was a man who bore a striking resemblance to Wu Yankun, holding a dagger in his hand. He emerged suddenly from behind the fallen man and lunged toward Hui Yuanhong's face. From this move alone, it was clear that this man was ruthless, using others as human shields to cover his own movements and close in. At that moment, Hui Yuanhong had just finished his burst of power and was about to take a breath. An attack at that moment would have been impossible for even a seasoned fighter to dodge. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Hui Yuanhong, who had mastered the Yangqiu step to the point of perfection. In the blink of an eye, using his rear foot and knee as a center of gravity, he exerted a sinking force, causing his lower body to drop downward. His upper body followed suit, tilting backward, and his head turned slightly, allowing the cold dagger to slice past his face mask. Instantly, Hui Yuanhong straightened his waist and back, propelling his upper body upward with a sudden burst of force. His palm crossed paths with the man's arm holding the dagger, like a venomous dragon darting through the air at an impossible angle, striking the man's face. Next. Push off with your feet. Push off. Push off again. His body surged forward, leaping into the air like a dragon soaring through the sea, his wrists tensing as he yanked with all his might. Caught off guard, the man holding the dagger was nearly lifted off his feet, his upper body suspended in the air. Grabbed by the jaw and face, he was dragged along the ground, his feet struggling to dig 2 deep gashes into the earth, yet he could not stop his momentum. He crashed horizontally into the alley wall behind him, sending a cloud of dust flying. Boom! Just as the man collided with the wall, Hui Yuanhong's elbow slammed downward, striking the man's chest with such force that his ribs shattered into pieces, and his chest caved in. In the blink of an eye, this final opponent, who bore a striking resemblance to Wu Yankun, was ruthlessly killed by Hui Yuanhong with thunderous force. Stop! Not far away, an old man rushed forward in a fit of rage, but he had been forced to stay slightly farther back earlier to avoid interfering with Wu Yankun's illegitimate son, who was hiding behind others. He had thought that with the strength of Wu Yankun's illegitimate son, even if he couldn't win, he could at least hold on for a few moves and escape, so he hadn't been too worried. Little did he expect that Hui Yuanhong would strike with such ruthless ferocity, using a palm strike so precise and powerful that it shattered the illegitimate son's face, delivering a fatal blow. The old man rushed over frantically, but it was too late to save him. How could someone so young be so ruthless? I must report this to the Martial Arts Association. At that moment, the old man was filled with anger and hatred, glaring fiercely at Hui Yuanhong, intending to go back and report him to the elders of the Martial Arts Association, accusing Hui Yuanhong of having a cruel heart, lacking martial virtue, and being unfit for martial arts. His martial arts should be revoked to prevent him from committing such cruel acts again. Who are you, old fool? Hui Yuanhong's gaze was fierce as he strode forward swiftly. The force from his stomping feet surged upward, colliding with his spine, then coursing through his arms, ultimately converging at the tip of his elbow. There, it erupted as the most brutal, most domineering yang energy, striking out with unmatched ferocity. Stop! I am from the Martial Arts Association. Boom! The old man's face turned pale. As he raised his arms to block the attack, he hurriedly revealed his identity, but before he could finish speaking, he was struck by the peak of the attack. It felt as though he had been pierced by a 6-foot-long spear. Even with his arms crossed, he couldn't withstand the immense force of the strike. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of shattered bones echoed as the old man's arms, hardened through decades of training, were shattered by the focused force concentrated into a single point. Paying the price of a broken arm, he barely managed to nullify most of the force, but his chest still felt numb. Get down! Hua Yuanhong's elbow pressed against the old man's chest, and his feet stomped the ground repeatedly, unleashing a series of explosive bursts that shattered the muddy ground, generating a fierce force that propelled his entire body forward. Forward! Constantly forward! Charging forward with unstoppable force, he forced the old man's feet to plow deep furrows into the ground, yet he still couldn't halt his retreating form. With a thunderous crash, he collided with a mud wall, shattering it with the impact, finally coming to a halt. Stop! I'm a martial artist. The old man tried to use his status to intimidate him, but at that moment, Hua Yuanhong was completely engrossed in the fight and paid no heed to such nonsense. His mind was focused solely on eliminating all these pests. His knees bent slightly, then suddenly straightened, unleashing a fierce force that sent him crashing into the old man's chest. The impact broke through the earthen wall behind him, sending him flying backward, coughing up blood as he crashed heavily onto the ground, motionless. Boom! A thunderclap split the thick, dark clouds, and the brief flash of light illuminated the terrifying scene in the alley. Bodies lay scattered in every direction, with only the figure wearing the monkey mask remaining, calmly drawing his large gun. In just a few breaths, so many powerful practitioners of Yi-He, Shi-He, and even 2 late-stage Li-He masters were completely annihilated. Only Hua Yuanhong remained standing in the downpour, shaking the rain from his clothes before turning and striding away without looking back. Calculating the time, it should be about right. Wu Yankun smiled. With Old Su around, he couldn't kill Hua Yuanhong right away, but he could beat him into a pulp, watching helplessly as the person he cared about died. That kind of frustration, that kind of pain, even if it didn't shatter one's mind, could still cause mental issues. When practicing internal energy, it might prevent one from mastering light techniques, or worse, lead to serious injuries. Soon, someone rushed over to report the news. How is it? Is Hua Yuanhong severely injured and on the brink of death, filled with grief? Wu Yankun said with a faint smile. Chapter 49, Wu Yankun's Rage. The astonishing appearance of the Feng family's ancestor. Wu Yankun smiled, raised his wine cup, and toasted the heavy rain outside, intending to drink it all in one go while in a good mood. No, no. The messenger knelt on the ground, his face pale, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fearing that he might be struck dead by Wu Yankun's furious slap. What are you panicking about? Speak! Wu Yankun snapped, sensing something was amiss, and paused slightly with the wineglass in his hand. Master is gone. The messenger's voice trembled as he spoke. Gone? What? Buzz. Wu Yankun was instantly stunned, his head buzzing, unable to react for a moment. Gone? What's gone? The young master, his son is gone? Wu Yankun felt a sudden dizziness. Though he was wild and brutal, even willing to risk his own life as a bargaining chip, he still cared deeply about the continuation of his bloodline. Even his illegitimate son had been entrusted with high hopes, expected to grow into a master through countless battles, becoming the most reliable right-hand man to the legitimate heir. Yet, he couldn't even handle a mere Yi-He, let alone follow a group of people to surround and attack a Yi-He. It wasn't even a proper trial, and he's dead. Who? Who killed him? Where is the person from the martial arts sect? What are they doing? Wu Yankun's voice was cold and harsh. His first thought was that his rivals had secretly struck, killing his illegitimate son. It was Hua Yuanhong. He broke out and not only killed the young master, but also the enforcers of the martial arts clan. All of them were killed by Hua Yuanhong. The messenger's words were like a thunderclap, leaving Wu Yankun completely speechless. Hua Yuanhong. His son, a Li-He, had been killed by a mere Yi-He? In a way, he could even be considered to have been killed by his own hand? After a long moment of silence, Wu Yankun trembled as he gripped the wine cup. Thinking of his son, whom he had secretly nurtured for so long, now dead and killed by his own hand, his heart felt like it was bleeding. Get out! The messenger hurriedly bowed and retreated, just as the door closed, only to hear the sound of objects crashing to the ground, followed by the loud thud of overturned furniture, and heavy breathing. After venting his anger for a while, the room finally fell silent, and Wu Yankun's voice rang out again. Come in. The subordinate cautiously pushed open the door and saw Wu Yankun sitting expressionlessly on the throne chair, his gaze dark and unfocused, lost in thought. When is the autumn hunt? It's been moved up to the evening of the day after tomorrow. The subordinate replied respectfully. Normally, the autumn hunt takes place in September, but due to a recent dispute over the ownership of a batch of medicinal herbs produced in a certain region, including a top-tier herb capable of extending life, many peak-level cultivators have become interested. Not only were the aristocratic families in the Xingwu alliance engaged in constant conflict, but the major aristocratic families were also in heated disputes within their own ranks. With neither side willing to intervene prematurely, it was decided to advance the autumn hunt, holding it 2 days from now. The competition will be between the Xingwu Alliance and young members from various clans who have not yet reached the Dark Qi realm, with their performance determining the allocation of resources among the various factions. Forget about the rest, that longevity-extending medicine must not fall into the hands of the Xingwu Alliance. Otherwise, if they give it to the Su family, allowing him to live longer, it would be a major headache. The old patriarch has already noticed that the old Su is in worse condition than expected. Forget about half a year without the life-extending elixir, he might not even last half a month. Hua Yuanhong is nothing. Once that old man is dead, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. After a moment's thought, Wu Yankun suppressed his anger over the loss of his son and began preparing for the autumn hunt. How is Jinghao's preparation coming along? The eldest young master has mastered that formidable fighting technique. Even a master of the Hua Jin power transformation realm had to exert considerable effort to suppress him. Last night, the eldest young master sparred with a master of the Injin hidden power realm. Without using his Injin, the eldest young master held his ground for 30 moves. Such astonishing strength will undoubtedly allow him to sweep the field at the autumn hunt. That's good. Have Jinghao prepare thoroughly. If he needs anything, just let me know. Wu Jinghao is his most cherished legitimate son, the only one with any promise. He truly holds great expectations for him. At such a young age, he has already nearly mastered the Li He stage, and even reached near perfection during the Yi He stage. Though he hasn't achieved the pseudo-perfection like Wu Yuanshu, combining two near-perfection levels still places him a minor realm above other Li He peak practitioners. Combined with the top-tier fighting technique he had recently mastered, he was unmatched in the realm of hidden energy. In the upcoming autumn hunt, according to the rules, only young disciples who have not yet reached the Dark Qi realm are allowed to participate. Wu Jinghao is the ace of the Wu family, and he must outshine his peers to secure enormous benefits for the Wu family. His illegitimate son is dead, but fortunately, his most promising legitimate son is still alive. He must not let anything else go wrong. He must prepare more contingency plans to ensure everything goes smoothly. Great-grandfather? Fang Shiyu looked on in confusion. His great-grandfather had only just left, yet he had already returned. It's over. Hua Yuanhong broke out on his own. The tone of Fang Judian carried a hint of admiration. When he arrived, he witnessed Hua Yuanhong swallowing a packet of unknown medicine, then charging out with a large gun on his back, followed by the swift, ruthless, and decisive battle that ensued. This young man is impressive, quite impressive. Fang Judian said sincerely. Despite the fact that Hua Yuanhong's body was nearly boiling with blood at the time, it was either the heavenly demon disintegration technique or he had consumed a drug similar to the boiling blood powder. No, it couldn't be the heavenly demon disintegration technique, which leaves one either dead or crippled. It must have been that packet of medicine he swallowed, a banned drug similar to boiling blood powder, and likely the top-tier version made from rare and precious ingredients. Of course, even with the medicine, being able to single-handedly crush so many higher-tiered experts with such overwhelming force was already astonishing. Especially his effortless, back-to-basics combat style truly revealed the aura of an absolute peak master, as if he had suppressed his power to the pinnacle of the Yi He stage. To be precise, it should be an absolute peak master whose intent harmony is nearly perfect. Judging from the strength Hua Yuanhong displayed, he was not only a hair's breadth away from the true pinnacle of the Ming Jin stage, but also a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of the intent harmony stage. Such talent is truly astonishing, and it's no wonder that his own great-grandson holds such a high opinion of Hua Yuanhong. The old man calculated that Hua Yuanhong was 19 years old this year. Even if one considers that he had been secretly trained by Li Shuxing since childhood, he had only practiced martial arts for about 10 years, yet he had already nearly reached the pinnacle in 2 stages. Compared to Wu Yuanshu, who at 19 had reached the pseudo-peak of both stages and entered the Dark Qi realm, there is still a certain gap. However, considering his formidable fighting style, he likely focused most of his efforts on refining his techniques, so his true natural talent might be slightly higher, perhaps even closing in on Wu Yuanshu, whom he had trained with all his might. Nevertheless, for an elderly martial artist, no matter how exceptional one's natural talent may be, it cannot compare to Wu Yuanshu's, making it of little significance. It is merely impressive that Hua Yuanhong's fighting style is so formidable. He broke through? Fang Shiyu looked surprised. Based on the intelligence he had received, there were at least 15 Yi He and 6 Qi He lurking in the shadows. Even if the Li He began to value their lives and refused to get involved, the combined forces of the Yi He and Qi He alone would be more than enough to overwhelm a single Yi He. Forget about Yi He, even a Qi He at the peak of their martial arts, trapped in such a siege, would be doomed. Yet Hua Yuanhong had managed to carve out a path to survival on his own, breaking through the encirclement of so many Yi He and Qi He practitioners. Though the messages from below haven't arrived yet, he's currently unaware of the exact situation of the battle and doesn't dare to ask this pillar of the clan directly. But regardless, Hua Yuanhong's practical combat ability is likely on par with that of a Force Union practitioner. At this level of strength, he is already qualified to participate in the autumn hunt. Xianzu, how about letting Hua Yuanhong join our Fang family's team for the autumn hunt in 2 days? Fang Shiyu cautiously suggested. Chapter 50, Shihi. The Xingwu alliance has arrived. Let Hua Yuanhong join. Fang Judian furrowed his brows slightly but shook his head. It's not suitable.
While Hua Yuanhong is indeed formidable in combat, that was achieved by using top-grade boiling blood powder, which can only be sustained for a short time before causing extreme weakness. It would take 10 days to half a month to recover, and the autumn hunt is about to begin. There's no time.
Moreover, Wu Yankun's son will also be there.
If Hua Yuanhong dares to participate, he will surely be beaten to death by Wu Jinghao.
If Li Shuxing then blames our Fang family for killing his disciple, we'll be in big trouble. The Fang family's supreme leader directly rejected his great-grandson's proposal.
Whether it was out of concern for Hua Yuanhong being killed or for the sake of the Fang family's performance, it was not appropriate to replace any of the originally selected candidates with Hua Yuanhong. After all, the 5-person team they had assembled was composed entirely of peak-level practitioners of the Lihe technique, all of whom were highly skilled in combat. After consuming the boiling blood powder, their strength would increase even further. Earlier, Hua Yuanhong had used a top-tier boiling blood powder-like elixir to significantly boost his strength, allowing him to wield the combat power of a late-stage Lihe cultivator. Without the potion, his true combat strength is likely barely at the early stages of the Lihe realm. Moreover, such top-tier boiling blood powder is extremely rare, even more so than the highest-grade tonics used for cultivation and replenishment. The Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall is already fortunate to have one dose. How could they possibly produce a second one? In other words, Hua Yuanhong can no longer replicate his previous strength comparable to the late stages of the Lihe realm, and he may not even be able to reach the early stages of the Lihe realm. If one of them were replaced with Hua Yuanhong, it would inevitably affect the final outcome.
Xian Zhu is right, I was too hasty. Fang Shiyu pondered for a moment and also felt it was inappropriate for Hua Yuanhong to participate.
This autumn hunt, which involves enormous stakes and even determines the ownership of a life-extending elixir, is attended almost exclusively by those at the peak of the Lihua realm, and even includes someone like Wu Jinghao, whose power is nearly at its limit. If Hua Yuanhong were to get involved, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself.
What a pity. Fang Shiyu sighed softly.
If Hua Yuanhong could participate, with him secretly manipulating things behind the scenes, even if we couldn't obtain the life-prolonging elixir, securing a top-tier tonic suitable for the Qi Union stage would still be within reach.
Never mind, let's not dwell on it for now.
Once the subordinates report on how Hua Yuanhong broke out of the encirclement earlier, I'll ponder it further. If he only managed to break out by relying on his barely adequate strength, it's best not to get involved in the autumn hunt.
He wasn't the only one. Mo Wuji, Zhuang Shouyuan, and others were also in disbelief, waiting for the detailed account of this incident. Hua Jinchuan, the secret potion is ready.
Upon returning, Hua Yuanhong immediately had someone brew the secret potion, using tiger bloodgrass as the main ingredient and appropriate auxiliary herbs, resulting in a pot of viscous liquid with a brownish-red hue. The taste was extremely bitter, as if several pounds of yellow gentian had been added, so bitter that his brows furrowed tightly, and even a few pieces of rock sugar couldn't suppress the bitterness in his mouth. However, the effect was astonishingly significant. After drinking the entire pot of medicine, with absorption efficiency hundreds of times greater than normal, a surge of intense warmth erupted within his body. With each beat of his heart, the warmth circulated throughout his entire body in concentric circles. It felt like soaking in a hot spring, with tiny beads of sweat breaking out, soaking his front and back, and his clothes were completely drenched. The severe depletion he had suffered from forcing himself to practice to the peak of intent without top-tier nourishing herbs was now being rapidly replenished by the medicine's potency. In just 2 short hours, he was completely recovered. Now it was time to begin Qi Union. When I reached the peak of Lihe, using the caged tiger, monkey in the mind technique, I could already directly kill 2 ordinary Lihe practitioners. In actual combat, I should be no weaker than a late-stage Lihe practitioner. If I can advance another major stage and reach the peak of Qi Union, it would be equivalent to having 3 additional minor realms compared to others. Combined with the caged tiger, monkey in the mind technique, which doubles my strength, willpower, and intent, I should be able to take on a dark Qi martial artist. Soon. The revenge for Old Six will be settled soon. Hua Yuanhong silently calculated. Next, under Old Su's guidance, he began practicing Qi. Yi is about mastering the intent of the fist to make movements more precise, while Qi focuses on cultivating internal energy to achieve smooth movements and master the ability to perceive changes in the air through the pores. No longer relying solely on vision and hearing to control one's surroundings, but instead using pore perception to sense changes in the flow of Qi around the body, thereby enhancing one's ability to control the situation during combat. During practice, one must completely relax the limbs, repeatedly perform a specific movement, and adhere to the principle of relaxed form, focused intent, deep breathing, gradually transitioning from intentional guidance to natural formation. Hua Yuanhong tried adjusting his breathing and relaxing his body. In this state of physical relaxation, he began practicing the Erlang Dangshan movement of Bagwazang, extending both arms forward and backward in a straight line, mimicking the appearance of carrying a mountain. Soon, a faint line of text appeared before his eyes.
Ba Ji Quan mind and intent unite 600 intent and Qi unite 1 600. Got it. Hui Yuanhong's eyes lit up slightly as he continued to focus on his practice. As evening approached, he had already surpassed the beginner stage, firmly establishing himself in the early stages of Qi union, and had developed the ability to sense through his pores. When he stood still with a calm mind, the opening and closing of his pores allowed him to sense the slightest changes in the breeze and airflow around him. If someone approached and disturbed the surrounding air currents, he would immediately sense it. Such skill was already on par with 2 years of practice in the Qi stage for an ordinary practitioner. However, Hua Yuanhong was still not entirely satisfied. At this rate, it would take 5 days to reach perfection. It seems that the Qi training methods in the martial arts school are far inferior to the Buzhou mountain diagram from the Yi era. I wonder how the Feng family's training methods compare. Might they be faster? Hua Yuanhong asked Old Su, and received a quick response. The Qi cultivation methods at the martial arts school during the Qi integration stage are already among the best in the world, far superior to those practiced elsewhere. Even the major clans would struggle to match them. However, there is one faction that claims to have a better method, supposedly inherited from a martial arts immortal. The Xingwu Alliance. Old Su provided the answer. How can we obtain their training methods? Is there any faster way? Hua Yuanhong asked. If he could obtain a perfect training method on par with the Jojo mountain map from the Yi stage, he could significantly reduce the time needed to master the Qi stage from 5 days to just 2 days. Though for others, 3 days weren't a big deal. After all, normally it took 5 to 8 years of practice to reach the peak of Qi fusion. Many who practiced had issues and couldn't even reach the peak even after a lifetime of practice. But he couldn't wait any longer. He was desperate to achieve the pinnacle of Qi fusion as soon as possible. There's no need to search. It won't be long before the Xingwu Alliance comes knocking on our door. Cough. The autumn hunt is about to begin, and it will take place near Jinmen. The participants from the Xingwu Alliance should be arriving soon, led by the offspring of the Alliance leader. They must have heard about you. A promising talent from a non-aristocratic background, and will certainly come looking for you to recruit you. They might even invite you to join their team and participate in the autumn hunt together. Old Su spoke up. Autumn hunt? What is that? Hua Yuanhong was puzzled. It's a competition between the young generation of the aristocratic families and the Xingwu Alliance to determine the ownership of some medicinal herbs. If you're interested, you can give it a try. If not, just focus on your own training. As he spoke, Old Su coughed again, his complexion growing even paler. Hua Yuanhong's heart sank slightly. Given Old Su's abilities, he couldn't even hide his weakness anymore. His condition must be dire beyond imagination. Perhaps he was nearing the end of his life. He had to think of a way. Whether out of gratitude for Old Su's protection or for his own safety, he couldn't just stand by and watch Old Su die. He was well aware that no one had dared to attack him with any force beyond the hidden energy level, and even those at the Force Union level dared not show their true strength. It was all because of Old Su, the peerless master, who was protecting him. Without this peak-level expert to hold the fort, he wouldn't even be able to train in peace. His very life would be in danger. This is the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall. It looks pretty impressive. As the sun set in the west, a young man, led by a middle-aged man, arrived at the Xinxiang Martial Arts Hall without making a sound. Young Alliance Master, I heard that the Xinxiang Martial Arts Hall has a man named Hua Yuanhong, who is quite formidable. At just 19 years old, he managed to break out of an ambush by a group of Inner Three Harmonies martial arts experts and even killed 2 Lihe practitioners. He's a promising talent. The middle-aged man laughed. He was one of the deputy alliance masters of the Xingwu Alliance in the North China region, competing with Wei, the deputy alliance master known as Ghostface, for the top position in the region. They had each aligned themselves with one of the young alliance masters. Oh? If he could kill 2 Lihe, does that mean he's also a Lihe? One of the young alliance masters asked. No, according to reports, he's only at the Yi level. But it's strange the recommendation documents sent up from below a few days ago clearly stated he was only at the Ming Jin Chang level. How did it suddenly change to Yi? Deputy Alliance Leader Ji shook his head, finding the people from Jinmen too unreliable. Mistaking Yi for Ming Jin Chang was simply absurd. Iha? The young Alliance Master looked skeptical, clearly not believing it. How could someone at the Yi level survive an attack by a group of Sanhe practitioners and even kill 2 Lihe practitioners? Even if both were only at the initial stage of Lihe, it was still highly unlikely. Why don't we check it out first? The young Alliance Master looked eager to try. How does the young Alliance Master plan to test them? That's obvious. We sneak up on him and see how many of my attacks he can withstand before he's beaten down. The young Alliance Master's eyes sparkled with a smile. This. Deputy Alliance Master Ji couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the young Alliance Master's childish temperament. He was already at the mid-stage of Lihe cultivation and had even reached near perfection at that stage. A direct confrontation would have been acceptable, but to sneak attack someone at the Ihe stage like a child? The other party hadn't even developed poor perception yet. How could they defend against a sneak attack from behind by someone at a higher stage? Young Alliance Master, please show some restraint when you act. Don't actually hurt anyone. Don't worry, I'll hold back. I'll just use half my strength to test it out. Next, the two of them knocked out a few servants, put on their clothes, and hid nearby. When mealtime arrived, they spotted a young man who resembled the portrait, walking toward them. Here he comes. The young master of the Xingwu Alliance smiled and silently reached out to touch the back of Hui Yuanhong. Chapter 51, One Move to Kneel. A martial arts master in 4 days. Dinner-s ready. Dinner-s ready. Come on, don't push. As he approached the dining hall, Hui Yuanhong heard a commotion and saw a long line stretching almost to the entrance. The food must be excellent today, and there might even be some premium medicinal dishes. Of course, with his status, he didn't need to wait in line. He could simply go straight to the front and take a portion. Even as he walked, he was constantly practicing his martial arts. The joints must be loose, and the skin and hair must be invigorated. At this moment, his understanding of this phrase had reached a new level. Loosen the muscles and bones refers to relaxing and stretching the deep muscles, fascia, and joints, but not to the point of weakness. Instead, it is to ensure smooth blood circulation and provide an elastic foundation for generating power, much like the hidden tension in a cow's tendon. Attacking the skin and hair means making the hair stand on end to keenly sense changes in the surrounding air currents. When the two are integrated, one can achieve the state of a form as swift as a hawk pouncing on a rabbit and a spirit as agile as a cat catching a mouse. When walking, he maintains a state of abundant qi and blood circulation on the body's surface and heightened sensory awareness, as if constantly practicing qi cultivation. Changes in the surrounding environment or disturbances in airflow caused by people passing by are detected by his slightly erect hair and transmitted to his heart. Just then, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart, sensing that the flow of air was off, as if something had silently slipped into the space behind him, causing the surrounding air to shift. Someone was approaching him. Without so much as a greeting, it must be an enemy. Hui Yuanhong hesitated not a moment, unleashing the fury of a caged tiger and the agility of a monkey, igniting his qi and blood, his limbs erupting with explosive force. His feet ground into the ground as he spun, his hips twisting simultaneously, propelling his body in a sudden, swift rotation toward the rear. As his body spun, his arms extended like a giant spear, carrying a fierce, explosive force, erupting outward with a thunderous crash. Standing firm, piercing the heavens cannon. His first move was a killing blow. At that moment, he could see a flash of astonishment in the eyes of the young man who had just touched his back. Whoosh! The young man reacted swiftly, moving his wrist to form a grappling technique, intending to first seize Hui Yuanhong's wrist. The idea was good, and the technique was exquisite, but the force was too weak. Humph! Hui Yuanhong unleashed his power with the hum and ha sounds of the 8 extremes fist. As the hum sound erupted, he stomped his foot, causing the trembling force to surge through his waist, hips, and spine, convergingly toward his arms. Already in a state of boiling qi and blood, his force was like a caged tiger breaking free, erupting and transmitting at an incredible speed. After entering the qi merging state, his internal qi flowed seamlessly, making the transmission even smoother and faster. Faster energy transmission meant faster and more powerful explosions. Under the explosive force of the standing heavenly cannon, which felt like artillery fire, Hui Yuanhong didn't even bother with the young man's grappling techniques. He simply relied on his overwhelming force to shake the young man's wrist loose and drove his fist straight toward him. What? The young man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his other hand to block. But he had originally held back half his strength, but now, with such a sudden burst of power, he couldn't muster enough force. His arm was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, unable to stop Hui Yuanhong's fist. That fierce punch, as powerful as a cannon, aimed to force open the sky, still roared through the air, tearing apart the air currents, heading straight for the young man's chest. Our own man! A loud shout rang out from the side. The middle-aged man, who had been focusing all his attention on Hui Yuanhong and had planned to intervene in time to save him, realized something was wrong the moment the two clashed. He rushed forward to save his young master. However, Hui Yuanhong's reaction was too swift, and he unleashed a thunderous strike with all his strength. Before the middle-aged man could finish shouting our own man, the young man's face already looked dazed as he watched the fist collide with the hands trying to block it, then ruthlessly smash into his chest. Boom! The young man was sent flying backward, his clothes torn to shreds, and the inner armor beneath was deeply dented, revealing a grotesque fist mark. Crackles spread outward from the point of impact, nearly tearing through the otherwise sturdy armor. No! To be precise, if it weren't for the fact that Deputy Alliance Master Ji managed to reach out at the last moment and hastily activated his masterful Tai Chi cotton hands technique to help him dissipate the remaining force, the inner armor would have shattered. The chest behind the armor would have been crushed inward, resulting in severe injuries at best and likely death at worst. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I am GMO of the Xingwu Alliance, currently serving as Deputy Alliance Master. My young Alliance Master had no ill intent. Ji, the Deputy Alliance Leader, spoke quickly. At that moment, the Deputy Alliance Master was filled with shock. One move. Just one move. His young Alliance Master had been soundly defeated. If he hadn't intervened in time, he would have been killed. He had originally thought that Hui Yuanhong had relied on the boiling blood powder to emerge victorious from those martial arts experts, but now he saw clearly that he had been hiding his true strength all along. With such power, he could easily take on a group of like-minded allies or two ordinary opponents. What need was there for the boiling blood powder? Thinking back to his own men, who had repeatedly underestimated Hui Yuanhong's strength and nearly betrayed the young Alliance Master, a high-ranking heir, the Deputy Alliance Master, was both startled and exhausted. Change. Replace all those good-for-nothings immediately. What kind of intelligence is this? Just a few days ago, they reported that Ming Jin had reached the peak of his martial arts, but today they suddenly changed their story to say he was at the level of Yi. When we saw the real person. This is called Iha? He really wants to bring those useless intelligence officers under his command over here and slap each of them across the face, so they can see clearly. What? What the hell? Iha. With Deputy Alliance Master Ji stepping in, a fight was out of the question, so the group made their way to the meeting room and took their seats. Brother Yuanhong, you sure know how to hide. The young Alliance Master Shen Gongjian glared at Hui Yuanhong with a resentful expression. From previous tests, he had already determined that the man before him, Hui Yuanhong, was not merely Yi, not even Chi, but had even mastered Li. He hadn't consumed the boiling blood powder, yet he could unleash terrifying strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, and he possessed powerful pore perception. If he wasn't a force harmonizer, what else could he be? A mere Li, yet he dared to impersonate an Yi. This was truly remarkable. I've made a small breakthrough today and just achieved Chi harmony. Upon hearing Hui Yuanhong's words, Shen Gongjian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Faking it. Still pretending. He has already tested you and found out you're only in force harmony, yet you still want to pretend to be in energy harmony. However, Shen Gongjian was naturally pure-hearted and had a broad mind. After being knocked into submission by Hui Yuanhong's single punch, he quickly put the near-death scare behind him and began to court him without a care. With your strength, Yuanhong, if you were to join the autumn hunt, you would surely shine brightly. Why not join our team and compete for that batch of precious herbs together? As far as I know, among the major medicines produced this time, there are not only some tonic medicines suitable for the Chi-He and Li-He stages, but also a rare medicine with the miraculous effect of extending life and prolonging longevity. Longevity extending medicine. Hui Yuanhong's expression flickered. If he could obtain that longevity elixir, Old Su might be able to hold on for a little longer. Additionally, tonic herbs for the Qi and Li Union stage are still in stock at ordinary martial arts schools, and if there aren't enough, Fang Pingxing should be able to procure some. However, the rare tonic herbs needed to compensate for deficiencies when training to the extreme are too scarce to be obtained through normal channels in the short term. If he could use this autumn hunt to gather all the Qi-He and Li-He elixirs in one go, combined with the nearly perfect Wuxian inheritance, he could achieve Qi-He perfection in 2 days and Li-He perfection in 2 days. By the 4th night, he would be able to enter the Dark Qi realm and become a true martial arts master. And not just any martial arts master, one who has fully mastered the Ming Qi, Yi, Qi-He, and Li-He realms, surpassing ordinary practitioners by 4 minor realms. Chapter 52, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Rivaling a martial arts master. Of course, whether Yuanhong decides to participate or not ultimately depends on his own choice. After all, Wu Jinghao will also be participating this time, and his strength is truly astonishing. It is said that he can withstand 30 moves against a martial arts master. Though it was without the master using his hidden energy or killing techniques, it was still astonishing. Below the level of hidden energy, he has no equal. Shen Gongjian reminded him. Wu Jinghao? Is he from the Wu family? Hui Yuanhong asked. That's correct. He is the eldest son of Wu Yankun, the first in line to inherit the Wu family, and also the most favored son. Shen Gongjian said briefly. If that's the case, I must go even more. Hui Yuanhong smiled. He intended to kill Wu Jinghao. As a pure-hearted warrior, he believed in repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. He not only intended to kill Wu Yankuan but also to personally destroy everything he cared about, starting with his most cherished legitimate son to collect some interest. He imagined that when Wu Yankuan saw his most cherished son gone, he would be overjoyed, wouldn't he? In that case, whether it's to obtain the longevity elixir for Old Su, to secure the nourishing tonic needed to replenish the deficiencies after achieving the pinnacle of Qi Li He, to quickly become a martial arts master, or to kill Wu Yankuan's most cherished legitimate son, Shou must go. Of course, before that, he must first obtain something else. Mr. Shen, I hear that your alliance possesses an extremely powerful Qi merging cultivation technique, obtained from the ruins of a martial immortal. Would you be willing to let me take a look? Any conditions can be discussed. You want that Qi merging cultivation technique? Shen Gongjian paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile, saying casually, that's simple. I'll give it to you as compensation for not informing you beforehand. In truth, this chi merging technique, which was rumored to have been left behind by a martial arts immortal, was listed as the most important inheritance of the Xingwu alliance, but it was merely for show, to bolster their reputation. It was like how many prominent figures display famous paintings in their homes. As for being an absolute secret, it wasn't really that, but it simply wasn't something they would just hand over to anyone. Even the few young alliance masters and deputy alliance masters had tried practicing it, but none of them had managed to master it. Even his revered elder sister, the peerless prodigy who surpassed 3 generations, had only managed to figure out a few things and hadn't truly mastered it. Earlier, when Hua Yuanhong nearly killed him with a single punch, and that was during a sneak attack, he was convinced. He agreed to pass on the chi merging technique. Soon, Shin Jin dictated all the essential techniques of the practice to Hua Yuanhong, word for word, with no intention of deceiving him. Yuanhong, don't underestimate this technique just because it seems obscure. For true prodigies, it's child's play. My elder sister mastered it in just 2 days. Shin Gongjian boasted with a straight face. He knew that for a genius, the greatest blow was to discover there was someone far more talented than oneself. Therefore, he deliberately boasted that his older sister had mastered it in 2 days. If Hua Yuanhong practiced for 2 days and couldn't even grasp the basics, he would be deeply discouraged. It was also a small act of revenge for nearly being beaten to death earlier. When they met again before the autumn hunt, he would reveal the truth that it was impossible to master in such a short time, and Hua Yuanhong's expression would be priceless. Shin Gongjian couldn't wait to see that moment. Ji, the deputy alliance master, rolled his eyes at Shin Gongjian, knowing that this was just the young master's childish temperament resurfacing. He just liked to play pranks. Of course, compared to other peak-level disciples, the young master's temper was absurdly good. Being nearly beaten to death was just a minor prank and act of revenge. After exchanging a few more words, Shin Gongjian made plans to meet again the day after tomorrow morning and then took his leave. If he didn't leave now, he feared he might burst out laughing. Upon returning to the training room, Hua Yuanhong immediately began practicing the Qi He Lian Fa of the Xingwu Alliance. Relax like cotton, guide the Qi to flow open the meridians, and rhythm arises naturally when intent reaches the Qi. There are no obstructions. This is the true realm of transformation within the fist. Muttering the mantra, Hua Yuanhong began to inhale deeply and slowly, directing his qi to settle in his dantian while keeping his chest calm. When exhaling, he did so in a smooth, even manner, imagining the qi flowing from the dantian to the extremities of the limbs, the palms, fingers, and toes. During the movements, he imagined the internal qi flowing along the meridians, from the spine to the fingertips. This is the dantian breathing technique of the Xingwu Alliance. It looked rather mystical, almost like a trick, but after practicing for a short while, characters began to appear before Hua Yuanhong's eyes. Ba Ji Quan Mind and Qi Unite 56 657 600. I've got it. Hua Yuanhong smiled slightly. He mastered it in just 10 breaths. His talent was as astonishing as ever. No, I can't get arrogant. Heroes are as numerous as fish in the river. Who knows if there might be someone even more astonishing? According to Shin Gongjian, he has an older sister who was unmatched in 3 generations, and she mastered it in just 2 days. I wonder if that refers to the basics or the advanced stage. Let us go with mastery then. I'll have to push harder. I won't sleep tonight or tomorrow night. I'll spend a day and a half practicing until I reach perfection before resting. From then on, Hua Yuanhong devoted himself entirely to practice. Starting from the evening of the first day, he practiced until the early hours of the next morning, achieving a basic level of mastery. The range of his pore's sensory perception had expanded from 2 meters around his body to 5 meters. As long as someone approached within 5 meters, even with his eyes closed, he could determine their location through subtle changes in airflow. At this level, he was already on par with the peak of Qi merge in the outside world. Hua Yuanhong estimated that this was due to 2 factors. First, the effectiveness of this martial arts cultivation method, and second, the immense mental strength and fist intent he had cultivated during the Ihi stage. Intent and Qi are mutually reinforcing. When fist intent is powerful, Qi naturally becomes stronger as well. By the next midnight, Hua Yuanhong had successfully reached the Great Achievement stage. This time, not only had his perception range expanded, but the precision had also improved significantly. He asked Old Su to help by throwing walnuts at him like projectiles. With his eyes closed, he was able to avoid most of the walnuts using only his pores to sense them. This meant he could not only sense the location of large enemies through his pores but also detect small projectiles like walnuts. He was no longer afraid of most projectiles injuring him. He no longer relied solely on changes in airflow to judge danger, but instead fused the energy cultivated through the Wuxian inheritance with the extreme mental strength and fist intent cultivated through the Buzhou mountain map, giving rise to a technique akin to the legendary Wuxian's unseen, unheard, sensing danger and avoiding it ability. Before the projectiles even touch his body, his hair stands on end, signaling danger. This is far beyond the level of external Qi harmony expected from an external practitioner. Train. Keep training. Hua Yuanhong trained relentlessly, seemingly without rest. By the early hours of the day before the autumn hunt, he had successfully reached the pinnacle. At that moment, standing under a tree, he shook off a large cluster of leaves. With his eyes closed, he could discern the trajectory of the falling leaves simply by sensing the raised pores on his skin. This terrifying perception was truly unsettling. He had already reached the realm where projectiles couldn't touch him. Such abilities were supposed to be the exclusive domain of true martial arts masters. With such heightened perception, he was not only unafraid of hidden weapons in combat but could also anticipate his opponent's next move by sensing the flow of their energy during close combat. By around 3 a.m., he pushed himself to the absolute limit despite the exhaustion. Boom! The ultimate fist intent within his body, fused with the ultimate inner chi, became incredibly powerful. A single glance sent the terrifying fist intent erupting, startling the birds in the trees to take flight. Fist intent shattering the soul. This was also an extraordinary technique mastered only by martial arts masters. When a martial arts master gazes with a ferocious killing intent, it can send shivers down one's spine, and those with weak resolve might even be scared to death. Now, having fused his ultimate fist intent with his ultimate inner chi, he could unleash a similar technique, sending the birds in the trees fleeing in terror. In combat, those with insufficient willpower would be intimidated by his killing intent shakes the heavens and earth fist intent, causing their movements to hesitate for an instant. And this split-second hesitation is enough to decide life or death. At this point, he has mastered two techniques only possessed by martial arts masters: projectiles cannot touch the body and fist intent that shakes the soul. After witnessing Hui Yuanhong's prowess, Old Su offered his appraisal. Your chi and spirit are already approaching the level of a martial arts master, and you've even developed the supernatural techniques only masters possess. If you were to use that explosive secret technique to double your strength and willpower, you would truly be considered a martial arts master. Chapter 53, Alliance. Fang Shiyu's shock. A martial arts master? Don't martial arts masters also have hidden energy? Hui Yuanhong was somewhat surprised. Old Su shook his head slightly and explained, hidden power is indeed more destructive, but it also consumes a great deal of physical strength. Even a martial arts master would only use hidden power as a last resort in a fight against an opponent of equal skill. In normal combat where there's no need to decide life or death, they still rely on visible power. It's just that with a stronger physique, the power of their open energy is greater than that of ordinary martial artists. From the basics to the pinnacle, open force symbolizes the level of mastery and efficiency in its application. That is, the same amount of open force can be utilized to produce only 70–80% of one's strength by a weaker practitioner, while a stronger practitioner can harness 1.5 times the power, creating a gap in strength. As one progresses to hidden strength and transformed strength, control over the body becomes deeper, and the level of physical conditioning also increases, leading to greater physical strength. As a result, the total amount of open strength continues to grow. When martial arts masters utilize open strength, its power is several times that of ordinary practitioners of open strength. Your precision in aligning intent far surpasses others, and your fluidity in aligning chi far surpasses others. This makes your open force, whether in total quantity or efficiency of utilization, far surpass the average practitioner of the inner three harmonies. Additionally, your secret technique doubles your chi and willpower, allowing your chi and spirit to reach the level of a dark force martial artist. Your physical strength is still lacking, but with top-tier combat techniques, you can easily compensate for this deficiency. Therefore, you can indeed be regarded as a martial arts master who does not rely on hidden power. Hearing Old Su's words, Hui Yuanhong understood. It seems that the Qi Lian Fa of the Xingwu Alliance is truly worth the effort. In just 1.5 days, it not only doubled his Qi but also, through the synergistic interaction of extreme Shen and extreme Qi, gave rise to two techniques that should only be possessed by martial arts masters. The extent of this power increase was truly earth-shattering, like he had become a completely different person. He had gone from having explosive power comparable to the late stages of the Qi fusion realm to suddenly reaching the level of a martial arts master. This is the gap between breaking through major realms, the enormous disparity between a mortal and a supernatural being, and he has managed to bridge it. He calculated the duration he could maintain the caged tiger, intent of the monkey technique. With the secret potion provided by Fong Ping to restore his stamina, the duration could be extended from 10 breaths to an estimated 30 breaths. At the master level for 30 breaths, one could unleash hundreds of techniques. Dealing with a group of unevolved Li He practitioners would be a breeze. Like the battle where he broke through the storm earlier, the actual time he spent using the caged tiger, intent of the monkey technique in close combat was only around 27 or 28 breaths. You're currently in a pretty dire state. You need to rest first. The fastest way to enhance your strength before the autumn hunt is to obtain a suitable set of inner armor. With inner armor protecting your vital points, you can better unleash your true potential, otherwise, you'll inevitably be restricted in your movements. The inner armor produced by the Fong family is renowned throughout the world. You can go to their 100 weapons pavilion to select a set. I'm sure they'll be happy to provide it. While Hui Yuanhong was focused on his training, the detailed account of the previous breakout battle, confirmed from various angles, was finally presented to Fang Shiyu, Zhuang Shouyuan, and the others. 2 Li He were killed? Looking at the detailed account in his hands, Fang Shiyu was taken aback. He had originally assumed it was just a group of individuals with coordinated intent and energy working together to surround and kill their target, but now to Li He had emerged? This level of strength is likely on par with late-stage Li He practitioners. Although the intelligence reported that Hui Yuanhong had been taking an unknown medication throughout his journey, which was suspected to be the source of his ability to surpass the late-stage Li He level, even so, it was still astonishing. Unfortunately, it would take 10 days to half a month to recover from the medicine. He won't make it in time for the autumn hunt. Even if he does, and even if he can once again achieve strength comparable to that of a late-stage Li He, he'd still be at the bottom of the pack in the autumn hunt. That's too dangerous. If he were unlucky enough to face Wu Jinghao, who can withstand 30 moves against a martial arts master, even if the other peak-level practitioners from our family's team fought desperately to block him, we couldn't save Hui Yuanhong's life. Fang Shiyu shook his head slightly, feeling deeply regretful that Hui Yuanhong would miss out on this rare opportunity to obtain such powerful medicine. However, he wasn't one to dwell on things. If he couldn't participate, then he couldn't. Little sister, what do you think of Hui Yuanhong? Fang Shiyu put down the paper he was holding and looked at Fang Shixin, who was playing with an antique nearby. He's decent. He has good character, but his current strength is a bit lacking. At Wu Yuanchu's age, he was already a master. Fang Shixin pondered for a moment before offering his assessment. Current strength doesn't necessarily indicate future potential. Fang Shiyu countered, some people are late bloomers. Take the fist immortal Zhang Bolai from the generation of Xian Zhu, for example. He didn't start serious martial arts training until he was 19, but by 25 he had reached the pinnacle of his art, and by 30 he was unmatched under heaven. He then sought immortality and vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but legends. Fang Shixin was speechless for a moment before finally saying, "Brother, you're exaggerating a bit. Fist immortal Zhang Bolai was a legendary figure, a living myth. Some even speculate that he was the reincarnation of Zhang Jinren from 300 years ago, seeking to start anew and perfect the final flaws in his cultivation. Who says that people today are necessarily inferior to those of the past?" Fang Shiyu shook his head. Of course not. I'm not trying to compare the two. I just think that Hui Yuanhong has the boldness to do what others dare not, and he has the potential to become a true peak master. Hearing his older brother praise Hui Yuanhong so highly, Fang Shixin gradually came to realize what was being said, and his expression turned slightly surprised. Brother, are you trying to match me with Hui Yuanhong? In today's aristocratic families, many emphasize the purity of bloodlines and prohibit marriages with commoners. However, some families, like the Fang family, advocate absorbing outstanding talents from commoner backgrounds to improve their own bloodlines. However, according to tradition, those used to absorb commoners would not be the core direct descendants. Someone like her, the eldest daughter of the main branch, and the biological sister of Fang Shiyu, who was already designated as the next family head, was of noble birth and should be married to the young master of another prominent family. What do you think? Fang Shiyu looked at his younger sister and said, "This person." Fang Shixin recalled her only encounter with Hui Yuanhong. Though she couldn't discern much about him, his figure disappearing swiftly into the downpour left a lasting impression. To be honest, he was still quite handsome, unlike those refined young masters from prominent families. He had an unusual charm, as if he didn't care about anything. The only downside was his slightly weaker strength. Unlike the 19 or 20-year-old prodigies from prominent families, even without hidden energy, they were at least at the peak of physical strength. But considering that he would eventually master the inner energy, a master of the inner energy from a humble background, though not the peerless master she had hoped for, was still passable. Better than marrying an old man or someone who looks terrifying. Thus, Fang Shixin shrugged her shoulders, lazily lying on the desk, and said, "I have no objections. Let's give it a try. After all, my future isn't something I can decide. It's just those old fools in the clan who might not agree. They want me to marry the Li family's prodigy." The Li family's dragon son was a martial arts prodigy as renowned as Wu Yuanchu, having reached the Hua Jin realm at the age of 23, quite an achievement. Don't worry about those old fossils. Do as you see fit. As long as you're happy, I'll help you withstand the pressure from the clan. Fang Shiyu waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Just do what you think is best. As long as you're happy, I'll handle the pressure from the clan. Chapter 54, Zhuang Xiuyuan's Scheme. Reunion with an old acquaintance. This Hui Yuanhong actually has such power. No wonder he dared to join the Xingwu alliance and get involved in the autumn hunt. Zhuang Xiuyuan furrowed his brows, staring at the intelligence in his hands, lost in thought. Since defecting from the martial arts school, he had never regarded Hui Yuanhong as a threat. After all, he was merely a fellow disciple. But now, this man had demonstrated strength rivaling that of a late-stage Li He practitioner, and even after taking medicine the entire way, it still caught him off guard. Especially since he remembered that just a few days ago, Hui Yuanhong wasn't even at the Yi level, yet in such a short time, he could unleash martial arts power rivaling that of the late Li He stage. Such an astonishing rate of growth was something no one would dare believe if they heard it. He even suspected that after the autumn hunt, if given more time, Hui Yuanhong might be able to withstand 30 moves against a martial arts master, just like Wu Jinghao. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before he reached the Dark Qi realm, and then he would truly pose a threat to their side. Zhuang Xiuyuan knew that while he himself was not afraid of the Dark Qi, the others under him would struggle to defend against an attack by a Dark Qi martial artist. With Old Su watching, he dared not bully the weaker, but if he stood by and watched a Dark Qi martial artist go on a killing spree, he'd soon be left alone. Without those men under him, his influence at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall would be greatly weakened, and he wouldn't be able to sit idly by and manipulate them anymore. While Li Shuxing hasn't returned yet, we must eliminate this threat immediately. Let's do it at the autumn hunt. He had spies stationed at the autumn hunt office and had already received word of the personnel changes in the Xingwu Alliance's team. Due to the fact that he didn't need to report the information up the chain of command, he received it before the leaders of the Wu family, the Fong family, and the Wunshan Martial Arts Hall. Given Hui Yuanhong's capabilities, he indeed had the qualifications to participate in the autumn hunt, even if he was at the bottom. As long as he had the support of the Xingwu Alliance, gaining some experience there would be no problem. Zhuang Xiuyuan closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then slowly opened them. Thankfully, he's only at the late stage of the Li He cultivation realm. In the autumn hunt, he'd just be a liability. The participants from the Xingwu Alliance are indeed powerful. Under normal circumstances, they could ensure Hui Yuanhong's safety. But if someone were to intervene, they could easily break through the blockade and kill Hui Yuanhong. Wu Yankun's eldest son, Wu Jinghao. A monster who can withstand 30 moves against a martial arts master. The undisputed strongest in this autumn hunt. He is destined to sweep the field, seize the life-extending elixir, and a pile of nourishing tonics. We should go discuss this with Wu Yankun. Muttering to himself, Zhuang Xiuyuan stepped out of the house and vanished in a flash. Master, what would you like to see? Our hall has all 18 types of weapons, as well as the world-renowned inner armor. It's definitely worth every penny. As Hui Yuanhong entered the Fong family's 100 weapons pavilion in Jinmen, a manager greeted him with a smile. I'm looking for Fong Shiyu. Please inform him that Hui Yuanhong is here to see him. Hui Yuanhong replied. He knew very well that the truly precious items were not something just anyone could see, and even if he bought them, he might get ripped off. It was better to go straight to their master. This 100 weapons pavilion was a business under Fong Shiyu's name and served as the Fong family's main base in Jinmen. When the Fong family's direct descendants entered the city, they would typically stay here. Looking for the young master? The manager's pupils contracted slightly. As the manager of the 100 Weapons Pavilion, he had heard of Hui Yuanhong's reputation and knew he was a ruthless man who had killed many gang leaders and martial arts experts. However, the Fong family behind him, as a member of the aristocratic clans, might not necessarily get along with Hui Yuanhong, even with the connection to the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall. Without knowing the higher-up's stance, the manager dared not act on his own initiative. Following standard procedure, he led Hui Yuanhong to the tea area, called a servant to serve tea, and then hurried off to find the 6th manager to report the matter up the chain of command. Hui Yuanhong sat quietly, not touching the tea, but instead pulling out a ginseng root he had brought with him and chewing it slowly. Since the autumn hunt hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't obtain suitable tonic herbs for nourishment, so he was eating some ginseng to replenish his body and avoid becoming too weak. Ha! Hong, young master? Just then, someone opened the window of a private room next to the tea area and called out. Hui Yuanhong turned to look and was surprised to see someone he recognized. Jiang Ting? What was she doing there? At that moment, Jiang Ting was also quite surprised. In recent days, she had been accompanying her biological father, who had come from the capital, to discuss business at the 100 Soldiers Pavilion. Little did she expect to run into Hui Yuanhong today. Ting, who is that? A middle-aged man sitting nearby also looked over. He exuded an air of authority cultivated from years of holding a high-ranking position. Upon seeing Hui Yuanhong's appearance, which did not seem to come from a distinguished family, his brows furrowed slightly. Although Jiang Ting was his illegitimate daughter, she was both beautiful and talented, and her age was just right. She could even be considered a suitable match for the direct descendants of the top-ranked aristocratic families. She couldn't be associated with some commoner from the streets and ruin her future. This is Hui Yuanhong, our former neighbor. He now trains at the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall, with Master Li Shuxing as his instructor. Jiang Ting spoke cautiously, filled with reverence for her biological father, who hailed from a prominent family in the capital. You must know that her biological father's family, the Jiang family of the capital, was a top-tier aristocratic family that could rival the Fong family in prestige. And her biological father was ranked 5th in the line of succession within the Jiang family. Among the hundreds of eligible and ranked direct descendants of the Jiang family, ranking 5th was already an extremely influential figure. Even if he couldn't inherit the family headship, he would at least become an important elder in the Elders' Council, holding a position in the Enforcement Hall, the Ritual Hall, or the Finance and Medicine Hall. In some provincial capitals, he would even be received personally by the governor of the province. The disciple of Li Shuxing? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he shifted his gaze, but after furrowing his brows in thought for a moment, he said, Li. The Li Xinxian lineage may be formidable, but they have ultimately aligned themselves against our aristocratic families. Their decline is inevitable. Without the divine spear, he's just a martial artist. Even with his talent, he's still not good enough to marry my daughter, Jiang Yunting. The middle-aged man in the private room spoke indifferently. Yes, my daughter understands. Jiang Ting whispered. Enough. You grew up in the countryside and haven't seen what true aristocratic families of high standing are like. Once we return to the Jiang family in the capital, your father will take you to see for yourself. The middle-aged man spoke. Jiang Ting nodded and changed the subject. By the way, father, I heard that the 100 Soldiers Pavilion is backed by a prominent figure from the Fong family. Do you know who it is? It's Fong Shiyu. The middle-aged man's expression grew solemn as he spoke to his daughter with a touch of reverence. He is the first heir of the Fong family. Once the current family head steps down, Fong Shiyu will directly inherit the position of family head. Fifth and first, though only a few ranks apart, the actual gap is vast, like comparing the fifth-ranked prince to the crown prince. However, the first heir apparent Woon Ti come here to discuss business with us. The one who came today should still be the previous head manager. Oh. Jiang Ting nodded. In the presence of her biological father, who had held a high position for years, she dared not even pour tea. After sitting with her biological father for a short while, she saw two men approaching. One was dressed in wide-sleeved robes, with a gentle and humble smile on his face. However, the aura emanating from his every movement seemed to overshadow even her most revered biological father. The other was dressed in a simply adorned brocaded silk cheongsam, with fair skin and a slender, tall figure. Whether it was her demeanor or her appearance, she made Jiang Ting feel ashamed of herself. It's Fong Shiyu, and his younger sister Fong Shixin. How could it be them? The middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. The gaze of the two was clearly directed toward this direction. Could it be that the Fong family intends to cultivate a relationship with the Jiang family, hence the display of such courtesy? Without hesitation, the middle-aged man hurriedly opened the private room door, lowered his posture, and forced a smile he deemed the most friendly. Shiyu. Miss Fong. Upon seeing him greet them, Fong Shiyu's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, but out of politeness, he still managed to smile warmly and nod his head. Then, amid the middle-aged man's awkward expression, he walked over to Hui Yuanhong with his younger sister and smiled, extending his hand. Brother Yuanhong, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 55, The Treasure Armor is Mine. Power Boost. Mr. Shiryu, Miss Xin. Hui Yuanhong greeted them. I heard that the inner armor of the 100 Weapons Pavilion is renowned throughout the world, so I came to take a look. Well, Yuanhong, you've come to the right place. We recently produced several new sets of inner armor, all masterfully crafted by the best smiths. They're currently stored in the treasure vault on the top floor. Fong Shiyu smiled and gestured for them to follow. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Shiyu. As they spoke, the three of them headed toward the stairs, leaving Jiang Yunting alone at the entrance of the private room, standing awkwardly in place, unable to speak for a moment. 3 days apart, and things have truly changed. As she watched Hui Yuanhong's figure disappear at the staircase entrance, Jiang Ting remained silent, feeling that the distance between them had grown even greater. It was as though an invisible, distant barrier had separated them. The top floor of the 100 Weapons Hall. As a place where important weapons and inner armor were stored, this room, which was over 500 or 600 square feet in size, always had at least one martial arts master from the Fong family present. Besides their business ventures, the Fong family was most renowned for their inner armor. The 19 sets of inner armor displayed on the top floor of the 100 Weapons Hall were all masterpieces. If they were to fall into the wrong hands, even martial arts masters would covet them. Brother Yuanhong, please take a look. This is the golden thread swallowtail armor personally crafted by Master Lu from Central Plains. It is made by wrapping gold thread around silk threads, with turtle-shaped wrought iron plates embedded on the front and back, and soft armor extending from the armpits in a swallowtail shape to enhance side defense. This is the Bagua cotton paper armor, consisting of 3 layers: inner, middle, and outer. The outer layer is hemp cloth, the middle layer is 64 layers of Huizhou cotton paper, and the inner lining is reed fluff. Fong Shiyu explained each piece to Hui Yuanhong in detail. A high-quality set of armor has a significant impact on a martial artist's ability to survive. Even a martial arts master, relying solely on their flesh and blood, cannot withstand the blows of swords and axes. Without a good set of armor, they would be helpless in a siege, unable to move freely and risk being struck. On the other hand, armor can also greatly enhance one's combat prowess. An ordinary soldier wearing armor can easily take on 10 enemies, slaughtering 10 unarmored foes with ease, let alone a martial arts master. Take a martial arts master, for example. Without armor to protect him, he would have to retreat first when faced with dozens of armored soldiers, relying on his skills, speed, and endurance to take them down one by one. However, if they have armor protecting their vital areas, they could even charge straight through an army of hundreds of armored soldiers. And how many armored elite soldiers are there in the entire Tianzhou Empire? Those stationed and distributed across the various states and prefectures are even fewer and farther between. In ordinary prefectures, even martial arts masters wearing armor have the qualifications to challenge the authorities. It is precisely for this reason that the Celestial Empire imposes extremely strict controls on armor, especially heavy armor, with only slightly more lenient regulations on inner armor worn close to the body. However, many skilled warriors still prefer not to wear inner armor. On one hand, as their strength increases, the weight and material of the inner armor must be constantly upgraded to match their power, which is extremely costly. It can be said that, aside from secret potions, this is the most expensive expense. On the other hand, ill-fitting inner armor severely impairs their mobility, with the drawbacks far outweighing the enhanced defense. It's better not to wear it at all. Finding a suitable inner armor is also extremely difficult. Custom-made armor from a master blacksmith is not only expensive but also time-consuming, and even orders for inner armor from dark energy martial artists are booked years in advance. The high-quality inner armor materials that can significantly aid in defending against sword and axe strikes are even more scarce and expensive. The 19 sets of premium inner armor in the Feng family's collection are actually not available to the public. They are normally kept for trading with other prominent families for rare medicines or other valuable items. It was only because Feng Shiyu, the eldest son of the family, personally intervened that he was able to bring people in to select them. Can we try them on first? Huo Yuanhong asked. Yes, feel free to try, Yuanhong. Feng Shiyu agreed without hesitation, pretending not to notice the constant glances from the martial arts master sitting beside him. This left the martial arts master from the Feng family's main branch feeling heartbroken yet powerless, able only to curse the prodigal son in his heart. Huo Yuanhong picked up the inner armor and tried each piece on one by one. Since they weren't custom-made, some were too big or too small, but after trying on all 19 pieces, Huo Yuanhong finally chose the gold-threaded swallowtail armor with good elasticity. This set of inner armor was lightweight, wouldn't impose too much of a burden on the body, could withstand a certain degree of sword and axe strikes, and also had a deflecting effect against dagger thrusts. More importantly, this golden thread swallowtail armor had pre-installed dragon tendon clasps, ensuring unrestricted punching and kicking. It could be said that it maximized defensive capabilities while minimizing restrictions on movement. From then on, he no longer had to rely on either using a long spear to block incoming weapons or dodging sideways when surrounded, which left him vulnerable and hesitant in combat. With the defense of the golden swallowtail armor and the internal force circulating within his body to deflect blows, he could withstand 5 or 6 strikes from swords and blades wielded by peak-level fighters without breaking a sweat. This allowed him to focus solely on targeting the strongest opponent and cutting them down without hesitation. Moreover, when he didn't have suitable inner armor, he had to hold back 3 or 4 tenths of his strength to dodge, but now he only needs to keep 1/10 in reserve for safety. This shift from attacking with 6 or 7 tenths of his strength to 9 tenths is almost equivalent to doubling his strength. Now, not only does he match the hard power of a martial arts master, but his inner armor is also on par with theirs and even better than what most martial arts masters use. With this, the autumn hunt is completely secure. Even if all the members of the Wu family's aristocratic clans unite to surround and kill me alone, I can break through them all with the golden swallowtail armor. Huo Yuanhong silently calculated. What do you think? After Huo Yuanhong left, Feng Shiyu turned to his younger sister, who had been maintaining a composed smile, and asked. It's decent, but I don't feel it's as impressive as you described. From this meeting, he just seems like an ordinary martial artist. Feng Shixin thought for a moment before saying. Precisely because of that, I hold him in even higher regard. During our previous meeting, his eyes still gleamed with sharpness, clearly indicating he wasn't ordinary. But today, he is already able to rein in his aura. He has begun to exhibit a touch of returning to simplicity. Feng Shiyu said, in the next few days, try to arrange a meeting with him and see how he reacts. If it doesn't work out, I'll help you arrange another one. There's no need to rush. Take it slow. Why the hurry? Feng Shixin looked at herself in the mirror and said casually, during this time, I and the others have already made plans with me to go out and play. It's hard to refuse. Let's wait until next month when we have time. It's not like we're in a hurry. Feng Shiyu frowned, you're not getting any younger. Stop spending all your time with your friends. You need to start thinking about the future. Don't miss out on opportunities and regret it later. I know. Feng Shixin shrugged it off. It's just an arranged marriage. What's the big deal if it's a month earlier or later? Besides, AIE and the others are all core members of other prominent families. Building good relationships with them could be helpful in the future. That's what truly matters for the future. You. Sigh. Feng Shiyu felt helpless. After all, she was his biological younger sister, and he couldn't force her. Moreover, regarding Huo Yuanhong's potential, he could only rely on his intuition that the man had a grand vision and could achieve great things. However, he couldn't provide any concrete evidence to convince others. Otherwise, on that day, when he had asked Xin Zhu to intervene, he wouldn't have had to use his only opportunity. Not taking his own sister seriously was perfectly normal, and even agreeing to let her try was likely only out of respect for him as her older brother. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Realm of Ignoring Danger and Avoiding Risk. After returning to the martial arts hall, Hui Yuanhong first adapted to the golden swallowtail armor. Before long, he had mastered the fighting style suited for wearing the inner armor to perfection, causing his strength to surge once again, reaching the peak of what he could currently achieve. Not bad. Your current strength is already quite impressive. With this inner armor, you can even take on a martial arts master wearing armor. However, in the path of martial arts, being able to fight is important, but being able to evade is equally important. When fist techniques reach a high level, they can give rise to various supernatural abilities. One of these is the ability to remain unseen and unheard, to sense danger and avoid it. Before an event occurs, without any warning signs, one can suddenly sense it, predict its direction, and react accordingly. Once you master this supernatural technique, as long as you don't want to die, almost no one in this world can kill you. However, this level is extremely difficult. According to tradition, it is a divine ability reserved for martial arts immortals, and one must at least reach the stage of cultivating a spiritual core before attempting to touch it. As far as I know, only 3 people in the world have achieved this before reaching the level of a martial arts immortal. I myself spent 20 years in seclusion at the Martial Arts Academy to master half of this technique. However, the technique you demonstrated earlier when dodging the hidden weapons where the weapons didn't even touch your body already showed a hint of the unseen, unheard, sensing danger and avoiding it ability. With further specialized training, I believe you might have the potential to become the 4th person in the world to master this technique. Old Su spoke up. Master Su, please continue. Hui Yuanhong's eyes lit up. If he could truly master this technique, he could sense danger approaching and evade or respond in advance. Even if Old Su were no longer around, the world would be his oyster. He wouldn't be like now, wanting to leave the turbulent and treacherous city of Jinmen but hesitating to act rashly, lest he end up in an even more dangerous place. No need to say more as long as he could safely obtain enough medicinal herbs to nourish and strengthen himself, then go into hiding for a few months to train, he could sweep through the world. Next, Old Su imparted a method to cultivate and strengthen the subconscious mind, a technique he had refined over the past 2 decades of seclusion, known as the ear root enlightenment method. By continuously listening to the sound of chanting or the natural flow of water, one blocks out all other external distractions. Once one reaches the state where all sounds cease except the recitation, it means the subconscious's alertness has been activated. Try practicing first. I need to handle a minor issue. Old Su walked out slowly, hands behind his back. Yan Koan, you know how to arrange tomorrow's autumn hunt, right? At the Wu family's residence in Jinmen, the elderly patriarch of the Wu family stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window at the sky growing darker. Understood. Grandfather, rest assured. That longevity elixir, Jinghao will definitely secure it for our Wu family. In the past few days, to help Jinghao perform at his best, I specially found him a more suitable inner armor and replaced his weapons with better ones. With these items, his strength has increased significantly. Even if he faces a true martial arts master, he should be able to hold out for 40 moves. The only threat is Ji Xingjie from the Xingwu Alliance, but it's said that Ji Xingjie recently, probably just a few months ago, gained a great opportunity, causing his strength to surge dramatically. He's already preparing to break through to the Dark Qi realm and won't participate in this autumn hunt. Aside from Ji Xingjie, none of the others pose a threat to Jinghao. Wu Yankun analyzed confidently. The absolute peak of the Wu family, though they still have at least 20 years of lifespan, would all covet a top-tier longevity extending elixir if given the chance. Especially this autumn hunt, there was no need for the peak-level elders to participate. As long as the younger generation could secure first place, they would obtain the longevity elixir, a truly profitable deal. The Wu family would not miss such an opportunity. Alright, you handle it. I trust you. The elderly patriarch of the Wu family nodded slightly. Grandfather, I have another matter I wish to attend to during this autumn hunt. May I have your permission? Wu Yankun hesitated before speaking. Speak. I plan to have someone take action during the autumn hunt to try and eliminate Hui Yuanhong first. If that fails, we'll have Jinghao step in to deal with him. However, acting so brazenly might provoke that old man into losing his mind. Even if he doesn't, Li Shuxing's return would give him a legitimate reason to settle accounts with our Wu family. No problem. Go ahead and do as you see fit. The old patriarch of the Wu family waved his hand. Do you really think we can't see through your little scheme with Zhuang Shouyuan? Since we didn't stop you, that means we approve. That Su guy doesn't have much time left. Given his temper, he'll definitely take someone with him to the grave. None of us have lived long enough to die with him. But as long as he's human, he must have weaknesses. Su's martial arts will is all about protection and passing on the torch. And now, Hui Yuanhong is the person he's protecting. Therefore, we must kill Hui Yuanhong during the autumn hunt, leaving the Su clan without someone to protect or pass on the torch to. His martial arts willpower will greatly decline, and then the 3 of us will strike while he is vulnerable, leaving him no time to unleash his final move. The old patriarch of the Wu family smiled faintly. Every martial arts master who has reached the pinnacle of their art has their own will, their own beliefs and pursuits that they dedicate their lives to. Some seek to be the strongest under heaven, some seek to carry on the teachings of the sages of old, and some seek to make enemies of nations with a single strike. The martial arts will of the Wu family's old patriarch was to ensure the survival of his lineage for thousands of generations, and he was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Seeing the rise of Wu family geniuses like Wu Jinghao, with the Wu family having capable successors, his martial arts will become even more steadfast and powerful. However, if an outstanding successor who was seen as the hope for future generations were to disappear, his martial arts would inevitably waver. This martial arts will is similar to the passing down of the torch in Old Su's case, which is why this peerless expert understands Old Su's weaknesses so well. I see. Wu Yankun understood deeply and felt more confident. There's no need to go to such lengths. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Wu Yankun looked up and saw that it was Mo Wuji and the second-ranked martial artist, coming together. I have convinced the two other peak-level experts from the other clans. Tomorrow at noon, the two of them will secretly arrive at Jinmen. At that time, we will unite the power of the 5 peak-level experts to launch a joint attack, overwhelming them with overwhelming force and instantly killing the Su family. After all, it was he who acted first and threatened us. If he dies because he is no match for us, it's his own fault. Even if Li Shuxing wants to take revenge, he won't have the moral high ground. Mo Wuji walked over to the elderly patriarch of the Wu family, looked out the window, and spoke. Oh? Is that so? The old patriarch of the Wu family looked surprised, then burst into laughter. Excellent! 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 Since that's the case, there's no need for further scheming. Tomorrow at noon, we'll join forces and kill the Su family. As he spoke, the old patriarch of the Wu family turned around, intending to fetch some of his most cherished tea leaves to brew a fine cup. But, as he turned, the old patriarch of the Wu family suddenly froze, his hair standing on end. Old Su, what are you doing here? There, on the previously empty armchair, a figure had appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost, so silently that even the 3 peak-level experts in the room had no idea when he had arrived. Old Su sat there, having listened for an unknown amount of time. He picked up the tea leaves, looked at the sky outside, which had just grown dark, and spoke calmly. To kill you. Chapter 57, The Fall of the Peak. The fire dies, but the flame lives on. Boom! Before the words had even left his mouth, the armchair beneath Old Su shattered into pieces. The moment he struck, the air in the room seemed to boil, and the palm, moving at an extreme speed, struck the air, causing it to explode violently, creating a blurry wave that slammed into the chest of the old patriarch of the Wu family. Save me! The old patriarch of the Wu family was terrified, quickly retreating backward. Just moments ago, they had been discussing their plan to kill Lao Su together at noon tomorrow. Yet, in the next instant, Lao Su had already arrived at their doorstep. And that footwork was terrifying, they hadn't even noticed when he had arrived. It was truly unsettling. The old patriarch's martial arts were already at the peak of their art, and his movements created waves of air as he moved. However, Old Su's martial arts were even faster, and his fighting style was even more terrifying. His palms were like a storm, striking dozens of times in an instant, breaking through the old patriarch's defenses and sending him flying backward, spitting blood as his ribs cracked and broke. What are you afraid of? He's only one person, and we have 3. The second in command of the martial arts clan rushed forward with a cold voice, intending to surround Old Su, but then watched in horror as the old patriarch of the Wu family was struck so hard in the exchange that he crashed through the wall and flew backward. Now, there were only 2 left. 2 against 1, the advantage is still. The deputy head of the martial arts clan still felt confident, but when he turned around, he realized that Mo Wuji had already disappeared, leaving only his back visible. Question mark. Seeing this, and noticing Old Su's gaze sweeping over, the deputy head of the martial arts troupe finally couldn't help but turn and leave, heading toward the direction of the Wu family's old patriarch. Old Su ignored him and charged straight toward the Wu family's old patriarch, engaging him in combat once again shortly after. This time, the old patriarch of the Wu family paid a heavy price, losing an arm, before finally managing to temporarily break free from Lao Su's relentless assault with the help of the deputy head of the martial arts troupe, gaining a moment to catch his breath. You're almost there? Having witnessed Lao Su's terrifying strength, the old patriarch of the Wu family was truly terrified. As fellow peak-level martial artists, in a one-on-one battle, Old Su could kill him outright. The gap between them was simply too vast to believe. Not quite yet. If I had another 2 or 3 years to recover, I'd be almost there. Lao Su casually transformed his palm into a fist, unleashing a punch that sent a wave of energy crashing out, forcing the second-ranked martial artist to retreat. You're crazy. You dared to break your cultivation early. The old patriarch of the Wu family felt his scalp tingle and fled desperately. In his youth, Lao Su was actually a martial arts prodigy. In theory, he should have been able to cultivate each realm to near perfection before breaking through naturally. Unfortunately, just as he had reached the Hua Jin stage, the sole peak-level practitioner of the Ba Ji lineage unexpectedly perished, plunging the sect into near extinction. In the midst of this turmoil, Old Su, who had not yet reached the pinnacle of the Hua Jin realm, was forced to forcibly cultivate his, becoming the new peak master and supporting his disciples. It was precisely because of the sky Lao Su upheld that Li Shuxing had the opportunity to grow and eventually become a peerless master. Unfortunately, the flaws left behind from the forced Dan binding were too great, so much so that Lao Su not only stagnated at this level but also faced a shortened lifespan. After Li Shuxing became an absolute peak master, Lao Su retired to a martial arts school and spent 20 years searching for a viable path. With a little more time, he could have made up for the flaws left by his forced Dan cultivation. With Old Su's talent, if he could make up for this regret, he might still be able to compete for the title of martial immortal. But now, he had prematurely broken his cultivation. The path to martial immortality is too distant, while the enemy is right before us. Old Su adjusted his breathing calmly and once again closed in on the old patriarch of the Wu family. To become a Wuxian, should one hide like a coward? What use would that be even if one succeeds? Back then, my master was forced to break through the barrier to protect me. Now, it's my turn. Their lineage had always been filled with prodigiously talented individuals, nearly all with the potential to become Wuxian. Unfortunately, each generation had been forced to break through their barriers prematurely, leaving behind a legacy of regret. Old Su was no exception. He had once held the potential to become a martial immortal, but due to forcing his in his youth, he wasted the rest of his life and could only watch in despair as those inferior to him surpassed him in the martial arts. The regret from back then took him most of his life to try to make up for, and he finally found a glimmer of hope to compensate. But now, breaking through prematurely means that all his efforts over the years have been in vain, and he has lost all hope. Lao Su was fully aware of this, very much so. But he was even more certain that if he did not step forward, the soul of their lineage would be severed. If the soul is severed, even if a martial arts immortal were to emerge, their lineage would be nothing but a hollow shell. What they have been passing down has never been about martial arts. Over the generations, the original martial arts have been altered beyond recognition, and some of the ancestral masters were not even skilled in the 8 extremes. What had kept their lineage standing firm through all the storms was the sky upheld by generation after generation of elders, allowing the young, like-minded individuals to explore martial arts in the way with peace of mind. The torch is passed on. People come and go, but the way remains. This is the true soul of their lineage, the very foundation that has kept them standing tall and growing stronger with each generation, not a set of Ba Ji techniques. Even if the techniques are lost, as long as the spirit endures, one day there will be those who carry forward their legacy. Generations of descendants will carry forward their beliefs, striving toward martial arts mastery in higher realms, becoming towering trees that clear the path for those who follow. Even if their names are not the same, or the techniques they practice are not the 8 extremes, as long as the spirit endures, the legacy will never fade. Lao Su hopes that the curse-like regret passed down through generations will be completely eradicated in his lifetime. He hopes that future practitioners can train in martial arts with peace of mind, without being forced to sacrifice their futures through relentless scheming and internal struggles to break through barriers. You old madman! The old patriarch of the Wu family's eyes widened as he watched Lao Su unleash his most powerful killing move, and fear finally flashed in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed the second in command of the martial arts troupe and pushed him in front of himself, then turned and fled. Damn it! Caught off guard, the deputy martial arts master took the full force of Old Su's peak-level strike, shattering his inner armor and piercing his chest. Ah! He struggled desperately to break free and escape, but facing Old Su alone, there was no way he could escape. In the end, with a look of disbelief on his face, the peak-level martial artist had his neck snapped by Old Su, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Fraud! Old fraud! The old patriarch of the Wu family was still fleeing. By now, he had finally realized that Lao Su's earlier appearance, as if he had only days left to live, was a ruse he had been baiting them, waiting to see who would lose their nerve and attack first. He had actually considered doing so, but had ultimately dared not take the risk due to too many concerns. Now, he feared he was already doomed. Ah, I'm getting old. Just then, the killing move that had taken down the second in command of the martial arts clan, Old Su, erupted, causing his chi to suddenly dissipate, revealing his weakness that he could no longer hide. It seemed that after his final, all-out burst of energy, his body was drained of strength, and combined with his advanced age, it would take him some time to recover. Whoosh! Behind him, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared. It was a top-tier grandmaster of the Wu family, hidden in the shadows, who had instinctively sensed this rare opportunity and launched a surprise attack. He aimed to take advantage of Old Su's weakened state and sever his head. But then, the grandmaster saw a flash before his eyes. In sheer terror, he watched as the seemingly weak Old Su suddenly appeared before him, delivering a single palm strike that sent him spinning through the air, his consciousness plunging into darkness. I was just joking, and you actually believed me. Old Su chuckled, his aura surging to its peak once again, seemingly capable of fighting for days on end without tiring. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light ripped through the darkness. It was Mo Wuji, who had fled at the beginning, returning unexpectedly with his sword drawn, launching a counterattack. Mo Wuji's eyes were icy cold. He was certain that Lao Su was feigning weakness and strength, using his aging body to continuously unleash bursts of power, and had already reached his limit. Now, he was merely bluffing. Then, to his astonishment, Lao Su suddenly erupted with a burst of power, unleashing the same palm strike that had previously shattered the second-ranked martial artist, forcing Mo Wuji to retreat and defend himself. In the end, Mo Wuji left a pool of blood behind him and fled without looking back. After all, I'm old. Don't run away. Come stay and chat with me for a few more moments. Don't worry, I really can't fight anymore. At my age, forcing myself to break through my limits has finally caused my body to collapse. Lao Su sat dejectedly on the ruins, sighing helplessly. But at that moment, no one believed his lies anymore. Everyone had fled, leaving the area empty and deserted. Chapter 58, May this world be filled with dragons. That night, all the major factions in Jinmen received this earth-shattering news. The Wu family's stronghold in Jinmen had been leveled by Old Su, with one peak-level expert and one top-tier grandmaster killed, and two other peak-level experts severely injured. Especially the elderly patriarch of the Wu family, whose ribs were shattered and an arm torn off. Though he managed to survive the most deadly strike by using the second-ranked martial artist as a substitute, he was left critically injured and on the brink of death. For a time, Jinmen was in upheaval. Those martial artists who had heard that Old Su was on his deathbed and had begun to stir once again fell back into hiding. As for the two absolute peak martial artists invited by Mo Wuji, they turned back midway and didn't even look back. To be honest, I really couldn't go on. By the final moment, I had no strength left to pursue them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to resort to bluffing and letting Mo Wuji escape. But if I hadn't acted then, once the other two peak-level martial artists arrived tomorrow, their combined strength would have been too much for me in my current state. Now that I've broken my cultivation prematurely, without a life-prolonging elixir, I probably only have a few days left. At least I've temporarily scared them off, and things should be calm for a while. Old Su spoke slowly. Hearing this, Hui Yuanhong's heart sank slightly. Old Su, rest assured. I will obtain that life-prolonging elixir. Hui Yuanhong said solemnly. The older generation had shielded and protected them, giving him the opportunity to grow. Within his capabilities, he naturally had to share some of the burden. It's fine. Things can be done with effort. Don't put pressure on yourself. If it really doesn't work out, you can go hide at the main camp of the Xingwu Alliance. However, it's not exactly peaceful there either. They're not only fighting against the aristocratic alliances but also dealing with internal factions. Without backing from a major faction, it might not be any safer than Jinmen. The world is about to descend into chaos. There's no place that's truly safe anymore, unless one can truly master the supernatural ability to remain unseen and unheard, and avoid danger. Old Su sighed. I will master it. Hui Yuanhong affirmed. In recent days, he had been investigating the situation in other parts of the Celestial Kingdom and arranging an escape route for his father and the others. The city of Wuqing in the Xingwu Alliance was one such option, a rare haven in the Tianqiao realm where the influence of aristocratic clans was minimal, attracting many martial artists from humble backgrounds. However, since they were unfamiliar with the area, it was best not to act rashly before everything was properly arranged. That night, after practicing with his spear for a while, Hui Yuanhong went to rest, conserving his energy for the autumn hunt the next day. He slept from midnight until dawn the next day, a full 3.5 hours, a rare chance to sleep soundly. Even after entering the inner three harmonies, martial artists still require necessary sleep, especially after high-intensity training, as deep sleep is essential for restoring muscle and tendon tissue. Techniques like meditation and breath control could temporarily restore energy, but they couldn't replace the restorative effects of deep sleep. Of course, due to the high quality of their sleep, sleeping only 2 hours a day was sufficient to ensure no issues arose. Some grandmasters, in life or death battles or emergency situations, can even maintain full alertness for 2 to 3 days straight, only needing to catch up on sleep afterward. Though he hasn't reached that level yet, 2 hours of sleep is usually sufficient for him. This time, he slept for 3.5 hours straight, completely eliminating the physical and mental fatigue from his intense training, leaving him in an incredibly energized state. This was also to build up his stamina for the autumn hunt, in case he encountered extreme circumstances. After all, this autumn hunt was crucial for him. Whether it was to obtain enough chi Healy Hidao to become a martial arts master in one go or to save Old Su's life, he had to win at all costs. After a quick wash, Hui Yuanhong ate a steamer basket of small buns, 2 boiled eggs, and drank some thick medicinal porridge. Then he began preparing for the autumn hunt. 10 small pieces of imported Western-style paper-wrapped sugar cubes, 5 tightly compressed dry buns, 3 water pouches, 3 packets of Feng family's secret medicine for restoring stamina, 2 packets of lime powder, 2 bottles of antidote powder, and 2 packets of snake and insect repellent. A set of sleeves concealed arrows crafted by a martial arts workshop artisan, perfectly designed to fit inside the sleeves. There were also 2 daggers, one hidden in the sleeve and the other concealed in the sole of his shoe. It's best not to carry too much or too heavy, as it might hinder movement. This should be enough to sustain basic needs for a day. As for the inner armor, he wore it even while sleeping and hadn't taken it off. Carrying the large gun, he arrived at the pavilion outside the autumn hunting ground, where many people had already gathered. Hui Yuanhong? A voice rang out. Hui Yuanhong looked up to see a woman in wide sleeves, in her 20s, exceptionally beautiful, but her eyes were too sharp, like the sharpest sword, and her piercing gaze overshadowed her beauty, making people dare not look directly at her, only daring to glance from afar. I am Shunling Shuang. The woman spoke. Shenling Shuang. Hui Yuanhong was taken aback. He had heard that name before. The eldest daughter of the Xingwu Alliance, a stunning figure who, though not at the pinnacle, surpassed even the pinnacle. Absolute peak meant having attained the golden, as the saying goes, a single golden swallowed into the abdomen. My fate is in my own hands, no longer bound by heaven. This signified complete liberation from the constraints of the mortal world. In the era before the emergence of martial immortals, those who had attained the Dan-holding peak were also referred to as immortals or earthly deities. However, achieving Dan through normal means was extremely difficult. True Dan cultivation required immense willpower and courage to reverse life and death, but such a feat was nearly impossible, with a survival rate of 1 in a million. Therefore, among the current peak practitioners, aside from a handful of exceptional individuals, all have resorted to a more cunning method. Dual cultivation. Dual cultivation for Dan cultivation is merely physical Dan cultivation. The will remains that of an ordinary person, meaning one cultivates life but not nature. Nevertheless, Dan cultivation is Dan cultivation. Even the weakest Dan cultivator still stands among the absolute elites at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As for the current Shenling Xiang, he had already reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation 3 years ago and was now pursuing the path of the Dan. She had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation earlier than Li Shuxing did back then. Looking at the 3 generations before her, she was a prodigious talent who surpassed all her contemporaries, the first genius. In fact, if she had chosen to take the shortcut of dual cultivation like other peak masters, she would have already reached the peak 3 years ago. However, due to her arrogance, she looked down on all other men in the world and naturally would never take the path of dual cultivation like other peak masters. She seeks to defy life and death with unwavering resolve and grand ambition, to become a true Dan cultivator, a true peak master, a true pinnacle. Her fist techniques and sword skills have reached an unimaginable level, making her the greatest master in the world. Even without having formed a Dan, she can still fight against the absolute peaks. Moreover, most peak-level cultivators are elderly, and once they deplete their vital energy, it is difficult to recover. They would rather not fight against Shenling Xiang, who is at the peak of her prime. In such a situation, Shenling Xiang, who can act freely, actually possesses greater deterrent power than many absolute peak cultivators. Many believe that if she were to reverse her fate, cultivate her qi into a, she would likely sweep across the world, surpassing the existing absolute peaks, and become the unrivaled number 1 under the heavens. In the future, if a martial immortal were to emerge, Shenling Xiang would be one of the most promising candidates, having received the full support of the Xingwu Alliance. Master Su has always been the person I most respect. With his talent, if he hadn't stepped forward to take on the responsibility back then and instead focused solely on his own cultivation, he might have already taken the final step and become the first martial immortal in 300 years. Shenling Xiang murmured softly. Actually, with so many people in our empire, so many prodigiously talented individuals, is it really impossible for a single martial immortal to emerge in 300 years? That's impossible. It's just that those people are afraid that the emergence of a martial immortal would threaten their own legacy. So they'd rather hold each other back, rather than let anyone become a martial immortal, than risk the empire producing another one. Those who once had the potential to become martial immortals were either killed before they could grow, or forced to break through their limits prematurely before they could reach the pinnacle of their cultivation, leaving them with lifelong regrets. It wasn't until a few decades ago, when foreigners broke through our gates with their superior ships and cannons, forcing them to begin self-rescue, that they started thinking of ways to hastily produce a martial arts immortal. Shenling Xiang paused, gazing at the distant mountains and rivers, and spoke softly. Like Su Lao, like my father, their lifelong grand vision was to completely end the 3-century-old curse in their generation. They hoped that everyone in the world could practice martial arts, live their lives, and do what they wanted, without being exhausted by internal strife and conflicts. Hui Yuanhong listened quietly. He knew deep down that this path was incredibly arduous, filled with countless hardships and obstacles. A great upheaval unprecedented in history was about to unfold. In the not-too-distant future, foreigners, aristocratic families, the Xingwu Alliance, major martial arts schools, and one after another of the peak masters, grandmasters, and masters would all take to the field personally. No one knew where the path ahead would lead. The previous act of being overly respectful and frugal has already been reprimanded. Testing the waters and failing to apologize promptly is truly unacceptable. Shenling Xiang changed the subject and spoke calmly. Hui Yuanhong shook his head and laughed. It's not that serious. The young alliance master already apologized, didn't he? That qi merging practice technique was quite impressive. I heard that Master Shin only took 2 days to master it back in the day. Truly a prodigious talent. Chapter 59, Autumn Hunt. Ignore what you don't see, avoid danger when you sense it. Please keep reading.
Upon hearing this, Shin Gongjian, who had been about to approach with a swollen eye, turned around expressionlessly and walked away. That practice method is impossible to master.
Wait, you said it was good? Did you achieve something?
Shin Ling Shuang realized the meaning behind Hui Yuan Hong's words and looked over in surprise. She knew better than anyone how difficult that practice method was.
Could the person before her be a genius who had managed to figure out something as well? Some progress.
Seeing his reaction, Hui Yuan Hong also realized that mastering this practice method was no small feat. He even began to doubt whether the man before him, the world's greatest martial arts master, had actually mastered it. Upon receiving Hui Yuan Hong's confirmation, Shin Ling Shuang looked at him in astonishment. No wonder Su Lao took notice of you. Your talent in Qi harmony is on par with mine back then.
Among the previous 3 generations, you could rank among the top 2 in Qi harmony.
But that training method is impossible to master in today's environment.
The fact that you've achieved something with it is your own skill. It doesn't count as an apology. Tell me what you want, and we'll call it even for what happened earlier. Can't be practiced?
Hui Yuan Hong looked at the Ba Ji Quan intent in Qi harmony 600 before him and remained silent.
Does the Xingwu Alliance have any methods to train the subconscious?
After thinking for a moment, Hui Yuan Hong asked.
Subconscious? Shin Ling Shuang replied, are you trying to master the technique of having projectiles not touch your body before reaching the stage of hidden energy? Something like that, but I want something better.
I don't want to rely on subconscious instincts to dodge, but rather on master-level eyesight and vision.
Hui Yuan Hong said.
The method Old Su provided had some effect, but as the level increased, the effectiveness gradually diminished.
It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it became ineffective.
Thinking about it, even Old Su himself had only managed to achieve half the level of unseen and unheard, sensing danger and avoiding it, and it took him decades of trial and error to get there. The method he provided wasn't entirely useless, but its effectiveness wouldn't be great either. Shin Ling Shuang furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before slowly saying, the technique you described, relying on subconscious instincts to dodge and avoid projectiles without being touched, if truly mastered, would likely be considered the rudimentary form of the legendary unseen, unheard, sensing danger and avoiding it. I don't possess such a technique, but Ji Tai has a similar one.
However, it's his family's secret art, and he doesn't pass it on lightly. Here's what we'll do. Ji Tai's younger brother, Deputy Alliance Master Ji, is currently competing for the position of North China Regional Director.
He's not lacking in any other areas, but the most critical fire seed plan is severely lacking, and he doesn't have a prodigy who can match Ji Xingjie.
Next month, I will organize a fire seed plan assessment.
If you can outperform Ji Xingjie and help Ji Fumo secure the position of North China Regional Director, obtaining that technique from Ji Taishang should not be a problem.
Shin Ling Shuang said. Thank you very much, Senior Master Shin. However, could the assessment be moved up a bit? 3 or 5 days from now would be fine. Hui Yuan Hong asked. 3 or 5 days? Are you sure?
Ji Xingjie is no pushover. He has already reached near perfection in both the Ming Jin and Annihilating stages, and just a few months ago, he obtained a great opportunity, allowing him to enter the Anjing stage yesterday, though it hasn't been made public yet.
Though I heard from my younger brother that you've already entered the Ihi stage, the leap from Ihi to Dark Chi isn't something that can be achieved in a short time.
If you force a breakthrough without reaching the point where there's no further progress, it could have irreversible consequences for your future.
Shin Ling Shuang reminded him. 3 to 5 days is sufficient. Hui Yuan Hong said. Alright, then 5 days from now. Shin Ling Shuang didn't say anything else and left directly.
She was an arrogant person by nature. She had only spoken to Hui Yuan Hong because she had been moved by Old Su, as he was the person Old Su was determined to protect at all costs. By 8 or 9 in the morning, the members of the Xingwu Alliance had finally gathered, along with Hui Yuan Hong, totaling 30 people, who divided into teams. This autumn hunt was a showdown between the Aristocratic Alliance and the Xingwu Alliance, with each faction sending 30 people. Martial arts schools and other factions wishing to participate had to take a spot from one of the factions. Before departure, Shin Ling Shuang personally stepped forward in her capacity as the Supreme Elder to encourage the participants from the Xingwu Alliance. This was a standard procedure, followed by every family.
Haoran, it's been over 2 years since we last met.
You've grown up and are nearly at the level of hidden strength.
That's impressive. Shin Ling Xiang walked up to a young man and nodded slightly.
To receive a single word of praise from Shin Ling Xiang, who is hailed as the greatest martial arts master in the world, one could only imagine how exceptional this young man must be. Senior Shin, rest assured.
Haoran will definitely secure first place for our alliance.
Even if that Wu Jinghao dares to block our path, he will end up as nothing but bones in the grave.
The young man named Fu Haoran spoke with unwavering resolve.
Wu Jinghao is strong, but I'm no slouch either. If it weren't for the sake of securing benefits for the alliance, I would have broken through the Dark Chi realm long ago.
The two of us teaming up can easily stop Wu Jinghao. If we have others to assist, we might even be able to kill him on the spot.
Beside him, a young woman dressed in tight-fitting armor spoke in a solemn tone.
This was Shen Lingshuan's fifth younger sister, Shen Chuyen.
At 20 years old, she had already honed her skills to a high level at the Force Union. To continue fighting under the Force Union's banner, she had deliberately held back from breaking through the Dark Chi realm.
That's good. With you two here, I feel at ease.
Shen Lingshuan nodded slightly with a hint of relief. She did not want to witness the passing of the revered Su Lao, so she had brought the more powerful Shen Chuyen from another region in the middle of the night to replace Shen Gongjin and vie for that life-extending elixir. On the other hand, she also wanted to test whether Fu Haoren and Shen Chuyen, working together, could eliminate Wu Jinghao and disrupt the Wu family's ancestral martial arts while effectively pouring salt on the wound. Then, Shen Lingshuang approached Hui Yuan Hong and encouraged him. You are the person Su Lao favored, with a bright future ahead.
Follow Fu Haoren and the others in their actions. You will surely secure a top position in this autumn hunt.
The underlying meaning was for the team leaders, Fu Haoren and Shen Chuyen, to take good care of Su Lao's disciple and ensure nothing goes wrong. Soon, as the sound of a melodious bell echoed through the air, the autumn hunt officially began. To enhance hunting efficiency, the Xingwu Alliance divided its forces into 3 teams, all wearing masks to prevent their identities from being recognized and targeted for specific attacks. If any team encountered Wu Jinghao first, they were to immediately set off fireworks as a signal, delaying the others while waiting for the other teams to arrive and surround him.
Brother Hua, you'll join our team. Fu Haoren extended the invitation.
Their team consisted of the strongest members Fu Haoren and Shen Chuyen along with 6 highly coordinated peak-level fighters, all carefully trained by the Xingwu Alliance as combat experts. They were undoubtedly the strongest team in the area. Following this team, it was almost impossible to encounter danger, as long as they avoided getting caught up in the ambush of Wu Jinghao. This was also Shen Lingshuang's secret arrangement, as she didn't want old Su to have to bury his own son before his own death. Don't worry, that longevity elixir, I'll fight for it with Brother Haoren.
Shen Chuyen looked reluctant, but since her elder sister had given the order, she couldn't disobey.
She could only bring along Hui Yuanhong, whom she believed was there just for show. But, to their surprise, Hui Yuanhong refused to join the group.
No need. I prefer to act alone. I've noted the signal flare, I'll come over once I see it.
Under the stunned gazes of Fu Haoren and Shen Chuyen, Hui Yuanhong put on his mask, waved his hand, and, carrying his large gun, entered the forest without looking back.
Chapter 60, Harvest. 1 shot, 1 kill. Please keep reading. Oh woo woo.
The howls of wolves echoed across the autumn hunting grounds. These were the prey gathered by the aristocratic families and the Xingwu Alliance from other regions. After marking each wolf seer with a unique number, they were released into this autumn hunting ground for the participants to hunt. The final score was determined by the number of wolf ears obtained. Following the wolf howls for a short while, Hui Yuanhong spotted 2 wolves ahead. Both had just been released from their cages, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Wild wolves. These wolves were all captured in the wild, not raised in captivity. Quick and decisive. As the first wolf charged toward him, Hui Yuanhong burst forward, closing the short distance in an instant. His spear, driven by the powerful momentum of his spine, swung like a long staff, striking one of the wild wolves with the force of a mountain splitting apart. With a copper-hard skull and a delicate neck, the wolf's skull was indeed sturdy, but the triangular area between its nose and eyes was its fatal weak point, akin to the temple region in humans. A direct hit there would cause severe dizziness at best and death at worst. At that moment, the wolf was mid-air, lunging forward with no room to dodge, and couldn't avoid Hui Yuanhong's strike. Boom! Blood spurted everywhere, and the wolf's face was crushed inward, letting out a pitiful cry as it crashed to the ground. Ah! Another wolf lunged forward. Hui Yuanhong shifted his weight, twisted his hips, and swept his body sideways. He twisted his wrist, switching from a forward grip to a reverse grip on the gun. As he stomped his foot and unleashed his power, the gun, which had been aimed at the ground, suddenly shot upward at an angle, driven by the force of his arms. Bang! As the wolf lunged toward where he had been standing, the gun in his hand, driven by the fierce recoil, struck the wolf's soft underbelly from below. Crack! The wolf was nearly split in 2 by the spear, folding in half as it was flung aside, crashing into an old tree with a thud, its movements ceasing. In just a single exchange, 2 wild wolves that would have required the combined efforts of 2 peak-level fighters to defeat without injury were utterly annihilated by Hui Yuanhong's absolute precision and speed. At that moment, Hui Yuanhong suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand on end. Without hesitation, he leaned backward and spun around, thrusting the gun fiercely toward the rear. Another wolf had sneaked around the giant rock behind him and was pouncing from behind. Taking advantage of the 2 wolves in front distracting the attention, the last wolf launched a fatal strike from behind, a move that was utterly treacherous. If it were anyone else, even a peak-level martial artist at the pinnacle of their craft, after dealing with the 2 wolves and letting their guard down for a moment, would never have been able to react in time to the 3rd wolf silently pouncing from behind. Unfortunately, Hui Yuanhong's senses were too sharp.
Even before he had mastered the ear root enlightenment technique taught by Lao Tzu, he had already achieved the ability to avoid projectiles without being touched. Now, after practicing the technique, his subconscious warning system had reached an unimaginable level. Even before the wild wolf had fully lunged forward, he had instinctively sensed its approach, leaned backward, and thrust out a counterattack. Whoosh! This counterattack pierced the wolf's neck, as if the wolf had jumped down to meet the tip of the spear. In the end, the third wild wolf was also killed outright. After cutting off the ears of the 3 wolves marked with his symbol, Hui Yuanhong continued searching for other prey. Not long after, he killed 6 more wolves. If he remembered correctly, there were a total of 51 wolves released in this autumn hunting ground. Therefore, as long as he collected 26 marked wolf ears, he would be the undisputed champion. Keep going. Thanks to the subconscious warning developed through the ear root rounding technique, whenever danger approached his body, his hair would instinctively stand on end, so he didn't need to form a formation and search slowly like the other teams. Without anyone holding him back, he moved freely in the autumn hunting ground, his strength rivaling that of a martial arts master when he unleashed his full power. He had nothing to fear. As a result, his hunting speed was astonishingly fast. Within a short while, he had already collected 9 wolf ears marked with tags. Only 17 remained until his target. However, when he followed the wolf howls to a pile of boulders, an unexpected situation arose. He was too late. By the time he arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. A team from the Noble Alliance had surrounded and was picking off the wolves one by one. Now, only 2 dying wolves remained on the field, struggling for their lives. This team was also extremely powerful. Besides a few seasoned Force Union peak level members, the leader seemed to have trained to near perfection at some point. He was likely the second strongest expert among the aristocratic participants mentioned in the intelligence report, just below Wu Jinghao. From their accents, they were all outsiders, not locals from Jinmen. Hui Yuanhong glanced around and decided to leave first. Old Su was nearly defeated, and he didn't want to cause more trouble by making him fight again. He decided to first finish off the remaining wild wolves and take whatever was left from others if necessary. Stop! Just then, someone jumped down from a tree behind him and blocked his retreat. Didn't anyone tell you that you're not supposed to stand by and watch when others are fighting? The speaker was a burly man holding a large gun, his expression cold and accusatory. Then I'll leave? Hui Yuanhong, wearing a mask, turned his head slightly. At those words, the burly man immediately revealed a smile. He was afraid. He was afraid. The man was well aware that the scout who dared to go alone was usually the best fighter in the group, capable of holding off an attack for a short while. That's why he needed to intimidate him first. If the other party had taken a firm stance, it would mean their group was nearby and reinforcements would arrive soon. But now, the other party was trying to leave after being scared by him. That meant they had no confidence. He had separated himself from his group, and alone, he dared not confront the entire group. Such a golden opportunity. Not only could they rely on their numerical advantage to surround and kill a skilled expert, but if they could spare him, they could interrogate him to find out the location of the Xingwu Alliance's group. Rare. It's truly too rare. Especially now, the other 5 members of the team, including the captain he trusts most, the second strongest participant from the aristocratic alliance, second only to Wu Jinghao, have also rushed back upon hearing the commotion, forming an absolute 6-against-1 advantage. Even if the opponent were a master on par with the captain, someone who had trained to near perfection at some point, they could still be surrounded and killed. Thus, the burly man frowned. Let you go? I suspect you stole our supplies. We need to search you. Drop your weapons, remove your inner armor, and we'll let you go if there's no problem. Ajia, why waste your breath with him? Disable his limbs first. We have enough corpse-dissolving liquid, there won't be any traces left. The strongest captain in the center, with a cruel smile, walked over holding a heavy hammer, while the others watched mockingly. Hui Yuanhong stared at them expressionlessly, finding it hard to comprehend. These men were so close, yet none of them could trigger his subconscious warning system. How dare they be so bold? Get down! The captain bellowed, and with a surge of power from his feet, his body erupted suddenly, charging forward like a raging bear. The heavy hammer in his hand tore through the air with a terrifying whistle, and with his innate divine strength, it seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. With his first move, this man, the second strongest fighter after Wu Jinghao and the captain most admired by the burly men, demonstrated an astonishing display of strength and combat prowess. Even with an overwhelming advantage, they had to strike with thunderous force, catching the enemy off guard. Boom! Just then, the captain's vision blurred. The previously motionless Hui Yuanhong suddenly moved. In an instant, it was as though the unmoving Mount Buzhou had suddenly collapsed, the terrifying fist intent, almost solidified, like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart, rolled toward them, the overwhelming killing intent like an invisible pair of hands gripping the captain's throat, causing his consciousness to go blank for an instant, and the trajectory of his heavy hammer to swerve off course. Trouble! His fist intent is terrifying. The captain's scalp tingled. This was a technique only mastered by martial arts masters. How could it appear here? It was like a group of rookie boxers in a beginner's match suddenly being confronted by a reigning champion. The mismatch was utterly unsettling. But he was still the second best fighter, just behind Wu Jinghao. Relying on the powerful willpower of a martial artist, he managed to shake off the influence in an instant and attempted to retreat swiftly. But it was too late. In a martial arts duel, life and death hang by a thread. Just as the captain was caught in the grip of the punch's intent, Hui Yuanhong burst forward, his large gun erupting like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power as it whistled toward his target. Whoosh! In the stunned gaze of the burly man, the captain he had most trusted was pierced through the throat by Hui Yuanhong's spear in a single exchange. Chapter 61, Total Annihilation. Ha, ha! As Hui Yuanhong withdrew his gun, the captain frantically reached for his own neck, seemingly trying to plug the wound. But it was useless. He felt all his strength draining away from his neck at an alarming rate. The heavy hammer in his hand crashed to the ground, and he stumbled backward 2 steps before collapsing onto his back. One shot. Just one shot. The strongest captain was dead. From the moment Hui Yuanhong suddenly sprang into action to the moment his gun pierced the captain of the Clan Alliance's neck, it all happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone stunned. The mocking smiles on the faces of the other 5 hadn't even had time to freeze before they watched in horror as their strongest captain was gone. Captain! He killed the captain. The burly man felt a sudden dizziness. What had he stumbled into? But before he could think further, the surroundings had already descended into chaos. After drawing his gun, Hui Yuanhong didn't give them any time to think. He swiftly turned around, took 2 steps forward, unleashing a fierce burst of energy that surged through his body, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, charging toward the nearest swordsman. Dealing with the remaining few, he didn't even bother to use his fist intent or any intricate techniques. He simply executed a single move, splitting the mountain with sheer force. Attack together. The second in command of the group, a peak-level swordsman, swung his sword with all his might, attempting to block the oncoming rifle. However, Hui Yuanhong's spear was simply too powerful. The terrifying force not only shattered the long sword into pieces but also continued its momentum, surging through the sword into the swordsman's palm, arm, and chest, causing his arm to go numb and his chest to feel suffocated. For a moment, the swordsman was unable to move. He could only stare in horror as the spear, like a collapsing mountain, swept toward him with the force of an earthquake, crushing everything in its path. No! Before he could utter another sound, the swordless peak-level swordsman was struck by the spear, which shattered his shoulder, sending a torrent of brutal force coursing through his body, displacing his internal organs. In the end, the second strongest member of the group was knocked to his knees, coughing up blood, and clearly on the brink of death. Run! Run! This isn't the inner 3 harmonies, it's clearly a martial arts master. We can't possibly stand a chance. Save yourself if you can. Scatter and flee. The remaining few at the peak of their combined strength had lost their earlier arrogance and mockery, their eyes filled with uncontrollable fear as they turned and fled. 2 of them, desperate to escape faster, even abandoned their weapons, discarding their swords and armor. After all, facing a martial arts master, whether you have weapons or not makes little difference, it's just a matter of how you die. If Wu Jinghao were here, with half of the clan's forces supporting him, 15 or 16 men could surround and kill one of them, and they might dare to fight. But now, even the only captain who had a chance to exchange a few blows had been stabbed to death with a gun. The rest of them were no match for the enemy. Run! Run for your lives! The few of them fled wildly. But since they had already started, Hui Yuanhong had no intention of sparing any survivors. How could he let them escape? Boom! As the ground erupted with a thunderous explosion, spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the muddy ground. Hui Yuanhong's body had already vanished from his original position, swept up by a whirlwind, and in an instant, he had crossed several meters of distance, catching up to one of them. Draw your gun! Stab through the back! Draw your gun! No fancy moves, just absolute precision. Absolute speed. SSSH. A figure stumbled and fell to the ground. Another instant kill. Immediately afterward, Hui Yuanhong twisted his hips, as if a dormant volcano erupted at his waist, sending a surge of power crashing into his spine and coursing through his arms. As he spun and swung his arm, the large gun in his hand shot out like a meteor, piercing the back of the 4th team member nearby and pinning him to the ground. Instantly, he shook his sleeve, and the dagger hidden inside fell out, caught by his hand, which flicked it out. Under the powerful control of his martial arts master-level chi and spirit, his technique was incredibly precise. Even though he hadn't practiced throwing knives much, he didn't miss at such close range. Whoosh! The dagger shot out, piercing the back of a person 5 or 6 steps away, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Now, only the burly man remained. This. As he fled, the burly man heard the hissing sounds and couldn't help but glance back. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the nightmarish scene before him. Gone. All gone. The strongest captain, the second strongest swordsman, and the other 3 at the peak of their strength. All dead. How could this happen so quickly? Their once mighty force had been completely annihilated. What kind of killing machine was this? Wait, there's still one left.
Seeing Hua Yuanhong closing in quickly, the burly man's heart sank, knowing he couldn't escape. But when he noticed that Hua Yuanhong wasn't holding a gun, his eyes lit up.
A gun. He's not holding a gun.
The rifle had been thrown away and was now stuck in another companion's body.
So, this killing machine is now unarmed, with no weapons?
Looking at the gun in his own hands, the burly man felt a glimmer of hope. The gun is the king of all weapons. With a gun against an unarmed opponent, he might still stand a chance. Kill! The burly man suddenly turned around, swinging the gun in a backhand strike. The gun tip glinted with a cold, icy light, and the friction with the air produced a piercing, shrill screech. This strike was a desperate, life-or-death move, surpassing the burly man's previous peak performance. He even felt he could give Wu Jinghao a fight. Even if his opponent were Wu Jinghao, a peerless martial artist capable of withstanding 30 or 40 moves against a martial arts master, he was confident he could temporarily drive him back and buy time to escape. The plan was sound, but Hua Yuanhong's reaction speed was too fast. Thanks to his unparalleled perception that allowed him to avoid projectiles, he not only feared no weapons but could also anticipate his opponent's next move in close combat. Even before the burly man twisted his waist and hips to turn around and strike with his gun, Hua Yuanhong had already analyzed his body movements and deduced his opponent's intentions. The trajectory of his arm and the gun's movement were clearly mapped out in his mind. With a simple sidestep, he made the opponent's strongest thrust miss its mark. Whoosh! As the gun blade sliced past his chest armor, a cold gleam flashed in Hua Yuanhong's eyes. He grabbed the gun barrel and yanked it violently, pulling the burly man holding the gun toward him, bringing them into close-range combat range. Immediately afterward, under the terrified gaze of the burly man, Hua Yuanhong stomped his foot on the ground, generating a surge of power from his feet. The force from his waist, hips, spine, and shoulders connected in a straight line, coursing through his entire body. As he raised his elbow, the power erupted with a thunderous crash. Elbow strike to the center of the chest. Under the brutal force of Hua Yuanhong's elbow strike, the burly man's internal armor collapsed and exploded, with the elbow tip piercing deeply into his chest. The remaining force found an outlet, erupting through his chest and emerging from his back. Crack! The burly man's back was torn open, revealing a small hole, and his spine bulged outward from the force of the strike. With a gush of blood, he stared wide-eyed and collapsed in despair. In just a few breaths, this formidable team of 6 peak-level Liha practitioners, including one of the top Liha masters second only to Wu Jinghao, was completely annihilated. Chapter 62, The Man Who Came Walking on Light. 6 people, not even 3 breaths, where did they get the nerve to be so arrogant? Looking at the fallen, burly man in front of him, Hua Yuanhong remained expressionless. In truth, compared to the long gun, what he truly favored was the close-range combat of the 8 Extremes fist. He hadn't even properly trained in the 6 Harmonies spear technique of the 8 Extremes lineage. Instead, he had trained his fists, elbows, and spear all together. For him at this point, the long spear had 2 uses. One was for large-scale battles, where its wide, sweeping motions were efficient, and the other was to block swords and knives coming at him from all sides. Hua Yuanhong quickly scanned the area, confirmed there was no one else nearby, and approached the 6 lifeless bodies lying on the ground. He searched each body thoroughly, retrieving 10 wolf ears marked with symbols, the spoils of this group's previous battle. It seemed they had been quite fortunate. Combined with the 9 wolf ears he already had, he now had 19, bringing him very close to the halfway mark of 26. Besides a pile of useless rations and antidote powder, Hua Yuanhong found 2 water bags, but they didn't contain water. Instead, they held a liquid with a pungent odor. Just a single drop caused the ground to sizzle and crackle. Could this be corpse-dissolving liquid? How considerate, they even prepared something for cleanup. Hua Yuanhong couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. Of course, there were quite a few people, so 2 water bags of corpse-dissolving water wouldn't be enough. Hua Yuanhong simply used the corpse-dissolving liquid to corrode the areas where gunshot wounds and tear marks from powerful blows remained, making it impossible to determine what kind of martial arts had been used to kill these people. Then, he strode away swiftly and continued his hunt. During his journey, Hua Yuanhong also reviewed the events in detail. After each fight, he always reviewed the battle to learn from his mistakes. When I killed the captain earlier, I was a bit hasty. I only used the fastest acting fist intent, Jingpa, and didn't use the caged tiger, enclosed monkey technique. If I had combined the 2, with the doubled willpower, even against a true martial arts master, I estimate I could have caused a momentary impact. Additionally, the ability to gain the upper hand by avoiding projectiles is most effective in close combat, allowing one to precisely gauge the flow of an opponent's internal energy. Hua Yuanhong reviewed the battle while searching for other targets. Unfortunately, finding targets became much harder afterward. After all, there were many skilled fighters and few wolves left, and most of the wolves had already been hunted down. Only 5 more to go. Which team should I target next? Unable to find any wolves, Hua Yuanhong began searching for traces of other teams. Just then, whoosh! Crack! A thin trail of fire shot into the sky, exploding into a burst of fiery red fireworks.
This is the signal indicating Wu Jinghao's location. Can you confirm that is Wu Jinghao? Shin Shuyan asked in a low voice. 9 out of 10 chances. Such a long battle axe, only Wu Jinghao could wield it. Besides him, no one else would dare to act so boldly, alone. A team member replied. Shin Shuyan fell silent for a moment. The words alone made her heart sink with anxiety. The person her older sister had asked her to take care of had come in and immediately run off, and she hadn't seen him since. She didn't know if he was okay. If something had indeed happened, she wouldn't know how to explain it to her older sister. Thinking of this, Shin Shuyan felt a headache coming on, but since she couldn't find him, there was nothing she could do. Never mind. Shin Shuyan shook her head slightly and decided to deal with the most threatening person, Wu Jinghao, first, before continuing her search for the other person. When the time comes, Wei and Lao Bao will go first, using grappling hooks to lock Wu Jinghao's long axe and restrain him, then Lao Luo and Xiao Wu. Shin Shuyan assigned tasks to the 6 elite fighters in her team, instructing them to do their utmost to limit Wu Jinghao's strength, while she and Fu Haoran would handle the final blow. After making their arrangements, the group hid in the grass and behind old trees, holding their breath and watching as Wu Jinghao grew closer and closer. Attack! From behind the old tree beside Wu Jinghao, 2 peak-level Liha experts suddenly charged out, throwing their grappling hooks. One hooked Wu Jinghao's arm, while the other aimed precisely at the terrifyingly menacing long axe. At the same time, 2 more peak-level martial artists charged out from behind, their spears surging forward with an unstoppable killing intent, aiming for Wu Jinghao's back. Up ahead, 2 more peak-level martial artists, each wielding heavy shields, charged forward like raging bulls, colliding head-on. Behind them, the 2 shield bearers provided cover, while the strongest among them, Shin Shuyan and Fu Haoran, followed silently. 8 against 1. Prepared against the unprepared. This situation was an absolute dead end for any inner 3 harmonies practitioner. Once their weapons were locked by the hooks, facing the 2 spears behind them would already be a near certain death sentence, let alone the 2 shield bearers in front and the 2 strongest fighters, Shin Shuyan and Fu Haoran. However, facing this dire situation, Wu Jinghao's expression remained unchanged, though his skin began to flush red. He swung his long axe, causing both grappling hooks to latch onto it. Then, with a powerful pull, the terrifying force erupted, and he managed to pull down the 2 Lihe masters who were holding onto the hook locks with just one person's strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! Facing 2 large spears attacking from behind, Wu Jinghao simply swept his long axe aside. Though clearly heavy weapons, in his hands they moved as lightly as reeds, lifting heavy objects with ease. The long axe traced an arc, colliding with the 2 spears with astonishing precision, sending them flying. He then casually spun around, striking the 2 peak-level martial artists behind him, causing them to spit blood and fly backward. One had a shattered shoulder and half his chest caved in, while the other's neck was twisted unnaturally, clearly beyond saving. Roar! Seeing this terrifying scene, the 2 shield bearers in front felt a chill in their hearts, but with the situation already dire, they had no time to hesitate. They charged forward, still holding their heavy shields, intending to use their combined strength to knock Wu Jinghao off his feet. However, when their shields collided head-on with Wu Jinghao's long axe, they realized how terribly they had miscalculated. Boom! A strange force surged through the heavy shields, shaking their arms and causing them to go numb. The force disrupted their grip, and they could no longer hold the shield steady. As the long axe swept through the air, the shield flew out, and the axe blade sliced precisely across the necks of the 2 shield bearers, leaving a trail of bright red blood. 4 peak-level martial artists were killed in the first exchange. Such terrifying tactics left Shin Shuyan and Fu Haoran feeling a chill run down their spines. Secret technique. His secret technique is too powerful. It's like a weakened version of the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Not only does it require minimal cost, but it also greatly enhances one's strength. Shin Shuyan immediately identified the technique, exchanged a glance with Fu Haoran, then one drew her sword and the other his blade, joining forces to surround and attack. Each of them possessed the strength to overwhelm other peak-level practitioners of the Liha realm. Had they not been representing the Xingwu alliance in battle, they would have already entered the Dark Qi realm. Together, their threat level skyrocketed, easily sweeping through a group of Force Union peak cultivators. However, facing Wu Jinghao's terrifying strength, after just a few exchanges, Fu Haoran's simple sword was shaken out of his hand, and his body was swept aside by the axe blade, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. The remaining Shin Shuyan was also easily knocked out of her long sword by Wu Jinghao, who then split her in 2 with a single axe blow. Had it not been for the inner armor custom made for his daughter by the leader of the Xingwu alliance, that single axe blow would have been enough to take Shin Shuyan's life. Even so, that priceless inner armor was nearly sliced in half. Captain! The other 2 experts holding grappling hooks rushed forward to rescue her, but in front of Wu Jinghao, they were both killed with just 2 swings of his axe. Ha, just a few puny little dogs daring to attack me? Looking at Wu Jinghao's imposing figure, the blood-stained axe that resembled the scythe of death, and the 6 peak-level experts lying dead on the ground, Shin Shuyan and Fu Haoran nearly choked on their breath. How could he be this strong? They had anticipated that Wu Jinghao's strength might exceed their expectations, allowing him to break out of the ambush set by 8 men and turn the tables to hunt them down. But they never imagined that Wu Jinghao could single-handedly crush all 8 of them in a direct confrontation. Such power, unleashed in such a short time, was virtually indistinguishable from that of a martial arts master. It wasn't as they had originally judged, that Wu Jinghao was sparring with their own martial arts master and only managed to hold on for 30 moves because their master had held back. You're Shin Shuyan, the younger sister of Shin Dazongshi? I've heard that Shin Dazongshi is a beauty of unparalleled grace, not only the greatest martial arts master in the world but also the most beautiful woman in the world. Her sister must be no less stunning. Wu Jinghao walked up to Shin Shuyan with a faint smile, removed her mask, and revealed a stunningly beautiful face. Her stunning beauty, combined with her helpless and frightened expression, was enough to leave anyone spellbound. Just then, the already severely injured Shin Shuyan suddenly sprang into action. A short blade suddenly appeared in her hand, and she lunged toward Wu Jinghao, who had come close. A long axe is a ranged weapon. Once it's close up, it's hard to use effectively. However, Shin Shuyan's most deadly move was not her sword technique, but her close-range dagger thrust. This move, both in terms of timing and the speed and precision of her actions, was astonishingly precise, almost impossible to miss. Whoosh! Shin Shuyan's eyes were icy cold as the short blade in her hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aiming for Wu Jinghao's chest. The result? Missed? In the blink of an eye, Wu Jinghao twisted his body, dodging the fatal strike. His hand blurred, and before Shin Shuyan could react, he grabbed her slender, white neck like an eagle snatching a chick, lifting her off the ground. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually not very good with a long axe. What I truly excel at is close-range combat. Wu Jinghao's eyes were filled with mockery and derision. From start to finish, he had toyed with the Xingwu Alliance's strongest elite team like a cat playing with a mouse, crushing them utterly. It's over. Shin Shuyan's eyes betrayed utter despair. Even her most lethal sneak attack didn't work, and she didn't even scratch Wu Jinghao. How could she possibly win now? A dead end. This was an absolute dead end. Unless a martial arts master intervened, no one could possibly stand against this monster. Unfortunately, she hadn't completed the task her elder sister had entrusted to her, and now she was going to die here. Just as Wu Jinghao let out a savage grin, his ears twitched suddenly, picking up the sharp sound of something tearing through the air. He quickly leaned backward. Whoosh! A dagger flew toward him, grazing his cheek and leaving a deep gash before embedding itself in an old tree nearby. Wu Jinghao, who had been overwhelming his opponent from the moment he appeared, had been injured for the first time. Wu Jinghao. Hearing the voice, Shin Shuyan couldn't help but turn her head. Under the blazing sunlight, a tall figure holding a large gun upside down strode toward them, bathed in light. Chapter 63, The Terrifying Advantage of Anticipating the Enemy. Run. Run away. Don't come closer. After a moment of daze, Shin Shuyan struggled to shout, frantically signaling to the approaching figure. From the mask's appearance, she had already recognized him as the person her eldest sister had told her to protect. Although her eldest sister had said that this person was already a Liha and should be no weaker than a late-stage Liha, 8 peak-stage Lies had just been easily defeated. If a late-stage Liha were to come over, wouldn't that be a suicide mission? Hurry up and leave. Fu Haoren, despite his severe injuries, charged toward Wu Jinghao, intending to use his locking technique to restrain him and buy time for Hua Yuanhong to escape. He and Shin Shuyan were both severely injured and couldn't escape, but Hua Yuanhong was unharmed. If they could delay him for a moment, there was still a chance to escape with their lives. Every life counts. Boom! Wu Jinghao kicked out with all his strength, sending Fu Haoren flying backward. Then, he dropped Shin Shuyan and picked up his long axe, turning toward Hua Yuanhong. The expert is here? When masters face off, you know their true ability the moment they meet. The dagger that had nearly pierced his skull earlier demonstrated an extremely precise control of force, indicating that the opponent had already reached the level of a martial arts master in terms of spiritual cultivation. Therefore, Wu Jinghao abandoned his previous casual attitude and took the situation seriously. His body crouched slightly, then erupted. Gripping the fierce-looking long axe, his entire body blurred into a shadowy figure, charging toward Hua Yuanhong. Charge! Charge again! At that moment, Hua Yuanhong had also entered the state of a tiger in a cage and a monkey in the jungle, like a fierce tiger freed from its cage or a chaotic monkey released from its chains, with his strength and willpower doubled. In this state, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, his blood boiling and burning with battle intent, steam rising from his body. Wu Jinghao. What a coincidence! He's already encountered Wu Yankun's most cherished heir so quickly. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. With each step he took, a violent force erupted from the ground, surging upward through his spine, constantly building up, making his speed faster and faster. In the slightly open forest, 2 figures, one wielding a gun, the other a axe, charged toward each other, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. The distance between them closed rapidly, and they collided violently. Die! Wu Jinghao roared like thunder, as the great dragon along his spine unfurled. The long axe in his hand, driven by unmatched force, tore through the wind and struck out. As a master whose strength had reached near perfect harmony, Wu Jinghao's power already far surpassed that of ordinary peak-level masters of harmony. Under the explosive power of the blood-burning secret technique, his strength surged even further, rivaling that of a dark energy martial artist who had completed tendon reinforcement. His fighting style was effortless and graceful, reaching a level comparable to that of a normalized Jin master, surpassing even ordinary dark Chi martial artists. It is precisely for this reason that, even without the dark force martial artist's ability to sense projectiles and the supernatural power of his fist intent, Wu Jinghao can still withstand 40 moves against a dark force martial artist who is already considered a prodigy. This single-axe strike is the pinnacle of powerful strength and effortless technique, a fatal technique brought to perfection. The moment they faced each other, it was a fatal blow. This clearly shows how much Wu Jinghao values his opponent, unlike his previous casual approach against Shen Shuyan and Fu Haoren. At that moment, Hui Yuanhong, who had charged to Wu Jinghao's front, had his strength and momentum surging to their peak. Under the powerful advantage of his projectiles not touching his body, Hui Yuanhong's blood boiled, but his mind remained utterly calm, like a still lake, reflecting Wu Jinghao's killing moves with crystal clarity. The howling winds swept aside by his body, the blurry afterimages of the falling axe, and the slightest tremors in Wu Jinghao's joints, muscles, and bones were all detected by him. Almost instinctively, he analyzed and dismantled them in an instant, finding the means to counter the moves. Boom! As the force erupted from his feet, he twisted his hips, shifted his body slightly to the side, and turned to face his opponent, executing a flawless fatal strike with his axe. Missed! At the same time, following the momentum from the side twist, pulling the left half of his body back and pushing the right half forward, the large spear in his hand followed through, increasing its power by several fold. Wrapped in the fierce momentum condensed from the elbow strike technique targeting the center of the chest, it slammed toward Wu Jinghao's torso. Humph! Wu Jinghao's pupils contracted slightly. At that moment, his long axe was already swung out, leaving him no time to defend. Facing Hui Yuanhong's spear, even with the top-quality inner armor custom made by a master blacksmith at great expense by Wu Yankun, he dared not block it head-on. Following Hui Yuanhong's example, he shifted his body sideways, attempting to dodge the spear. However, just as Wu Jinghao began to generate force from his feet, preparing to lift his body and twist his torso, Hui Yuanhong, relying on his powerful perception and ability to anticipate his opponent's moves, precisely anticipated his next action. With a tremor of his arm, the spear shifted slightly, as if it had come to life, changing its angle ever so slightly, still aiming straight for Wu Jinghao. This eerie scene looked as though Wu Jinghao had voluntarily shifted sideways to meet the spear, which seemed to have originally been aimed at the wrong spot. Wu Jinghao's eyelids twitched, and he was forced to lean backward, barely managing to let the spear graze his inner armor, producing a piercing friction sound as sparks flew everywhere. In his retreating position, he couldn't muster another attack, so Wu Jinghao rolled backward, aiming to create some distance and regain the initiative. However, against Hui Yuanhong's superior anticipation, Wu Jinghao, already at a disadvantage, could not possibly escape easily. One step faster. Every step faster. One step ahead. Every step ahead. As his feet stomped the ground once more, unleashing a fierce surge of power, his body surged forward abruptly. The large gun in his hand remained firmly locked onto Wu Jinghao, swinging down toward his head. At that very moment, Wu Jinghao had just finished rolling backward and was about to flip and jump up. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw the spear growing larger and larger in his eyes. Boom! Under the force of this strike, Wu Jinghao was struck so hard that his head buzzed, his face torn open. Even as he hurriedly leaned back to deflect the blow, he nearly was knocked unconscious by the spear. Bad! Retreat! Realizing the danger, Wu Jinghao disregarded his dignity, let go of his long axe, and rolled frantically once more, desperate to escape the range of Hui Yuanhong's spear attack. Anticipating the enemy's moves. How could such terrifying anticipation of the enemy's moves have occurred? Wu Jinghao felt an overwhelming fear rising within him, and his earlier confidence had vanished. After all, while he could withstand 30 or 40 moves against a martial arts master, that was against someone who had only recently mastered the hidden strength technique. This was not someone who had perfected the art of anticipating an enemy's moves to such a degree. But the man before him possessed such terrifying foresight, far surpassing the martial arts master he had sparred with before. He had undoubtedly reached the level of a seasoned martial arts master. He could sense that the opponent's raw power was actually inferior to his own, likely because their force fusion technique hadn't yet reached its peak. However, their ability to anticipate his moves was simply too overwhelming. Fighting him felt like a cat toying with a mouse, completely overwhelming him and leaving him unable to catch his breath. Chapter 64, Resolution. Wu Jinghao's reaction was quick and correct. But in the face of Hui Yuanhong's terrifying ability to anticipate his moves, every one of his actions, every roll, was precisely predicted. Before long, the top-tier inner armor that Wu Yankun had spent countless favors to custom make for his eldest son was pierced by 3 gruesome bullet holes. Finally, with a single thrust of his gun into a crucial joint, followed by a swift pull, the inner armor was torn from Wu Jinghao's body. Die! Wu Jinghao roared, his will driven to the brink of madness by the sting of death, no longer as steady as a mountain as he had been at the start. Ignoring Hui Yuanhong's spear, he allowed it to pierce his shoulder, nearly tearing off an arm. His body surged forward, desperately trying to close the distance. Close combat. He had to engage in close-range combat. The opponent's gunmanship was too terrifying. If this continued, he would be dead within 5 or 6 more moves. The only hope was to use his most skilled close-range combat to turn the tide. After paying the heavy price of losing an arm, Wu Jinghao finally broke through to Hui Yuanhong's front. But surprisingly, despite being a master of long weapons, Wu Jinghao saw no trace of panic in Hui Yuanhong's eyes as he closed the distance. Not only was there no panic, but there was even a hint of excitement. Kill. Without hesitation, Wu Jinghao let out a fierce roar and unleashed a cannon punch with all his strength, erupting like a volcano. This cannon punch was his signature move. Even if his opponent managed to block it, their arms would be shattered. Now, it was time for his specialty close-range combat. Facing this cannon punch, Hui Yuanhong remained as calm as a still pond, not even bothering to dodge. However, flames seemed to burn in his eyes. After being relentlessly crushed, his will had reached its peak. The fist intent he had been building up, amplified by the tiger in a cage, monkey in a cage technique, erupted with overwhelming force. Fist intent shattering the soul. From the very beginning of the fight, he knew that against a master like Wu Jinghao, who could spar with a martial arts grandmaster, his mental fortitude must be incredibly strong. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to withstand the fist intent that shakes the soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand dozens of moves against a martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, he must first shatter the opponent's confidence, destabilize their will, and then strike with the doubled fist intent that had been building up. And now, the time had come. In that instant, Wu Jinghao's hair stood on end, and he felt as though he were experiencing a hallucination. The masked figure before him seemed to vanish, replaced by a ferocious tiger and a chaotic demon ape with flames burning in its eyes. Roar! Hui Yuanhong's roar erupted like a thunderclap within Wu Jinghao's consciousness, accompanied by a surging tide of murderous intent, unleashing a terrifying aura of intimidation. Even Wu Jinghao, a master of martial arts who was accustomed to the soul-shaking intent of a martial arts grandmaster, experienced a momentary lapse in consciousness when faced with Hui Yuanhong's long simmering fist intent erupting at such close range. Without control over his will, the power of Wu Jinghao's cannon fist scattered, losing most of its force. The remaining strength was further neutralized by Hui Yuanhong's internal armor, leaving only a faint breeze that was easily deflected, causing no harm at all. At that moment, Hui Yuanhong's palm had already come together, with his fingers tightly closed. The base of his palm struck upward in a lightning-fast motion, hitting the triangular area below Wu Jinghao's collarbone. This area is densely packed with nerves. As the force from the palm root trembled, Wu Jinghao's body stiffened for an instant. Even as he emerged from the daze caused by the punch's intent and regained consciousness, he was unable to control his body, watching helplessly as Hui Yuanhong's other palm swung forward, transforming into a grim reaper's scythe, slicing toward his neck. Crack! Even with a neck guard, Wu Jinghao's cervical vertebrae developed minor fractures, and his upper body was struck so forcefully that it collapsed sideways. Instantly, Hui Yuanhong transformed his palm into a fist, enveloped in a howling gust of wind, and slammed it heavily onto Wu Jinghao's temple. Double peak piercing the ears. Under Hui Yuanhong's masterful Yama's 3 points technique, Wu Jinghao's pride and joy his close-range combat skills were completely overwhelmed before they could even begin to take effect. Blood poured from his 7 orifices, and he lost control of his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. There was no hope for him. Remember my name, I am Hui Yuanhong. As his consciousness began to fade into darkness, Wu Jinghao heard a voice ringing in his ears. Hui Yuanhong. Wu Jinghao's pupils dilated suddenly, as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the corner of the mask being lifted by the man before him. His father, Wu Yankun, had said that even with the boiling blood powder, Hui Yuanhong was only at the late stage of the Liha realm. But this strength, even a true martial arts master might not be able to achieve this. This is the late stage of the Liha realm? Wu Yankun deceived me. In the end, this man, who was said to be the strongest under the Dark Chi realm and could withstand dozens of moves from a martial arts master, didn't have time to say a word. He sank into the darkness, filled with endless fear and despair. His breath ceased. Beside him, Shin Shuyan, who was struggling to get up from the ground, looked at the scene of Wu Jinghao falling to the ground with a dazed expression, unable to snap out of it for a moment. That man, who had crushed their 8-person clan like a cat toying with a mouse, had died so easily? From the moment they first clashed, they had been completely overwhelmed, unable to even scratch a single hair on Hui Yuanhong's body, despite using their most skilled close-range combat techniques. This scene was utterly mind-blowing to her. She even began to doubt whether the man before her had secretly cultivated internal energy and used some special technique to evade detection by the experts from other families, allowing him to infiltrate their ranks. Hui Yuanhong ignored their emotions, bent down, and searched Wu Jinghao's body, quickly finding 9 wolf ears. Including the ones he already had, more than half were accounted for. This autumn hunt was now secure. It's about time. My Qilin should be coming out soon. Outside the autumn hunt grounds, Wu Yankun, who had narrowly escaped death, hid in a corner, raising his cup to take a sip. For the first time since that terrifying night, he finally smiled. He feared old Su and dared not use his superior status to target Hua Yuanhong. However, in the autumn hunt, life and death were determined by fate. That was the established rule. Old Su's faction was very protective of their own, but they also placed great emphasis on rules. If peers fought to the death, it was simply a matter of one being outmatched, and there was nothing more to say. Moreover, outside the arena, the top experts from the Shijia Alliance and the Xingwu Alliance were stationed to prevent any participants' elders from rushing in to seek revenge. As he had anticipated, during this autumn hunt, Hua Yuanhong would be humiliated and fleeing for his life in front of his own son, filled with despair and fear, watching as the Xingwu Alliance members protecting him fell one by one, until he was left alone, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, utterly defeated. Even if he survives, he will be left with an indelible psychological trauma. Hey, someone's coming out. Wu Yankun stood up with a smile, intending to personally welcome his own dragon son back. The old patriarch of the Wu family also silently emerged from the shadows, intending to observe old Su's reaction after losing the person he was supposed to protect, to determine whether his decline in martial arts resolve was merely an act or the real deal. Chapter 65, Wu Yankun loses his temper. What? Hua Yuanhong has also come to participate in the autumn hunt? Upon hearing the news, Fang Shiyu looked astonished. This autumn hunt was not under his jurisdiction, so he hadn't paid much attention to it and had only come by out of boredom. Upon arriving, he heard this utterly unbelievable news. This one do. That's too reckless. I must go find Xian Zhu to intervene. He acknowledged that Hua Yuanhong was quite talented with the boiling blood powder. He could unleash the power of a late-stage Liha cultivator. However, the problem was that those participating in the autumn hunt were the peak-level practitioners gathered from all over the empire by the Aristocratic Alliance and the Xingwu Alliance, with even the weakest being peak-level practitioners skilled in combat techniques. How could a late-stage practitioner possibly stand a chance against them? Even if the Xingwu Alliance protected him along the way, there was still Wu Jinghao on the Shijia side. If he were truly determined to kill Hua Yuanhong, the Xingwu Alliance wouldn't stand a chance. Xian Zhu, I. Fang Shiyu approached his Xian Zhu and bowed respectfully. Enough. You're obsessed. The old patriarch of the Fang family raised his hand to stop Fang Shiyu from continuing. Friendship is friendship, but the bigger picture is the bigger picture. While our Fang family has a good relationship with the Divine Gun, we can't stand against so many other clans. Especially for a young man who hasn't had time to grow. It's not worth it. Fang Shiyu fell silent. He knew that he had overstepped his bounds by repeatedly asking the clan's pillar of support to intervene. His friendship with Hua Yuanhong wasn't that deep, they'd only known each other for a few days. In truth, he merely admired Hua Yuanhong admired him for daring to do what he had always wanted to do but dared not. He also envied Hua Yuanhong, envied his ability to act without regard for consequences, to settle scores with reckless abandon, unlike himself, who had to consider every detail and was bound by various rules and interests. In Hua Yuanhong, Fang Shiyu saw a shadow of the person he had once dreamed of becoming in his youth, but had to drift further and further away from. He did not want Hua Yuanhong to die. He didn't want the version of himself from his dreams, the young and impetuous version of himself, to die in this autumn hunting ground before he had a chance to grow up. He wanted Hua Yuanhong to take his place and continue the journey he had once dreamed of. To survive. He knew it was impulsive and not something someone in his position should do. But he just wanted to be impulsive one more time. After bowing and stepping back, Fang Shiyu left the pavilion where the Fang family was gathered and walked straight toward Wu Yankun. I know you must have a way to notify them inside. Fang Shiyu looked at him and spoke. So what if I do? Wu Yankun narrowed his eyes slightly. Let Hua Yuanhong go this time, and in the future, I will let you go as well. Fang Shiyu spoke calmly. If this promise had come from anyone else, Wu Yankun wouldn't have bothered to respond. But coming from Fang Shiyu, it was different. The man before him was destined to become the next family head, someone who would shape the decisions and direction of the Fang family for the next few decades. Unlike him, who, on the surface, was the first in line for succession, but in reality, was merely a pawn put forward by the Wu family, given a sufficient status to act on behalf of the decision-makers and handle matters that were inconvenient for them to handle directly. If he ever became obsolete, he would inevitably be discarded to fulfill his final purpose, sacrificing his status and life for greater gains. No way. Wu Yankun shook his head. The promise made by the Fang family's eldest son is certainly weighty, but the situation has escalated to this point it's no longer within my control. There's no use in involving me. Do you think I would dare to touch the disciple of the Divine Gun without the tacit approval of those above? Even if I were to risk my life, it wouldn't be in such a reckless manner. Hearing this, Fang Shiyu's heart sank completely. He had known before coming that approaching Wu Yankun was likely futile, but he had come anyway, hoping against hope. If he had more time, he could leverage his influence to negotiate with some of the powerful elders of the Wu family and use them to influence the family's decisions. But the problem was, there wasn't enough time. The autumn hunt was almost over. Mr. Fong, would you like to come and see the brilliance of my prodigy?
As the figure emerging from the distant woods grew closer, Wu Yankun, accompanied by his martial arts instructors, smiled and walked toward him, holding a bottle of Western red wine he had been treasuring for years.
No need. Fang Shiyu was in a bad mood and didn't bother to respond to Wu Yankun, walking away directly.
Wu Yankun didn't mind, smiling broadly as he walked toward the few people emerging from the autumn hunt grounds. When he finally got a clear look, his smile froze. It wasn't his most favored disciple who had swept the field and emerged first.
It was 3 members of the Xingwu Alliance. One was wearing a mask, holding a large gun, and looked somewhat like Hua Yuanhong. It couldn't be him. Wu Yankun shook his head.
There were many who used spears, and among the members of their family alliance who had come to fight this time, 5 of them used spears. As for the other 2 severely injured individuals, one of them was a rare woman. He could guess that they were probably Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren from the Xingwu Alliance. With such severe injuries and only a few remaining teammates, including one wielding a large gun, they must have been overwhelmed by the unmatched power of their own clan's Qilin Sun and fled in disarray, with only a few managing to escape with their lives.
Excellent.
Wu Yankun smiled, avoiding getting too close to avoid misunderstandings from the Xingwu Alliance's elite guards. He stepped back and continued waiting to welcome his own Qilin disciple. One after another, people began to emerge from the autumn hunting ground. Some were severely injured, their expressions dejected, while others emerged unscathed. However, judging by their expressions, their gains were far from satisfactory. As time passed, Wu Yankun's expression changed from a broad smile to a gradually fading grin. By the end, his expression had turned completely grim. The autumn hunt had long since ended, but his most cherished son had yet to emerge, not even a shadow in sight.
It can't be. Jinghao couldn't have met with an accident.
He must have gained some insight after chasing that Hui Yuanhan like a rat in a trap, so he must have lingered a bit longer.
Wu Yankun muttered to himself with a grim expression.
He had complete confidence in Wu Jinghao's abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his own son to confront the Xingwu Alliance and deal with Hua Yuanhong. Once most of the people had emerged, the elite search and rescue experts from the Aristocratic Alliance and the Xingwu Alliance paired up to supervise each other as they entered the autumn hunting ground to begin their search. Soon, one after another, bodies were carried out from inside. Wu Yankun looked at each one with anticipation, but unfortunately, he didn't see Hua Yuanhong's body. Who knows if it was devoured by wild wolves or torn apart beyond recognition by his son, the Qilin Sun.
Either way, it was a good thing. Let us drink to that. Where are the Wu family members?
A skilled fighter carrying a body shouted.
I am.
Wu Yankun finally felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart and hurried over with his skilled warriors. Then, they saw a figure lying on a white cloth, eyes wide open, filled with terror, already dead for some time. This was
Wu Jinghao.
This. Staring at the scene before him, Wu Yankun felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind reeling.
Had he killed his own son again? His most cherished heir? Ah!
Wu Yankun's eyes bulged with fury, feeling as though the world was spinning, unable to contain his rage any longer.
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he collapsed backward. Master Wu. Chapter 66, A Huge Harvest. It's Hua Yuanhong. I'm fine, help me up. Wu Yankun's face was almost contorted, and his vision went black.
With the help of the elite guards, he managed to sit up.
Young master, it's Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren.
They must be the ones who killed the young master. A nearby elite guard spoke in a low voice. No, it wasn't them. After examining the battle scars on Wu Jinghao's body, which had been corroded by the corpse dissolving liquid and were barely recognizable, Wu Yankun took a deep breath. One after another, possibilities flashed through his mind, but ultimately, he relied on his instincts to pinpoint one of them. I know Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren well, their strength is indeed formidable, but to kill Jinghao, they are far from sufficient. Moreover, I had already warned Jinghao about their existence. Even if they led an ambush, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Then, there can only be one truth and unexpected variable. There must be an unexpected variable, someone or something that wasn't anticipated and caught Jinghao off guard. And this variable. Wu Yankun recalled that he hadn't seen Hua Yuanhong's body and thought of the first person from the Xingwu Alliance who had emerged carrying a large gun.
Hua Yuan Hong.
Following an instinctive urge, Wu Yankun spat out those 3 words with a distorted expression. Few other participants from the Xingwu Alliance emerged, especially the strongest group led by Shin Chuyen, which now only had 3 members left. Such heavy losses must have been caused by a fierce battle with Wu Jinghao. Among these survivors, Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren were undoubtedly targeted by Wu Jinghao, along with other seasoned veterans at the peak of their strength. The only one who might not have been prepared was Hua Yuanhong, who had come purely for the experience, the one whose strength was the weakest according to intelligence, someone who wouldn't even reach the late Liha stage even if he used the boiling blood powder. It's like a king of beasts that might be wary of a pack of wolves, but would it be wary of a rabbit that isn't even worth considering as prey?
If I'm not mistaken, it must have been Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren leading the ambush against Jinghao. At a critical moment, perhaps when Jinghao had nearly completely crushed the entire team and begun to grow complacent, the seemingly harmless Wei Yuanhong suddenly struck out of nowhere, catching Jinghao off guard and causing him to fall victim to the ambush, ultimately meeting a tragic end. And to ambush Jinghao, even with Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren distracting him, Wei Yuanhong's assassination skills are truly remarkable. His true strength is likely not just at the peak of the Lihe stage, as reported, but at the pinnacle of Lihe, or even on par with Shin Chuyen and Fu Haoren among the strongest in the ranks, save for Jinghao himself. Too deep, hidden far too well. Who could have imagined that a disciple of Li Shuxing would be a top-tier assassin skilled in stealth and concealment? But if one considers that he managed to hide for so many years before revealing his true strength recently, it makes sense that he specialized in assassination techniques. Wu Yankun's face twisted in anger as he gritted his teeth. He had lost another son, and it was all because of Wei Yuanhong. And if it weren't for the intelligence he provided that was flawed, with proper precautions in place, Wei Yuanhong might not have had the chance to launch a surprise attack. So, in a way, the son he cherished most was also killed by his own hands. Kill them. Kill all those useless intelligence analysts. Wu Yankun couldn't help but lose his temper again, coughing up another mouthful of blood before collapsing backward. On the other side, under the watchful eye of Xin Lingxiang, Wei Yuanhong had successfully secured the precious medicine needed to save old Sue's life by ranking first in the autumn hunt. It went smoothly, without any major complications. On one hand, it was likely because the peak-level experts from the aristocratic clans were reluctant to enter the fray prematurely. On the other hand, it was likely due to the overwhelming authority of Xin Lingxiang, a top-tier grandmaster whose influence surpassed even the peak-level experts. Not only did he obtain the life-saving medicine, but Wei Yuanhong also secured a top-tier nourishing medicine from the Qi stage and another from the Li stage. It can be said that the harvest was abundant. He managed to gather all the required medicines in one go. It is more than enough for him to advance unimpeded and directly become a martial arts master. The world of martial artists and those below them are completely different. Once one becomes a martial arts master, regardless of their original status, they can establish a faction recognized by the government. The dream of old Uncle Lu and the others was to produce a dark Qi martial artist, allowing the cart drivers guild to finally stand on equal footing and escape their lowly status as a street gang. Now, he is about to make it happen. The status of a dark Qi martial artist is so high because it is directly tied to one's strength. Once one enters the dark Qi realm, even the sons of noble families dare not provoke them lightly. After all, a martial arts master in a rage possesses the ability to turn the entire world against them within arm's reach, and even a group of bodyguards would be of no use. Even among the aristocratic families, few have the qualifications to have a martial artist as a personal bodyguard. In such circumstances, few would dare to provoke a martial artist. Once he enters the dark Qi realm, he won't have to hold back anymore and can do whatever he wants. Wei Yuanhong was well aware that his current combat prowess could match that of a dark Qi martial artist within 30 breaths, but that was assuming the martial artist wasn't fighting to the death. In a life-or-death battle, facing the hidden energy techniques of a martial arts master who was willing to sacrifice his physical strength, relying on overt energy alone would be insufficient to withstand such attacks. Only by mastering the dark Qi himself would he truly possess the ability to engage in a life-or-death struggle with a dark Qi martial artist. Of course, given his deep foundation, having perfected every stage before, once he entered the dark Qi realm, he estimated he could directly take on even seasoned dark Qi masters. This was still a conservative estimate. The matter we discussed earlier has been arranged. A Northern China assessment will be held in 5 days. Ji Taisheng has agreed that if you can defeat Ji Xingjie and help Ji, the deputy alliance master, secure the position of North China's overall leader, he will reward you with that family-transmitted secret technique. Shen Lingxuan tossed over a document. Though she didn't think Wei Yuanhong stood a chance after all, he was only at the late stage of the Lihe realm, while the other was already in the dark Qi realm. She wouldn't say much since he had requested it himself. Thank you. Wei Yuanhong took it, opened it, and glanced through it. It was information about Ji Xingjie. According to the intelligence, Ji Xingjie had already mastered the dark Qi realm last night. Due to having pushed himself to near perfection in 2 previous stages, he had reached the level of a dark Qi novice upon entering the realm. Combined with that deadly technique he obtained from the ruins, his practical combat prowess is likely already approaching that of a seasoned dark Qi practitioner. Indeed impressive. No wonder he was selected from among the hundreds of millions in the 9 provinces of North China as a martial arts prodigy. But for him, 5 days is enough. Wei Yuanhong calculated the time and nodded slightly. Mastering the dark Qi realm means he has truly earned his place at the table, capable of standing as a strong warrior anywhere, and in ordinary prefectures he is at the pinnacle of strength. And if he could further cultivate the mystical ability of not seeing or hearing, sensing danger, and avoiding it, allowing him to evade crises before they arrive, fearless of traps or ambushes, and unafraid of facing opponents at the peak of their dark energy who use their superior strength to bully the weak, then the vast world would have no place he couldn't go. At that point, it would truly be a world where the sea is vast for fish to leap and the sky is high for birds to fly. Like a tiger freed from its cage or a mischievous monkey overturning the five-finger mountain, he would truly roam the world freely, settling scores with ease. Advance to hunt down the Wu family. Hunt down the gentleman's sword at the sword-asking martial arts hall and those traitors. Challenge the martial arts masters of the world. Retreat to hide among the masses, accumulating strength. Lao Su can also retire in peace, continuing his seclusion, no longer needing to step forward time and again to resolve crises for him. Therefore, in the assessment 5 days from now, he must defeat Ji Xingjie and obtain that secret technique that aids in mastering the unseen, unheard, sensing danger and avoiding its skill. You two are quite lucky to have hunted down so many wild wolves. Xinling Shuang spoke, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Earlier, I also received news that Wu Jinghao is dead. It was the two of you who killed him, wasn't it? It seems that Chu Yan and Haoran have both made significant progress in their strength. Not bad. Yuan Hong did well too, coming out unscathed. Xinling Shuang encouraged him. Actually, Xin Shuyan opened her mouth to speak, but was pulled back by Fu Haoran's sleeve. She immediately realized what was happening and closed her mouth. Someone was nearby. This wasn't a private place. If the truth were to get out, it would definitely cause trouble for Hui Yuanhong. HM? Xinling Shuang furrowed her brows. With her powerful spiritual perception, she immediately sensed something amiss. Could it be that during the ambush on Wu Jinghao, Hui Yuanhong didn't simply hide early to escape unscathed? Instead, he had participated in the ambush and even played a significant role? Or perhaps those wolf-ears weren't hunted down by Xinling Shuang and Fu Haoran before being handed over to Hui Yuanhong to exchange for the elixir to prolong Lao Su's life, but were discovered by Hui Yuanhong himself? However, she knew this wasn't the place to discuss such matters. So she led Xin Shuyan and Fu Haoran to a secluded pavilion where no one else was around. Hui Yuanhong had no interest in staying longer. He was in a hurry to give the medicine to Lao Su and continue his training, so he took his leave first. Xinling Xiang didn't try to stop him. Tell me, what happened? Once they entered the pavilion, Xinling Shuang spoke up. Actually, in this recent battle against Wu Jinghao, we didn't contribute much. Those wolves weren't killed by us and given to Hui Yuanhong either. Shen Chuyan whispered. Ha? Are you saying? That's right, it was Hui Yuanhong. Chapter 67, Unexpected Reward. Repaying a Debt. He single-handedly killed Wu Jinghao and claimed first place on his own. Shen Chuyan's words exploded like a thunderclap in the pavilion, causing Shen Lingxian's eyes to widen in shock. This was far beyond what she had anticipated. Tell me more. Under Shen Chuyan's narration and Fu Haoran's additions, Shen Lingshuan gained a general understanding of the events. In other words, during the ambush to kill Wu Jinghao, the Xingwu Alliance's forces had merely sent up a smoke signal before being completely annihilated? Was it just Hui Yuanhong alone facing off against Wu Jinghao, and not only that, but he completely dominated Wu Jinghao throughout the entire battle, whether it was in weapon combat or close quarters fighting? After a long silence. Remarkable. Xinling Shuang spoke slowly. It seems that Hui Yuanhong is just like the two of you. He's already able to cultivate hidden energy, but his ambitions are too high. He wants to refine his power to a level closer to perfection during the power convergence stage, which is why he's been stuck at this level without fully mastering hidden energy. Yes, that must be it. Xin Shuyan looked at her older sister with anticipation. He saved your life. This debt must be repaid. Shen Lingxiang paused for a moment, recalling that at the ancient martial arts site, besides the Qi He cultivation method, she had also obtained a Li He cultivation method, though she had never revealed it to others. Since Hui Yuanhong had managed to cultivate something from the Qi Union cultivation method, perhaps this Force Union cultivation method could also yield some insights. Since the other party was also refining their strength, this cultivation technique was perfectly suited for them. Thus, Xin Lingshan took out ink and brush, wrote down the force fusion technique she had obtained from the martial immortal's ruins, and handed it to Xin Shuyan. Give this practice method to Hui Yuanhong. Additionally, I will stay in Jinmen for 5 more days to prevent anyone from causing trouble while Old Su is taking his medicine. This will serve as repayment for your kindness. Xin Lingxiang said. Given her status and abilities, she would normally not stay in one place. She needed to keep her movements unpredictable, moving quietly from place to place in the shadows as a deterrent. Especially since she had already revealed herself during the day, she should have immediately retreated into the shadows to keep her movements unpredictable. Staying 5 extra days was already a significant risk, as once the aristocratic families confirmed her whereabouts, the Xingwu Alliance branches she was responsible for in other regions could be in danger. But, to repay the life-saving debt owed to her younger sister, it is worth taking this risk. This time, Yuan Hong saved my life. I plan to transfer the usage rights of the training room at Tianbao Tower to him as a token of my gratitude. Fu Haoran also said. The Tianbao Tower. Shen Chuyan was somewhat surprised.
As a place of extravagant indulgence spread across the entire Tianzhou Empire, the Tianbao Tower was not only an exquisite place for enjoyment but also housed the empire's most elite martial arts training facilities, providing the best possible support for martial artists' training. However, such training facilities were extremely rare and luxurious, with maintenance costs alone amounting to an astronomical figure most prefectures couldn't even afford to establish one. Jinmen, due to its unique location and the presence of several peak-level martial artists, had invested heavily to establish one. It is said that the profits from the entertainment facilities at Tianbao Tower in Jinmen are insufficient to cover the maintenance costs of the training rooms, and the facility relies on subsidies from the headquarters to stay operational. Such training facilities are not intended for ordinary practitioners of hidden energy. They are reserved for the children and disciples of peak-level masters to practice hidden energy, in exchange for things that cannot be obtained with money. To maintain secrecy and achieve the best results, only one person is allowed to train at a time. Even the children of peak-level practitioners have to wait in line, with the latest appointments already booked 6 years in advance. Fu Haoren obtained a 6-month priority usage right because his grandfather once saved the life of a high-ranking official from Tianbao Tower, earning him the right, which he then passed on to Fu Haoren. In theory, even if one does not use this privilege themselves, it could be traded with other factions for immense benefits. Its value is immeasurable. Yet now, Fu Haoren intends to transfer this opportunity to Hui Yuanhong? However, considering that the other party had saved both their lives, Shen Shuyan didn't find it problematic. After all, she herself couldn't offer anything of sufficient value and had to ask her elder sister for help. She was merely surprised that Fu Haoren was so willing to give it up. After handing the life-prolonging elixir to Old Su, Hui Yuanhong returned to the training hall of the martial arts school. He combined the qi-harmonizing tonic with a dozen or so old herbs, boiled them into a pot, and drank it in large gulps. Under the powerful nourishing effects of the medicine, the previous deficiencies were swiftly replenished. With absorption speeds hundreds of times faster, within half an hour, all the hidden issues in Hui Yuanhong's body were completely eradicated, and he once again reached that flawless state. Now, he could begin the final stage of the Qi Meridian integration. Hui Yuanhong retrieved the martial arts hall's Li He training methods and tried practicing them. Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 1-600. Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 2-600. Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 3-600. No good, still too slow. Hui Yuanhong calculated that, following the martial arts school's power and energy integration training method, it would take about 4.5 days to reach the hidden power stage, which was a bit too slow. Keep practicing for now. While you train, have someone look into better training methods. Hui Yuanhong continued practicing for a while. When he reached Ba Ji Quan Qi and Li Integration 5-600, there was a knock on the door. Senior brother Hua, 2 people are looking for you. They claim to be Shen Shuyan and Fu Haoren. A disciple shouted from outside. Got it. Hui Yuanhong responded, placed his long spear on the nearby weapons rack, and stepped out. Upon entering the waiting room, he saw Shen Shuyan and Fu Haoren sitting there quietly. Yuanhong. Upon seeing Hui Yuanhong enter, Shen Shuyan stood up and handed him several sheets of paper. These are the Liha training methods collected by my eldest sister. Like the Qihang training methods before, they all originate from that martial arts immortal's ruins. They might be useful to you. The Li He training method? Hui Yuanhong's eyes lit up. Just what he needed. With this practice method, he estimated that the time needed to master the hidden energy technique could be accelerated from 4.5 days to just 2 days. Thanks. Hui Yuanhong didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Yuanhong, have you heard of the top-tier training facility at Tianbao Tower? Fu Haoren asked with a smile. I know. Training hidden strength there not only makes progress twice as fast but also allows you to test your essence, energy, and spirit using weapons, keeping a constant check on your condition, which is also beneficial for training at the force integration stage. Hui Yuanhong nodded slightly. He had heard his master mention this place before. In fact, his master had already been considering arranging for him to skip the queue, but he hadn't expected him to need it so soon and hadn't had time to make arrangements. Since you already know, I won't explain further. Take this token, it allows you to skip the queue and use the place for half a year. Even if someone is already there, you can temporarily replace them. Fu Haoren smiled and handed over a smooth jade pendant engraved with the ancient character for treasure. Then I'll take it. Hui Yuanhong thought to himself, as expected, and smiled broadly as he accepted the token. With access to the Tianbao Pavilion's training room, the time it would take him to master the hidden energy would be significantly reduced. The dark energy was within his grasp. Chapter 68, Hidden Power. Water flows to its own level. Also, over the next 5 days, my eldest sister will temporarily stay in Jinmen to keep an eye on the city for Su Lao. This matter should remain between you and Yuanhong, do not let it get out. Shen Shuyan whispered in a low voice. Understood. Hui Yuanhong sighed in relief. With a top-tier grandmaster of unparalleled skill stationed in Jinmen, Old Su could finally focus on taking the medicine to prolong his life. This autumn hunt had not only secured the life-prolonging medicine for old Su, the Chihili He medicine to replenish his own energy reserves, but also a set of Li He training methods left by a martial immortal, access to the most elite martial arts training facility in the imperial court, and the assistance of a top-tier grandmaster to maintain order. It was a complete victory. Without wasting any time, Hui Yuanhong took the token, along with the tonic herbs for the Qi merging stage, and headed straight for the Tianbao Tower.
Do you think Yuanhong will reach the hidden energy stage in a few days?
Watching Hui Yuanhong's hurried departure, Fu Haoran asked curiously. He took out the token, partly to repay the debt of saving his life, but more importantly, because of Hui Yuanhong's strength.
Xin Shuyan couldn't help but laugh. It's not that fast.
Transitioning from explicit to hidden energy is a life or death threshold, a breakthrough of the body's limits. Being able to attempt the breakthrough at any moment and actually succeeding in one go are two entirely different matters. For us, it's true that we can attempt the dark Qi at any time, but if we push through without properly adjusting our state, it's a gamble with our lives 9 deaths out of 10. If you fail, the energy will go haywire, easily damaging internal organs. It would take months to recover, and in severe cases, you could die on the spot. No matter what, one must patiently adjust one's condition for a month, prepare a stockpile of life-saving secret medicines, ensure everything is secure, and have a master present to oversee the process before attempting the breakthrough. You must know that Ji Xingjie, hailed as the top genius of the 9 provinces of North China, secretly adjusted his condition for half a month, then requested Deputy Alliance Master Wei to allocate a large quantity of rare secret medicines to protect his internal organs before breaking through the Dark Qi realm last night. Even Zhang Bolai, the legendary fist master who once dominated the world, had to trek on foot for 7 days and 7 nights to purify his mind and body before he could break through when his energy shifted from the visible to the invisible realm. With the token, Hui Yuanhong smoothly entered the top floor of the Tianbao Tower, a training hall spanning over 1,000 square meters. The place was equipped with various facilities, stone weights for building strength, the large swords required for the martial arts exams, plum blossom stakes and jumping platforms for practicing lightness techniques. There were also various ingeniously designed mechanisms that could simulate strong winds and rainy weather. In the northern room, there was even an array of 18 bronze statues, allowing one to test their strength at any time, with no need to compensate for any damage caused. After locking the door, Hui Yuanhong activated one of the mechanisms, and soon a series of strong winds began to blow, causing the floor beneath his feet to shake slightly at a specific frequency. This windy environment is highly beneficial for practicing the integration of qi and strength. Then, he took a vine ring, placed both hands through it, and held it with palms facing each other. The bamboo ring restricted the range of motion and standardized the force trajectory. He then began to slowly push and pull the vine ring, as if pushing and pulling a floating ball in water. This was to relax the shoulders, allowing the shoulder blades to drop downward as if melting ice. The ring restricts stiffness, allowing the form to remain intact. Relaxing the shoulders feels like sinking into the depths of a spring. An old martial arts master once said, "Only when you are completely relaxed can you explode with power." The vine ring is the shackle that forces you to relax. The first step in unifying qi and force is to relax thoroughly. The more relaxed you are, the more powerful your strikes will be. The first step of this force integration training method also uses a vine ring, but the training details are slightly different. Normally, after repeating this practice for 3 months, you will feel a swelling sensation in the palm of your hand, and your wrist will become noticeably more flexible. This is the sign of complete relaxation. However, in this intense environment, with the effect amplified 365 times, Hui Yuanhong achieved the same level of wrist flexibility in just 1.5 hours.
Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 6600.
He had passed the introductory stage. Next, Hui Yuanhong went to the poolside, adjusted his internal energy, and felt his tendons and bones tremble slightly. He gradually pressed the vine ring into the water, creating a faint, blurry ripple. This marked the official beginning of refining strength at the most subtle level. When the moment came that the vine ring pressed into the water and a clear, high-frequency tremor of ripples could be seen, that would signify the pinnacle of strength as resilient as a spring.
For the rest of the afternoon, Hui Yuanhong continued practicing with the vine ring.
By 2 p.m., the ripples were only barely discernible, but by 3:30 p.m., when the vine ring entered the water, the ripples had become completely clear, signifying the achievement of the initial stage of unifying qi and strength. At this point, if someone were to gently touch the vine ring, they would feel a faint, high-frequency vibration, a sign that the force was beginning to transition from hard to soft, becoming more subtle.
Ba Ji Quan Unity of Qi and Force 24600.
In the evening, Hui Yuanhong had dinner downstairs and then returned to the training room to continue practicing. He stayed there until late at night before quietly returning to the martial arts hall to sleep. The next morning, he went to Tianbao Tower to practice the vine circle again. Soon, when the vine circle entered the water, a clear ring of high-frequency ripples could be seen.
Power like a spring.
This level of power cultivation was already on par with the peak of normal force integration.
But Hui Yuanhong. Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 310-600. Just past the halfway mark. Keep going.
Time flew by, and more than a day had passed. Hua Yuanhong's mastery of the union of qi and force grew deeper and deeper, surpassing the great achievement and peak stages, and he began to charge toward the ultimate. Having consumed the powerful elixir for the force integration stage, he had no energy deficits to worry about and could focus solely on training.
Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 596-600. 8 Extremes Fist Qi and Li Integration 597-600. Ba Ji Quan Qi and Force Integration 598-600. Ba Ji Quan Qi and Li He 599-600.
Finally, as evening approached dinner time, Hua Yuanhong suddenly felt a sense of harmony welling up within him. Without conscious thought, his mind moved, and his tendons and bones resonated in unison. Under the harmonious guidance of his refined energy, qi, and spirit, the force erupting from within his body underwent a peculiar transformation, seamlessly transitioning from hard to soft, becoming imperceptible.
As he pressed his palm down, puff, 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 puff.
As the pores of his palm opened, an invisible force as fine as cow hair yet as sharp as steel needles erupted, piercing the bottom of the pool with countless tiny holes. The force was like steel needles.
Hidden force. Done. This is too easy. Practicing hidden force doesn't seem that difficult after all.
Looking at his own palms, Hua Yuanhong felt a bit dazed. He had often heard people say how difficult hidden power was, how dangerous it was to break through, and he had originally planned to adjust after reaching the peak of his strength before attempting to break through. But as soon as he reached the peak of his strength, it felt like everything fell into place naturally. He didn't even pause for a moment before entering the realm of hidden strength. It was as if the so-called life-threatening transformation from the visible to the invisible, and the chaotic process of purifying the body and mind before making a final leap, were all just made-up stories. After cultivating the hidden power, Hua Yuanhong felt as though he had broken free from the shackles of his physical body. His fist intent, internal energy, and power had merged into one, undergoing an essential transformation. Even though it was still the same external force, when controlled by fist intent and internal energy that had merged with force, the external force unleashed by a dark force martial artist was far superior to that of a martial artist who only possessed external force.
I wonder how strong I am now. Can I take on an old-school hidden strength martial artist, or even a peak level one? Hua Yuanhong felt curious.
After stretching his limbs, he walked toward the 18 bronze statues array used to test one's strength.
Chapter 69, Hua Yuanhong's Strength. The Fong family's attitude shifts.
The 18 bronze men array set up by Tianbao Tower was a mechanical contraption and the most expensive thing they had. In terms of agility, they were far inferior to real people, with only a few fixed mechanical movements and no ability to adapt to changing situations. However, their advantage lies in their inability to reveal the challenger's situation, ensuring strong confidentiality, which makes them quite popular. Despite their limited repertoire, they still serve as an effective test when encountered for the first time. In case of danger, one simply needs to pull the mechanisms on the ceiling or the ground to activate the traps. To be honest, Hua Yuanhong didn't trust the other instructors at the martial arts school, including the lone remaining master of the Hua Jin technique. After all, his own strength had grown too quickly. Training with others in the martial arts school would inevitably reveal his unusual abilities.
Genius is a good thing, but when genius reaches an unimaginable level, it could attract unwanted attention.
Here, facing these traps, he could relax and move freely, and if necessary, he could destroy any traces afterward.
The Tianbao Tower could handle such high-stakes business because of its reputation.
At least for his sake, they wouldn't risk ruining their reputation. After putting on the protective gear and standing in the designated position, Hua Yuanhong activated one of the mechanisms. With a series of clinking sounds from gears and chains, the 18 copper statues in the room began to move. The speed wasn't fast, but since they were surrounding him from all sides, blocking off nearly all retreat routes, this was a severe test of the hidden energy martial artist's footwork, explosive power, and reaction speed. Whoosh! Hua Yuanhong instantly unleashed the caged tiger, intentional monkey technique, stomping his foot and bursting forward with a charging step, slamming his palm into the copper statue directly in front of him. Crack! The force of the strike reverberated through the leather covering the bronze figure, slightly affecting the mechanisms at the joints, causing its movements to stall momentarily. Whoosh! 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 Screeching sounds echoed from the other sides as the three bronze figures simultaneously reached out with their palms.
This was to prevent accidentally injuring the honored guest. If they were grabbed by the outer armor, it would still count as an injury.
Hua Yuanhong used his technique to twist and turn, changing his stance. Under his powerful perception of the enemy's movements, he precisely analyzed the trajectories of the three copper statues, twisted his waist, and shifted his hips to dodge them. Immediately, he struck both copper figures with his elbows, sending them flying backward. Taking advantage of the recoil force, he spun around and delivered a horizontal elbow strike. The force sent the copper statue behind him reeling, nearly causing its chains to come off the tracks, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Next, relying on his powerful perception and the enhanced penetrating force of his energy after entering the realm of hidden power, Hua Yuanhong broke through the 18 copper man formation with little effort.
5 breaths, not bad. Hua Yuanhong nodded slightly.
This testing method, which required the examinee to stand at a designated position and then be attacked by the 18 copper statues following fixed movements under mechanical control, was actually not very accurate for martial artists who had mastered the dark force to a high level. However, it still serves as a rough reference. In simple terms, anyone who can break the formation within 6 breaths is considered to have reached the pinnacle of dark chi cultivation. Though it's hard to judge precisely, it's more than enough to handle someone like Ji Xingjie, who's nearly on par with a seasoned dark energy master. Hui Yuanhong was well aware that what he needed most at the moment was 2 things: rapid improvement in his strength and the cultivation of the supernatural ability of not seeing or hearing, sensing danger, and avoiding it. Once he mastered this supernatural ability, he would no longer need to worry about the Wu family setting ambushes or traps, and could confidently go after Wu Yankun. Speaking of which, I wonder how strong Wu Yankun really is. After the turmoil at the martial arts school, we lost a lot of intelligence. Perhaps I should ask Shin Shuyan to review the intelligence gathered by the Xingwu Alliance. Yuan Hong, you are truly extraordinary. Your fighting style is unmatched in the world. Looking at the analysis materials he had obtained, Fang Shiyu couldn't help but express his admiration. Unlike others, Fang Shiyu's ancestor had witnessed the battle between Hui Yuanhong and the martial arts master from the underworld not long ago, so he could clearly discern that Hui Yuanhong at that time was truly in the realm of Yi. Although his strength was on par with that of a Li He, his level was indeed that of a Yi He. Now, after such a short time, he could at most be considered Chi He. Yet a Chi He practitioner had managed to slaughter a group of Li He peak practitioners in the autumn hunt, even killing Wu Jinghao, a monster said to be invincible below the dark Chi realm. This is simply beyond belief. In fact, had Fang Shiyu not been certain that his ancestral master's judgment was correct, he would have believed, as the Fang family intelligence analysts had analyzed, that Hui Yuanhong was merely at the Yi He level a few days ago, and that he had been hiding his true strength, having already reached the Li He level long ago. Given Yuanhong's practical combat skills, he is likely on par with true dark chi martial artists. Once he masters dark chi, he should quickly climb the martial artist rankings. He is definitely worth our family's covert support. Fang Shiyu sighed and looked at his own ancestral master. The Fang family's supreme elder studied the documents in his hands, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Agreed, but it must be done in private. The items prepared for Wu Yuanchu must not be touched. Thank you, Xianzu. Fang Shiyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. He understood that the ancestral master was impressed by Hui Yuanhong's astonishing fighting style, but still did not hold him in high regard, believing he would not be able to enter the dark energy realm in the short term, let alone catch up to Wu Yuanchu, who was already nearing the peak of the dark energy realm. Out of a desire to nurture talent, Xianzu was willing to make an exception and provide private support, but it must not affect Wu Yuanchu's resource allocation or leave any traces. However, Fang Shiyu didn't mind. As long as Xianzu had given his approval, he could convince the old elders within the clan to divert some strategic reserves beyond their authorized limits. By the way, great-grandfather, I heard that Master Shin organized an assessment for the Xingwu Alliance in North China, involving their fire seed plan. I've already heard the rumors. The Wu family plans to meddle and suppress the Xingwu Alliance's momentum. After all, the Xingwu Alliance has been too prominent during the autumn hunt, causing some neutral factions to believe that the Xingwu Alliance might be superior in talent cultivation. The Wu family must have used some underhanded methods to convince the Li family to send someone, and it's even one of the Li family's 2 dragons. That person is roughly the same age as the Xingwu Alliance's Ji Xingjie and has recently also demonstrated hidden martial arts prowess. This will surely cause the Xingwu Alliance some headaches. Fang Shiyu said. He said this to gauge Xianzu's stance whether he intended to align with the radical faction led by the Wu family or maintain relative neutrality. Let's not worry about them for now. The peak-level expert of the Fang family shook his head slightly. Understood. Fang Shiyu bowed and withdrew, not disturbing the family's pillar of stability. Once outside, he seemed to remember something and asked the attendant beside him. Has Shirxin not returned yet? No, the young lady has been at Tianbao Tower these past few days. Apparently, a direct descendant of the Li family is hosting a birthday banquet and invited the young lady to join them at Tianbao Tower to watch a play and enjoy the festivities. Additionally, the young lady is curious about the newly renovated training equipment at Tianbao Tower, and since it is currently the Li family's turn to use it, she plans to go inside and try it out. The attendant replied respectfully. Fang Shiyu's expression darkened. Go tell her to be reasonable and not spend too much time with that crowd of friends. Yes, sir. The attendant hurriedly withdrew. Looking out at the sky growing darker, Fang Shiyu sighed silently, feeling helpless toward his own younger sister. But after all, she was family, so he couldn't force her. All he could do was remind her gently. Chapter 70, Some people, once missed, are gone forever. When he returned to the martial arts hall, it was already mealtime. Hui Yuanhong didn't go to the dining hall but headed straight to the guest room where his father and the orphans of the cart drivers were staying. Ah Hong is back. Seeing his son return, his father's face lit up with genuine joy. He hurriedly brought out a plate of steaming buns from the stove.
I cooked some dishes, including your favorite braised pork, and there is still some glass noodles left. It'll be ready soon, so don't let it delay your training. His father's voice was filled with anticipation yet tinged with anxiety. He hoped his son would stay for dinner but feared it might interfere with his practice. Dad, don't worry. I'll eat here today. Looking at the plate of braised pork, which had been reheated countless times yet remained intact, Hui Yuanhong couldn't describe the emotions swirling within him. He knew his father had never touched it was all for him. But these past few days, he'd been so busy practicing that he'd been eating in the training room and hadn't come home to eat. He hadn't come back for dinner for several days in a row. Dad, take this money. If you want to eat anything, just go to the kitchen at the martial arts hall and buy it. Don't be frugal. Your son has money now, we're not short on cash. Hui Yuanhong pulled out a stack of silver dollar bills his senior sister had given him and placed them on the table. I know Ahong has money, but if we can save, we should. Earning money isn't easy. Dad, when I cook now, I add a bit of pork lard, and it's so fragrant. When you're out there, be careful about what you eat. I know from when I used to pull a rickshaw, those inns use spoiled vegetables, and they douse them with spicy seasonings so you can't even taste the spoilage. It's better to eat what you cook at home. Mr. Huo went on and on. All right, Dad, I understand. Hui Yuanhong nodded. By the way, where's Miss Shen? Lately, he had been going to the Tianbao Pavilion to practice martial arts, and old Su had gone to take medicine and rest. He had asked Shin Chuyan and Fu Haoren to take turns watching over the place to avoid any accidents. Fu Haoren was in charge of the morning, and Shin Chuyan was in charge of the afternoon. With their status, they didn't need to do much, just staying here was enough to deter any troublemakers. Miss Shin is practicing martial arts upstairs. She's really dedicated. Mr. Huo pointed upstairs and asked with a hint of anticipation, Ahon, that Miss Shin seems extraordinary. Could she be the daughter of a wealthy family? Have you started seeing her? No. Hui Yuanhong was speechless. We just have a little connection. She asked me to watch over this place. Dad, don't read too much into it. It's not that kind of relationship. Oh, I see. Mr. Huo was slightly disappointed. He didn't know the identity of the person upstairs, but after driving a rickshaw for so many years, he could tell that she had been raised in a privileged environment. Though from the way Miss Shin hadn't shown any signs of disdain, she must have suffered hardships as well, and her family's circumstances were likely not as good as Wu Xiaoxia's. He guessed they were probably just starting to make their fortune in this generation. That said, Wu Xiaoxia was a major merchant and came from a prominent family. If they were to become in-laws, he wouldn't feel entirely at ease. On the other hand, Miss Shin seemed like a decent choice. However, regarding his son's words, Mr. Hua also had some doubts. If the girl isn't interested, why would she help you take care of this place? Speaking of which, Ahon, your Ad Wu came by earlier today. She didn't find you and said she'd come back in the evening. She must have something important to discuss. She should be here soon. Hua's father seemed to remember something and said, Ms. Wu? Reminded of this, Hui Yuanhong also recalled that Ms. Wu had mentioned helping him apply for the Xingwu Alliance's Fire Seed program, but there had been no further updates since then. He had obtained the powerful Qi Healy He pills from Qiushou, so he hadn't paid much attention to it since. Under the soft glow of the evening light, father and son sat across from each other, eating as usual. A bowl of cabbage and glass noodles, a plate of braised pork, and a bowl of stir-fried pork fat. The meal was simple, and compared to the food at the martial arts school's canteen, it looked rather meager. Yet for some reason, Hui Yuanhong found it delicious. He felt the long-awaited peace he hadn't experienced in a while. Not long after dinner, Wu Xiaoxiao arrived, followed by Jiang Ting, who was holding a few books. Ah Hong. After exchanging a few polite words, Wu Xiaoxia said awkwardly, the results of the Fire Seed program review from the Xingwu Alliance have been released. In the North China region, a prodigiously talented individual named Ji Xingjia has emerged. Deputy Alliance Master Wei, in order to maximize resources for his cultivation, has cut the remaining fire seed quotas by more than half. Although you're talented, you were only at the peak of the Ming Jin realm when you were reported, which puts you at a significant disadvantage compared to others at the peak of the Ming Jin realm. Plus, I heard you formed a partnership, so I submitted a new report. However, the special channel access was revoked by Deputy Alliance Master Wei, so we had to go through the regular process. As of today, there are still several preliminary reviews pending, and it's unclear when it will reach the final review by the Deputy Alliance Master. Fortunately, I received word last night that the first application form was directly approved during the second review by Deputy Alliance Master Ji. Wu Xiaoxia felt relieved but also puzzled by why Deputy Alliance Master Ji had been so decisive without conducting further investigations. When she heard the news last night, she reached out to her contacts at the North China headquarters to inquire further, but unfortunately, she couldn't find out anything. All she knew was that the decision had been made directly by higher-ups. Could it be that someone from the higher-ups at the martial arts school intervened? It's okay, as long as it's not a bad thing. Hui Yuanhong chuckled, fully aware of what had transpired. Watching the man before her converse with her mother on equal terms, Jiang Ting felt a bit dazed. In the blink of an eye, the once impoverished young man had transformed into this person. However, Jiang Ting still had some confidence in her own talent and appearance. When she saw the scene of the Fong family's eldest son and daughter welcoming them, she was indeed stunned. But after listening to her biological father, Jiang Yunting's analysis and reasoning, and thinking it through carefully, she felt it was likely as her father had analyzed. The eldest son and daughter of the Fong family had come out to greet them out of respect for the Divine Gun, as the Fong family had a close relationship with the Divine Gun. Such courtesy toward a martial arts master was understandable. As for Hua Yuanhong, his own qualifications were likely insufficient to catch the eye of the eldest son of the Fong family. After all, martial arts were banned in poor families, and even if he were a genius, he wouldn't have much time left to grow. In the future, he would probably end up as the head of a martial arts school, handling minor matters for the Divine Gun. Of course, as Mother said, even if he were to stop at the level of hidden energy, he would still be an unquestionable martial arts master. With his connection to the martial arts school, he would still be a suitable match for her. Yuan Hong. As she thought this, Jiang Ting was about to speak, intending to lower herself and extend an invitation. Just then, a figure emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing his appearance and demeanor, Jiang Ting's words caught in her throat. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The young lady from the Fong family she had seen at the 100 Soldiers Pavilion had already made her feel inadequate, but this person was even more stunning, as if she were a celestial being. Compared to her, the appearance she had once been confident in was utterly unimpressive. Fortunately, she had talent. Although the Tianchao dynasty was a martial arts-oriented nation, literary prowess was not entirely disregarded. She had been admitted to the Jinmen Women's Normal University, whose difficulty was on par with the Imperial Capital University. In terms of talent, she could easily match those martial arts prodigies who began practicing the three harmonies at a young age and were likely to become masters by 30, with the potential to master the Huajin technique in the future. Yuan Hong, it's good that you're back. I just finished practicing and gained some insight into how to transition internal energy from the visible to the invisible. I feel I can complete my conditioning this month and start pushing through the next level. Xin Shuyan glanced at Jiang Ting, her gaze lingering not even a moment, before addressing Hua Yuanhong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting's words once again got stuck in her throat. Her eyes betrayed an indescribable sense of shock. From the visible to the invisible? That means she's mastering the invisible force? At such a young age? Looking at the woman standing before Hua Yuanhong, a woman whose beauty and talent far surpassed her own, one more outstanding than the next, Jiang Ting was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak. Wu Xiaoxia sighed inwardly. With her keen eye, she could see right through her daughter's thoughts. But some people, some things, once missed, are gone forever, and there's no way to get them back. Chapter 71, Farewell, Fong Shixin. After Wu Xiaoxia and Jiang Ting left, Hua Yuanhong turned to Xin Shuyan. Miss Shun, has the Xingwu Alliance gathered any intelligence on Wu Yankun? May I take a look? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure they have some. I'll have someone fetch it. As she spoke, a fleeting expression crossed Xin Shuyan's eyes. For some reason, seeing Hua Yuanhong again today, she felt that the man before her seemed different from yesterday. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, it was merely an intuitive feeling. Could it be that, like herself, he had also gained some insight into the transformation of internal energy from the visible to the invisible, and his condition had improved as a result? However, martial arts training was a private matter, and one did not discuss such things with others. Since he did not bring it up, she did not feel it was appropriate to ask. That night, Hua Yuanhong flipped through the training methods for the hidden energy stage at the martial arts hall and selected the most suitable one. When he returned to his bedroom, a disciple brought him intelligence from the Xingwu Alliance regarding Wu Yankun. Hua Yuanhong glanced through it and quickly gained a clear understanding. Wu Yankun's strength was not extraordinary, he was merely an ordinary veteran of the hidden strength stage. However, due to his special status, he had many enemies and had hired a top martial arts master who had once served as an instructor for the Imperial Guards to ensure his safety. That instructor was ranked 61st on the latest martial arts master rankings list published by Tianbao Tower. A martial artist's strength is primarily determined by three factors: internal power, combat techniques, and weaponry. A seasoned martial arts master typically refers to someone who has trained for 5 or 6 years in the initial stage and has reached the advanced stage of hidden energy. Those who reach the peak of the hidden strength stage are often also classified as seasoned martial arts masters. However, if one masters a killing technique after reaching the peak of physical strength, they become a powerful martial arts master. If one further combines this with custom-made armor and weapons crafted by a master blacksmith, they have the potential to climb the martial arts master rankings and become a renowned martial arts master of the highest caliber. My current mastery of the hidden energy is merely at the entry level. However, because I trained the previous stages to an exceptionally high level, compared to ordinary martial artists who advance directly to the next stage after reaching the peak of a stage, I have 4 additional preliminary stages. Therefore, my strength and power far surpass those of ordinary martial artists. Judging by the speed at which I broke through the 18 bronze men formation, under the explosive power of the tiger in the cage, monkey in the cage technique, I am already at the level of a seasoned martial arts master who has mastered the dark chi technique to its peak. The main issue is that my internal energy is still too shallow. If it were deeper, relying on this killing technique, I would at least be at the level of a powerful martial artist. Nurturing method, training method, fighting method, killing technique. Nourishing tonics are the method of cultivation, training strength is the method of practice, and how to unleash that strength is the method of combat. As for the killing technique, few practice it before becoming martial artists. It emphasizes sacrificing everything, even if it means killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own, to eliminate the opponent. Fighting technique focuses on resolving the opponent with the least possible cost, while killing technique is about using whatever means necessary to eliminate the opponent first, then considering the cost. Like him, during his period of unity, he experienced great ups and downs. Under the influence of his divine talent in martial arts, he amplified that fleeting insight hundreds of times over, turning it into an enlightened state, and thus created the tiger in the cage, monkey in the mind technique. In a short time, one's strength and willpower double, ignoring pain and other negative states, instantly elevating one's power to a new level. But the cost is enormous. Each use of the caged tiger, intent of the monkey technique inflicts severe damage on the body, completely depleting one's potential. Had it not been for his ability to absorb medicinal power and recover his body at a rate hundreds of times faster than ordinary people, coupled with the use of powerful elixirs to compensate, he would have already overdrafted his potential and perished. Even powerful martial artists would never use such a technique unless they were facing life or death combat. Each use requires a large amount of rare and precious herbs, and it takes a long time to recover. If one were to cultivate the hidden energy to the preliminary stage and combine it with the caged tiger, intent on the monkey technique, perhaps one could even take on a powerful martial artist. If one were to reach the advanced stage, even without a custom-made treasure armor or weapon crafted by a master blacksmith, one could go head-to-head with the top-ranked martial artists on the martial arts rankings. The next day, at dawn, Hui Yuanhong returned to the Tianbao Pavilion to practice. At the hidden energy stage, the tools used to gauge progress were no longer the thin sheets of paper used in the external energy phase, but thick leather ledgers soaked in water. During practice, the goal was to achieve the point where one's internal energy could penetrate objects and destroy them from within, thereby cultivating penetrative power. When the leather ledger's surface only slightly indents and spiderweb-like watermarks appear on the inner pages, it signifies crossing the entry-level stage and firmly establishing oneself in the initial phase. At this point, the force can penetrate through the outer layers of leather and directly vibrate the water-soaked pages inside. At this stage, one can ignore most internal armor protection and directly penetrate the armor to injure internal organs. If the outer layer of the ledger remains intact with no damage, and the inner pages are torn upon opening, this signifies reaching the minor achievement stage. Looking at the leather ledger before him, Hui Yuanhong took a deep breath, controlling his spine to move like a great dragon, segment by segment, while his toes dug into the ground. Humph! With a deep grunt, he released his power, and as steam erupted from his nostrils, the internal force within his body vibrated through his bones and muscles, then, guided by his fist intent and internal energy, erupted from the pores of his palms. Crack! The outermost layer of cowhide was shattered. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Force 3600. Pulling off the ruined leather, Hui Yuanhong ate some tonic medicine to replenish his exhausted physical strength while digesting the hundreds of insights gained from his practice. Penetration is still insufficient, not precise enough. The main issue lies in breath control. After fully understanding the insights from the 365 repetitions, Hui Yuanhong took a deep breath and erupted once more. This time, the exhalation was even faster, like being stabbed in the tailbone with a needle, causing a sudden jolt that violently expelled the qi from his body. Crack! This time, the outer layer of skin was damaged much less, only slightly cracked. This indicated that the penetrating power of the force had significantly increased, with more of it affecting the internal layers. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Force 3600. Progress. Hui Yuanhong smiled. The area that needs improvement this time is during the major muscle vibrations, where there was a momentary break in the force at certain points. It needs to be more continuous. After digesting his insights, Hui Yuanhong continued his practice. Through the changes in the leather under the force, he could clearly observe the deficiencies in the force and quickly visualize improvements in his mind. His mastery of force penetration was advancing at an astonishing pace. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Force 3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 513600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 523600. By noon, Hui Yuanhong could already use his outer layer of skin without it cracking. This level of skill and internal power was already on par with martial artists who had been practicing for about half a year. Taking advantage of a break to digest his insights, Hui Yuanhong went downstairs, prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and ate a simple meal. Hey, Hui Yuanhong? As soon as he sat down, someone from the table next to him looked over in surprise. Hui Yuanhong glanced over and recognized someone. Fang Shiyu's younger sister, Fang Shixin. Chapter 72, News from the Master. Seeing Hui Yuanhong eating here, Fang Shixin was quite surprised. According to her elder brother, this man was a die-hard martial arts enthusiast who trained non-stop day and night. How could he possibly have the time to come to a place like Tianbaolu, a place of indulgence? It seems my brother had exaggerated. Miss Fang. Hui Yuanhong wasn't particularly surprised to see Fang Shixin here. As the daughter of the Fang family, coming to a place like Tianbaolu with a friend to watch a play and enjoy oneself was perfectly normal. Shixin, who is this? Miss Li glanced at Hui Yuanhong, her eyes flashing with caution. Just someone I've met a few times. We're not very familiar with each other. Fang Shixin shook her head slightly. Oh, if you're not familiar with him, it's best to keep your distance in the future to avoid any gossip or misunderstandings. Miss Li reminded him. Alright, don't worry. I've got it under control. Fang Shixin knew that because of their close relationship, the Li family's young lady had already regarded her as part of the Li family and was eager to match her with one of the Li family's two sons, so she was quite concerned about her relationships with other men. In front of this Miss Li, Fang Shixin was still very mindful of her image and had changed her address to Yuanhong instead of Yuanhong brother. Let's see, my second older brother should be arriving soon. He's a renowned genius in Central Plains, having trained under an elderly master for years. Even I don't know exactly how far he's advanced. All I know is that he's already reached the hidden energy stage. The Li family's young lady laughed. Dark Qi? If I recall correctly, Mr. Li should only be 20 years old. His talent is comparable to that of Wu Yuanqiu, who achieved Dark Qi at the age of 19, isn't it? Fang Shixin was somewhat moved. The young lady from the Li family laughed. Actually, if my second older brother hadn't wanted to try using his own abilities to compensate for the last bit of imperfection, he could have reached the hidden energy realm at 19. In the latest edition of the Hidden Dragon rankings, he's already risen to third place, ranking third among all the young generation across the entire empire. Under the relentless cultivation of that old predecessor in our Li family from Central Plains, who spared no effort and almost depleted all the top-tier resources we had accumulated over the years, he reached a stage where there was no room for further improvement in all previous stages. Though it was an artificial peak achieved through external forces, it was still an unquestionable foundation of a martial immortal. For ordinary people, producing a genius with the foundation of a martial arts immortal is extremely difficult. Looking across the entire empire, an entire generation might not produce even one or two such individuals. Or rather, those who are discovered and nurtured to such a level might not even reach one or two per generation. However, for a 1,000-year-old clan, as long as they are willing to invest heavily, with a group of renowned masters guiding them and external forces, they can still produce such a talent. Take, for example, Wu Yuanqiu, who was jointly cultivated by the Fang family and several other clans, or the Li family's two dragons, who were jointly cultivated by the Li family and some secret sects. However, during the peaceful era decades ago before foreigners forced open the gates, no one was willing to invest such resources. They only sought to maintain the pinnacle of their lineage without interruption, ensuring their family did not decline. Shixin, look, that's my second older brother. He's here. The Li family's young lady smiled and stood up. Come on, let's go greet him, then we'll head to the top floor training hall for a try. All right. Fang Shixin knew that this Miss Li was very fond of martial arts and admired her older brother, a martial arts prodigy, the most. She had even publicly declared that she would never marry anyone unless someone could defeat her brother in combat. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the young man from the Li family. Third sister, is this your friend? The young man from the Li family was dressed in traditional Chinese robes with wide sleeves, unlike many aristocratic youths who preferred Western suits. His eyes were sharp and piercing, with prominent temples, clearly a martial arts master. This is Shixin, the only younger sister of Fang Shiyu. Second brother, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for days. Tianbao Tower is really rigid. They only let people in if they're accompanied by someone who knows them. The young woman from the Li family tugged at the young man's sleeve, smiling and chatting. For her and Fang Shixin, as aristocratic young ladies, anything that could be enjoyed with money was nothing special. It was places like the training area of Tianbao Tower where neither money nor connections could grant access that held true appeal. Anyone who could freely come and go in the Tianbao Tower's training area would be looked up to by their peers. Enough, enough. You're all grown up now, stop acting like children. The young man from the Li family affectionately ruffled the young lady's hair before turning to Fang Shixin, nodding with a smile and greeting her, Miss Fang. Mr. Li. Looking at the young man before him, Fang Shixin returned the greeting with a slight sense of restraint. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to the top floor to have a look. The young man from the Li family said with a smile. The three headed upstairs. When they reached the staircase leading to the top floor, they were stopped by a servant. Sorry, the training area is already occupied. Please stop here. Please verify this. It should be the Li family's turn this month. The young man from the Li family furrowed his brows and pulled out the token given to the Li family by Tianbao Tower. Yesterday, a distinguished guest used the highest authority to reserve the use of this section of the building for the next 6 months. Unless there are any unforeseen circumstances, the Li family's usage period will begin 6 months from now. The attendant smiled politely. Highest authority? The young man from the Li family frowned. The highest authority of Tianbao Tower had only been granted a few times in history, and its holders were all venerable elders who had made immense contributions to Tianbao Tower. Being stopped was somewhat embarrassing, but it wasn't worth risking a feud with those inside over a little face saving. Little sister, let's come back another time, the young man from the Li family said, then headed downstairs. All right. The young lady from the Li family looked a bit embarrassed, as she had confidently promised her friend she could take them inside, only to fail in the end. I wonder who's inside. How could Tianbao Lu dare to refuse even the Li family's twin dragons? If only my elder brother knew them, I could have gone in. If I could come and go freely on the top floor where even the Li family's twin dragons can't enter, I'd be so proud to tell my friends. Fang Shixin thought to herself, feeling both surprised and curious, and followed the two downstairs. As they were going downstairs, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and saw Hui Yuanhong coming up, passing by her. Is he going down to the lower level of the training area to soak his feet? The thought flashed through her mind, but she didn't give it much thought. She followed the Li family members downstairs, intending to listen to the opera. Just then, she heard the respectful voice of the attendant above. Sir, please. Fang Shixin instinctively looked up, staring blankly at the receding figure disappearing at the top of the staircase. Hui Yuanhong, of course, was unaware of the thoughts of the Feng family's young miss. After finishing his meal, he took a brief break to aid digestion before resuming his strength training. By evening, when he struck out with a palm, the outer layer of leather merely indented slightly, unlike the previous times when it had shattered. Hui Yuanhong flipped open the inner pages and saw several sheets of leather with faint, spiderweb-like watermarks. This level of mastery indicated that his qi penetration had significantly improved, rivaling that of martial artists who had already spent half a year cultivating their hidden qi. Ba Ji Quan Dark Qi 102-3600. It still feels a bit slow. At this rate, it'll take over 30 days to master the technique, and I won't make it in time for the Jin Men Grand Tournament. I need to think of a way to speed things up, ideally master it in just over 10 days. To be strict, it was actually fast enough. After all, most dark qi martial artists spend their entire lives refining their dark qi without reaching the peak, while he could achieve the same in just over 30 days even if he stopped training. But Hui Yuanhong remained unsatisfied. After some thought, he recalled his previous battle with Luo Lao Gui during the open force stage, which had caused his progress to surge significantly. Training in martial arts, after all, is ultimately about fighting. I can find a martial artist of average skill to practice on, see how much progress I make after a fight. On the way back, Hui Yuanhong walked while pondering. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the martial arts hall bustling with activity and noticed several unfamiliar faces being surrounded and flattered by the senior disciples. What's going on? Hui Yuanhong stopped someone and asked. Senior brother Hua. The man hurriedly bowed. It's another branch of the Bagua style from central China. The leader is reportedly the master's senior disciple from back in the day. The master's senior disciple? Hui Yuanhong furrowed his brows. He had heard old Su mention it casually before the Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall branch had actually split off from the same lineage over 20 years ago. The master brought his adopted son Zhuangxiu Yuan and another disciple who had mastered the Huajin technique to Jinmen, where they established a martial arts school, thus forming the Jinmen branch. It was a wise move not to put all their eggs in one basket. Technically speaking, the branch in central China was the main lineage, with a much larger scale. However, as Li Shuxing's reputation grew, some people began to regard the Jinmen branch as the main lineage. Due to the great distance, the Jinmen branch has had little contact with the main branch in central China, merely watching from afar. By the way, I heard that the Central Plains branch sent someone over with news about the dojo master. Chapter 73, Li Shuxing's Choice. The master's message? What did he say? Hui Yuanhong asked. I'm not sure, just rumors. The disciple replied honestly. Got it. Go back to work. Hui Yuanhong nodded slightly and walked toward the liveliest area inside. It was a newly constructed stage made of sturdy ironwood planks, surrounded by a crowd of people. On top, two martial artists were engaged in a fierce battle. Hui Yuanhong? A voice came from the side. Hui Yuanhong glanced over and recognized Wang Tianlong, whom he hadn't seen in a while, walking toward him. I have some good news for you. After all this time of intense training in seclusion, my mind is now fully focused. Pick a time, and let's have a match. Wang Tianlong said confidently. Hui Yuanhong remained silent for a moment before asking, how long have you been training in seclusion? Not long, just 7 or 8 days. I heard the commotion outside and came out to take a look. What's the matter? Wang Tianlong was a bit confused. No wonder. Hua Yuanhong shook his head and didn't bother with this former invincible Ming Jin practitioner anymore. If this had been 8 or 9 days ago, when both were at the Ming Jin level, Wang Tianlong's strength might have prompted him to take it more seriously. But now, there was no way to fight him. He feared that if he accidentally used a bit too much force, he might end up killing the other person. Seeing Hua Yuanhong walk away on his own, Wang Tianlong furrowed his brows, sensing something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He just had this strange feeling that the look in Hua Yuanhong's eyes earlier was somehow like that of a senior looking at a junior. Could it be that in such a short time, they had already reached the later stages of heart-to-heart harmony? Hua Yuanhong didn't bother to analyze Wang Tianlong's thoughts. He simply walked over to the edge of the stage and focused on watching the two dark energy martial artists spar. This was his first time witnessing a hidden energy duel. Back when he was a lowly apprentice at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, he hadn't even been allowed to approach the fighting platform. After a few moves, the stranger in the tight-fitting martial arts attire had already defeated another dark energy practitioner from the martial arts hall. Let me have a go. A figure leaped into the air and landed on the platform, which was over a person's height. It's Master Lu. He's back. The previous instructors lost because they were too reckless, but Master Lu was renowned for his steady and methodical style. He must be able to put the main branch in their place. Master Lu's fighting style was honed under the guidance of a master of internal energy. He can go toe-to-toe with internal energy masters, so his skill speaks for itself. The area around the platform erupted into chaos, clearly indicating that the person who had just appeared held a high status within the martial arts school. Hua Yuanhong thought for a moment and recalled that this was the master's favorite disciple, who had entered the Dark Qi realm and was now serving as an instructor at the martial arts school. In the martial arts circles of Jinmen, he had also earned the reputation of unmovable as a mountain. Please. Please. The two men on the stage exchanged a fist salute, then began to clash with a series of loud thuds. Master Lu specialized in the sinking force of the 8 extremes style, with a lower body as sturdy as the roots of an ancient tree, capable of withstanding multiple times the force of an external impact. He was the most skilled among all the instructors in steady and solid techniques. However, the opponent's hidden force from the main lineage surpassed Lu's understanding of the sinking force. After a few exchanges, with a single step forward, a hip collision, and a swift kick, he sent Master Lu's solid lower body flying, knocking him off the stage. Your sinking force is good, but sinking force isn't just about sinking, it must also penetrate the opponent. The main lineage's hidden force smiled and offered guidance. I concede. Master Lu's face turned grim as he turned and left. What bothered him wasn't the loss itself, but the fact that he had been defeated in his own specialty, the sinking force technique. To be able to identify his weakness so quickly meant that the opponent's mastery of sinking power far surpassed his own. This scene left the other instructors and senior disciples watching the stage with a heavy heart. They had placed great expectations on Lu Jiaoshi, believing that with the stability of his sinking force, he could easily withstand 100 rounds. But he was knocked off the stage in less than 10 moves. The gap was simply too vast. Even instructor Lu has lost. He's renowned for his ability to withstand blows, yet he couldn't last more than a few rounds. How could the main lineage's representative be this strong? Some instructors looked grim. The master of internal energy at the martial arts school, who was also Master Lu's mentor, stood there with a stern expression, saying nothing. Interesting. After watching the two fight, Hua Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the sinking force technique at the martial arts master stage. Although his own strength was fierce, he had never actually fought a martial arts master before, let alone seen one truly unleash their full power. This first glimpse of another martial arts master's techniques was highly beneficial to him. Especially under the amplified effect of hundreds of times, the fleeting insights were magnified hundreds of times, reaching a state akin to sudden enlightenment, causing his mastery of force to surge significantly. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Force 102-123-3600. Senior Brother Su, it's been a long time. How have you been? The man who approached was an old man dressed in traditional Tang attire, holding a dragon-headed walking stick. He walked over to Su, who had just emerged from seclusion. I'm doing well. It's nice to be alone. Old Su replied casually, his gaze still fixed on the stage below. What brings you here today? It's a major matter, a very important one. The old man in the Tang suit grew serious. Li Shuxing has gone missing. We've lost contact with him since 8 days ago. We must prepare for the worst. Missing. Old Su narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Do you think someone as powerful as Li Shuxing, who was nearly at immortal, would just disappear without a trace without leaving any news? But we really can't get in touch with him. There's a main branch outpost in Mo Bay, and normally we'd contact them every 2 days. But since 8 days ago, there's been no word, and no one has seen Li Shuxing since. The old man in the Tang suit spoke with a solemn expression. As one of the few remaining supreme masters in the world, Li Shuxing's disappearance had a huge impact on the 8 Extreme sect. He, who was supposed to be in the North China region on business, immediately set out with his men, traveling day and night to consult with his most respected senior brother, Su, on how to proceed.
Li Shuxing couldn't have met with an accident, Old Su said slowly. His martial arts have reached the realm of utmost sincerity, where he can foresee the future. Though limited by his mortal body, as long as he doesn't want to die, no one in this world can kill him or outwit him. Every choice he makes is the most advantageous one in the heavens. Do you think he truly couldn't foresee that Mo Wuji and the others would have ulterior motives after he left? Or that Zhuang Shouyuan had a rebellious streak? But since he still left, it means that leaving was the best choice, the most advantageous path for the future. The same applies now. Either he has something more important to do and had to go into hiding, or he has stepped out of the game as a chess player to orchestrate something big. I even suspect perhaps Li Shuxing never left at all. Maybe he is watching us from the shadows right now. Lao Su looked out the window at the swaying tree shadows and spoke softly. The old man in the tang suit felt a chill, but upon further reflection, he still found it hard to believe. If that's the case, then Li Shuxing would just stand by and watch you risk your life? You once saved his life. Chapter 74, The Defeated Master of the Main Lineage. Am I dead? Old Su retorted. The old man in the tang suit fell silent. From the outcome, Old Su was indeed still alive. With the life-saving elixir, as long as he didn't take any action, he could survive for a while longer. Who knows, he might even live to see the day when the martial immortal emerged, bringing a turning point. But, from what I understand, Li Shuxing's successor has suffered a severe blow, with his close associates being assassinated. This doesn't seem like his style of protecting his own. The old man in the tang suit added. You don't understand. If Li Shuxing chose this path, it means that in his heart of utmost sincerity, he foresaw that if he didn't act this way, something far worse would happen in the near future, something incredibly brutal. He simply chose the outcome he hoped for the most. Old Su shook his head and spoke slowly. At his level of enlightenment, his vision extends far beyond the borders of Jinmen, let alone the entire empire. He sees far more than we can imagine. We need not speculate. We should simply treat him as missing and focus on doing what we must. I trust senior brother Su's judgment. After furrowing his brows and thinking deeply for a long time, the old man in the tang suit nodded slightly and added. But, others may not believe it, especially our rivals. Upon hearing of Li Shuxing's disappearance, they will certainly have their own ideas. They are merely holding back for now, unable to gauge the situation clearly. The main branch is also facing some difficulties. We can only stay here for a while and cannot assist with long-term defense. My suggestion is to bring the promising candidates back to the main branch. That is the territory we have cultivated over generations. It is far more stable than here and will provide better opportunities for their development. The old man in the tang suit said. This was the truth. The Jinmen branch had too shallow a foundation, having been established only 20 years ago, and it had been propped up by Li Shuxing alone. However, Li Shuxing also needs to train. Only a few true disciples have received proper guidance, while the rest of the disciples only occasionally get a word or two of instruction. Some have even trained in the dark energy techniques for a year without seeing Li Shuxing more than a few times. Compared to the main branch's well-established training system, which had been refined over generations, the gap was undeniable. Alright, I won't interfere with the others. You must bring Hui Yuanhong along and provide him with maximum support. Old Su said. Rest assured, I will definitely give you the respect you deserve. The old man in the tang suit laughed. You see, the upcoming martial arts competition is specifically prepared for Hui Yuanhong. Only those under 30 can participate. Once my disciple has defeated all the young dark energy practitioners in the martial arts hall, he will spare no effort to show mercy when facing Hui Yuanhong. They'll exchange blows for a while, allowing Hui Yuanhong to demonstrate his ability to spar with seasoned dark energy practitioners without having reached that level himself. This way, no one will dare to say anything. That's a good plan. Old Su nodded slightly. Though it was a backdoor arrangement, he wasn't one to dwell on the process as long as the outcome was favorable. After being in seclusion for a few days, he had no idea what kind of strength Hui Yuanhong possessed now. Once martial artists reached the Lihe stage, their internal strength was no longer easily discernible from the surface. One could sense the differences, but not the exact nature of them. He could only estimate that he was probably at the late stage of the Force Union realm. At that moment, Lao Su suddenly froze, realizing that he found it perfectly normal for someone to go from nearly reaching the peak of Qi He to the late stages of Li He in just a few days, a feat that would have been unimaginable to others. Unconsciously, after witnessing Hui Yuanhong's rapid growth time and again, he had been so shocked that he had become numb to it, taking it all in stride. If it's been several days and he still hasn't reached the late stage of force fusion, what kind of genius is he? They've lost. Master Lu and Master Luo have lost, and even Master Fong, the strongest among those under 30, has lost. Not a single one could last 10 moves. At that moment, the atmosphere around the stage had grown heavy. The instructors and senior disciples of the Divine Spear Martial Arts School stood in silence, their expressions a mix of shame and embarrassment. Losing isn't necessarily shameful after all, they're from a prestigious main branch with deep roots. But losing so badly, with not a single person able to last 10 moves, that's truly embarrassing. Enough.
sighs echoed through the crowd. A tall, slender figure dressed in coarse hemp clothing stepped forward. With his hands behind his back, he stepped onto the stage. After all, this is my master's martial arts hall. I'll take care of it. A faint voice echoed through the air. Seeing this person step forward, most of the instructors looked puzzled. However, the strongest young instructor, who was even stronger than Lu, seemed to remember something and couldn't help but ask. You're Tiger Immortal Choi Yongqiang? The figure in coarse hemp clothing turned his head and glanced at Instructor Fong. I didn't expect anyone would still remember me. Old Fong, who is this? One of the instructors beside him asked in confusion. This is the fourth true disciple of the master. He is just a quiet and reserved person who doesn't like to interact with others. He doesn't even talk much with the master. Back when he first entered the realm of hidden energy, he already made a name for himself in the martial arts world as the Tiger Immortal. Any title with immortal is the highest praise. Now that so many years have passed, I have no idea how far he has gone. Soon, Choi Yongqiang began sparring with the main lineage martial artist. Roar! As his fist intent erupted, he seemed to transform into a fierce tiger, charging through the mountains and forests. His movements were swift and unpredictable, executing the 8 extremes collapsing elbow and fierce tiger climbing the mountain techniques to an unimaginable level. Anyone who made eye contact with him felt an inexplicable pounding in their heart, as if a fierce tiger were truly charging toward them. That terrifying aura. Fist intent shakes the soul. Hua Yuanhong also became interested, watching intently to absorb the different martial artists' experiences in the circulation of their inner strength. Having never fought against a martial artist before, he had no reference point to compare them to, so he wasn't sure of their true level. He could only sense that the two were quite skilled, but how powerful they truly were remained unclear. Relying on his powerful perception, he could discern the trajectory of the force, but its true power remained unknown until he experienced it firsthand. By observing others' techniques, the vague insights he had previously gained into the application of force began to clarify. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 168-3600. Shui Yongqiang is going to lose. After watching for a while, Hua Yuanhong came to a conclusion. Shui Yongqiang's fist intent was powerful, even stronger than when Hua Yuanhong was at his peak, and his force circulation was highly refined, leaving him with a sense of awe. However, the main martial arts master he was facing was even stronger. His fist intent was more formidable than Shui Yongqiang's, his force was deeper, and his fighting style was more refined. Finally, with a muffled groan, Shui Yongqiang was knocked off balance by the force, and with a single elbow strike from the main lineage martial artist, he crashed into the ring with a thud, half his body sinking into the platform. Defeated. You're quite good. If you were a few years older, you could have fought me to a draw. The main lineage martial artist smiled. How could that be? Even the legendary Tiger Immortal Shui Yongqiang was defeated. Master Fong's expression darkened. For a moment, the instructors and senior disciples gathered around the stage all looked gloomy and fell silent. This sparring match had utterly trampled the dignity of their branch. One after another, they took turns fighting but couldn't defeat the main lineage martial artist. They had completely lost hope. Is our Jin Men branch really so much inferior to the main branch? The last remaining practitioner of the Hua Jin technique sighed helplessly. By the way, I heard there's a disciple named Hua Yuanhong who fights quite skillfully. Why not challenge him as well? Seeing the timing was right, the main branch martial artist smiled. Hua Yuanhong? Are you joking, senior disciple? Hua Yuanhong is only at the inner 3 harmonies level. How could he possibly spar with someone like you? A martial arts instructor frowned. The others shook their heads as well. They had already embarrassed themselves enough, they didn't need another person to add to the shame. Hua Yuanhong glanced at the main branch martial arts master, then looked up at Lao Su on the nearby small building. Seeing Lao Su nod slightly at him. He had originally intended not to reveal his true strength, but since it was arranged by Old Su, the benefits must far outweigh the drawbacks. This sparring match on the stage would be crucial for what came next. Let's skip the caged tiger, intentional monkey technique for now. Let's try it with half your strength. Hua Yuanhong thought to himself as he pushed through the crowd, walking up the steps of the stage at a leisurely pace under the stunned gazes of the instructors. Please. Please. After completing the fist salute, the main lineage martial artist took the initiative, unleashing a single move, the wind-meeting sunrise palm with astonishing precision and speed. Having witnessed the main lineage martial artist effortlessly defeat one instructor after another, Hua Yuanhong dared not take it lightly. Though he refrained from unleashing the caged tiger, intent on the monkey technique, he still gave it his all in his normal state. With a thunderous stomp, the stage erupted in a deafening roar. Twisting his waist, he punched out with its standing heaven-piercing cannon technique. Not bad, the main lineage martial artist, who had already been instructed by his master, smiled slightly, thinking to himself that this disciple of the Hua family was putting on quite a show. The standing firm, reaching the heavens cannon, did indeed look quite intimidating. If he hadn't known that Hua Yuanhong had only recently mastered the 3 harmonies of the inner body and was still at the beginner's stage even with his hidden inner strength, he almost would have been fooled. However, this was for the best. He had planned to use his true skills in the first move to test his disciple. If the disciple could withstand his first strike, he would pass the test, and he would then assist in the performance. After blocking this punch, he would pretend his body was shaken by the force, then. As he thought this, the main martial arts master met Hui Yuanhong's fist with his palm, already planning how to proceed after the true martial arts test, and how to stage the fake fight with his disciple. Then, the moment his palm made contact with the fist, he felt a terrifying force surge through his palm, up his arm, and penetrate deep into his internal organs. No! The main lineage martial artist's expression changed drastically, his hair standing on end, as he hurriedly mobilized his force to counteract it. But it was too late. That terrifying force penetrated his body almost instantly, shaking his internal organs. Put! As a mouthful of blood spurted out, this master who had defeated Luo instructor, Fong instructor, and even the tiger-like immortal Zhuo Yongxiang, collapsed backward. Chapter 75, Beyond the Fist. Master Zhang Bolai. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Master Fong, Master Lu, and the others all stared blankly at the scene on the stage, unable to process what was happening. The main lineage martial artist who had been undefeated in consecutive battles and had even defeated the tiger immortal Zhuo Yongxiang, how could he be knocked down with a single punch? Quick! Quick, save him! Under the pretext of saving him, Master Fong jumped onto the stage and personally checked the main lineage martial artist's condition. Internal organs damaged, arm bones fractured. This was no act, even if it were staged. So, he really couldn't withstand a single punch and was nearly killed by Hui Yuanhong? Master Fawn looked at Hui Yuanhong with a complex expression, his lips trembling, unsure of what to say. But his eyes betrayed a hint of awe he didn't even notice himself. The fist is power. It is truth. For them, as martial arts instructors, no matter how high Hui Yuanhong's status had been before, even if he had once looked like the young master of the dojo, his lack of strength meant he was looked down upon. Only fists could make them bow their heads in submission and feel true awe. Hui Yuanhong also looked at his own fists in a daze. No. He hadn't even activated his caged tiger, intentional monkey technique. He had just wanted to have a proper fight. How could he be knocked down with just one punch? If this were like his old fights, where he instinctively unleashed the caged tiger, intent on the monkey, he might have killed him with a single punch. Senior brother's acting is a bit over the top. Even if he really wanted to lose, he should at least put up a fight for 100 rounds or so, then accidentally reveal a weakness. From a distance, the main lineage master sipping tea chuckled. Yeah, it's way too over the top. This isn't what we agreed on. Another main lineage martial artist shook his head and laughed, not the least bit concerned about the senior disciple on stage who was struggling to catch his breath. Quick! Quick, save him! It was Master Fong who reacted first, hurriedly calling several people to come and help with the rescue. The main branch and the Jinmen branch, after all, shared the same origin. They hadn't been killed earlier, so they couldn't die here. Several instructors carefully lifted the main branch martial artist, who was barely clinging to life, and carried him toward the medical clinic. The senior disciple is still acting. He is doing it so convincingly, his eyes are even rolled back. He is putting on a show, so we should help out and not let those people figure out that senior brother is acting. Someone whispered. It's fine. Senior brother is a skilled actor, they won't notice. Since he didn't give us a signal, that means we shouldn't interfere. A junior disciple nearby sipped his tea nonchalantly. That's true. Master Fong and his men are smart. Even if they really notice, they won't expose it. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face for both sides. Look how rushed they are, as if senior brother is really about to die. They must know what is going on, so they're hurrying to take him away before others notice. The two disciples of the main branch martial arts master sat in the pavilion, sipping tea and whispering to each other with smiles. Meanwhile, Master Fong, who had rushed the injured to the clinic, returned in a hurry and bowed apologetically to Hui Yuanhong. This time, it was all thanks to you, Hui junior brother. The other instructors also felt somewhat awkward and ashamed. After all, when brother Hui was in trouble, they had all chosen to protect themselves. Now, they had to rely on Hui Yuanhong to save the face of the Jinmen branch. Anyone with even a shred of dignity felt their face burning with shame. Looking back now, it was truly the master's foresight. We later comers actually doubted the master's judgment, how ignorant of the world we were. Master Lu sighed. The other instructors listened in silence. Originally, they had relied on their own martial arts prowess, believing that even though Hui Yuanhong was the master's disciple, he still needed to rely on them, the elders. But in the blink of an eye, that once young disciple had already risen to their level, and was even more formidable than them, no longer needing their support at all. Has Hui Yuanhong already mastered the inner strength? Wang Tianlong in the corner was completely stunned, staring blankly at the scene on the stage and listening to the other instructors' discussions, feeling as though he were dreaming. He couldn't help but doubt whether he had really only practiced in seclusion for 7 or 8 days, or 7 or 8 months, or even 7 or 8 years? Or perhaps he had never even left the house, and had simply fallen asleep while practicing, and all of this was just a dream? Wang Tianlong pinched himself hard. It hurt. Feeling the real pain, Wang Tianlong finally snapped out of his daze and stared blankly at the figure on the stage. After a long silence, he suddenly felt no desire to compare himself to others. Only now do I realize that there are always people more talented than oneself and skies beyond the sky. Now, I don't even have the qualifications to stand before him. Wang Tianlong's eyes grew somber, knowing that the gap between them would only grow wider from this day forward. Perhaps years later, when Hua Yuanhong had already become a legendary master of the Hua Jin level, he would still be barely at the Yin Jin level. He wouldn't even be able to look up to him. From the small building in the distance, the old man in traditional Chinese attire and the elderly man in a tang suit stood silently, gazing at the scene. Although they knew that Hua Yuanhong practiced quickly, the fact that he had achieved the Dark Force realm after only a few days of seclusion still made Lao Su question his own beliefs. The back door had already been opened. But before they could even start the fake fight, the expert tasked with staging the fake fight nearly got knocked out by someone who had slipped through the back door. This was simply absurd. Recalling his youth, when he was once hailed as a martial arts prodigy and had reached the hidden energy realm in just a year, he had once been unmatched in his prime. But compared to this young man in front of him, old Su suddenly felt like he had lived his youth in the body of a dog. He felt a bit like hitting someone. At that moment, old Su suddenly recalled the unrivaled martial arts master of his era, the peerless martial arts genius, Zhang Bolai, the Fist Immortal. Zhang Bolai began his martial arts training at 19, reached the pinnacle of his art by 25, and by 30, he dominated the world, leaving his peers gasping for breath. No matter how hard they tried, they could never catch up to him. The stronger one became, the more one realized the true terror of Zhang Bolai. Countless peak-level martial artists had already given up hope, lacking even the courage to gaze upon Zhang Bolai's back, fearing it would corrupt their martial arts spirit. Some even believed that if Zhang Bolai were still alive, he would already be a martial arts immortal. But no one knows where this Fist Immortal has gone, like a meteor that flashes across the sky, stunning for an instant before vanishing without a trace. And the young man before them had only begun serious martial arts training at 19, and had already reached the hidden energy stage by 19. At this astonishing pace, achieving the transformation of energy this year was not impossible. He's practically the Zhang Bolai of our time. No, wait. Perhaps he could even surpass Zhang Bolai and reach the pinnacle of martial arts even sooner. Old Su didn't know how long it took Zhang Bolai to reach the hidden energy stage, but no matter how fast he was, it couldn't have been much faster than this. At this thought, Old Su's hands trembled slightly, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. He actually witnessed the rise of a peerless figure who could rival or even surpass Zhang Bolai. In that moment, Old Su, who had dedicated his life to passing on the torch, couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment, as if he had found his true calling. This life was worth it. He himself could never catch up to Zhang Bolai, nor could he hope to attain immortality, but Hua Yuanhong could. Senior brother Su, you really kept this from me. You almost cost your disciple his life. Beside him, the old man in traditional Chinese attire remained silent for a long time before speaking softly. With such power, why resort to backdoor deals? Why fake fights? If Su Shixiang had just told him, he wouldn't have gone to all the trouble to arrange these preliminary matches, only to end up making a fool of himself. This Wu disciple is only 19, right? At 19, his hidden strength is already on par with Wu Yuanchu. No wonder you're so determined to protect him. The old man in the tang suit sighed, unable to suppress his admiration for the young talent. Old Su fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, if I told you that Hua Yuanhong actually only started practicing martial arts this year, would you believe me? Chapter 76, Fang Shixin's reaction. Wu Yankun's fear. Senior brother Su, are you joking? The old man in the tang suit couldn't help but laugh, but as he laughed, he looked at Lao Su's expression and suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Senior brother, you aren't joking, are you? What do you think? Old Su said indifferently. If anyone else had said that to him, the old man in the tang suit wouldn't have believed it and wouldn't have bothered to respond. But the problem was, the man before him, Su Shixiang, was the person he respected most. He also knew that senior brother Su was not the type to boast. Even if he had exaggerated a bit to help Hua Yuanhong gain the main branch's attention, it wouldn't have been too far off the mark. So, basically, it's true? He only started training in martial arts this year, which means he has been practicing for just over half a year and has already reached the hidden energy stage? This talent is truly terrifying. If it weren't for you, Su Shixiang, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. The old man in the tang suit said with a wry smile. Scary? It's not that bad. Old Su shook his head. If he had been scared by achieving hidden strength in just over half a year, then if he were to tell the truth that he had achieved it in just over half a month, his own disciple would never believe him, even if you killed him. In truth, if he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have dared to believe it either. It was like someone telling him there was a genius who had mastered all the knowledge from elementary school to the Imperial University in just half a month. He would have slapped them across the face. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're going to lie, at least make it sound plausible. At this moment, the old man in the tang suit's expression had grown completely solemn. Half a year of hidden energy, if what my senior brother says is true, such talent surpasses even the prodigy the main branch is currently nurturing with all its might. I must return to the main branch immediately to consult with the branch master. As long as I can persuade the branch master, the main branch will provide all the support needed for Hua's nephew. We will protect him all the way to the top. The old man in the tang suit looked solemn. Be careful on your way. Old Su reminded him. He knew clearly that, regardless of the reason, after Li Shuxing's disappearance, he was alone and unable to handle the situation. He had to make the most of the time Shen Lingxiang had secured in Jinmen to find a new patron for Hua Yuanhong. That was why he had shared part of the situation with his trusted junior disciple. As for whether this would arouse suspicion or lead to others trying to eliminate him, on one hand, this disciple was indeed trustworthy and kept his mouth shut. On the other hand, would anyone who didn't know the full story believe such nonsense? Old Su was well aware that, in the eyes of the Wu family, Hua Yuanhong had already been marked for elimination, but he had simply hidden it well. Now that he has suddenly entered the Dark Qi realm, though it is quite impressive, it is not entirely unreasonable. At most, it might elevate his status to the level of Wu Yuanchu. However, since Hua Yuanhong has only just entered the Dark Qi realm, he should naturally enter a stagnation period. Given the habits of those aristocratic families, they would likely take their time planning, waiting until Shen Lingxiang leaves before acting, rather than rushing into things. But what he is fighting for is this brief window of opportunity. Take care. The old man in the tang suit lifted his dragon-headed walking stick, bid farewell to Old Su, and hurriedly departed. Night fell. Tianbao Tower. Shixin, who was that man earlier? How could he enter the top floor training area? Miss Li asked in confusion. During lunch, she had seen Fang Shixin greet Hua Yuanhong, so she naturally knew they were acquainted. Earlier, her second older brother was present, and if she had asked directly, it would have felt like Fang Shixin was colluding with others to intentionally embarrass her brother. That's why she had waited until her older brother had left before asking her close friend. He's a disciple of the legendary marksman Li Shuxing. He's been making quite a name for himself lately. You've just arrived in Jinmen, so you might not be aware of recent developments. Fang Shixin unconsciously rubbed his chopsticks, looking at the table filled with delicious-smelling dishes, but he couldn't muster any appetite. She was also puzzled about how Hua Yuanhong had obtained the privilege to cut in line. She recalled how she had gone to great lengths to accompany her friend for several days just to gain access to the top floor training area. She had waited for the Li family's twin dragons to arrive. In the end, the person she should have been seeking was already right beside her. Her feelings were quite complicated. But how exactly had Hua Yuanhong obtained the permission? Could it be that the old master of the martial arts school had intervened on his behalf? Just then, someone hurried over and approached Fang Shixin. Miss Shixin, the eldest young master is looking for you. He wants you to return immediately. Me? And I have to go back immediately? Fang Shixin stood up in confusion. What could be happening? My brother is looking for me. I'll go back first. After saying goodbye to her friend, Fang Shixin hurriedly left Tianbao Tower and returned to the Fang family's Baibing pavilion. As soon as he entered the second floor room, he saw his older brother pacing back and forth, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Beside him was a martial arts instructor from the third branch, who taught at the Divine Spear Martial Arts Hall. He was said to have exceptional talent, and at 29, he was nearly mastering the hidden energy stage. In the future, he might even have a chance to break through to the transcendent energy realm. You're here. Seeing his younger sister enter, Fang Shiyu took a deep breath and revealed a piece of news he couldn't even believe himself. Hua Yuanhong has mastered the Dark Qi. Dark Qi, wait, Dark Qi. Fang Shixin's voice suddenly rose, and he stared at his older brother with wide eyes. After a long moment, she finally snapped back to reality, unable to believe what she had heard. Hidden inner strength. He's only 19 years old. That means he's a genius on par with Wu Yuanchu. That is correct. Considering that Hua Yuanhong likely received fewer resources than Wu Yuanchu, his true talent might even surpass Wu Yuanchu's. Fang Shiyu exhaled and spoke in a solemn tone. There was actually one more thing he didn't mention. 6 days ago, Hua Yuanhong had only reached the level of intentional harmony. But this was too hard to believe, so he dared not speak of it lightly and planned to return and consult Xianzhu again. His talent is supposedly even higher than Wu Yuanchu's? Fang Shixin's expression changed drastically. Wu Yuanchu was the martial arts prodigy that his Fang family had cultivated in collaboration with several prominent families in North China. Among all the prominent families in the 9 provinces of North China, there was only one such prodigy. That is correct. Though his current strength still lags behind Wu Yuanchu's by a significant margin, in terms of talent, he surpasses Wu Yuanchu. You must act quickly. Fang Shiyu said solemnly. I understand. I'll set aside some time in the coming days to meet with Hua Yuanhong. Fang Shixin said. She was well aware that, with her appearance, demeanor, and status, she might still have a chance to compete with Wu Yuanshu if he hadn't fully risen to power yet. But once he did, they wouldn't even be on the same level. Like her friend who was trying to match her with the Li family's twin dragons, but Fang Shixin knew that while her family background was comparable to theirs, her potential was far inferior, making it almost impossible for them to succeed. And now, Hui Yuanhong was like Wu Yuanshu before he had risen to power, the perfect time to make a move. Can't you take the initiative? Why wait for him to come to you? Fang Shiyu couldn't help but feel frustrated. I'm a girl after all, how can I take the initiative? Don't worry, brother. With my family background, appearance, and demeanor, anyone would be captivated. It's just that some people are good at hiding their feelings, but eventually, they'll have to speak up. We have to wait for him to lose control first, so I can take the upper hand and control him completely, making him utterly devoted to me. Fang Shixin said dismissively. Fang Shiyu was speechless at the sight. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. Can't be persuaded, truly can't be persuaded. What did you say? Hui Yuanhong has already mastered the hidden energy technique. Wu Yankun, who had been listening to music, suddenly pushed aside the beauty beside him, stood up abruptly, and stared intently at the messenger who had come to report the news, finding it hard to believe. It's absolutely true. He has truly mastered the hidden energy. The person below trembled as he spoke. Hidden strength? He is already at that level so quickly? Even if he is skilled at hiding it, he was already at the peak of the Li He realm before. But the leap from the peak of the Li He realm to hidden strength is a life or death barrier. How could he have crossed it so quickly? Wu Yankun muttered unconsciously. More importantly, even when he was at the peak of the Li He realm, Hui Yuanhong had already managed to assassinate his own son, who could withstand dozens of moves from a martial arts master. Now that he had truly entered the Dark Qi realm, he might even be able to assassinate someone like him, an old-timer who had been stuck at the early stage of the Dark Qi realm for years. Wu Yankun was well aware that his strength wasn't particularly strong among veteran martial artists. Due to the damage to his foundational cultivation years ago, he had already reached the peak of the Dark Qi realm. With such strength, if the instructor by his side happened to be absent and he were attacked by Hui Yuanhong, that madman who didn't care about the Wu family's threats, he would die. Wu Yankun's pupils dilated, and an uncontrollable emotion began to spread from the depths of his heart. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared that his reputation would be ruined after death. As the one who made the move, if he were killed by a pawn he had once looked down upon, that would be an absolute laughingstock. He would become a cautionary tale, mocked by chess players for generations to come. For Wu Yankun, who valued his posthumous reputation above all else, this was the most unbearable thing imaginable. Worse than death itself. At that moment, Wu Yankun finally felt an emotion called fear in his heart. Chapter 77, Urgency. The path ahead. Master Su, so perhaps the master knows everything? On the upper floor, Hui Yuanhong looked at old Su. It should be. Old Su nodded. I know you must be dissatisfied about the deaths of the cart driver, Lao Lu, and the others. I don't know what Li Shuxing is planning, but in a few months or years, when you look back, you'll probably understand. Before he left, he only mentioned one phrase to me: misfortune may be the precursor to fortune, and fortune may harbor misfortune. Encountering misfortune isn't necessarily bad, it might be protecting you from an even more terrifying disaster or a more tragic event. Hearing Lao Su's words, Hui Yuanhong furrowed his brows. With his talent, given enough time, he was destined to reach the realm of a martial immortal without any obstacles. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. Yet, in his master's sincere premonition, something terribly tragic was still going to happen. Could it be because following the traditional training methods wouldn't be fast enough? Could it be that the drastic changes were about to arrive soon, unlike what the aristocratic families had anticipated, at least 2 or 3 more years? Or could it be that it would erupt in just 2 or 3 months, 1 or 2 months, or even sooner? A strong sense of urgency rose in Hui Yuanhong's heart, and the slight relaxation he had felt after entering the Dark Qi realm was once again replaced by tension. Become stronger. He must become even stronger. Only with fists strong enough could he have the confidence to face anything. Before the impending upheaval, he must at least reach the stage of transforming energy, and even the pinnacle. Revealing your hidden energy now might not necessarily bring trouble, on the contrary, it might even reduce the trouble you face. Old Su spoke slowly. The higher-ups of the Wu family all thought you were hiding your true strength, but in reality, you've already reached the peak of your power. Many of them must have been thinking of taking you out before you truly entered the hidden Qi realm. After all, no matter how strong one's internal 3 harmonies are, they are still just internal 3 harmonies. Before entering the hidden energy realm, they are easy to deal with. As long as one offers a heavy reward, there will always be some assassins willing to take the risk. Even if they can't kill you, frequent assassination attempts can cause significant trouble. But things are different now. You took the risk of failing and getting severely injured to make a desperate attempt, and by sheer luck, you managed to advance from the peak of the Li He stage to the Dark Qi stage in a short period of time.
Those martial artists with the inner 3 harmonies, no matter how they are, wouldn't dare to come and assassinate a dark chi martial artist. As for other dark chi martial artists, they are all prominent figures. In ordinary prefectures, they are already at the top. How many of them would be so desperate as to become assassins? Moreover, according to common sense, after entering the dark chi realm, one enters a stagnation period, which can last anywhere from 1 or 2 months to a year or more. This is normal, as it allows one to adapt to the fundamental change in energy from the visible to the invisible. Therefore, after the Wu family's high-ranking officials' plan to eliminate the dark chi practitioners failed before it even began, they would naturally take a step back. After all, things have come to this point, and there won't be any major changes in the short term. Why rush? If they really want to act, they'll wait until Shen Lingshan leaves. Lao Su spoke slowly and calmly. Hua Yuanhong understood perfectly. For the Wu family's higher-ups, a single hidden energy practitioner wasn't something to be feared. Previously, during the inner 3 harmonies phase, they only needed to lure martial artists from the underworld into attacking, sacrificing a small price to potentially eliminate a genius. Why not? But now that he had reached the dark chi realm, dealing with him would require enlisting other martial artists, or even sending their own martial artists to assassinate him. And there was a high chance that Shen Lingxiang would kill them outright, leaving them to lose a batch of men without even getting close to Hua Yuanhong. The cost is too high, so it naturally requires careful consideration. Anyway, for the high-ranking members of the Wu family who have mastered the Huajin technique, the difference between entering the dark chi realm and achieving minor or major mastery is negligible. They pose no immediate threat, so we can take our time. What he needs to be wary of now is still the previous Wu Yankun, and at most add Zhuang Shouyuan. Compared to dealing with martial arts assassins and the schemes of the Wu family's high-ranking members, this would be much more peaceful. Of course, if your strength improves significantly in the future, you'll have to hide it. After all, when the autumn hunt rewards are distributed, the renowned martial artist responsible for verification confirmed that you don't have hidden energy. Going from the peak of the Li He realm to hidden energy is understandable, but continuing to make such rapid progress would be unreasonable. Currently, the only ones who know your true martial arts cultivation speed are Li Shuxing, me, Fang Yu, and that old man from the Fang family. But Fang Yu is just a junior, so no one would believe her. As for Li Shuxing, with his abilities, if he were to intentionally put on a show with his disciple, how could a junior possibly notice? Even if someone were to investigate your past. I even suspect that Li Shuxing has been secretly teaching you martial arts all along. Those old-fashioned aristocrats would rather believe that someone has impersonated Hua Yuanhong's identity than accept that someone could reach the hidden energy stage in just over half a month. It's like someone going from a basic private school to a prestigious university in half a month. It's too unrealistic. As for that old man from the Fang family, the only thing he personally confirmed was that you were still in the Yi stage not long ago. But that's not significant. Some people just accumulate strength over the years and then explode with a single breath when they reach the Annihilating stage. It's not unheard of. So, just be careful from now on. Old Su gave a reminder and offered a solution. You can go to the Xingwu Alliance. They're experts at forging identities. They can arrange one for you. Whenever you need someone to act on your behalf, just switch faces. Got it. Hua Yuanhong nodded. After leaving the small building, he headed straight to the guest quarters and found Shen Shuyan, who was still waiting there to relieve her shift. Miss Shen, I have a favor to ask. Brother Yuanhong, just speak freely. Shen Shuyan replied directly. It's like this. Hua Yuanhong briefly explained his request. No problem. It's a small matter. Forging identities is what the Xingwu Alliance specializes in. Shen Shuyan agreed without hesitation, then casually asked, It's quite lively today. I heard there's a martial arts master having a sparring match? Yes, there's a martial artist from the main branch who's been sparring with our branch. They've had a few matches, with wins and losses on both sides. Hua Yuanhong replied briefly. Oh, I see. Shen Shuyan's tone carried a hint of regret. It was indeed rare for a martial arts master to personally step into the ring, and not being able to break away to watch was indeed a bit of a shame. However, Shen Shuyan soon broke into a smile. I wonder how well you've mastered the transition of internal force from the visible to the invisible, Yuanhong. I've gained some new insights today and feel more confident in controlling the invisible aspect of internal force. Your skills are impressive, so I'm sure you've delved deeply into this area. Would you be willing to offer some guidance? Contemplation. Hua Yuanhong fell silent. What to ponder? He hadn't even reacted at the time. He had instinctively struck out with a palm, and the hidden force had emerged naturally. As for the key points to note when transitioning internal force from the visible to the invisible, or where the dangers lie, he truly had no sense of it and didn't know how to offer guidance. I'm not very familiar with this aspect. I'll think about it and tell you later. Hua Yuanhong replied honestly. No problem. Yuanhong, you must work hard. I estimate you'll master the hidden force within a month and succeed on your first try. Shen Shuyan's eyes sparkled with a smile again. Outperforming this genius in mastering hidden force was a significant achievement for her. I really need to work harder.
I'll practice extra tonight. Hua Yuanhong agreed. No need to rush. Take it step by step, this isn't something that can be hurried.
Shin Chuyan smiled and waved goodbye, leaving in a cheerful mood. That night, after dinner with his father, Hua Yuanhong began his extra training, determined to master the introductory stage of the Hidden Force technique that very night.
Chapter 78, Powerful Hidden Energy. Deputy Alliance Master Wei finally receives news. 8 Extremes Fist Dark Chi 201-3600.
In the empty room, Hua Yuanhong stared at the leather-bound ledger, continuing his practice stroke by stroke. Every time he practiced for a while, a flood of insights would emerge, which he would digest and absorb, causing his strength to increase slightly. Not only that, but during his practice, the internal energy within his body was also repeatedly tempering his physique, making it more resilient and robust, advancing in tandem with the energy itself.
Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 201-3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 202-3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 203-3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 226-3600. By the time he practiced until midnight, his internal power could penetrate through the outer layers of multiple hides, causing the water soaked into the inner layers to vibrate and form clear spiderweb-like patterns. This signified that he had passed the introductory stage. As dawn approached, Hua Yuanhong crawled under the bed made of refined steel and fell into a deep sleep to catch up on rest. As a martial arts master, his sleep quality was exceptional, allowing him to enter deep sleep immediately. After sleeping for an hour and a half, he emerged feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, once again reaching the peak of his physical and mental condition. By then, it was already daylight, and the early arriving instructors had all arrived. It's time to continue looking for someone to spar with. The match he had with the main lineage martial arts instructor, though brief, had yielded significant insights from the close-range perception of his opponent's energy flow during the exchange. His progress had jumped by 26 points. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 hours of intense training. It was even more than what he had gained after training all night. That makes sense. When training alone, you're mostly just going through the motions. But when you feel another martial artist's energy up close and absorb their training experience, it's like you're progressing yourself, so the pace naturally accelerates. If there's a sudden flash of insight, amplifying it 365 times and turning it into enlightenment, that would be even faster. Therefore, to train faster, one must find someone to spar with. There are so many instructors at the martial arts school, each with their own wealth of experience. They all need to be tested. Last time I fought, I didn't use the caged tiger, monkey in the cage technique or the fist intent shocking the soul technique. I only used about 30 to 40% of my strength. Next time I spar with other instructors, I'll hold back a bit more, slow down my movements slightly, so they can keep up with the rhythm. Hua Yuanhong walked out and began seeking out the instructors one by one for sparring sessions. First up was Instructor Lu, who specialized in the sinking force technique. After explaining his intentions, Lu readily agreed. The two entered the training hall, took their stances, and began their exchange. Boom, 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 boom. Hua Yuanhong controlled his strength, exchanging over 50 moves with Lu before departing to find his next opponent. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 265-3600. Progress increased by 39. As expected, training with instructors is the fastest way to level up. Next, he went one by one to challenge Master Fong, Master Luo, Master Yu, and others for sparring matches. Through each battle, he closely observed how these masters utilized their internal power, and his understanding of the hidden power stage continued to deepen. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 562-3600. So, that main martial arts instructor earlier was a martial artist who had only reached about 30% of the hidden power stage. He was just skilled in combat techniques, but his practical combat skills weren't inferior to those of a martial artist who had trained hidden power for 40% of the required time. He was already close to achieving minor mastery of hidden power before turning 30. He has good natural talent. After these sparring sessions, I can roughly estimate that, without using the caged tiger, intentional monkey technique to double my power, I am equivalent to someone who has trained the hidden power stage to about 70-80%. Of course, during these sparring sessions with the martial artists, he deliberately held back his true strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to learn a few more techniques. Once he was alone, Hua Yuanhong struck the water-soaked leather ledger with a palm strike. Slap! After a faint cracking sound, he raised his hand and looked at the leather ledger. The surface of the ledger was intact. When he flipped it open, the outer few pages of leather were undamaged, but the middle few pages had cracks. This level of control over one's inner strength was considered a minor achievement. The power of force is composed of the foundation and the degree of control. The physical strength, internal energy, and fist intent corresponding to the spirit, energy, and mind form the foundational power. Combined with the level of control, this is the true power manifested in combat. Normally, one would consider reaching the small achievement stage after passing the 40% mark of a realm. However, Hua Yuanhong looked at his progress. Just over 15%. This means his upper limit is significantly higher than that of other practitioners of hidden force. Back when his power was still at the beginner level, his killing techniques already matched those of dark power practitioners at the peak of their power. Now that his internal energy cultivation had improved significantly, when he unleashed his full power, he estimated he was almost on par with those powerful dark energy practitioners who had not only cultivated their internal energy to the peak but also mastered killing techniques. Taking advantage of the post-lunch digestion break, Hui Yuanhong carried a basket of fruits to visit the main pulse martial arts master who was still lying down. After all, the other party had gone to great lengths to open a backdoor for him, laying the groundwork meticulously, only to nearly be killed by a single punch from him. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. As he approached the clinic, Hui Yuanhong peered through the window and saw several people talking. "Senior brother, you're truly ruthless. To avoid revealing any weaknesses, you really went all out on yourself. Yeah, your internal organs were shaken. I thought you were just putting on a show, but you actually went all out. That's too intense." The two disciples put down the fruit basket, sat by the bed, and sighed. They had obviously finished lunch and were bored, so they came to check on their senior brother. "Enough. I've told you so many times, I didn't fake the fight. I didn't fake the fight." The master martial artist lying on the bed was so angry at his two disciples' mocking words that his face turned red. If he weren't so severely injured, he would have jumped up to show them what a real fake fight looks like. It was clear that after this incident, his reputation for fighting fake fights would be ruined, and countless people would know that he was a professional fake fighter. His reputation was ruined. Just then, the main lineage martial artist saw Hui Yuanhong walk in and his eyes lit up. "Hui disciple, come here. Tell these two men to explain properly. Did I really not fake the first punch?" "All right." Hui Yuanhong nodded solemnly and addressed the other two main lineage martial artists. "Rest assured, this senior brother truly didn't fake the fight. I didn't bribe him beforehand, and Su Lao didn't ask his master to pull strings for him. All those previous matches were just to set the stage for me." We understand. We understand. You're all innocent. We won't say a word." The two younger main lineage martial artists nodded with a smile, but to be honest, Brother Hui's punch was really impressive. At first glance, it almost looked like it was thrown by a seasoned martial artist who had mastered 5 or 6 levels of hidden power. When it comes to acting, Brother Hui is truly the master. Unlike our senior brother, who has to deliberately shake his internal organs to deceive others. Finally, facing the senior disciple on the bed whose eyes were about to burst with anger, the two junior disciples walked out with smiles on their faces. "Ah, my reputation is ruined this time. I bet a lot of people will come looking for me to challenge me to a fake fight. But then again, it might not be a bad thing. At least my reputation is out there now, and I can charge higher prices." The main martial arts master on the bedside and looked at Hui Yuanhong, his eyes blazing with battle intent. "That last move was my mistake, I wasn't prepared. Once I'm fully recovered next month, let's have another match to settle this." The martial artist had exceptional physical conditioning, and with specialized medicine to heal internal injuries, he estimated he'd be fully recovered in about a month, ready to fight again. Though he occasionally engaged in fake fights, this main lineage martial artist was a genuine martial artist with a high pursuit of martial arts. He could pretend to lose, but he couldn't lose carelessly. He planned to recover and challenge him again. Facing the martial arts master's gaze filled with battle intent, Hui Yuanhong fell silent for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. In the end, he patted the other man on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Take care of your injuries." Xingwu Alliance's North China headquarters. Alliance leader. Alliance leader. Something has happened. The secretary rushed in, holding a report that had just been sent from Jinmen. "What's the rush? You've been with me for so long, you should have some composure by now." Wei, the deputy alliance leader wearing a mask, put down his pen and looked up. "No, alliance leader, please take a look first. It's about the fire seed quota you rejected earlier in Jinmen. This is serious." The secretary sighed bitterly and placed the intelligence report in front of Wei, the deputy alliance leader. Chapter 79, Wei's reaction. The Wu family's attitude shifts. Oh? Could that report have been genuine? Did he really achieve the Ming Jin realm in just 2 months? Deputy Alliance Master Wei picked up the intelligence report, glanced at it, and his gaze immediately froze. Dark Qi. How did he reach the Dark Qi realm? Just a few days ago, it was said he had mastered the Ming Qi realm. Deputy Alliance Master Wei couldn't believe what he was reading, but the more he read, the worse his expression became. From being the top in the open force arena, to single-handedly breaking through a gang's encirclement, to winning the autumn hunt, and now to hidden force. Each of these achievements only served to confirm his earlier misjudgment. The more he read, the more his heart ached, and a surge of anger rose within him. Damn it! How could you not report this important matter sooner? Hiding it like this, do you even care about the North China headquarters? Vice Alliance Master Wei slammed his fist on the table. The secretary paused before cautiously replying. They did report it, but it's still stuck at the 3rd preliminary review. It might not even reach the stage by next month. This intelligence had been sent urgently by the secretary's subordinates, who had noticed something amiss but received no response from higher-ups.
Vice Alliance leader Wei also fell silent, then recalled that it had been him who had personally ordered the closure of the urgent channel for Tianjin.
What's the response from Deputy Alliance leader Ji?
It's already signed off, and it's been scheduled for tomorrow's Fireseed program assessment. The secretary's words shattered the last shred of hope in Wei's heart. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a moment before slowly exhaling.
What do you think of Hua Yuanhong's abilities? This time, Wei finally remembered the name. It's hard to say.
Although he defeated a martial artist whose internal energy was nearly at the small achievement level with a single punch on the stage, that was still an insider, so there's a possibility it was a fixed match. However, my informant mentioned that he once saw Hua Yuanhong sparring with an instructor at a martial arts school. They exchanged at least dozens of moves without a clear winner, and that instructor's strength seemed to be at the level of 2/10 of the Dark Qi realm. The secretary hesitated before speaking.
That makes sense. Deputy Alliance leader Wei nodded slightly. Fighting against one's own people on the stage is too much of a show.
I've seen too many cases where people exaggerate the abilities of a so-called genius. However, private sparring with an instructor should be more reliable. Facing an instructor who has cultivated 2/10 of his hidden energy, it was likely that the instructor held back out of respect for Hua Yuanhong's status, resulting in dozens of moves without a clear winner. Hua Yuanhong's true strength should be roughly on par with a martial artist who has cultivated 1/10 of their hidden energy, which is already quite impressive. To be able to match those who have steadily cultivated for over 2 years at such an early stage is remarkable. However, compared to Ji Xingjie, the gap is still too great.
At least tomorrow's assessment won't pose a threat. Vice Alliance Master Wei spoke slowly, thinking of Ji Xingjie's strength, and couldn't help but feel quite satisfied.
From last night's preliminary assessment, under the double burst of that killing technique, Ji Xingjie's practical combat skills were already on par with those veteran martial artists who had cultivated their hidden energy to 40–50%. Although Hua Yuanhong's unexpected appearance had far exceeded his expectations, it was still unlikely to shake the foundation of tomorrow's Fireseed Plan assessment. In terms of threat, the people from the aristocratic families were still more dangerous.
By the way, have we found out who the aristocratic families sent to meddle in this Fireseed Plan? Vice Alliance Master Wei asked.
They've done a good job keeping it under wraps. Aside from a few high-ranking members, almost no information has leaked out. However, from what we've gathered from one of the Li family's double dragons who recently visited Jinmen, the ace up their sleeve is likely this individual. The secretary added, as for his strength, we only know that he has definitely reached the hidden energy realm, but no one has seen him fight. The Li family's twin dragons. Deputy Alliance Master Wei furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, then asked, how is the treasure armor and weaponry that Master Lin crafted for Ji Xingjie coming along?
It's almost done, but it can be used.
However, if it's rushed out too early, it will greatly affect its lifespan, and it might develop flaws after just a few battles.
The secretary said. Never mind.
As long as they can hold out through tomorrow's battles, have Master Lin work through the night and make sure they're ready by tomorrow morning.
Deputy Alliance Master Wei waved his hand dismissively. Understood.
The secretary withdrew discreetly. Once the main door closed and was securely locked, Wei, the deputy alliance master, sat in the grand armchair, gazing up at the mountain and sea carvings on the ceiling. It seemed as though an uncontrollable emotion was about to surge forth from beneath his seemingly calm expression.
After a long silence,
he couldn't hold back any longer and violently threw the teacup he cherished in his hand, shattering it against the intricately carved wall.
Clang!
Hearing the sound of the teacup shattering, Wei's mood did not ease at all. Instead, it grew even worse, his chest heaving violently.
19 years old, with hidden inner strength. 19 years old, Dark Qi. This talent is truly terrifying.
It doesn't pale in comparison to Wu Yuanshu or Ji Xingjie. He's only a few months behind them. Missing out on such a genius would leave a significant blemish on the impression the Supreme Elders had of him, potentially even cutting off his future prospects of being promoted back to the central headquarters in Central Plains.
For someone obsessed with power, this was unbearable. Fortunately, there is still an opportunity.
As long as Ji Xingjie can secure first place in the upcoming Fireseed Plan assessment, the position of top leader in North China will still be his. As for the impression left on the Supreme Elders Council, there will be opportunities to make amends later. Though the exact reason is unknown, upon learning that this assessment was personally pushed forward by Xinling Shuang, the Supreme Elder, Wei, the Deputy Alliance Master, has elevated his level of importance to the highest. Victory is the only option, failure is not an option.
We must leave a good impression on Senior Elder Shin.
With Ji Xingjie's deep foundation, combined with his combat techniques, and the custom-made armor and weapons crafted by the master, he might even match a seasoned martial artist who has cultivated his inner energy to 70% of the Dark Qi realm.
This is a sure thing. A hint of relief finally appeared on Wei's face as he rang the bell. Alliance leader. Another secretary waiting outside quickly pushed the door open.
When Hua Yuanhong comes for the assessment tomorrow, find him and tell him that the Alliance Master values talent and is willing to sign him. The consequences of the breach of contract with GS side can also be handled by us.
Understood. Watching the secretary leave, Wei, the deputy alliance leader, exhaled deeply. Everyone could see that with Ji Xingjie by his side, he would undoubtedly use his far superior Fireseed program metrics to outmaneuver deputy alliance leader Ji and secure the top position. If Hui Yuanhong was smart enough to recognize the opportunity, he would surely abandon deputy alliance master Ji's doomed ship and join Wei and Ji Xingjie to sail toward a bright future. On the other side, Wu Xing, several core elders of the Wu family, and several deputy masters of the Wenchuan Martial Arts Hall gathered together to discuss the recent consensus reached between the Aristocratic Alliance and the Xingwu Alliance, and also mentioned Hui Yuanhong's matter. Zhuang Xiuyuan, Wu Yankun, and Junzi Jian were listening in. Gentlemen, the top echelons of the Aristocratic Alliance and the Xingwu Alliance have reached a consensus. To cope with the impending upheaval, we cannot remain divided, nor can we have our leaders fight to the death. We have decided to resolve the conflict through the Jin Men Grand Competition. If the Shijiao Alliance wins first place in the competition, the Xingwu Alliance will unconditionally merge into the Shijiao Alliance. If the Xingwu Alliance wins first place, the Shijiao Alliance will pledge that precious artifact as collateral and refrain from initiating any conflicts for the next 10 years, standing united against external threats. To avoid internal conflicts among the elite, the rankings of our various factions within the alliance will also be determined by the results of the Jin Men Grand Competition. Therefore, participants in the Jin Men Grand Competition will no longer be limited to geniuses from the North China region, but will include all geniuses under the age of 25 across the entire Tianqiao Empire. This is a matter of vital importance to the fundamental interests and even the survival of our clans. We must mobilize all our resources and prepare thoroughly. I propose that, considering Hui Yuanhong has already reached the Dark Qi realm and will enter a period of stagnation in his strength, we temporarily shelve the plan to eliminate him and avoid diverting our resources. Seconded. 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 As one elder after another seconded the motion, even the martial arts elder who had lost his position as deputy chief, Wu Yankun, could no longer contain himself. Elder, I have something to say. Speak. The elder who had proposed the motion looked over. I believe we must not abandon the plan to eliminate him. Instead, we must intensify our efforts and spare no expense to eliminate Hui Yuanhong as soon as possible. Wu Yankun spoke solemnly, and the gentleman's sword, who was listening in as a disciple of Mo Wuji, nodded in agreement. Chapter 80, The Importance of Ignoring and Avoiding Danger. The elder of the Wu family remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Yin Koan, you've lost your mind. The other high-ranking members also nodded in agreement. Earlier, they had wanted to eliminate them because it required little effort. Sending those lowly inner disciples to fight among themselves would suffice. But now the situation was different. They needed to deploy martial artists to stand a chance. But martial artists who aren't afraid of death are rare. Even if they have them in secret, they must be used for more valuable tasks. They wouldn't waste them on a plan with such a slim chance of success. Besides, Xinling Xiang is still in Jinmen. If we really decide to act, are we supposed to let the top-tier martial artists from each family risk their lives in a fight? What a joke! Anyway, no matter how talented they are, they're still only at the hidden energy stage. It'll take them a year or two to pose a threat to us at the transformed energy level. What's the rush? Mr. Wu, you're afraid that Hui Yuanhong will come looking for revenge, aren't you? You want to use us to eliminate the trouble for you. Your calculations are a bit too clever. An elder of the martial arts clan chuckled. Actually, if it weren't for the Jin Men Grand Competition being so crucial, helping Mr. Wu resolve a minor issue wouldn't be a big deal. But at this critical juncture, our families must focus all our efforts on the Jin Men Grand Competition. We don't have the time to scheme against someone at the Dark Qi level. Another elder also chuckled. No, I'm worried that Hui Yuanhong's presence might affect the upcoming Jin Men Grand Competition. Wu Yankun said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the senior officials present all laughed. Young Master Wu is overthinking it. This Jin Men Grand Competition is for the top 25 geniuses under the age of 25 from the entire Tianqiao Empire. Even if Hui Yuanhong has mastered the Dark Qi technique or even reached its peak, it wouldn't amount to much. As long as our clan alliance secures first place and unifies the entire empire, with the Xingwu Alliance no longer restraining our main forces, a dying peak-level martial artist and a Dark Qi practitioner are nothing but pawns to be manipulated at will. We can use them to make an example of that old fool Su and Hui Yuanhong, who disregarded the greater good, and show others the consequences of defying the unified empire. A deputy master of the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. In times of great turmoil, heroes rise and demons emerge. Especially the major clans of Central Plains, their foundations are too terrifying. Even the tip of the iceberg they've revealed has prodigies who've mastered the inner energy at the age of 23 or 24. With such figures participating in the Jin Men Grand Competition, even someone like Hui Yuanhong with his hidden strength wouldn't be able to stir up any waves, no matter how strong he is in actual combat. Why bother fighting to the death with Xinling Shuang and the old man Su over someone who was destined to die after the competition? Seeing this situation, Wu Yankun and the gentleman's sword couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. But the higher-ups had made their decision, and they could do nothing about it. After the meeting, Zhuang Xiuyuan suddenly walked over. Like the two of you, I'm also concerned about that man, Hua Yuanhong. Though he's destined to die after the competition, the remaining time could still be trouble if a hidden martial artist goes berserk. Zhuang Xiuyuan said indifferently. He wasn't afraid of a single Dark Force practitioner, but he feared those who had followed him in rebellion. Even the few Dark Force instructors might not be able to stop Hua Yuanhong, who was a master of assassination. If he didn't step forward and do something, his men would lose their resolve, and he would be left alone, with his influence greatly diminished, an outcome he couldn't bear. What does Master Zhuang mean? Wu Yankun's heart stirred. He knew that under the circumstances, where even his own family was unwilling to waste any more effort, the only one who could help him was Zhuang Xiuyuan. Direct assassination is definitely out of the question. My dark energy instructors wouldn't risk their lives, but there is one opportunity we can seize, the martial arts master's recognition. Zhuang Xiuyuan's eyes flickered as he spoke solemnly. After mastering the dark arts, a martial artist must apply for official recognition as a martial arts master to gain the qualifications to establish a faction. This involves submitting an application and undergoing an assessment at the government-designated examination center 3 days later. The old man from the cart drivers guild died for Hua Yuanhong. Now that Hua Yuanhong has mastered the dark arts and gained strength, he will likely rebuild the cart drivers guild to fulfill the old man's wish. Moreover, obtaining martial arts master certification is a significant leap in status and prestige for martial arts masters, and it has a considerable effect on their mental transformation. Many martial arts masters use this opportunity to further enhance their abilities. Therefore, he is certain that Hua Yuanhong will likely go for the martial arts master certification. Martial arts master recognition is divided into two parts, internal power and practical combat. Not only must one demonstrate hidden power on the spot, but one must also withstand 10 breaths in front of a genuine martial arts master. The physical strength test is a hard skill that can't be faked, but the practical application is like an interview, there's more room for maneuver. I once encountered an examiner who was a powerful martial arts master who had mastered lethal techniques. With his overwhelming strength, he could easily injure Hua Yuanhong severely if he accidentally slips up during the exam. As long as we keep Hua Yuanhong out of action for a while, by the time the grand competition ends, everything will be settled. Zhuang Xiuyuan said calmly. Excellent. 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 You truly live up to your reputation, Master Zhuang. With this plan, victory is assured. Wu Yankun repeated the word good 3 times, then added, as for that martial arts instructor, we'll rely on Master Zhuang to handle the arrangements. As for scheduling the matches and dealing with the observers, I'll take care of it. Seeing the two reach an agreement, the gentleman's sword finally let out a relaxed smile. He knew that the man who had once been expelled from the martial arts school with a casual remark had now entered the realm of hidden energy. Since then, he had been unable to eat or sleep properly, dare not even step out of the martial arts school. Fortunately, all of this was finally coming to an end. That's the situation. It's a consensus reached between the top leaders of the Aristocratic Alliance and the Martial Arts Alliance. If the Aristocratic Alliance's prodigy wins first place, the Martial Arts Alliance will merge into the Aristocratic Alliance, and will probably be made an example of. On the upper floor of the small building, Old Su spoke slowly. Hua Yuanhong fell silent. Originally, martial artists from humble backgrounds only needed to win 3 matches to be safe. But now, it had become necessary for someone to secure first place. There's no mercy at all. Or perhaps it was because the power of the lower-class martial artists was too weak, so weak that they could be sacrificed when necessary to ensure the unity of the imperial court. Those who make decisions for the lowly martial artists and set the rules are the absolute elites at the very top. And the elite are almost all from aristocratic families. Even someone like the leader of the Xingwu Alliance, who is at the pinnacle of power, actually comes from a newly emerging aristocratic family, but his ideology differs from that of the old aristocratic families, and he is willing to protect the common people. But in the face of the impending upheaval, the entire empire is on the brink of collapse, and even that alliance leader has no choice but to compromise. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Once this consensus is reached, the Central Plains will start to probe each other, uncovering many hidden geniuses, and even some prodigies who have been building up their strength for years, who can suddenly break through from the initial stage of the Dark Qi realm to the peak of the Dark Qi realm. In that case, even if you make further progress, no one will doubt you. After all, you've been building up your strength for so many years. Actually, as long as it's not unreasonable, even if you've reached the peak of the Dark Qi realm, or even the Dark Qi realm's pinnacle, or even the strength of a martial artist ranked on the martial arts chart, the high-ranking members of the aristocratic families won't bother with you for now. After all, you don't pose a threat to the high-ranking members who have already reached the Transformation Qi realm, nor do you threaten those few prodigies who reached the Transformation Qi realm at the age of 23 or 24 and are vying for the top spot. Moreover, strength and training progress are two different things. For example, in Central Plains, there emerged someone with an extremely formidable fighting style, just like you, who had only recently entered the Dark Qi realm. However, under the stimulation of top-tier elixirs, he cultivated innate divine strength. Combined with custom-made top-tier armor and weapons crafted by a forging master, and the use of top-tier boiling blood powder, and finally, with his extraordinary talent in combat techniques and killing methods, he can unleash strength rivaling that of powerful Dark Chi practitioners despite being newly entered into the Dark Chi realm. So, even if you display the strength of a powerful Dark Chi practitioner, no one would find it unusual. Old Su smiled. Oh? Then I can rest assured. Hua Yuanhong also smiled. On the Xingwu Alliance side, arranging a suitable fake identity for him wouldn't be so quick, and he had been a bit torn, worried that if he revealed strength nearly on par with powerful dark energy during the fire seed assessment, it might arouse suspicion. But if he didn't go, he'd miss out on the training method that could help him practice not seeing, not hearing, sensing danger and avoiding it, which would be a huge loss. It would severely hinder his plan to accelerate his training and achieve the 10-day transformation of internal energy in the next 10 days. But now, he was relieved. There were already precedents in Central Plains. Who said that someone who had just entered the realm of hidden energy couldn't possess powerful hidden energy? Wasn't it enough to have superior combat techniques, killing methods, equipment, and secret potions? Soon, I'll get that training method from Ji Taishang soon. Hua Yuanhong knew that mastering the unseen, unheard, sensing danger and avoiding it technique was crucial for his future. Once he achieved it, he would be as free as a bird in the sky, fearing no plots or schemes. Anyone who dares to harbor such thoughts will be dealt with that very night. Chapter 81, The Man with the Umbrella. Shin Tu Chin. 8 Extremes Fist Hidden Power 601-3600. After finishing a round of Bagui Zhang, Hua Yuanhong had a light dinner and took a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. Humph. Ha. Humph. Ha. In the courtyard, dozens of young men stood in rows, practicing their horse stances. Their tonic herbs were insufficient to sustain such intense training, and the carriage driver's training methods were too crude, fearing he might harm the youths, so he had them start with the most basic horse stance exercises. However, without proper internal and external medications, relying solely on regular meals, the improvement in their physical condition was not very noticeable. At the front of the group stood a dark-skinned teenager. A two? Hua Yuanhong flipped through his distant memories and recalled that this was a childhood friend. They had been quite close as children, and at the age of 6, they had even made a pact to become great martial artists together, with him aiming to be the best in the world and Ah-Tu the second best. Of course, that was just the naive ambition of childhood. Later, he became an apprentice at the Asking Sword Martial Arts Hall, where he learned the hardships of martial arts training. After being shaped by life, he never mentioned the childhood promise to Ah-Tu again. As for Ah-Tu, once he was a bit older, he was forced by his family to start working as a cart driver at a young age and never had the chance to enter a martial arts school. Over time, he also stopped mentioning the idea of practicing martial arts. Thinking back on those old days, Hua Yuanhong couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Ah, Tuesday. Hua Yuanhong patted his childhood friend on the shoulder. This once carefree companion now had a weathered face and a slightly hunched back, the result of years of pulling rickshaws. Seeing Hua Yuanhong dressed neatly, he felt a mix of joy and envy, but mostly, it was awe. Master Hua. Ah-Tu bowed cautiously. Hua Yuanhong paused, shook his head, and smiled, just call me Hongo. No need to be so formal. Don't forget, we made a promise I'd be the best in the world, and you'd be the second best. Ah-Tu smiled innocently, unsure how to respond. Just wait a little longer. Soon, you'll be able to join the martial arts school and train properly. That day won't be far off. Hua Yuanhong smiled gently. Really? Ah-Tu showed genuine joy and hurriedly added, Master Hua, don't work too hard. We don't need to train in martial arts. If it comes to it, we can always go back to pulling carts. It's fine. Hua Yuanhong chuckled and walked toward the corner of the courtyard. There, Chen Tulin, the son of old Uncle Lu, was holding a textbook that was almost worn out, reviewing his lessons. Hua Yuanhong walked up behind him and watched quietly for a moment, noticing that Chen Tulin was flipping through the textbook repeatedly, seemingly searching for something. What are you looking for? Hua Yuanhong asked. Looking for anyone with the surname Chen. The teacher said that anyone with talent can find it in the textbook. All the other students have found their relatives, and I can too. The son of the sixth uncle raised his head and said, Don't rush. Take your time. When your textbooks are replaced, you'll find it. Hua Yuanhong patted the boy on the shoulder, sat down in the courtyard, and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, their focused expressions. How wonderful! Hua Yuanhong felt a moment of reverie, as if he were seeing one version of himself after another. Diligent, hardworking, resilient, filled with aspirations for martial arts. He had endured too much hardship and didn't he want those who came after him to suffer the same way. If no one could provide shelter for the underprivileged, then he would. He only wished that one day he could provide a shelter for himself and for the young people like his former self, allowing everyone to pursue their dreams training in martial arts, living their lives without having to struggle under the oppression of aristocratic families. It's time to set off. There were only 10 days left until the Jinmen Grand Tournament.
In those 10 days, he must break through to the Qi transformation stage for himself, for Old Su, and for those who came after him.
The assessment location for the Fire Seed plan, deliberately arranged by Shenling Shuang, was set near Jinmen.
On the way there, Hua Yuanhong stopped by the place where martial arts masters were certified and submitted an application form written by his martial arts school disciples.
Is this Mr. Hua?
A martial arts master in his 50s emerged from inside, with several silver threads embroidered on his chest, likely the one responsible for the practical combat assessment. I've heard of Master Hua's reputation.
Meeting you today, you truly live up to your name.
The martial arts master smiled and extended his hand. Hua Yuanhong did not take his hand, merely smiling and nodding in greeting.
The martial arts master didn't mind, still smiling broadly.
He even offered to help him find someone to handle his affairs. Before long, the application was submitted, and he was told that the review would be completed in 3 days, after which he could come back to have his martial arts master status recognized.
Throughout the process, this person was very helpful and did not show any ill intentions.
However, the more he acted this way, the more cautious Hua Yuanhong became, maintaining a safe distance and not allowing the other party to touch him. Thank you very much for your help, Master Shin Tuesday. After completing all the necessary procedures, Hua Yuanhong politely thanked him.
No need to thank me.
We're all martial artists and Jinmen were family. I've long admired the divine gun and have been eager to meet his disciple to see what he's like. Shin Tuchin still maintained his kind-hearted demeanor, accompanying him all the way to the door before bidding farewell. Only after Hua Yuanhong's figure had completely disappeared did he enter the innermost small room and shut the doors and windows tightly. How do you feel? In the pitch-black room, Wu Yankun stood in the darkness, his voice low and hoarse.
I didn't get any leads.
He's too cautious, he didn't even let me get close. It's a shame about the carefully prepared mind-numbing powder. Shin Tu-chen said with a hint of regret.
If we couldn't figure him out, it's no big deal.
From the way he sparred with those instructors, he's only slightly more skilled than someone who's just begun mastering the dark Qi technique. He's roughly on par with a martial artist who's mastered 10% of the dark Qi technique. He doesn't even have the strength of a minor achievement.
The last time on the stage, there was too much exaggeration. Wu Yankun said.
That may be true, but without some preparation, I still feel uneasy. Shin Tu-chen chuckled. When the martial arts master recognizes the practical test, we'll set up a small amount of mind-numbing powder in the practical training area that can't be detected. As long as we can make his reaction slightly slower than normal. When martial artists clash, it's a matter of split seconds. A slight delay in reaction is almost the same as being a piece of meat on a chopping block.
Agreed.
The top-tier grandmaster's insights on mastering the transformative force, along with Miss Ruman, must be delivered to me before the day of the battle. Also, arrange the ship to the west for me.
Rest assured, if we don't deliver it, you won't have to intervene.
Upon hearing Wu Yankun agree, Shin Tu-chen finally smiled. He was well aware of his own strengths. He was a powerful martial artist who had mastered the dark Qi technique to its peak and also possessed lethal combat techniques. However, his weaknesses were equally glaring. One was his obsessive pursuit of the transformation Qi technique to the point of madness, and the other was his insatiable lust. Especially as he grew older, with his martial arts path nearing its end, these two weaknesses began to grow increasingly pronounced. Therefore, despite knowing he might face retaliation from the Divine Gun Martial Arts Hall, when Zhuang Xiuyuan and Wu Yankun made their offers, one promising the legendary insights that could allow even mediocre practitioners to enter the Hua Jin realm, and the other offering the dreamlike girl he had coveted for years, he agreed without hesitation. As long as he could enter the Huatian realm that had driven him mad, and also gain Ru Meng, what risk was too great to take? Especially when he thought about how Hua Yuanhong, the genius destined to achieve the Hua Jin realm, would be severely injured due to his careless mistake, forced to watch the Jinmen Grand Tournament end and face death. The thrill of crushing a genius filled Shin Tu-chen, who had never been able to enter the Hualing realm, with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 82, Touching the Tiger's Tail.
That Shin Tu-chen was a bit too enthusiastic just now.
Upon arriving at the gathering point of the Xingwu Alliance, Hua Yuanhong went straight to his room to continue his martial arts training. Slap! 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 Time and again, he exerted his strength, striking the leather-bound ledger soaked in clear water.
Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 720-3600.
I've mastered 20% of the hidden power technique, but I still have no idea what my current strength truly is.
Hua Yuanhong couldn't quite gauge his current strength either.
He only knew that when he first reached 600, the time it took him to break through the 18 bronze men formation had dropped from 5 breaths to just 3.5. Powerful hidden strength is the pinnacle of hidden strength training. Combined with killing techniques, when I had only mastered 15% of hidden strength, its power already rivaled that of a seasoned martial artist who had trained to 70-80% of their peak. When using killing techniques, it could almost match powerful hidden strength. Now that my hidden energy is at 20%, I estimate it won't be much different from the peak level. Combined with the caged tiger, intent of the monkey killing technique, I should be able to go head-to-head with powerful hidden energy.
Hua Yuanhong speculated. Of course, this was just his estimation, as he hadn't actually engaged in a full-scale battle with powerful hidden energy. To quickly improve one's strength, relying solely on solitary training is too slow. One must continue to find opponents to spar with, and even engage in real combat. When facing the instructors at the martial arts school, using only a fraction of his strength yielded almost no results, merely allowing him to observe and absorb their techniques. After one round, they had absorbed enough. To continue making rapid progress, one must either seek out external martial arts masters to learn from or engage in all-out combat with masters of equal skill. In such intense, all-out battles, a sudden flash of insight can occur, amplified 365 times, leading to a state of enlightenment and a sudden leap in strength. The latter option is clearly faster, much faster. But the risks are also much harder to control. Therefore, we must remain unaware of danger and avoid it when we sense it, Huo Yuanhong said. Once he mastered this mystical ability, he could sense whether his chosen targets were dangerous or if there were traps lurking, and from then on, he could challenge martial artists from all directions, achieving the 10-day transformation of Qi in just 10 days. Why hasn't Huo Yuanhong spoken up yet? In the Tianbao Pavilion, Fang Shixin sat alone, idly playing with an antique in his hands. During the day, she had encountered Huo Yuanhong twice here, but each time he had merely nodded in greeting before hurrying off to practice his martial arts. Training. Fang Shixin didn't think much of it. Everyone knew that after entering the hidden energy stage, one entered a plateau period. Whether one practiced a little earlier or a little later, what difference did it make? This obsessed look on his face was just too fake. But since Huo Yuanhong didn't initiate the conversation, and given her status, she naturally couldn't be the one to speak first. Fang Shixin sat for a while longer, but before Huo Yuanhong arrived, she was greeted by the Li family's young miss instead. Shixin, I'm going to check out the fire seed plan of the Xingwu Alliance. Are you coming? The Li family's young lady came knocking on the door, smiling as she extended the invitation. Fang Shixin hesitated, feeling torn. According to the original plan, she was supposed to stay here these days waiting for Huo Yuanhong to invite her out, so it wasn't convenient for her to accompany her friend. By the way, I'm going with my second older brother this time. Miss Li added. Is Mr. Li also going? Fang Shixin's heart skipped a beat. She had originally thought that her friend had simply invited her out to watch a martial arts match, which was optional. But if one of the Li family's twin dragons was also going, then it was worth going. Fang Shixin knew she was unlikely to match the Li family's twin dragons, but you never know. In terms of potential and strength, the Li family's twin dragons were naturally far superior to Huo Yuanhong. She had only settled for Huo Yuanhong because she felt her chances were slim. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Shixin quickly made up her mind. After all, she was still young, and there was plenty of time. She could wait a few more days for Huo Yuanhong. Since you've already called me, I'll definitely go. We're lifelong friends. Fang Shixin smiled faintly as she stood up, linking her arm through the arm of the Li family's young lady, and they headed toward the location of the Fire Seed Plan assessment. As the deliberately organized Fire Seed Plan assessment day arrived, Jinmen once again buzzed with activity. Deputy Alliance Master Wei, Deputy Alliance Master Ji Xingjie, and one after another of the geniuses from the Xingwu Alliance's North China region all rushed to Jinmen. Members of the aristocratic families also arrived, creating a tense atmosphere. Of course, with Xunling Shuang, the top grandmaster, present, a fight was out of the question, and both sides maintained a certain restraint. That night, Huo Yuanhong came to an old tree where birds nested and began practicing his hidden energy, or more accurately, refining his fist intent. During the hidden energy phase, fist intent is an extremely critical element. On one hand, the progress of hidden energy, a force driven by fist intent and mental strength, is directly tied to the development of fist intent. Especially at his current stage, further training through mechanical practice of force generation yields diminishing returns. One must rely on fist intent to drive the enhancement of force. On the other hand, as the boxing intent grows stronger, the power of the boxing intent shocking the soul technique also becomes more potent, making it usable in examinations. Boom! He visualized in his mind a towering Mount Buzhou, thousands of miles high, sacred and majestic, seeming to suppress everything and endure through the ages. When the killing intent erupted, Mount Buzhou suddenly collapsed, and the intent of the fist, almost projected from his heart, enveloped the area with overwhelming might, causing the birds in the trees to flee in panic. 8 Extremes Fist Hidden Power 721-3600. Stay back. Huo Yuanhong found another tree and this time released his fist intent from a slightly greater distance. Boom! As the sky-piercing killing intent erupted once more, the birds on the old tree grew restless, but due to the increased distance, they didn't fly away as violently as before. This allowed him to repeatedly refine his fist intent in this location. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 722-3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 723-3600. Ba Ji Quan Hidden Power 724-3600. It was now deep into the night, and everyone from the aristocratic families and the Xingwu Alliance had returned to their rooms to rest. Only under the sensing of his fist intent could one discern the Grandmaster's aura belonging to Xinling Xiang, which shone like a meteor slicing through the night sky, striking fear into the hearts of the petty criminals. Hua Yuanhong remained focused, continuing his practice over and over again. When he reached the Ba Ji Quan hidden power 731-3600, he suddenly felt a slight movement at his ear, detecting faint footsteps. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged martial artist, likely drawn by the birds startled by the earlier commotion, strolling leisurely toward them. "Are you from the Xingwu Alliance? Your fist intent is impressive, you can even startle birds. You're no worse than those seasoned martial artists, but you still lack a bit of refinement. Come, let me offer some guidance." The middle-aged martial artist adopted a patronizing tone, stepping closer. "Teach me." Hua Yuanhong narrowed his eyes. Though he hadn't yet mastered the technique of unaware and unhearing, sensing danger and avoiding it, after practicing Old Su's method, his perception had already surpassed that of ordinary people. At least at such close range, and with the other party barely even bothering to hide their intentions, distinguishing between good and evil was still quite easy. This middle-aged martial arts master had been seen in the main hall when he first arrived. He was a master from an influential family in another region, reportedly quite renowned locally despite not being listed on the martial arts rankings. His strength was no joke, and he was considered a seasoned practitioner of internal energy. He didn't believe that this person would be so kind as to guide the enemy's prodigy. This was likely an attempt to assess the capabilities of the other side's prodigy on behalf of his own clan. But, touching a tiger's tail comes with the risk of being bitten back. So, Hua Yuanhong extended his hand. "Come on, let us spar." Chapter 83, No Handshake. "Young man, you should be more humble. Remember, the wise are our teachers." The middle-aged martial arts master smiled faintly, stepped forward, and shook hands with Hua Yuanhong. With Xinling Xiang stationed at the Xingwu Alliance, a fight wouldn't break out. If it did, someone would intervene immediately. But just exchanging a few moves to test each other's strength was no problem. There was little risk, and it would allow their own prodigy to prepare targeted countermeasures in advance. And if one could overpower the opponent at the level of fist intent, causing their will to falter and even affecting their future path in martial arts, that would be even better. For a genius, having their future path affected makes life more painful than death. The middle-aged martial artist had thought it through, and his intentions were malicious. However, when their palms finally touched, his expression suddenly changed. He felt as though his right hand was being clamped by an iron claw forged from refined iron, causing intense pain to surge through his body. The bones in his hand groaned under the unbearable pressure, as if they were about to be crushed. This, innate divine strength. The middle-aged martial artist's pupils contracted sharply. The appearance of someone with innate divine strength, especially one who had mastered the soul-shaking fist intent, might affect the upcoming fire seat assessment, and thus the bets and interests of his clan. Perhaps. After sensing the distant chi of Xinling Xiang, the middle-aged martial artist clenched his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. His fist intent erupted within his mind, as if a terrifying, malevolent, illusory ogre leaped forth from his heart, charging toward Hua Yuanhong, intent on shattering the young man's spirit with the peak martial artist's fist intent. A minor injury could cause mental decline, while a severe one could turn him into an idiot. After all, martial arts duels are a matter of life and death, and this has always been the rule. No one can say anything about it. Moreover, they had their own peak-level martial artists as backup. As long as they eliminated this genius and secured a major victory for the upcoming matches, their peak-level martial artists would surely protect him at all costs to maintain morale. "You're asking for death." Feeling the unmasked malice from the opponent, Hua Yuanhong's eyes turned completely cold. His heart pounded like a drum, forcing the scorching blood into his limbs. The soles of his feet were crushed, and the veins on his feet, thighs, and arms, covered by clothing and shoes, burst open, turning a dark blue, like twisted dragons crawling up his body, emanating a terrifying, oppressive aura. "Kill!" His fist intent erupted, condensing into the majestic image of Mount Buzhou in his mind, carrying the terrifying power to shatter the heavens and the earth, along with a rolling tide of murderous intent, crushing toward the middle-aged martial artist's mind and will. This was his first true display of power since entering the realm of hidden energy. Against an enemy martial artist harboring malicious intent, he could not hold back. To do so would be akin to handing over his life. Martial artists were already extraordinary beings. From the moment they became seasoned martial artists, their battles were no longer confined to the physical realm. The spiritual realm was equally crucial. Often, while physical combat rages, the intent behind the fists and the will of the fighters clash. If the momentum on the mental level is suppressed, the mind weakens, severely impairing the physical body's performance. Some grandmasters don't even need to fight. A single touch or exchange of glances is enough to determine the superiority of both parties. Boom! Almost the moment their two wills and two fist intents collided, the middle-aged martial artist's Taodia fist intent, which he hated, was shattered like a sand sculpture before a tsunami by Hua Yuanhong's Buzhou mountain fist intent. Instantly, with his pupils dilated, the middle-aged martial artist felt a terrifying sense of collapse and pressure bearing down on his mind, causing his brain to flood with blood and his vision to turn crimson, nearly severing his connection to the outside world. Wake up! Under the overwhelming will of the peak martial artist, the middle-aged martial artist bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to break free from the fist's intimidating force through the pain, while simultaneously unleashing a burst of energy. But it was already too late. In a martial arts clash, life and death, victory and defeat, hang by a thread. In the brief moment the middle-aged martial artist lost his focus, Hui Yuanhong's internal energy surged like molten lava, erupting from the point of contact with his palm, crashing into the middle-aged martial artist's hand, then racing along his arm bones and shoulders, and finally exploding toward his internal organs. Boom! An invisible gust of wind swept out from the two of them, and the hard ground beneath their feet cracked into spiderweb-like fissures, shattered by the transmitted force. The force in Hui Yuanhong's direction dissipated after spreading out in a small circle, while the force from the martial artist's direction surged forward with a thunderous roar, as if an invisible beast had pierced through his chest and burst out from his back, causing the leaves behind him to shake violently. After a moment of stalemate, Hui Yuanhong withdrew his palm and left without looking back. At the original spot, the middle-aged martial artist's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He stared stiffly at Hui Yuanhong's departing figure before crashing to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. With just a single touch, in an instant, it was over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two blurry figures, enveloped in a whirlwind of air, rushed forward, one in front and one behind. How dare you commit such a heinous act here? Glancing at the fallen martial artist from the prominent family, Mo Wuji's expression darkened. Due to the upcoming Jin Men Grand competition, few high-ranking members of the clan had the time to spare, so they had entrusted him to watch over the younger generation. Yet, an incident had occurred right under his nose. The main issue was how quickly it happened. If they had exchanged a few more blows, he could have arrived in time. But the moment he sensed the two bursts of fist intent, it was already over. Mo Wuji's gaze grew icy as he watched Hui Yuanhong slip away into the shadows, using an old tree in the cover of night to escape. He was about to give chase and finish him off. But just as he was about to move, a sharp sword light darted toward him like lightning, forcing him to stop and defend himself. He was immediately engulfed in a storm of relentless attacks, unable to spare a moment to look around. By the time he finally broke free and looked back, Hui Yuanhong's figure had already vanished. This is a duel between juniors. Why did you interfere? After the figure had blended into the crowded area, Shenling Shuang sheathed his sword and spoke indifferently. Mo Wuji remained expressionless. Seeing no opportunity, he too turned and left. However, he felt a hint of regret. Earlier, he had been delayed by Shenling Shuang and hadn't been able to catch up to see who it was. He could only sense from afar that the other person was brimming with vitality, perhaps a young participant in the fire seat assessment. Their fist intent was also extremely profound and majestic, likely drawing inspiration from the imagery of mountains. Could this be Ji Xingjie from North China? His strength was simply too overwhelming. Even Li Hanwen of the Li family might not be his match. Back at the original spot, Shenling Xian was also somewhat surprised. She was a bit farther away and actually arrived half a step later than Mo Wuji. To prevent any accidents involving their own side's geniuses, she hurried to stop Mo Wuji, only catching a glimpse of his silhouette in the process. However, judging from the heavy, majestic fist intent, it was likely not Ji Xingjie, but a powerful martial artist with deep hidden strength, and so full of vitality. Who could it be? Shen Taishan, what just happened? The figures of Wei and Ji, the two deputy alliance leaders, hurriedly arrived. A powerful martial artist with fist intent as heavy as a mountain, likely a young man, killed a martial artist from a prominent family. Which of your subordinates did this? Upon hearing Shenling Shuang's question, Wei, the deputy alliance master, furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's not my subordinate. It must be from Ji's side. I do have a martial artist with a fist technique as heavy as a mountain, also quite young, in his early 30s, but he should be at the headquarters in North China. Could he have sneaked over here?" Deputy alliance master Ji also frowned. Not in his 30s. That kind of vibrant, youthful energy can only belong to someone in their early 20s. Shenling Shuang shook his head. 21 or 22. Both deputy alliance masters paled. At most 22 years old? That means he could have participated in this assessment. Old Ji, you've been hiding your true abilities all this time. Old Wei, at this point, why are you still pretending? I never expected that besides Ji Xingjie, you still have an even stronger ace up your sleeve. Wei and Ji exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging that the other was holding the trump card. Enough! Seeing the two of them still hiding their cards in front of him, Shenling Shuang's expression darkened. I don't care whose side you're on. You can fight among yourselves, but when facing Li Hanwen of the aristocratic alliance, there will be no more hiding. Otherwise, none of you will ever become the top leader of North China. Chapter 84, The Main Branch's Decision. For the greater good. In the distant central plains, far from Jinmen. The head of the 8 Extremes main line received a telegram sent in advance by the old man in Tang attire and immediately summoned the most core elders to begin deliberations. Everyone, according to the message sent by Guoshidi, a genius has emerged in Jinmen, reportedly reaching the Dark Qi realm in just 7 months without ever entering the Clear Qi realm. The main lineage master sat at the head of the table and spoke slowly. In reality, the telegram stated, at most 6 months, but he intentionally exaggerated to avoid the elders' skepticism. The 7 or 8 core elders sitting below exchanged glances, their expressions growing peculiar. Put. A young elder couldn't help but laugh. 7 months to reach the Dark Qi realm? That's really bold. Even someone as arrogant as senior brother Su would say such exaggerated things. For the sake of that youngster receiving the best possible training, senior Su must have gone to great lengths. Another elder chuckled. Most of the elders burst into laughter, and for a moment, the solemn council chamber was filled with out-of-place laughter. As the laughter gradually subsided, the senior elder sitting beside the pulse master said, "That's a bit too much. If he had said a year or 2, I might have believed it for Su Shixiang's sake, but 7 months of hidden energy." The senior elder shook his head. Even Li Shuxing back in the day didn't achieve that quickly. Even the former fist immortal Zhang Bolai would likely struggle to achieve hidden energy in just 7 months. 7 months might be a bit exaggerated, but since senior brother Su holds this person in such high regard, he probably isn't too bad. He's worth investing in. The pulse master spoke up in his favor. The elder nodded slightly. That's true. Though 7 months to reach the hidden energy stage is a bit exaggerated, so senior brother's judgment is reliable. The one he's chosen must be a true genius, at least with the potential to reach the peak of the martial arts realm. He deserves our support. The other elders pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since that's the case, let's make a decision. Those in favor of granting him the treatment of a young sect master, raise your hands. The pulse master scanned the room and spoke. The treatment of a young pulse master meant that all the herbs and supplies needed for cultivation would be provided by the main pulse, and they would protect him from all storms, allowing this young man named Hui Yuanhong to cultivate in peace under the protection of the main pulse. In the end, more than half of the elders raised their hands. The pulse master's face lit up with a smile, about to announce the new young pulse master. Wait! At that moment, 2 figures walked in directly, and the guards outside did not even attempt to stop them. Master Uncle. The clan leader startled, quickly rising to pay respects to the gaunt old man. This Master Uncle was the greatest source of strength for their main branch. He had once competed with the fist immortal Zhang Bolai for the title of the strongest under heaven, but after his defeat, he had vanished without a trace. It wasn't until recently, during high-level negotiations between the aristocratic families in the Xingwu alliance, that this master, who had been presumed dead, finally reappeared. After participating in the negotiations, he returned to the main branch with a disciple. That Hui Yuanhong must not be given the treatment reserved for the young master of the main branch. The gaunt old man spoke directly. The branch leader's expression changed slightly. Senior disciple, our 2 branches ultimately share the same origin. If the disciple from the Jinmen branch is sufficiently outstanding, he could. Impossible. The gaunt old man waved his hand. Even if that Hui Yuanhong has exceptional talent, he has only just entered the Dark Qi realm. He won't be able to cultivate A in the short term. I'm old, and my days are numbered. We must immediately produce a new supreme successor in the near future to ensure that the Ba Ji lineage does not fall during the upcoming great upheaval. Otherwise, once I'm gone, both the main branch and the branch lineage will be destroyed. Therefore, not only can we not grant the young Pulse Master any privileges, but we must merge the resources and manpower of both branches, mobilizing all available human and material resources to support the most promising candidate. As he spoke, the gaunt old man stepped aside, allowing the person behind him to step forward. Greetings, fellow disciples. Yen Yuan pays his respects. A man in his 30s stepped forward, smiling as he surveyed the crowd in the council hall. This is my disciple, Yen Yuan. At only 42 years old, he has already mastered the Qi transformation stage to its peak. In the past few months, he has shown signs of achieving the Dan formation stage, and this is the true Dan formation. He will become the next supreme master, succeeding me and Li Shuxing. Looking at his beloved disciple, the gaunt old man couldn't help but smile with pride. The branch in Jinmen, after all, was part of our main lineage 20 years ago. They are still considered family. Li Shizuan has been missing for some time. For now, the external factions are maintaining restraint, but as time goes on, they will inevitably grow restless. At that point, relying on Su Shizuan alone will be insufficient. It is best for him to return to the main branch as soon as possible to ensure the continuity of Li Shizuan's lineage. Considering that the Jinmen branch has produced traitors and is no longer reliable, to prevent Li Shizuan's savings from being seized by traitors, send a telegram to the martial arts master in North China and have him take control of the Jinmen branch, secure all the medicinal resources, and bring them back with him. If Su Shizuan has any objections, I will discuss it with him myself. The gaunt old man said. Master Uncle. Upon hearing this, the Pulse Master's expression changed, and he couldn't help but step forward. This is too much. The medicinal herbs in the Tianjin branch were all gathered by Senior Brotherly himself. Even if we borrow them temporarily, we should at least leave some for them. Without the tonic herbs, how will Master Hua and the other disciples of the Tianjin branch practice their martial arts? At the dark chi stage, due to bodily transformations and changes in the tendons and fascia, cultivation consumes an enormous amount of vital energy. Without tonic herbs, one cannot keep up with the consumption through normal diet alone. If all the tonic herbs from the Xinxiang Martial Arts Hall are transferred, it means that the dark chi martial artists there will no longer be able to endure the physical hardships of training. He knew this senior disciple was extremely powerful, and with Li Shuxing missing for some time, he estimated that soon others would begin to act, urging branch members to seek protection at the main branch, indeed the best choice for the branch. However, the senior disciple's decision to take control of all the medicinal herbs accumulated by the branch was indeed a bit excessive. It was likely not just about protecting the Jinmen branch, but more importantly, about taking those medicinal herbs for Wu Yen Yuan to select. Even if they were useless, they could be traded with other factions for something more useful. Foolish. For the greater good, for the sake of producing a new supreme disciple in the near future and allowing both branches to avoid annihilation, everything can be sacrificed. The gaunt old man shot the branch leader a cold glance, clearly displeased with the current branch leader's naive sense of righteousness. Besides, the branch members could still receive protection in the main branch, at least their lives would be spared. It was merely a matter of lacking herbs. Those people in Jinmen, and that Hua Yuanhong, can endure some hardship for now. After all, suspending their training for a few months won't make much difference. Once Yen Yuan successfully cultivates his, we can compensate them later. The next morning, Hua Yuanhong received a set of treasure armor and a bottle of heart-protecting pills, sent by Shen Shuyan. She also conveyed 2 messages from Shunling Shuang. The first was that this assessment was different from previous ones, as there were not only 2 powerful enemies, Ji Shangjia and Li Hanwan, but also a mysterious master stronger than both of them, whose fist intent was as heavy as a mountain. He should assess his own abilities and not push himself too hard. The other message was that the martial arts competition would be changed to unarmed combat, where the treasure armor could be used, but no weapons were allowed. My elder sister is worried that using weapons might lead to accidents. Martial artists fight at such high speeds, especially Ji Xingjie, who specializes in using speed to counter speed. Even from a distance, she might not be able to intervene in time to save you. So it's safer to fight barehanded. You have a bright future ahead of you, there's no need to risk your life over a martial arts manual. Remember to take the heart-protecting pills first, they could save your life in a critical moment. Shen Shuyan reminded him. Don't worry. After taking the items and practicing for a while, Hua Yuanhong went outside to eat. But Master Hua? While he was enjoying a meat bun with a medicinal soup, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached him. Who are you? Hua Yuanhong raised his head slightly. I am Xia Chang, the secretary of Vice Alliance Master Wei. The man smiled, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and placed an item on the table. Secretary Xia. Hua Yuanhong nodded, showing no reaction on his face. Master Xiaohua, do you know that you are about to face a great danger? Seeing Hua Yuanhong's calm expression, the secretary's brows furrowed slightly before he composed himself and sat down across from him, speaking solemnly. Me? Disaster is imminent? That's correct. Anyone with eyes can see that the Deputy Alliance Master you've aligned yourself with has completely failed in the Fire Seed Plan targets and is now on the brink of collapse. Vice Alliance Master Wei will inevitably ascend to the top position, be promoted back to the central headquarters in Central Plains, and join the Supreme Elders Council to collaborate with the powerful figures behind the scenes to bring an end to the Ji Supreme faction. Following Deputy Alliance Master Ji, you're doomed to be nothing but bones in a grave. Only by joining our ship can you have a glorious future. As he spoke, the secretary smiled and pushed a contract over. Our alliance leader values talent and cannot bear to see Master Xiaohua sink with Ji Tai. He is willing to sign Master Xiaohua and will help cover the costs of Ji Tai's breach of contract. In the future, your status within our faction will be second only to the 2 supreme leaders and Ji Xingjie above all others beneath the 3 of them. What nonsense is this? Hua Yuanhong glanced at the man. He had come here for the cultivation technique of the Tai Shang, not to get involved in factional struggles. What is the strength of your Deputy Alliance Master Wei? Hua Yuanhong asked. The Wei Alliance Master is a renowned master of the Hua Jin technique, with martial arts skills that are unfathomable. His ranking on the master's list is also quite high. The secretary adjusted his glasses and smiled as he boasted about his master's prowess. Alright, I understand. Hua Yuanhong lowered his head and continued eating the meat bun in his bowl, finding the conversation rather boring. This Wei Deputy Alliance Master sounded so formidable, talking about ships and such almost made him think he was an absolute peak-level expert. But Hua Jin? To be fair, a Hualing master is indeed quite powerful. Some remote prefectures don't even have a single Hualing practitioner. But the problem was, he estimated that he could achieve Hualing in less than 10 days. Why would he go and seek refuge under a Hualing master? That would be madness.
Master Xiao Huo is just being cautious, not wanting to be labeled as someone who follows the powerful. Seeing Hui Yuanhong's reaction, the secretary's smile faded, and after a few moments of silence, he slowly stood up. Before the assessment begins, young Master Hui still has a chance. It's normal for young people to be full of vigor, but one must look to the future. One day, you will thank me for my advice. The secretary spoke softly and left.